Current of Music. Elements of a Radio Theory. Edited with an introduction by Robert Halotkanter. Contents. Editor's Introduction, Second Salvage, Prolegomenon to a Reconstruction of Current of Music. 1. Radio Physiognomics. 2. A Social Critique of Radio Music. 3. The Radio Symphony, an Experiment in Theory. 4. Analytical Study of the NBC Music Appreciation Hour. 5. What a Music Appreciation Hour Should Be, Exposé, Radio Programs on WNYC and Draft. 6. On Popular Music, Material and Text. 7. Musical Analyses of Hit Songs. Other Materials. A. The Radio Voice. B. Memorandum on Lyrics in Popular Music. C. Experiment on, Preference for Material or Treatment of Two Popular Songs. D. The Problem of Experimentation in Music Psychology. E. Note on Classification. F. On the use of elaborate personal interviews for the Princeton Radio Research Project. G. The problem of a new type of human being. H. Some remarks on a propaganda publication of NBC. I. Theses about the idea and form of collaboration of the Princeton Radio Research Project. Discography. Notes. Index. Editor's Introduction. Second Salvage, Prolegomenon to a Reconstruction of Current of Music. Another way to say the search for reality is to say the desire for completion. Clifford Adets. The centenary proceedings in celebration of T.W. Adorno's birth in 2003 were a lugubrious display internationally, but most of all in Germany. There the event was headed up by a harness of three heavily shod biographies trudging in decade-long synchronization toward the publishing occasion, as if the goal were to make sure that no detail of Adorno's life went untrampled. Even Adorno's writing table and chair, in simulacra, were dragged into the Frankfurt ceremonies. Encased in a silicone cube, these mundane furnishings were established as a national treasure to be visited on Adornoplatz in hometown Perpetuum. Surkamp Publishers and the Goethe Institute, working closely with the rest aft and now corporate-minded Adorno Archive, distributed so absolute a mass of memento, chronology, and photograph, the known antipodes to Adorno's philosophy itself, that even under scrutiny it was often hard to decide whether the topic was the writing of the Dialectic of Enlightenment or the framing of the Magna Carta. The Jubilee successfully portrayed the life of the man as if in a single stride he stepped from crib to garland tomb, where the philosophy itself was put to rest. The biographical preoccupation, undermining the philosophy, finally undermined the biographical as well. Thus, one result of these centenary achievements is that now every next mention of Adorno's life only helps steal away from the dictum that life does not live any sense that the apprehension ever troubled the person who made the dictum the frontispiece to Minima Moralia. This bears directly on the intention of this essay to provide a first introduction to current of music. For, as is to be explained, Adorno left the manuscripts for this work in fragmentary condition. What is conceptually valuable in them now depends in part on reconstruction. An assumption of this reconstruction has been that, when a work is abandoned in fragments, reference to the life that left them behind can legitimately provide transitions to potentiate tensions of thought that, deprived of their final shaping efforts, would otherwise dissipate. Certainly this assumption might have been more naively pursued prior to the centenary year. The only alternative now, for this introduction in any case, is to look the situation in the face and acknowledge that what is biographical in the transitions established here to provision current of music with a degree of tensed coherence has recently been woven into something milled out by the mile, with no end in sight. Perhaps in this recognition, what is now lifeless, with the feel of having never lived, will at least half speak of this situation rather than further compound the recently achieved inertness. New York City, 1938 to 1941. In 1937, T.W. Adorno had been living in England for 3 years, having fled National Socialism. Although he was formerly a Privatdozent, an independent lecturer, in philosophy at the University of Frankfurt, the Nazis had deprived him of the right to teach, and the hardship of immigration had set him back to the status of a student at work on a dissertation, A critique of Husserlian phenomenology. He was obliged to hope that a D.Phil, taken at Oxford, in addition to his PhD, would provide the overqualification that an immigrant would minimally need to secure a position at a British university. 1 In October, however, a telegram from Max Horkheimer caused him to revise these plans. Horkheimer had for some time wanted to bring Adorno to New York City, and the telegram proposed the means if Adorno were interested in participating in the Princeton Radio Research Project, a study supported by a Rockefeller Foundation grant under the direction of the sociologist and Austrian émigré Paul Lazarsfeld. 2 The next day Adorno wired back his readiness to accept the position, but the decision was hardly made without ambivalence. 3 On one hand, Adorno saw that catastrophe was inevitable. In Europe, he had no real expectation of securing academic employment in pre-war England, and his wife, Gretel, who was ill, found the English climate hard to tolerate, and it was hoped she might recover in the United States. But now that his plans to depart had become reality and, contrary to all expectation, imminent, Adorno expressed in a letter of November 27 to Walter Benjamin what had all along weighed most against the decision. Uppermost, Adorno wrote, were his thoughts on Benjamin himself, and in this one word he lodged his distress as poignantly as possible between two men who after a decade of close involvement still addressed one another formally, as Sie. If Benjamin would realize, Adorno continued, emphasizing this uppermost of their friendship with a circumlocution of the greatest urgency for anyone as utterly familiar as was Benjamin with what Adorno held dearest, that second on his mind was that parting meant the real possibility of never seeing my mother again. Benjamin would be able to imagine how I feel about the decision to leave. 4 But, Adorno explained, he could not refuse Horkheimer's proposal. He had been assured that fully half his time would be devoted to the Institute for Social Research, then affiliated with Columbia University, and collaboration on projects that he and Horkheimer had long envisioned, most of all a study of dialectical materialism. By early January, Adorno had met in Paris with Lazarsfeld, and by late that month had submitted to him a lengthy memorandum outlining his research plans. 5 On February 26, 1938, Adorno and his wife arrived on the steamship Champlain in New York City harbor. Adorno would remain in New York City until November 1941, when, without renewed funding for his position at the Princeton Radio Research Project, he would again be compelled to move in order to secure his proximity to Horkheimer, who had decided to go on to Los Angeles, where his own fragile health, and the Institute's finances as well, could be better maintained. Adorno would not return to Germany until 1949, having spent almost 1/4 of his life as a refugee, a portion of that as an American citizen. He did not embrace German citizenship again until 1955. Written in English. In his 15 years as a refugee, T.W. Adorno wrote several major works, including Dialectic of Enlightenment, Philosophy of New Music, and Minima Moralia. Their dates of publication belie the years demanded by each of these seminal German texts that no doubt received Adorno's most decisive conceptual energies. Yet, in addition to these and numerous other projects, Adorno in the same period also produced a substantial body of research written in English. The latter are distinctly secondary works from the perspective of the oeuvre as a whole but are nevertheless, in their own terms, of considerable interest. Among these writings in English are The Psychological Technique of Martin Luther Thomas's Radio Addresses and The Authoritarian Personality. Current of Music was the working title that Adorno proposed on various occasions for a volume that would have assembled the majority of the research that he completed during his first 4 years in the United States while affiliated with Lazarsfeld in New York City. The texts conceived under this title, comprising several thousand pages, constitute far and away Adorno's most extensive work in English. Yet Adorno did not succeed in his own lifetime in publishing this work whose topic and language were adopted under compulsion in the land to which its author fled. The study itself was rejected by a series of editors in the United States and was ultimately left incomplete among the many materials housed at the Adorno Archive in Frankfurt. This essay intends to explain what Adorno meant to achieve in the book and why his efforts failed. It should be remarked at the outset, however, that this introduction in no way seeks pathos in defense of a work lost to history, as if deserving in reconstruction the rank of text maudit or Bürgerschreck, for it is neither. If passages of current of music, both published and unpublished, did once antagonize and have the capacity to raise hackles again, it was not only ill will and happenstance that got in its way but just as much and more the work's own deficiencies. It is in full cognizance of the limits of these writings that current of music is now to be imagined into existence. This requires broad recognition and explanation of the complex situation in which this work in its many parts was written. In alliance with its own thinking, however, this reconstruction is certainly not undertaken here with the intention of setting the past back on its feet like a golem conjured to walk the streets of another millennium, but rather by wanting to spark what is significant in that past when it is known self-consciously from the perspective of the present. Music, electricity, and cultural hunger. The current of music is electricity. In the 1920s and still in the early 1930s, electricity had yet to be used on a vast scale for the reproduction of musical sound. The technology of radio transmission had been developed during World War I in the United States by a government that, in need of reliable means of communication with its European troops, seized by eminent domain the patents and work of private inventors. Only in the following decades was this technology exploited for the literal capacity evident in Adorno's electrical metaphor, the current that powers radio, to produce music in streams and even floods of sound across any quantity of space simultaneously. 6 The desire to receive this current of music produced the early momentum in radio sales, where only 10,000 families owned sets in 1922, 27 million families, out of 32 million in the United States, owned sets by 1939. If it is easily imagined that the introduction of radio music would motivate the rapid distribution of the device, it is not as easily guessed that a large proportion of the music heard in the United States on those radios was art music of the European classical tradition. Many stations broadcast live classical music exclusively. In 1921, for instance, the Chicago station KYW broadcast all performances of the Chicago Civic Opera, afternoon and evening, 6 days a week, and nothing else. 8 WQXR in New York City played classical music 80% of the time, and in the other 20% talked primarily about it and the other arts. The more expensive radio sets were themselves advertised as having been built for distinguished music. They were fine instruments that the listener faced as they played, and the listener was expected to be interested in its proper tuning. No less a figure than Leopold Stokowski gave instruction for bringing the equipment up to pitch. In tuning in on the wavelength desired there is a central point of maximum clarity and truth of reception. 9 The skill of perfect tuning was extolled as an optimal capacity, akin to perfect pitch. Radio stations that transmitted serious music portrayed themselves as conservatories. A visit to station WMAQ is like entering a music conservatory. You enter a reception room, then on into the studio, artistically furnished in brown tones, here and there, a large fern, and a Mason and Hamlin grand piano 10. This image of early radio devoted in significant proportion to European art music might prompt an enduringly fixed and real resentment in contemporary American readers, as if that was a moment when high still thought it could lord it over low. But in the early and genuinely class-conscious decades of American radio, when questions of the equitable redistribution of wealth and privilege were actually discussed, as they now are not, and an end was sought to much openly acknowledged resentment, the broadcast of European art music was a model of possible democratization. Contrary to what might be guessed at today, the distinction between popular and classical was loosely synonymous with what in those decades was discerned as the distinction between light, or light popular, and serious music. In the manuscripts of Current of Music, Adorno himself regularly deals with these two sets of categories as being easily interchangeable in the assumptions of the age. The significance of this is in what the now mostly forgotten pair light and serious music contributed to the synonymity. The distinction it drew indicates that the idea of amusement had not yet subordinated music entirely. Although the exclusivity of music as amusement was ascendant, a contrary seriousness of listening was commonly acknowledged as legitimate and valued. When high and low were invoked, the thinking involved was complex in a way that is now unfamiliar, since in the minds of many what was high was often valued as what ought to become the possession of all. The evidence for this goes far beyond what can be derived from sets of terms. For the idea of culture itself had not yet suffered the catastrophic implication of World War II, culture was still thought to be a human privilege marked by, but no less distinguishable from, class privilege. When, for instance, Barnett Newman ran for mayor of New York in 1933, his manifesto was titled, On the Need for Political Action by Men of Culture. If his candidacy stood in minority and beleaguered opposition, he all the same had enough support to write confidently that culture is the foundation of not only our present society, but of all our hopes for all future societies to come. 11 This was characteristic of the expression of democratically minded individuals and institutions of various kinds and, in the Red Decade, especially those many on the wide spectrum of the left who readily encouraged and fought for the broad distribution of art music. In Manhattan, for instance, the City Center for Music and Drama was established by the city government in alliance with trade union organizations to present symphony, ballet, and opera inexpensively to working-class audiences. The center was vigorously capable of supporting its own ballet and opera companies. In its own day, when the accomplishments of the city center were discussed, its success was generally acknowledged not in terms of bringing high to low but in the fact that unlike the Metropolitan Opera, which was segregated, its opera house was not. 12. Radio was acknowledged above all other institutions in this period as having the preeminent capacity to universalize performances of a human culture that was previously restricted to the wealthy. Its diffusion was civic policy. In 1937, New York's mayor, Fiorello LaGuardia, appeared on what was then the city's proudly municipally owned radio station, WNYC, then under the directorship of the former head of the Socialist Workers' League Morris Novick, whom LaGuardia had appointed, to comment as a music lover on Beethoven. The mayor provided little stories about all the composers represented on the program and the music being played. He had the appearance of a man tackling an important job with great earnestness. 13 It only makes the same point to note here, with the mention of Morris Novick, that it was his office that 2 years later would engage Adorno in plans to present a lecture series as a citywide educational introduction to modern music on Sunday afternoons, the station's most listened to hours. Although those plans were only partly realized, their existence is representative of a forward-looking orientation to radio and music that could not now be conceived on a major American radio station. In these first decades of radio, those who had hopes for it expected it to wipe away the stigma of class privilege borne by art music, and this expectation met with success. As one commentator observed, until the past few years such music was the rather expensive privilege of the inhabitants of a few large cities. 14 This observation was confirmed by statistics assembled in the late 1930s and reported in a 1938 article in Harper's Monthly magazine. For though quantitatively all economic classes listened more to light music than to serious music, as a result of radio a majority of Americans, African American and white, came to like and listen to serious music. 4/5 of the homes in the nation heard at least one symphonic or operatic broadcast a week. 15 Even in rural areas, where radio most dramatically changed life but where interest in classical music was predictably less than in cities, there were stations such as WOY in Ames, Iowa, much studied by the Princeton Radio Research Project, that combined farm news and market reports with its most popular program, The Music Shop, a daily broadcast of short symphonic pieces, chamber music, and music education. 16 These broadcasts were especially directed to the farmer's wife, who, as Adorno mentions repeatedly in Current of Music, became a mythically invoked figure in discussions of radio's democratizing cultural potential. The invention of radio, it was said, would enable her to go about her household chores while attending Carnegie Hall and the Philharmonic gratis alongside the well-heeled and mink-clad. And in some regions of the country this mythical intention found reality. A characteristic letter from a female listener to WOY reads, "The more I hear good music, such as you give us, the more I love it, and the more I hear that kind the more I dislike the other kind. 17 What rings of another age in this woman's comment is the apparently naive desire for self-improvement to be gained through familiarity with music held to be objectively superior. It is to be emphasized that she figures here as part of a movement. A now discredited idea of culture implicitly provided individuals such as herself with a critical stance toward their own perceptions and directed them with substantial expectation toward the promise of radio. Again, in the voice of Harper's, millions are haunted by such feelings of hunger for learning, for acquiring new arts, for self-improvement. And radio today makes an earnest effort to satisfy that hunger. 18. Radio pedagogy. The Harper's statement vividly insists on the power of radio to nourish an age urgently beset by the need for educational self-improvement. And to rid this hunger, radio institutions of several kinds had been established, including schools of the air to which Adorno occasionally refers throughout Current of Music. It was possible, for instance, to obtain a broad though simplified education in the arts and sciences, by sitting in front of your loudspeaker at WNYC School for Listeners or by following programs at the University of the Air, broadcast by the Voice of Labor, the Eugene Debs Memorial Station WEVD. The latter presented complete classes in history, philosophy, labor, literature, and economics. 19. But the single most significant pedagogical effort by radio in those decades, and in fact the most substantial pedagogical undertaking ever in the history of American broadcast media, the NBC Music Appreciation Hour, was a result of the success of radio in making European art music available nationally. It was a program for the cultivation of musical knowledge and taste, and it is of specific interest here because in Current of Music Adorno devotes a lengthy essay to it and conceived the plan of his own educational broadcast in critical relation to it. For more than a decade, from 1928 to 1942, the program was led by the conductor of the New York Symphony Philharmonic, Walter Damrosch. At its height it was heard weekly as required curriculum throughout the academic year in more than 70,000 schools nationwide, by more than 7 million students. 20 Educational materials coordinated with the nationally broadcast concert season in New York City were printed in the hundreds of thousands and distributed to classrooms in yearly editions. Teachers received accompanying pedagogical instructions and test blanks to administer. Reviewing the pedagogical achievements of Damrosch's program in the context of the reported demographics of national listening habits, even now it is easy to share spontaneously in the expectations widely sensed by many at the time that the interest in serious music produced by radio had led the masses of Americans to the verge of a cultural coming of age. In the words of Harper's Monthly magazine, a sound and deep appreciation among the masses of our people is growing first in music and will draw after it, but more slowly, a love of the best in the other arts. The American people, in the mass, are at the threshold of a cultural maturity. 21. Statistical inner ear, results. This passage was built out of the rhetoric of high hopes, certainly, but was founded, too, on developments in technology and an analysis of listenership in a major segment of American society. The reality it carried compellingly in its own moment heightens the acuity of the statistical riposte it receives in its encounter with how things today have in fact turned out. In 2003 there were 14,392 formatted radio stations in the United States, 50% of which played the same songs, with 147 classical stations, 34 of them commercial. 22 These statistics are not reported here as if they might reveal to anyone in North America or elsewhere what has occurred in American music. The world as a whole is in all things more familiar with the United States than the reverse, but its international presence has been foremost in the music it exports, up until very recently by means of radio as its primary vehicle of distribution. Any number of American songs named here might ineluctably provoke their playing in an inner ear that is worldwide. Since music is the most binding and involuntary form of neurocultural memory, every mind busy with this essay is obliged to acknowledge to itself that it is to some degree an artifact of what has transpired musically in the United States. If this seems provokingly self-evident, This is the feeling that the distinguished jazz historian, conductor, and composer Gunther Schuller touches on in his analysis of the situation of music as it had developed in the United States by the 1980s. We have here an essentially victimized American population whose freedom of choice in matters musical is virtually denied them. 23. From Schuller's perspective and the available statistics, then, the expectations of 1938 expressed in Harper's Monthly magazine would seem to have received a broadside from the historical development. But this is not the case, and, on second look, what that 1938 article presents turns out to have been more prescient than not as a harbinger of the situation Schuller portrays. For what carried the high hopes of 1938, the wave that can be felt coming up under its cultural anticipations, is perceptible as the statistical realities cited, themselves becoming statistics as reality. These Depression-era statistics, in other words, not only reported a situation but increasingly became functional elements in the commercial manufacture of music. They participated in the elimination of music that owed its quality to having been made on another basis than in response to the needs and opportunities of industrial entertainment. Given the significance of the rise of radio market research for the history of music in the United States, therefore, it is of central importance for understanding the conflicts that would shape current of music to note that a preeminent institution for the development of market research in radio in the 1930s and early 1940s was the Princeton Radio Research Project, whose statistics, as it happens, the Harper's Monthly magazine article relied on. Third-party listening and academic tycoon. Lazarsfeld himself initially provided the offices for the Princeton Radio Research Project in vacant factory space in Newark, New Jersey. The rundown, haphazard location was an implication of the fact that this was a privately held research venture that solicited contracts from public, commercial, and philanthropic sources. A brilliant statistician, single-mindedly pragmatic and by his own statement prepared to be ruthlessly so, Lazarsfeld developed a talent for transforming the practical problems of commerce and public interest into research projects undertaken in conjunction with university services, which he facilitated and supervised. His considerable significance in the history of sociology, beyond a group of skillfully conceived research projects, was for the invention in the late 1930s of an organizational structure that put the new science of sociology at the service of commercial interests. This innovation would complete his transformation from a young Austrian intellectual, passionately devoted as a Marxist activist to the implementation of a psychology of imminent revolution, to the author of a valuable study of unemployment, to a professor at Columbia University in Manhattan who in later life would be an academic tycoon. 24. If the Princeton Radio Research Project was situated at the turning point in Lazarsfeld's career, it was located at a significant moment as well in the history of the sociology of radio. Prior to its research there were few sources of information not only about the listenership of radio music but about all aspects of radio audition, including attention span, listening preferences and habits, general program satisfaction and dissatisfaction, and local, regional, and national variables. According to the terms of its grant, under the title The Essential Value of Radio for All Types of Listeners, the Princeton Radio Research Project established itself as a major undertaking for the collection and analysis of radio audience information. It was to develop the tools for audience measurement along many parameters and demonstrate the usefulness of these measurements for the improvement of radio. By learning more about what audiences wanted and how radio succeeded or failed to provide for these needs, it would help make radio as valuable and useful to its listeners as possible. The philanthropic nature of this project would have been unmistakable in the decades when radio was not only looked to as a source of education and cultural good but lived in the national imagination as the voice of social cohesion itself, as the one ready means of society-wide communication and vigilance. In the iconography of the age, radio's high, beaming towers radiated a masterful charisma and, especially during the war years, were as much beacons of safety as thought to be key targets for enemy plots. The broadcast industry itself, having won the privatization of the broadcast system and the right to advertise, in a series of much disputed legislative struggles then still within living memory, was piously careful to emphasize radio's performance of social services and its contributions to national moral integrity. This context certainly emphasized the philanthropic claim of a project to research the essential value of radio for all types of listeners. But if this title is held up to the light and examined a second time, it did once refract other potentials, and still does. It might well name an undertaking to assemble information about what listeners most valued in order to provide the data to some third party with heteronymous purposes for this essential value. Once this is noticed, it is hard to decide what the title was about. It could, of course, have carried both meanings, as seems to be the case, but, if so, this ambiguity does not need to remain cloaked in lasting obscurity. An otherwise rarely acknowledged hermeneutical device, a dinner party, is available in historical documentation to solve the question. This particular supper, an award ceremony scheduled for the night of February 15, 1940, elucidates the definitive kinds of alliances at work at the Princeton Project. Frank Stanton, soon to be the president of Columbia Broadcasting System, wrote to John Marshall, the grant supervisor at the Rockefeller Foundation, to announce with pleasure that on that February evening Paul Lazarsfeld would be honored by the advertising industry as the individual who had revealed the educational significance of radio programs. Point 25. But what does this mean? Lazarsfeld might be credited with some contribution to education and radio, but not for discovering the educational value of radio, for which radio had long figured so broadly in the social imagination. On the contrary, Lazarsfeld had been chosen as Advertising's Man of the Year in the area of research for having brought together people from commerce and academia and thus having succeeded at demonstrating the economic significance of radio's educational potential for advertisers. The award read, by integrating research efforts of individuals affiliated with both commercial and academic organizations, a significant beginning was made in 1939 to interpret the social aspects of radio in terms of the economic pertinence to the commercial user of the medium. 26. The dates are coincidental, but it represents an actual convergence of realities that, within days of this announcement, further funding of Adorno's position at the Princeton Radio Research Project was denied by John Marshall at the Rockefeller Foundation, and Lazarsfeld himself learned that he had been hired as a professor of sociology at Columbia University. Historical accuracy. Deference to historical accuracy has required that the end of Adorno's employment at the Princeton Radio Research Project be indicated prior to a word being said about his part in the project, for in every regard the alliance was over before it started. Initially, however, the collaboration did have certain plausibilities. Lazarsfeld shared with Adorno an interest in the development of the possibility for qualitative research and experimentation in sociological research. This collaborative concern resulted in the broad latitude of investigation granted Adorno when he was appointed the director of the Music Study Division that, on the basis of its research, was to provide proposals for the qualitative improvement of the reception of broadcast music. This responsibility was among the foremost in urgency to any success of the entire Princeton project, since music comprised 50% of broadcast time and American Samoa already discussed, the programming of classical music in particular enjoyed indisputable national esteem. And here again, Lazarsfeld must have presumed Adorno's willing participation in this goal of the project. Given the moment's broad expectations for what radio broadcast of serious music might contribute to masses at the threshold of cultural maturity, Lazarsfeld would have assumed that, if anyone, Adorno would have affiliated himself energetically with the project's stated aims as part of the cultural movement of the Democratic left in the United States in seeking ways to ameliorate broadcast reception. As a Kulturphilosoph, as a distinguished music critic, as a composer and a musician, Adorno combined a devotion to serious music with the capacity for the technical musical discernments to address what was then the central problem of the reception of broadcast music, the divergence between the audition of live musical performance and its reproduction on radio. Point 27. But if this approximates Lazarsfeld's estimation of Adorno's combined talents for the project, it was a complete misunderstanding. Adorno was not about to cast in his lot with a movement to spread musical culture. He carried no torch for culture, and least of all for musical culture. When he arrived in the United States, what was fresh to his mind was the memory of a Bildungsbürgertum, the culture-prizing bourgeoisie, that was right at that moment to be found in the streets of the homeland of culture carrying real torches. This capitulation of German culture had not been any kind of surprise to him. On the contrary, German culture had failed to ward off the worst just because, as Adorno once wrote, it had long been the ally of the worst. Adorno had seen disaster coming in the deep perspectives of the opposition to bogus culture of all radical art since Romanticism. The music with which Adorno was fundamentally allied, the idiom of free atonality in which he composed, was the direct heir of that jagged radical tradition in which artists rejected once and for all any claim to being of a kind with their own audiences and, almost as summarily, to attributing to their work any pragmatic emancipatory social function even at the insistence of their own political allies. It is in these terms that the concerts of the Second Viennese School found their own legitimacy confirmed in the outrage, catcalls, and whistlings brought down on them by audiences sworn to higher things. Adorno's own account of trying to console Alban Berg after a concert premiere that had won direct, spontaneous public acclaim, of walking Berg through the streets of Berlin for much of an evening, may seem a charming tale of eccentricity until it is realized that, given what was on the horizon, Berg was right to be distraught, as he would be to this day. In the absence of a culture worthy of the name, culture for Adorno was what it was for Flaubert, namely, the power to resist it, and as such synonymous with art that is genuinely art. Thus, in a catastrophic moment, the aims of the Princeton project could not have combined with the impulses of Adorno's own thought in a more tense, austere view of culture. There is no sense trying to imagine anyone less ready than Adorno to be enthused by cultural boosterism of any kind. In the United States, he perceived no masses prompted by a new familiarity with great music to the verge of cultural maturity and, if he had, he would have found it a specious achievement. The woman in Iowa who rode to Woy with an enthusiastic tale of self-improvement in a quest for the better things would not have thrilled Adorno, he would have wanted to study the event more closely. For Adorno, music, when it is music, is a power to shatter rationalizing visions of transcendence and the normative order of life that these rationalizations support. Music appreciation, inculcated by radio, to him epitomized all that he opposed as instilling the opposite of a capacity for musical experience. It would present important music as an object of worshipful illusions, rather than as the quintessence of a capacity to make ruins of illusion. Thus, alongside his later essays addressed to Stravinsky and Heidegger, his study of Walter Damrosch's NBC Music Appreciation Hour is the most sustained, vituperative attack in the whole of his oeuvre and, like those other essays, perhaps hobbled by the intensity of the siege. And just as Adorno could not in any way value the largest effort of musical education in the history of the United States as a value of radio, Lazarsfeld had probably selected the person least likely to be of any plausible use to him in completing a study on improving radio reception. And indeed, in the letter that he would eventually write Adorno to bring his participation in the project to a close, Lazarsfeld would accuse him of having given him what is definitely a black eye for me. 28 Just months into their association, Lazarsfeld already sensed his faux pas and that Adorno was a danger to the project. In December 1938, Lazarsfeld wrote Frank Stanton, to begin to register formally his disassociation from Adorno, I have to decide, whether WA has just a queer way of behaving of which he might be cured or whether he has a basically wrong attitude which might disqualify him in spite of his other abilities. 29. Mechanical reproduction and musical abstraction. Lazarsfeld's emphatic normality would have provided exclusively thin ice as grounds for cooperation with Adorno, both personally and intellectually. He could not have made any sense of Adorno's conception of musical experience, in the post-romantic tradition, as a potential for disintegrating and shattering the beautiful illusions of normality. Whatever Lazarsfeld had in mind for Adorno to do in the Princeton Radio Research Project had nothing to do with what was most on the mind of the newly appointed director of the music study. Whether the steamship Champlain had steered into dock in Tokyo or the Bay of Bengal, uppermost for Adorno would have been exactly what it was prior to his departure from England, the pursuit of the conflictually dynamic group of ideas that had taken definitive shape for him in knowing Walter Benjamin. And at that moment of departure acute differences had emerged between them, most of all in Benjamin's The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. In this essay Benjamin had forced the self-antagonistic struggle in the concept of culture to its limit. In aggrieved opposition to the art religion of an elite who held their eyelids shut tight under the consoling magic that art spread over a foundering society, he sought to demolish that glow, to tear art away from its spellbinding semblance and, at the price of art itself, achieve a societal-wide power of critical observation that would once again restore both art and the artist to its people under the red banner of the pupil. Benjamin's messianically conceived essay was a program for valuing art in its utmost subjugation to its industrial antagonist, the machinery of mechanical reproduction, as the one hope of an art that would achieve art's aim in its utter self-renunciation. Anyone half attentive to history's pathos for the isomorphic, that paradox in which extremes do not just touch, but embrace and fuse as one, may already have noted that, however antithetical their reasoning, however opposed the asserted purposes, Benjamin's thesis of the mechanical emancipation of art from art in the service of the masses and Lazarsfeld's institution committed to the facilitation and measurement of broadcast culture in the service of a waiting nation were identical. Jointly, they presented a program for the reproduction of art as an ideal. This convergence of views was self-evident to Adorno. To his mind, the United States broadcasting system, which Lazarsfeld was promoting, had effectively set out to put the cognate intentions of Benjamin's essay to a nationwide test. In this context, Adorno conceived his work as the director of the Music Study Division at the Princeton Project as a responsibility to comprehend the ways in which the results of this test would criticize and require the transformation of every one of Benjamin's theses. Adorno would use the results of this criticism to build a case for arguing strenuously and ingeniously against the plans that Lazarsfeld's project embodied for the promotion of cultural treasures on radio. This double-edged critique, how Adorno would argue at once against Benjamin and Lazarsfeld and where this critique would lead in the development of Adorno's thinking, is what is fascinating in Current of Music. It defines the terms in which the manuscript to this day continues to draw into itself, into its own thinking, the most contemporary issues of aesthetics, perception, and politics. It is, however, important to realize at this point, as much as it was emphasized at the outset of this introduction, that Adorno was not in any way determined to defeat Benjamin's work. The alliance in the thinking of the two men was what motivated their conflict, and to the end Adorno's work remained a devoted critical transformation of Benjamin's thought in an effort to make good on it. If, all the same, a reader, having understood something of the complexity of this relationship, still needs to see what transpires in Current of Music as a tug of war unto death, there is a degree of truth to perceiving Adorno's wanting to recover what was prodigious in Benjamin's insights from its paradoxical entanglement in the social tendencies of which Lazarsfeld was the plenipotentiary. It is also true that the examination to which Benjamin's essay was involuntarily subjected by the American radio broadcasting system came at it from a tangent for which it was ill-prepared. Benjamin's thesis that the mechanical reproduction of art would extract art treasures from the aura of their politically burdensome authority by demolishing their claim to being one of a kind, by annulling the spell they cast from their perpetually sacred distance, had been conceived exclusively in terms of print media and the visual arts, most of all cinema and photography. The music study of the Princeton Project, however, under Adorno's directorship, examined the claims of Benjamin's seminal essay with regard to the reproduction of music. And the results of this study illuminated it in an altogether new way. Adorno had observed in listening to radio music that the humanizing content of the music that he had spent his life composing, reflecting on, and studying had vanished. Radio music, to Adorno's ears, was no longer that music. But, this was not because, as Benjamin had claimed, reproduction had made art music slough off its auratic cocoon. On the contrary, radio reproduction, Adorno would show, subjects the broadcast remnants of the artwork to a new spell, the remaindered husk becomes a new fetish. Mechanical reproduction does not destroy the primacy of the original, as Benjamin asserted, but rather it changes music into nothing but the search for an original to be possessed. In terms of the development of his own thinking, this critical metamorphosis of Benjamin's thesis would allow Adorno to import the model of the reproduction of art from the visual arts, as Benjamin had developed it, into the discussion of music on a compositional level. Previously, Adorno had only considered reproduction in regard to music in terms of the question of techniques of distribution. 30 But his argument with Benjamin allowed him to incorporate the question of reproduction into the problematic of musical structure itself. This would provide him with a framework in which the entire modernist debate over the questions of abstraction and representational and non-representational forms could be developed in the analysis of music. Thus Adorno effectively carried out an exchange of aesthetic motifs with Benjamin, almost an exchange of sensorial capacities since, as any review of the topics chosen in his collected writings demonstrates, Adorno was least involved in and responsive to the visual arts. By acquiring for music the critical perspectives of the art form of the vanguard of aesthetic revolution, he wanted to introduce into Benjamin's late aesthetics, which had nothing to say about music, the imagelessness of music as a fundamental critique of a theory of reproduction that, in its messianic espousal of the reproduction of art, had itself failed to grasp the radical content of aesthetic modernism in the visual arts. Thus, although Current of Music, the work in which he would carry out this thinking, would not be published, it did function as a kind of lens through which Adorno's early thinking was focused and, transformed, projected forward. Looking through this reassembled lens even now, it is possible to discern for the first time in Adorno's writings the cardinal ideas of the philosophy of new music and aesthetic theory. On musical music and spatialization. Within months of arriving in the United States, along with finishing his monograph In Search of Wagner, Adorno had written a full-scale theoretical memorandum on radio broadcast music. In letters to colleagues and friends, he announced the completion of the memorandum. To Benjamin he wrote, "My major report on the radio research, in effect a small book, has also been completed in the meantime, and it has also been decided that the results of my work on music and radio should appear as an independent and probably substantial volume with Princeton University Press, and that means prominently too. In this connection I am also thinking of a shorter piece in German on the regression of listening and the fetish character in music. 31. From the tone of this letter, Adorno, whose prolificness was reputed, seems to have impressed even himself with the more than 160-page single-spaced, marginless study, finished so soon after his arrival and written in English. The pace of the writing, however, in combination with work on the Wagner study, indicated not only an intensity of labor but also that, at such an early date, this focal involvement would have precluded almost anything beyond the writing itself. The manuscript on radio could hardly have been based on substantial experience of the United States, about which the immigrant had not known much to begin with. It was the result of a set of ideas that had taken shape substantially prior to immigration and long held in preparation to converge in the problem that Lazarsfeld's Institute presented to him. The memorandum that resulted, Music in Radio, drafted in 2 large sections, with an eponymously titled first part, the second part entitled Radio in Music, would become the working manuscript for Current of Music. As often happened in his work, Adorno began the study by completing a long draft that collected the material for the project. Much could happen to this draft, it could be radically condensed, reorganized, and sometimes expanded again as a final text. In the case of Music in Radio, however, the capacious manuscript was developed in several different directions, then broken up again and reworked in a group of overlapping variants. In the first stage of his plans for Music in Radio, as Adorno indicated to Benjamin in his letter, the text would be the primary source for the essay on the fetish character in music and the regression of listening 32, which would be written during the summer of 1938. Then, in response to a request from Lazarsfeld to summarize and clarify the long, initial memorandum, Adorno presented its central ideas to his colleagues at the Princeton Project in a lecture essay in January 1939 entitled Music and Radio. 33 This essay once again reoriented and refocused the material of Music in Radio. The reconceived memorandum was then rewritten and much transformed during the following year in 2 drafts, as Radiophysiognomics 34 and as Current of Music, Elements of a Radio Theory, Section 2, the Radio Voice 35, a text for which no other sequentially numbered sections seem to exist. Adorno also prepared a much transformed and abbreviated version of the latter text, titled The Radio Voice, an Experiment in Theory, dated September 1, 1941.36. Although the initial draft involved several permutations, Adorno carried through the central thesis of music in radio with complete consistency. From the outset, and with increasing distinctness, the text is a physiognomical study that seeks to decipher the general social tendencies in the phenomena of radio broadcast music. The tendency discerned in the phenomena is a mode of production that, Adorno shows, characteristically imitates nature rather than fulfilling its own productive potential. The aim of the study is to demonstrate in detail the depredations that music undergoes when it is subjected to this mode of production, when broadcast artifice endeavors to appear as pristine nature, when sonic copy lays claim to origin, when music on the air acts as the reproduction of an original. Radio music in its early decades offered itself to such an interpretation in a way that it no longer does, or certainly not so insistently. Contemporary radio music today is almost exclusively the broadcast of recorded sound, and in popular music that sound is itself predominantly electronically sampled sound to start with. It is now the exception that radio music presents itself as the sound of an original, in the sense of the reproduction of live voices and acoustic instruments that are of a qualitatively different nature from the transmission itself. But prior to the early 1940s, the broadcast of recorded music on phonograph discs occurred only on avant-garde radio stations, and even then only by way of exception. Otherwise, all radio music presented performances of live vocal and instrumental music from either the studio or the concert hall. Radio, in other words, most of all staked its claim on the degree of its achieved ability to reproduce live music as natural sound, ostensibly every bit as immediately alive in the home as if the radio mechanism itself was transparent in transmission and played no part at all in the sound. But, as Adorno would meticulously demonstrate, radio sets in the 1930s could achieve this illusion only very imperfectly. They were limited to the reception of AM transmissions that excluded substantial parts of the upper and lower frequency ranges. They could not balance the instrumental sound that they did register, and monaural reproduction further diluted orchestral dynamics. To the attentive listener, this music seemed to have been projected against a broadly warped mirror of background noise from which it infiltrated with the hissing electricals of signal drift and vacuum tube. Adorno ingeniously named this ever-present background surface of sound, against which the performance seemed projected, the hear stripe, a kind of sound that is now hardly to be heard except in the split-second ionization when, for instance, a TV set is switched on. Adorno's own expert familiarity with the sound of vocal and acoustic instruments could not have been more exacting or self-conscious, and he, if anyone, could document with exactitude the divergence between live performance and broadcast music. But while Adorno was thorough in his critique of radio reception, his approach was the exact opposite of the finickiness of an audiophile. He had no doubt that the distortion impinged on the performance, and he demonstrated how it fragmented the work and undermined perception of the composition as a whole. Yet Adorno was not concerned to find ways to wipe out these degrees of distortion any more than he would have wanted to take paintbrush in hand to set the eyes level in a Picasso portrait. In a sense, he was more the ally of the distortion than of classical music transmission. And, in any case, he did not think that any degree of technical improvement would exclude the distortion of broadcast radio music. The distortion was implicit in the fundamental problem, that of the structure of broadcast itself, and it was this structure, not the distortion, that Adorno argued was directly opposed to the form of music. Music, he claimed, in utter disagreement with the aesthetic assumptions of Benjamin's thesis, has no original. To exist, it must be performed. In the performance of music, origin truly is the goal, the last step, so to speak, not the first. Radio broadcast, in contrast with a live performance, transforms music into a relation between original and reproduction. The original necessarily becomes a fetish that the reproduction seeks to achieve, but without possible success, for the original that has been posited is an illusory origin, whereas the object of the musical performance, what it makes, what is there conceivably to experience, has vanished. Adorno was able to explicate just what could no longer be experienced by showing, in an analysis of a Beethoven symphony, that the form of music is the process in which it consumes its own extension in time. This process, he argued, is what was no longer audible in the broadcast of a Beethoven symphony, and not only because of the distortion and interference that damages the dynamic conflicts of the music, but because, ultimately, in radio broadcast, music is spatialized. This spatialization is what is heard in the projection of the performance against the hear stripe. The music thus obtains an image quality that puts in place of the consumption of its own musical time something akin to watching a movie. In broadcast reproduction, then, the music becomes an image, a picture of the music that is antithetical to the inherent imagelessness of its temporal dynamic. While the broadcast imminently lays claim to the sound of nature in the sense of providing what listeners presume to be occurring behind the microphone, music necessarily surrendered its power over time and was no longer a Beethoven symphony. The depoentate and fragmented object thus came to exist as an object of exchange, a standardized commodity that served as a reservoir of secondary, infantile satisfactions and magical authority, the very qualities that Adorno would show in other sections of Current of Music to be those of a conformist popular music. Adorno cast this argument with Benjamin as a fundamental criticism of the Princeton Radio Research Project's assumptions of the cultural and educative value of broadcast music. If the music could not be experienced, in what sense could it be said that cultural treasures had been brought to the masses? If the music in every sense failed to arrive in anyone's home in such a way that it could be heard for what it is, how could this music fulfill the educative and humanizing aim that was said to be its content? Adorno did not see any solution to this deficiency in radio reproduction. He assumed that there would be improvements to transmission, such as were soon enough brought about by FM and, later, stereo, but he held that ameliorations in one area would be paid for in other dimensions of sound. Contemporary experience confirms this. The superseding of the phonograph record by the compact disc intensified the clarity of sound but conspicuously simplified it. The compact disc circumvented the crackling background screen against which the phonograph performance was projected, but replaced it with a background screen that differs only by its total silence, without dissolving the image quality of the sound itself. This can be confirmed by walking around an acoustic piano in performance and comparing that sound with what comes out of any number of speakers. But whether today the problem of musical reproduction has or has not been resolved, Adorno thought that the structure of the problem was insuperable. Since this knot could not be untied, it must be severed. The performance of music on radio would no longer struggle against the unnatural quality of faulty reproduction or the image quality of the hear stripe if it surrendered the claim to being an imitation of nature in the first place. Radio could succeed at this if, instead of broadcasting the reproduction of music, it played on the radio itself. The idea is that we should no longer broadcast over the radio but play on the radio in the same sense that one plays on a violin 37. This would transform every dimension of radio, freed from a delusive goal. Technique would no longer be preoccupied with ameliorating transmission and consolidating the illusion that radio music is the broadcast of the pristine nature of an original performance. Radio studios would not aspire to the conjuration of phantasmagorical conservatories filled with potted ferns. Radio design would not have reason to imitate chassis in the likeness of acoustic instruments. Radio would become a musical instrument. Its technique would engage the full productive range of the instrument's electrical phenomena. Distortion would not be with normality of sound, and the hear stripe itself would become a compositional source. Instead of struggling to present itself as a transparent device of exchange and functioning to transform art into neutralized cultural goods, radio would explode the commodity relation and its shallow spell and present the human object of experience itself. Emancipated from the reproduction of an illusion of nature, radio music would potentially achieve the sound of a veridical second nature. Adorno cited the theremin as an instance of a productive power that, when utterly emancipated from imitation, becomes the expression of a new nature. A feature which should be remarked, is that the more the theremin instrument emancipates itself from any instrumental models, the more it approaches the sound of the singing voice, certainly without trying to come to any vox humana effect. 38. The thesis of playing on radio rather than broadcasting over it is intriguing for itself, for its many implications, and not least of all because it would not turn out even if all nations banded together to work on the project. And then too, if it did somehow work, it would have the nightmarish quality of kitchen appliances swaying and singing to themselves. It is important to know, however, that, while Adorno pursued the logic of this speculation, he had no illusions such music existed and was plainly skeptical that such radio music could exist. Neither was he averse to the contradiction in his argument. On the contrary, he freely stated the need for such radio music even while debunking its possibility. Thus, in the lecture Music and Radio of January 1939, after condensing the central ideas of music in radio, and restating the thesis that radio must emancipate itself from the reproduction of sound, he went on to say that even the relentless optimist could not be optimistic about the attempts that had so far been made to compose specifically for radio. The whole idea, in fact, of producing music to suit the construction of a tool was, in his words, funny and paradoxical. We confess our utmost skepticism as far as the creation of so-called positive contents out of the tool is concerned. 39. But why would Adorno be both the proponent and so severe a skeptic of the thesis? If he did not think that radio could be the instrument of its own sound, if he saw a need to distinguish tool from spiritualized musical instrument, as, for instance, John Cage would not, why did he assert the thesis in Music in Radio, restate it in his lecture even while confuting it, and return to assert the idea of playing on radio in the last complete draft that text would take, radio physiognomics? The contradiction is not an oversight. It is a summary formulation of what Adorno undertook to demonstrate in the Princeton Radio Research Project but stated as radio's antinomy. It expresses what radio must be and cannot be, the self-manifestation of its own content. No doubt the thesis, immediately coupled with its denial, bewildered his colleagues. The pragmatic Lazarsfeld would have thought Adorno ridiculous to present a plan and in the same breath dismiss its goal. Adorno could have helped his colleagues make sense of his thesis had he provided the reasoning of the conundrum. But throughout his work at the Princeton project he hesitated genuinely to explain himself. This hesitation was not emotional but structural. As he wrote to Ernst Krenek right at the beginning of the project. In the last few days I finished my large memorandum for the radio project, in which the concept of new music, in our sense, plays a substantial role, without of course my having been able in the framework of this memorandum to define exactly what I mean by that. 40. Thus, the concept of new music itself, atonal music, defined the perspective of the memorandum in general and the antinomy of radio in particular. This concept was not included in the memorandum for the Princeton project because it took shape in opposition to radio music so completely that it would have effectively expressed Adorno's actual non-participation in the goals of that project. It is not only, as Adorno wrote years later, that the work for the Princeton project contained the core of the philosophy of new music that was completed only in 1948.41. The Princeton project came to contain this core of the work in the philosophy of music that marks the boundary of Adorno's mature aesthetics through the working out of an antagonism. The two developed in inverse relation to each other. Presented here in their actual antagonistic juxtaposition, the limit of the former is seen to carve out the boundary that defined what the latter sought to fulfill. The limit of radio music, its inability to be the self-manifestation of its own content, is in the latter work presented as the achievement of new music. As Adorno wrote in Philosophy of New Music, what made new music new, its revolution, was that it no longer reproduced human emotion but became the immediate deposition of its own impulse in corporeal shocks and traumas. The genuinely revolutionary element in his music is the transformation of the function of expression. Passions are no longer faked, on the contrary, undisguised, corporeal impulses of the unconscious, shocks and traumas are registered in the medium of music. Point 42. An enormous body of thought is condensed here. Adorno's claim is that the atonal revolution in new music was fundamentally the critique of reproduction in the sense of the rejection of art as the imitation of subjectivity. And in the philosophy of new music, this formulation of the radical rejection of the replicative function in music derives from a comprehension of the history of the revolution of abstraction that had transpired in the visual arts. Just as painting was driven to non-representational forms under the pressure of photography, music is said to have become new music out of the need to defend itself against the commercial intrusion under the pressure of mechanically reproduced music. That aversion of modern painting to figurative representation, which in art marks the same breach as does atonality in music, was an act of defense against mechanized art merchandise, primarily photography. In its origins, radical music reacted no differently to the commercial debasement of the traditional idiom. It was the antithesis to the spreading of the culture industry into its own domain. Point 43. Had Adorno found place in this statement of the origin of new music in opposition to the commercial debasement of the traditional idiom to have added that new music would need to continue to assert this resistance against radio broadcast technology, the camera of musical photography, he would have documented the route by which he developed his thinking in the first place. Philosophy of new music would throughout present the ideas that first emerged in Adorno's study of radio. In Stravinsky and the Restoration, for instance, the second part of Philosophy of New Music, a critique of neoclassicism, Stravinsky is shown to compose music about music, a duplicative and spatialized music that seeks authenticity by aspiring to the sound of the original, the first, the primordial, essentially the sound of Stravinsky, the great composer of masterpieces, rather than of music as the unfolding object of emphatic experience. Aesthetics and radio music. Current of Music is a sociological critique of radio broadcast music in terms of the question of the possibility of emphatic musical experience, and by that measure it is most of all an aesthetics. This sets it apart from almost the whole of media, communication, and popular culture studies that are what universities primarily have to contribute to a situation, well characterized by Gunther Schuller, that hardly lets anyone, least of all students, catch a breath away from what is most of all for sale. Because current of music is key to aesthetic experience, it has something other to do than rake the loamy soils of industrial entertainment for traces of an oppositional culture that are hardly to be found there other than as reflections dramatized in a looking glass. As an aesthetics, current of music provides indications for shaking loose the kind of interest in its topics and the material it covers that otherwise broadly subordinates people to them. In the texts assembled here, Adorno listened in critical alertness for what was not to be found in radio music and industrial entertainment. This listening scrutiny was motivated on behalf of music in which he thought there was a great deal to be found. The most provocative aspect of his writings on music is his conceptualization of this distinction, one that he held ultimately concerns the question of art as knowledge. Our desire lacks knowledgeable music. It is worth momentarily putting the question of this distinction in the larger context of Adorno's philosophy as a whole in order, after that, to be able to approach it again more closely. In this larger context, the questions of reproduction, identity, mechanism, and spatialization as they arise in current of music turn out not to be independent critical motifs but rather to cohere in a single problematic. One way of stating the dialectic of enlightenment, approaching it specifically from the perspective of mechanism rather than, as Adorno would, in terms of the structure of the commodity, is to say that it poses the question of how it is possible to restore to nature a qualitative dimension that it surrendered in its spatialization. It was the development of mechanism in the domination of nature that translated nature into space by excluding as real any but quantitative determinations, faced by a dimensionless thinking self. 44 It is simplistic, but nevertheless revealing, especially with regard to what was at stake in Adorno's critique of Benjamin's mechanism of messianic woes, to see that Adorno's philosophy has nothing to do but seek to translate space back into nature. And it can only do this by somehow recovering the temporal dimension that mechanism, most of all, sociologically, the mechanism of the market, excludes by formulating identity between origin as the cause and all subsequent phenomena as reproductions of that origin. The assertion of this origin is the false authenticity that Adorno was concerned to criticize in radio music under Damrosch's baton as much as in Stravinsky's primordiality. Aesthetics becomes key in Adorno's thinking, as throughout 20th century philosophy, because aesthetic experience condenses in itself the temporal dimension that is otherwise held out of mind in the mechanical mastery of space. Adorno's approach is conceived as physiognomical precisely in opposition to mechanism, and this physiognomy is ultimately directed to art as the unconscious transcription of historical suffering. Art thus potentially mediates the translation of mechanical space into nature. This historical content constitutes the potential difference between having and not having the qualitative object of experience. With this larger context in mind, the aesthetic question, as the qualitative differential itself, is seen to depend ultimately on the possibility of making qualitative distinctions between artworks, how they do or do not consume the time that is or is not stored up in them. This establishes, as Adorno understood it, the affinity between art and knowledge. It is what artworks know about us, critically know about us, that is more than we otherwise know ourselves. Other than in art we have no other way of experiencing ourselves on this level. If this seems intellectualistic, it is also the only alternative to intellectualism. It is just what anyone means in saying, "I love that song," which insists on a sense of having been understood better than could have been imagined and predicates an object that can be entered as nothing else can be. Adorno held, however, that there is a difference between music in which one feels absorbed into its own interior likeness, and new music, music such as Schoenberg's later compositions, in which this becomes an experience of being recognized by what comports itself explicitly as an object of knowledge and sloughs off any resemblance to the self. The critical question, then, that makes it possible to research aesthetic quality without any kind of dogma or conceit is research into the extent to which that understanding, music's own, is feigned or real. This is the qualitative distinction that can be made in music between one work and another, though hardly in the sense of sitting down to single out the good ones from the bad ones. There is no such list anywhere in the whole of Adorno's writings, and neither does he ever try to divide the true from the false as a difference between popular music and classical music, a rigid categorization that he summarily challenges throughout the whole of his writings and that can only be found there, so to speak, in the eye of the beholder. 45 But the discernment of the qualitative distinction in music is what would continue to define the direction of Adorno's thinking as he left current of music behind for philosophy of new music. In this sense, current of music is itself, perhaps for readers today, a prolegomenon to being interested in a great deal other than this volume's own stated topics. Exact listening. After losing his job with the Princeton Radio Research Project, Adorno wrote proportionately little specifically about industrial musical entertainment. It did not concern him compared to works that significantly engage the question of composition. But Adorno had other reasons as well for leaving current of music behind. He realized that the work was faulty in various regards. Not only had transformations in radio reception made several of its theses obsolete, not only was its theory of musical spatialization questionably conceived, but it lacked any adequate theory of listening. Adorno wrote, "The reason for this shortcoming may well have been that I did not succeed in making the transition to listener research. That transition would be absolutely necessary, above all else, in order to differentiate and correct the theorems. It would be simply naive to presume an equivalence between the societal implications of the stimuli and the responses, though, no less naive to regard the two as independent of each other." 46. This is certainly a fundamental and overarching criticism. It is apparent, for instance, that, however intriguing Adorno's claim that a Beethoven symphony could not be adequately heard on the radio, many did hear it, and with some kind of comprehension. While limitations of radio reproduction were commonly acknowledged, and Adorno was after all brought onto the staff of the Princeton project to help find ways to improve reception, still a considerable number of people heard more in radio music than Adorno heard, even if, in important regards, they also heard considerably less than a composer whose auditory acuity would have been able to distinguish separately and recall 12 notes sounded simultaneously. And while there is no doubt that Adorno's study of the degradation of acoustic musical experience through its electronic reproduction has much to teach and urgently deserves further study, and while meaningful listening cannot be presumed, still it cannot be claimed that those who were awestruck by symphonic music on the radio were all naive or duped with cultural goods and electrical fetish. One does not, for instance, have to go far in the memoirs of the age to come across the likes of musically sophisticated listeners, such as Clifford Adets, who rushed home on Saturday afternoon, March 9, 1940, to hear a broadcast of Figaro and later that afternoon was glad to be able to listen to the NBC Symphony, on just the kind of radio that Adorno held to be fundamentally deficient. 47 of the millions of others who were also listening to those Sunday broadcasts, many were probably edified by the heroic if crackly sound of cultural treasure, but they would not have kept listening if that was all they heard. Adorno's failure to understand the place of the listener in his work was, in part, correctly identified by Lazarsfeld and others in the objections they raised to his work. He claimed to know more than he did about technical aspects of radio acoustics and the structure of audition. 48 Adorno, for instance, could have consulted the distinguished Sir James Jeans's Science and Music, which noted the technically common observation, partially familiar to anyone who has wondered at how air conditioners sing in their several voices, that even rudimentary radio speakers effectively transmit sound beyond their own frequency range because the ear itself produces the missing tones. Jeans wrote, "Many are designed deliberately to cut out all frequencies below about 250, the frequency of about middle C, and so transmit no bass or tenor tones at all. Yet we hear the double bass strings, the basses of the brass, and male voices with absolute clearness. The explanation is, of course, that all these sources of sound are rich in harmonics. Out of these our ears create the missing fundamental tones and lower harmonics as difference tones, and the combination of these with the higher harmonics, which come through unhindered, restores for us the tone played by the orchestra." 49. Lazarsfeld would not be the last to criticize Adorno for asserting that he knew more than he did on a number of topics. However, the failures of current of music have a further source, probably not unrelated, but one that is reciprocal with every strength of current of music as an aesthetics of radio whose imminent measure was conceived as the most advanced music of the age. When held to the measure of music that longed for an illusionless self-declaration, radio became for Adorno the object of a radically modernist listening. The quality of this listening is illuminated by its comparison with Kandinsky's decisive experience of seeing one of Monet's haystacks turned upside down and, being unable to recognize the motif, for the first time perceiving the potential for fully non-objective painting. It is a kind of listening matched by the extraordinary acuity and locked focus of Giacometti's eye when as a youth he sketched several pears set on a table across the room, and appalled his academically trained father with a drawing of 3 miniature pears, as miniature as are all things when deprived of the illusion of perspectival compensation. This radical aesthetic comportment, in its hostility to any illusion of meaning, seeks an object that is as illusionless as the thing in itself because it will tolerate nothing less than the thing in itself. It is a cultivated and dissatisfied stance that was once bewildering to everyday perceptions. It was as an object of this kind of attention that the Beethoven symphony vanished from the audible in Adorno's study of radio sound. Adorno approached the study of the radio listener as an immediate subsidiary of the thesis of the primacy of the object. We are dwelling on the phenomenon because it is actually the phenomenon which determines the reaction of the listeners, and it is our ultimate aim to study the listener, he writes in Current of Music. While this logic can be followed, it is also a non sequitur. It is a statement of an approach that would circumvent the listener. An unexamined claim to an immediate primacy of the object functions to dismiss any real interest in the listener and, in its literalism, verges on a kind of behaviorism of the mind. Its own will to abstraction misconceives the primacy of the object by narrowing it to the factual radio phenomena, much of which is in any case fortunately indistinguishable to untrained ears and not necessarily significant compared with the importance, for instance, of what was actually in the experience of those ears as experience. Auditory experience itself shapes sound and compensates as much for its limitations in reproduction in radio as it does, for instance, in the objectively impoverished sound of a cell phone voice. And it is just this experience of actual listeners that is missing, virtually on principle, from current of music. There is no mention, for instance, of what institutions of the day, such as the previously cited City Center for Music and Drama, provided to the listening experience of large segments of the radio audience in New York City. Neither is there any consideration of the kind of question that a historian would think to ask, for instance, of the proportion of American radio listeners for whom the listening tradition of European music was a familiar presupposition of radio perception since they were themselves of that origin. Instead of this audience research, and on the basis of little familiarity with the country to start with, Adorno effectively isolated himself with the radio, as if every aesthetic, psychological, and sociological dimension could be learned from its immediate sound. First salvage. A year before his death, thinking back on his radio studies in a lecture, Adorno concluded that the absence of any adequate theory of the listener struck fault lines that irremediably undermined his research. For this reason, he said, I did not succeed in presenting a systematically executed sociology and social psychology of music on Radio 50. Adorno felt obliged to revert from German to English to capture his sense of regret that, instead of a completed theoretical statement, the best he could make of it was a salvaging action. From the substantial work he had accomplished, only individual sections could be rescued. In this effort, during his years in the United States, he succeeded at publishing 3 essays, on popular music, the Radio Symphony, an experiment in theory, and a social critique of radio music. But while Adorno was critical of his work, there is no doubt that he valued it. From his first year in New York City he sought publishers for it through the Princeton Project. Later, living in Los Angeles, he was gratified that his radio essays had begun to make a reputation for themselves, though it also pained him that it had taken almost 10 years for even limited interest in them to develop. 51 Right up to the months before his repatriation he sought contact with an American editor in renewed efforts to see the volume in print as a whole. 52 On his return to Germany this philosopher, whose primary trait may well have been his faithfulness to whatever his life, intellectual or otherwise, had once touched on, did not forget about his radio studies. He succeeded in incorporating sections from the analytical study of the NBC Music Appreciation Hour into Die Juilliardige Musik 53, and parts of the Radio Symphony were adapted in the Essay über die musikalische Verwendung des Radios 54. These essays became the first and last chapters of Der Gitarrenrepertoire. And the essay on popular music was edited into Adorno's Introduction to the Sociology of Music. 55. Second salvage. Adorno did not have occasion to reconceptualize his New York City writings as a whole or to collect them, but there is every reason to suppose that students of these texts will find much to pursue in them. The more one becomes familiar with these writings, the more the conviction grows that a great deal is at stake in them that will find considerable contemporary attention both for their many achievements and for what can be learned from their stark limitations. And it has turned out to be possible to return to the ponderous files of Adorno's research for the Princeton Project and reconstruct something along the lines that the manuscript of Current of Music might have taken. This work is a second salvage. As a reconstruction, it is guided less by the intention of returning the pieces to where they might once have belonged, as an act of historical safekeeping, as if history were safekeeping for anything, than by the aim of collecting what Adorno himself prepared for publication and supplementing this body of work with writings and drafts that were abandoned in the convergence of many pressures. The starting point for this reconstruction has been several letters in which Adorno described to colleagues in various detail his plans for the volume. 56 All 3 letters were written after Adorno's official relation with the Princeton Project had broken off and he had turned to full-time though inadequately remunerated work with the International Institute for Social Research. Though some possibility for further funding through the Princeton Project remained, and while Lazarsfeld felt a continued responsibility for Adorno's welfare and financial support, Adorno no longer had expectations for the publication of a book under the auspices of the Princeton Project and had begun to pursue publication of his work on his own. The most important of these three letters, the one that caused Rolf Tiedemann, the general editor of Adorno's collected writings, to discover the existence of the project in the first place, is that of May 17, 1940 to Philip Vaudrin, an editor at Oxford University Press. Dear Mr. Vaudrin, in addition to the 3 sections of my book, Current of Music, which I have already sent you, I am listing below a provisional table of contents. 1. Introduction. 2. The radio voice. 3. Analytical study of NBC's Music Appreciation Hour. 4. What a music appreciation hour should be. 5. Likes and dislikes in light popular music. 6. Theory of jazz. 7. Hit analyses. 8. Program making, the future of music on the air. Adorno mentions here 3 sections of this work in progress that Vaudrin already had in hand, and these are identifiable. The first, described as introduction, was a draft essay, on a social critique of radio music. 57 This text was initially presented as a lecture on October 10, 1939 to an assembly of the Princeton Project along with invited guests. Though the lecture's thesis of the commodification of music on radio found some support in this audience, it was met largely with bewildered outrage and contributed early on and decisively to undermining Adorno's hopes of continued funding from the Rockefeller Foundation. 58 The second section of the proposed volume in Vaudrin's hands would have been the radio voice, a text that has already been mentioned as the June 1939 draft, more fully titled, of Section 2 of Current of Music, and perhaps had that title in conjunction with Vaudrin's reading. The third text was the analytical study of NBC's Music Appreciation Hour, the Damrosch study, which was complete by December 19, 1939. 59. Vaudrin reviewed these materials and rejected the proposal. Though the correspondence has not survived, Adorno did mention in a letter to Hans Eisler that Vaudrin adjudged the book excessively erudite for what narrow interest the topic might attract. 60 That hardly begins to say it. What would even a sophisticated American editor have made of Adorno's allergic critique of the lowbrow Damrosch program, for instance, in a country where, without it, school children would otherwise never have heard the word string quartet, a country where knowing such words and their traditions might be something good, but hardly a highest good, the one perspective from which Adorno's impassioned criticism is credible. The United States is, after all, a country that in its everyday imaginings knows its origins in Bible and Constitution, not in a poet, Homer. This nation would have its precious tunes, but never a body of music of an overwhelming dignity. Neither would there exist in the United States, perhaps ever, a broadly sustained and deeply reasoned oppositional culture of any kind, least of all of the sort that Adorno himself represented, itself inextricable from the experience of the most advanced radical art. Glancing through the proposal, Vaudrin would have had so many reasons to reject it that there is no need to struggle at guessing what finally decided him. Adorno's written English during his first years in America, though it could be more than brilliant by turns, generally ranged from adequate to capable. Even with the help of devoted assistants such as George Simpson. 61 The early texts could still fail to slough Germanism, Anakalutha, and Solecism. 62 The compromised style would have undermined the credibility of the uncompromisingly critical contents and impeded as well any editor's effort to comprehend the coherence of the proposed volume. For the outline and sample chapters did not fit together in any convincing fashion. The designated introduction did not sufficiently indicate the structure of the book, nor did it unify the other essays that had themselves been written for diverse purposes in the course of Adorno's labors with Lazarsfeld. Though Vaudrin was probably well disposed toward Adorno, he would have needed to share Adorno's own imagination to have guessed at how the writings could have been revised into a coherent whole. If Adorno was aware of this weakness in his proposal and thought he could rely on a contract to use a later opportunity to unify the book, that contract was not forthcoming. And Adorno, as we already know, was thus finally compelled to proceed in publishing the material piecemeal over the next few years as best he could. Paradoxically, now, in the light of the massively accomplished remainder of his work, any eye generally familiar with Adorno's writings can review the 1940 table of contents for Current of Music without feeling disturbingly at a loss as to how these contents might be related. The continuity of his work is so established that all the thousands of pages pertaining to Current of Music could be assembled here between heavy bindings, indexically, and still interested readers would finally sort them out. Much speaks for an edition of this kind. It would, however, be destructive to the whole of Adorno's work if what was left behind as drafts and notes, written in a faulty English and abandoned decisively along the way as inadequate, was summarily restored to his published writings, to be quoted up alongside what was fully completed at the highest level. A philosophy keyed to the idea of a second nature, a critique of the primacy of first things, should not be undermined by editors enthused with the license of returning all things to where they once came from. But helping something along to what it once wanted to be, to set it in relation to what, as such, it might once have become, seems legitimate. Had Current of Music been completed, it would have stood as the volume Adorno composed in uncertain English marking his years in exile from Germany, and the years of the Holocaust itself. The solution to the implicitly divergent problems of these writings, the need to give the volume a perduring shape but without that shape being so determinate as to lay claim to being more than a collection of documents, has been to rebuild Current of Music using the 1940 outline addressed to Vaudrin as the infrastructure for presenting, rather than for wanting integrally to restructure, those materials that Adorno himself published in his own lifetime, as well as those affiliated posthumous drafts that close study has shown to be potentially fruitful for further study. This has provided Current of Music with a principle of selection for what is major in these manuscripts and at the same time allows the volume to contain much of what does not exactly fit but all the same deserves to fit somewhere, sometimes in substitution for sections that were planned for the Vaudrin table of contents but never written, sometimes in the large, subsequent division marked other materials. An edition of this kind, incidentally, is not unprecedented. The ancient Greeks provided for the priestly restitution of a sacrificial animal by reconstructing it in miniature out of the remaining skin and bones of the offering. 63 This reconstruction of Adorno's Current of Music is a negation of every aspect of that ancient act. It is no ritual, it is soberly aware that here is only skin and bone, and it knows perfectly well that nothing has really been put back together again and that, historically, most of all, we are not capable of restitution. This book, in other words, for what it really does contain, its own historical experience which its pages are in no way capable of expressing on their own, is a legitimate reconstruction exclusively to the extent that a reader putting it together is just as much obliged, at every point, to realize that it is being taken in pieces. This volume could only be what it once wanted to be, in terms of the whole of Adorno's thinking, as a critique of history itself as sacrifice. With these editorial perspectives in mind, and reading from the 1940 letter to Vaudrin, the first text is, Introduction. This essay, as mentioned, was initially presented as a lecture, on a social critique of radio music, and was later published in 1945 as a social critique of radio music, Vaudrin having had in hand the former. The reader is aware that this text was an inadequate introduction to the book to start with, but the later version, in the Kenyon Review, rightly edited out the remnants of this broader function so that it is even less useful for this purpose. Since it would be absurd and destructive of a finished text somehow to unravel it into an earlier draft to make it serve slightly better in an unwritten book, a social critique of radio music has been displaced as the introductory essay to this volume and is now the second entry. The excised material of the initial draft, however, what Adorno edited out of the text in preparation for the Kenyon Review article, is provided in asterisk footnotes. Current of Music now begins, instead, with radio physiognomics. This text is by far the most interesting and best written of the several main drafts drawn from music in radio, which, as mentioned earlier, was the source from which all the subsequent studies written for the Princeton project derived. 64 As a result, radio physiognomics provides an overview of the radio theory as a whole and, if read first, will completely orient the reader to much of the rest of what follows in the volume. This organization may seem to exclude the radio voice, the second entry in the Vaudrin outline, but this is not the case. Adorno transformed the entire center of that text into the Radio Symphony, an experiment in theory, and published it in 1941. That published text is presented here in full as the third section. This results in some unfortunate overlap with the contents of Radio Physiognomics. Tolerance of this repetition, however, was preferable to impinging on the integrity of the two texts, which are well completed each in their own terms. The reconstruction of the next 5 sections of Current of Music posed few problems. The analytical study of the NBC Music Appreciation Hour, with which the reader is already familiar, is followed by what a music appreciation hour should be, a text dated March 13, 1940. It is a fervently steadfast proposal for an extended sequence of radio programs designed to be anything but a course in music appreciation. The essay was written as a memorandum addressed to Morris Novick, the previously mentioned director of WNYC 65, and presents a general statement of approach and procedures for the course along with an outline description of 12 broadcasts, to which Adorno intended to add 2 more, the entire sequence to be followed up by another series of radio classes. 66 The sketches for the 2 additional classes do not seem to have been written, and none at all were written for the second series. 67 The program was expected to address a Sunday afternoon audience estimated at 100,000 listeners, mostly between the ages of 16 and 40, all of them serious concertgoers and radio listeners, 25% of them music students, and largely lower middle and middle class. The younger group of listeners was said to have an average musical awareness somewhere on the level of Schubert's music. 68 Novick accepted the proposal, in some fashion, but the course itself did not go beyond its first or perhaps second installment. This must have been a considerable disappointment for Adorno, who had hoped that the radio program would compensate for the income lost from the Princeton Radio Research Project. But although these plans for the memorandum were hardly fulfilled to the letter, Adorno was involved at WNYC on numerous occasions, both before and after the brief experiment with his course series. 69 Along with transcripts of these programs, his posthumous papers include his initial WNYC broadcast, given on February 22, 1940, as well as transcripts from a short series of concert introductions that was decided upon after the plans for the large music education program were abandoned. 70 Adorno wrote all of these programs first in German and then, for most of the texts, did rough translations that George Simpson helped revise. For the purposes of this reconstruction of Current of Music, it was sometimes difficult to choose between these versions, since the German version was sometimes more complete and more interesting than the reduced English draft, which all the same had the importance of presenting the actual broadcast event. In the instance of Adorno's first broadcast in his educational series, the Gordian knot was solved by embracing it. Both versions have been included, with the strange result, however, that in this edition there is an Alpha English version and a Beta German version, where it will be noted that this German version, an epithet worthy of substantial reflection on the relation of languages and the nature of translation, is now in English. As a group, these transcripts provide a series of situations in which it is possible to observe what Adorno thought music education on radio could and ought to be. There is a great deal waiting to be said about Adorno as educator of music and otherwise. The radio transcripts are therefore included in this 5th section to provide further dimension to this otherwise schematic memorandum on music appreciation, a text that of course remains considerably less than a completed chapter. Note that the radio drafts and transcripts in this collection that are undated, including the final one marked draft, were probably not broadcast. Readers will also be interested to know that, after he returned to Germany, Adorno remained an active presence on radio in interviews, lectures, and discussions, and participated in at least one discussion at the BBC. In the Vaudrin table of contents, the entry after the writings on music education is likes and dislikes in light popular music. When Adorno submitted this proposal, he was referring to an essay of 250 pages, Listening Habits, an analysis of likes and dislikes in light popular music, which he intended to edit down to 70 pages. 71 The long draft no longer exists and the latter may never have taken the exact shape planned. But by May 28, 1940 Adorno did have a reduced 103-page draft of the study that he and George Simpson had worked on together. 72 It is an entirely complete and consistent essay. From a note on the manuscript, this draft was submitted to the Distinguished American Sociological Review, which rejected it. 73 Adorno again edited the essay down for Studies in Philosophy and Social Science, the house organ of the Institute for Social Research, which published it as On Popular Music. 74 The publication was well received and, in particular, Virgil Thomson, then the music critic for the New York Herald Tribune, excerpted from it admiringly and at length in his weekly column. 75 On Popular Music is the text that is included in this volume. However, since much of what was edited out of the first completed version is of substantial interest, and because Adorno clearly considered both texts publishable, the excluded material has been provided in accompanying footnotes. Likes and dislikes in light popular music was to be followed in Current of Music by a Theory of Jazz. Adorno mentions in a letter that in this section he planned to use an English translation of his 1936 essay Über Jazz. 76 He speaks, however, in a later letter, of wanting to conjoin this essay with a substantial body of new research materials. 77 For, while living in the United States, Adorno had become aware that what he had known of jazz in Germany, and as he presented it in his early essay, was limited. 78 He was thus making research visits to Harlem and had sought assistance from experts, such as the American composer Milton Babbitt, who would have nothing to do with him. But, in any event, Adorno never wrote anything new for this section. Still, On Jazz might well have been used here in this section, but for complex reasons of the structure of Adorno's collected writings it could not be made part of the German edition of Current of Music, and therefore could not be presented here in the English edition either. Adorno envisioned a collection of studies of popular hits for the hit analyses section, but while he lived in New York City he wrote none. Yet, his highly public success with Unpopular Music reinspired Lazarsfeld's interest in Adorno and he encouraged him to make new proposals for possible project funding. In response, some 8 months after he had moved to Los Angeles, Adorno completed for his former employer the musical analyses of 2 hit songs, The Bells of San Raquel, written by Fred Wise and Milton Leeds, and Two in Love, written by Meredith Willson. Along the way, Deep Purple, an instrumental work by Peter DeRose, is also discussed in detail. In these studies, Adorno wanted to demonstrate, in musical technical terms, how in modeling themselves one after another on a major hit, subsequent hit songs become increasingly mediocre. In these studies Adorno was pursuing, on a compositional level, a further aspect of his critique of aesthetic reproduction. Program Making, the Future of Music on the Air. Adorno wrote nothing for the section so entitled. Asterisk. Other materials. Essays, lectures, and reports are collected here that deal mostly, though not exclusively, with questions of sociological research at the Princeton Project. None of these texts have been published before, and, with the exception of the Radio Voice, they were not meant for publication in the first place. They are of various levels of conceptual completion and historical interest. Several texts document Adorno's efforts to develop models of qualitative sociological experiment. There is necessarily limited detail to be provided of these mainly auxiliary and subordinate writings and reports, all that is known of them is given here. A. The Radio Voice is the exception in this group, since it is a major text. The reader will remember that Adorno whittled it down to the Radio Symphony. Here, however, is the full manuscript that Adorno finished in June 1939. It is so largely redundant of other texts in this volume, most of all radiophysiognomics, and considerably less well written as well, that the editor would have included only selected sections and pages that had been dropped from the Radio Symphony. The Adorno Archive, however, strenuously urged this text's inclusion in the interest of completeness. To those readers, then, who wade into the essay wondering, haven't I already read this a few times? The answer is yes. Close students of these texts will, however, find ways to make these many pages useful. B. Memorandum on Lyrics in Popular Music. This memorandum was addressed to John Gray Peatman, a professor at the College of the City of New York, October 27, 1941. Adorno's accompanying letter mentions that the note focuses on aspects of popular music and the question that he wanted to raise in that essay of why popular music is popular. C. Experiment on, preference for material or treatment of two popular songs. Undated manuscript. D. The problem of experimentation in music psychology was presented on March 2, 1939 to the Psychology Department of Princeton University and was then substantially amplified and revised. E. Note on classification is an undated manuscript. F. Also undated is on the use of elaborate personal interviews. G. The problem of a new type of human being is addressed to Lazarsfeld, June 23, 1941. This essay, like the hit song Studies, was an attempt by Adorno to propose a research project to Lazarsfeld that would bring further support from the Rockefeller Foundation. Nothing came of this extraordinarily interesting essay. H. Some remarks on a propaganda publication of NBC is undated but was written prior to Radio Physiognomics. It examines closely a brochure published in 1938 by NBC, probably a piece of publicity, entitled Musical Leadership Maintained by NBC. 79. I. Theses about the idea and form of collaboration of the Princeton Radio Research Project is dated April 28, 1938. Below the title is written, this text may have been Adorno's orienting research statement to his new colleagues. It is the only memorandum in these papers bearing Adorno's own signature. Asterisk. This edition and editorial notes, one division of Adorno's collected posthumous writings, an edition projected to comprise more than 20 volumes, is made up of those works that remained fragmentary at the author's death. Current of Music was first published as Volume 3 in this collection. The archival nature of this volume requires that it remain unchanged in further editions, including this one. This restriction has had important implications for this volume, especially for the editorial notes, which had to be written for both sides of the Atlantic at once. The editor was aware that what would be informing for one side would be occasionally nonsensically familiar for others, and vice versa. There is nothing to be done about this other than for American readers, for instance, to find a level of sociological curiosity in being told what Aunt Jemima pancake mix is and who the Lone Ranger was, just as European readers of this volume have been made to think about why they are now supposedly learning who Ernst Krenek and Gunther Anders were. The mention of American mass culture indicates a further aspect of this volume. Given a work dealing mainly with industrial entertainment, the editor found himself obliged to provide learned notes for things that hardly anyone in the world really has any choice but to already recognize. Some notes may thus only identify what identity on a global scale is coercively obliged to derive itself from in the first place, and, if so, if taken with a grain of self-consciousness, these notes may become a reader's aid to identifying the daily sensation of the glare of compulsory recognition. For the utopic-minded, these notes perhaps also stand for a moment when many of these things may be so long gone that someone would need to check on what any of them were. In general, editorial notes have been minimized. The volume is complicated enough as it is and, in any case, Adorno rarely provided citations for his own writings. Notes to persons of considerable renown, such as Gustav Heinrich Furtwängler, are usually meant to supply a detail of the person's life or career that is relevant to the discussion at hand more than to offer a general introduction to that life. An effort has been made, however, to identify several generally unknown individuals of substantial interest who deserve further attention. Also, in this text potentially ambiguous surnames have generally been complemented with their forenames, contrary to Adorno's habit. Textual revisions, all that Adorno published in English while living in New York was carefully revised by secretaries and trusted colleagues. These meticulously completed essays are presented here just as Adorno saw them through to publication, sometimes with additional materials. Most of the texts that are being published here for the first time, however, even when they show the hand of assistance, did not go through a comparable editorial process of completion. These have here been spared blunders of English expression. Otherwise, the writings have been left as rocky as many of them are, which readers will find irritating, and which the editor regrets. But thorough editorial revision would have amounted to unacceptable editorial intervention. The volume would have been straightforwardly improved, but discredited in the eyes of a prevailingly literalistic mentality. Alternatively, the texts could have been denied publication, which would have protected Adorno's work from the intrusion of second-rate formulations, but such restraint would have done no positive good either. Readers, therefore, are asked to bear in mind, when drawing on and quoting from this volume, that much of what is included here, and the volume itself as a whole, requires consistent discernment of its provisional status. It is nothing at all that Adorno himself would ever have published. Editorial symbols, editorial remarks are given at the end of the book to distinguish them from Adorno's sparse notes, which were cast for the purposes of an intended American readership. Square brackets in the body of the text are Adorno's. Asterisks are used in conjunction with Adorno's footnotes to lead the reader to accompanying draft material at the bottom of the page. It must be emphasized that these passages are provided only as reference material and are not in any way to be construed as being incorporated into the text. They are not amendments. These passages conclude with a second asterisk to help distinguish them from footnotes as the reader returns to the initial detour. If these essays were not entirely secondary in the whole of Adorno's writings, this intrusion of auxiliary drafts would not be legitimate. These editorial techniques are admittedly cumbersome devices, but Current of Music is an unwieldy work in all regards, irremediably in fragments. Nothing more is claimed here than to have wrested its angular, misfitting parts back to shore and having set them out for study. Readers of this second salvage, it must be hoped, will come prepared for the same halting labor that was responsible in the first place for transporting them here. Acknowledgements. There is no need to claim that on all matters the broad circle of colleagues who became involved in this project, which lasted more than a decade, always saw eye to eye. The claim, however, that does need to be asserted here, and happily, is that differences of mind and trivial matters did not keep this book from being completed. So it is with gratitude that the editor takes this occasion to appreciate Bernd Stiegler and Eva Gilmer at Surkamp Verlag, Christoph Gott and Henry Lonitz at the Theodor W. Adorno Archive in Frankfurt, Jan Philipp Riemtsma at the Hamburger Institut für Sozialforschung, and Klaus Reichert at the Johann Wolfgang Goethe Universität for the recent judgment, struggle for mutual understanding, restraint, patience, and, most of all, the goodwill that finally prevailed over the whole of this complex project. Other colleagues who contributed considerably more than their time are Kevin Sullivan, Richard Leppert, Thomas Huhn, and David Jean Mann. Graduate students at Southampton College, Jane Anderson and Jerome Sperling, spent weeks and months confirming the archival accuracy of each of the reproduced texts. And if it is pure chutzpah for editors and translators to dedicate to family and friends the works of Aeschylus or Shakespeare on which they happen to have laid their hands, that objection will not be raised here in the dedication of this reconstruction of Adorno's Current of Music to Rolf Tiedemann, the editor of Adorno's collected writings. He supported this project without reservation, defending it resolutely, as if with his own body, against the interests of the day that might have scuttled it. Wieland Hoban translated the several German texts that have been included in this initially largely English volume. New York City, August 2007. 1. Radiophysiognomics. Contents. Part I. The idea of radiophysiognomics. Chapter I. The problem of the how of radio. Chapter 2. Radio voice. Chapter 3. A model for radiophysiognomics. Chapter 4. Methodological inferences. Part 2. Categories of radiophysiognomics. Chapter V. Time, radio and phonograph. Chapter 6. Space Ubiquity. Chapter 7. Ubiquity Standardization and Pseudo-Activity. Chapter 8. Image Character of Radio, here stripe. Chapter 9. Atomistic Listening, Culinary Qualities of Music. Part I. The Idea of Radio Physiognomics. Chapter I. The Problem of the How of Radio. At first sight it seems unsuitable to attempt to introduce physiognomic considerations into the field of social sciences. The concept of physiognomics comprises studies of expressive movements of the human face, based upon a definite philosophy for which terms like expression and individuality are as completely beyond dispute as the method of ascertaining them by intuitive life experience. The original meaning of the term, which gained fame through Lavater I, was to use an analysis of human features as a reliable indication of the personality behind those features. The premise of that sort of physiognomics holds that the features and expression are always consistent, and this consistency is interpreted as an indicator of the coherent personality. This personality is considered by Lavater and his followers, among them Goethe, as a last indivisible and indelible entity, and the consistency of features is supposed to prove its very unity and indivisibility. Now it is obvious that this concept of physiognomics is obsolete. The assumption that features are consistent with themselves and with the personality behind them survives only as a problem. Modern psychology has to investigate whether that consistency exists at all, and if so, to what extent. It cannot be taken for granted. The concept of personality itself, in the metaphysical sense of the term during the late 18th century, has been subjected to most serious doubts not by modern psychology alone. In the chapter on psychological paralogisms in Kant's Critique of Pure Reason 2, there is a severe attack on the assumption that the soul can rationally be proved to be a self-consistent, indelible, and independent entity. This criticism necessarily hits the older physiognomics. Only if the personality is accepted as a priori substantial and self-consistent is it reasonable to interpret the features and expressions of the face in terms of that personality. Again, only if the relation between the features and the personality appears self-evident may the observer trust any immediate intuition about physiognomic expressions without subjecting that relation to more discursive analysis. It is not accidental that the heritage of older physiognomics, based on assumptions such as these, has gone to pseudosciences down to chiromantics, a sort of depraved romantic thinking which can survive only within the corners of present-day consciousness. Doubly provocative is the application of the term, physiognomics, to any branch of radio research. Not only does it appear to contain all the associations of an arbitrary and immature method of pioneer days of psychology, but it also appears to apply this method to an unsuitable object. The physiognomic method was bound to the immediate understanding between one living being and another. When we are faced with the direct opposite of this life experience, the study of a fundamentally technical tool, it is hard to see any reason to apply such a method. Radio and the sound which we receive over our radio sets are not a human face. To apply the term, physiognomics, to a study of the phenomena presented to us by radio seems to be of purely metaphorical value, if any. We find ourselves in the position of pursuing an approach which can be expressed only by an oblique comparison with a science which has lost its reputation even in its proper field. Hence we must make clear why we insist upon calling our attempt physiognomics. This question is not purely terminological. It involves the relation between this study and the individual sciences of psychology, technology, and sociology. Roughly speaking, we insist upon the physiognomic approach because the phenomena we are studying constitute a unity comparable to that of a human face. Here we are concerned more with analyzing the conditions of this unity, no matter what they may be, than with analyzing the divergent psychological, sociological, and technological elements bound up with it. After the assumption that radio has a face, in the literal sense, has been dismissed, what does this face-like unity consist of? Whenever we switch on our radio, the phenomena which are forthcoming bear a kind of expression. Radio speaks to us even when we are not listening to a speaker. It might grimace, it might shock us, it might even raise its eyes at the very moment we suddenly realize that the inarticulate sounds pouring from the loudspeaker are taking the shape of a piece of music which particularly touches us. To clarify the meaning of this type of phenomenon, and to show the fundamental structure within which every radio phenomenon is bound to take place is the purpose of our study. Here we must avoid a fundamental misunderstanding. We do not intend to discuss the expression or meaning of the material which radio gives us. We are not speaking about the expression of the voice of the singer, transmitted to us by radio, nor do we speak of the meaning of the words of the commentator to whom we are listening. We are speaking about characteristics of the radio phenomenon as such, devoid of any particular content or material. We consider the way any voice or any instrumental sound is presented over the radio. It will be very difficult to abstract this expression of the radio itself from the expression of what is actually broadcast, and we shall see later that these two layers of expression influence each other. Still, the attempt can be made within sufficiently large margins. The following example may serve somewhat to clarify the sort of expression we have in mind. A person who enters a room where a radio is turned on may be momentarily struck by the sound before being able fully to realize what the content of the broadcast is. In this study, our attitude is largely like that of this man, confronted by a radio phenomenon without understanding the meaning of its material, but only the fact that radio is speaking to him. Naturally, this attitude rarely survives for any appreciable time, and of course it cannot survive in this study either. However, in confining ourselves to a description of the radio phenomenon, consciously abstracting it from the concrete content and avoiding its reduction to social and psychological forces behind it, we are keeping faith with this attitude. Just as anthropological studies can say that physiognomics are justified as long as they refrain from an interpretation in terms of an underlying personality and remain strictly descriptive of features, motions of these features and gestalten, we may feel safe in doing the same within the field of radio phenomena. The elements of the radio phenomenon which concern us here we call the how elements, the elements of its content we call the what elements. Although they are closely connected, it is first necessary for us sufficiently to clarify the former elements before bringing them into the right relation with the latter. The study of the how elements has been neglected up to now except by musical specialists, sound engineers, and radio manufacturers. It has escaped the attention of researchers that they may be of any real importance for the psychological effect and social function of modern radio. The problem of radio programs, the ratio between their items and techniques for getting great numbers of listeners before the radio set has completely overshadowed the analysis of how all programs, from Toscanini 3 to the Lone Ranger 4, are all subjected to conditions of a specific how in contemporary radio. This sort of study is usually considered either the business of technicians who must try to attain the best possible conditions for broadcasting and reception, or of snobbish aesthetes who are concerned with shades of sound while neglecting the fundamental content. But this attitude is biased. The problem of what a technician should consider the best possible transmission or reception is certainly not settled, nor is it certain that the how is the shade and the what is the substance. Because they are so general, because they are at work in every field of radio, the temptation is entirely to neglect them, since at first sight they are not expressed in differences within the radio mechanism. Just here lies the problem. Although they do not affect the differences, they may cause everything in radio to become fundamentally different from everything outside. And the less conspicuous such a change is, the less able the listener is to abstract from the phenomenon, the more attentive must he be to the pure what, and the more completely is he overpowered by qualities which are inescapable whenever his radio is turned on. If this could be established, it certainly would have a fundamental bearing on the analysis of radio phenomena. To say that radio music sounds completely different from live music may be superfluous, for the difference between classical and light popular music in radio, although this is by no means certain a priori. Radio minimizes the difference between light popular music and classical music, unifying them in comparison to live music. A consideration of this new unity of radio music, where style plays only a minor part, would be a contribution to our knowledge of radio, and is worthy of being pursued. Chapter 2: Radio Voice. Radiophysiognomics must deal not only with acoustic events. Of course, this is in no way concerned with the visual physiognomics of faces. Radiophysiognomics is justified not only in the sense of a physiognomic discussion of the human voice. It is possible to undertake a description of the elements of a human voice containing its expression, its specific sound color, its modulations, its clearness or being veiled without any reference at first to the content of the voice. Everyday statements like, "This woman has a nice voice," or "This man's voice sounds arrogant," imply physiognomical problems. In that sense, the question of radiophysiognomics would be, does radio have a voice of its own, and what are its specific characteristics? Radio terminology seems to corroborate the assumption that this radio voice is spread unconsciously among the masses of listeners. The instrument through which the broadcast is heard is called the loudspeaker, thus hinting that radio speaks for itself. Of course, this is not the case. It merely distributes the voices of other speaking people. But by calling the instrument a speaker, language seems to indicate that radio itself appears to speak when taken at face value as immediate perception, although crediting the tool with a voice may sometimes become completely irrational. Children, especially, may frequently react this way, a fact which has been noted within educational broadcasting. Mr. Robert J. Havigurst 5 lists the following characteristics in his statement on radio as a medium for general education, made at the Conference on School Broadcasting, January 27 to 29, 1938. A. In the case of people the listener feels close enough to form direct impressions of a speaker's personality, around the voice he hears, the listener builds a person as real in many ways as if he had been actually met. B. This illusion of closeness makes the listener feel that he is actually present at the place where the broadcast originates, or purports to originate. 6. The illusion of closeness is as intimately associated with the radio voice as the subject matter of radiophysiognomics. The obvious reason for this illusion of a speaking radio is that the listener directly faces the apparatus instead of the man who is playing or speaking. Thus the visible tool becomes the bearer and the impersonation of the sound whose origin is invisible. No matter how easily this experience may be corrected by the slightest afterthought, it still may very possibly affect our relation to radio much more deeply than most people realize. Attributing the sound of radio to the real, present radio set may make people who are not concentrating attentively forget the unreality of what they are hearing. Thus they may be inclined to believe that anything offered by the radio voice is real, because of this illusion of closeness. This voice can dispense with the intermediary, objectivating stage of printing which helps to clarify the difference between fiction and reality. It has a testimonial value, radio, itself, said it. For example, we know that a number of war correspondents consider the Lone Ranger and his companions to be real people and even send them presents. 7 The most recent example of the illusion of closeness and its astonishing effects is the case of Orson Welles in the H. G. Wells broadcast over the Columbia Broadcasting System. 8 It might be worthwhile to study whether children and naive persons are really thoroughly conscious that radio is a tool, and whether they identify it with the voice they hear, or even personify radio itself. The very fact that they are confronted by voices without being able to argue with the person who is speaking, or even may feel somewhat in the dark about who is speaking, the machine or the man, may help to establish the authority of the tool. The absence of visible persons makes the radio voice appear more objective and infallible than a live voice, and the mystery of a machine which can speak may be felt in atavistic layers of our psychical life. Even though we know that the radio voice is not really radio's own voice, it certainly filters every sound. And we must discuss how this filter affects the listener. Our subject matter is not the attitude of children or primitives but the elements which make radio appear, in a way, to be speaking. These elements, of course, have much in common with the experience of children and primitives, and we cannot neglect them when they play so important a role for the appearance of the radio voice. An approach to a mass phenomenon like radio cannot be biased by any sort of rationalistic psychology. Thus our knowledge that radio really has no voice cannot affect our analysis of its appearance as the bearer of a voice. there is another possible approach to the radio voice. We may disregard entirely the fact that radio transmits human voices or human sounds so that they are suggestive of being produced by the tool. Further, we may disregard the fact that these basically human sounds are affected by the tool so that they actually sound like its own sound, to a certain extent. We still may maintain, however, that the abstract characteristics of the radio sound are somewhat similar to the voice. Attempts should be made empirically to verify the similarity by a survey of radio technique. In certain aspects, the reception of live music, its transmission, and the ultimate reception of the broadcast can be regarded as substitutes for human sense organs. In a way, the microphone does the work of listening and the radio set the work of speaking. It might even be worthwhile to follow up the suggestion that there is an analogy between the technical structure of the microphone and the ear. Similar hints are obvious in radio sets. In form, the older loudspeakers resemble the mouth. From this point of view, that the radio mechanism is a sort of mechanization of human sense organs which were used as its pattern, the concept of the radio voice might sound less mystical than at first. It may be that the specific characteristics of the radio voice are due partly to this imitation and partly to the shortcomings necessarily to be found in any attempt to undertake the function of a sense organ. Finally, how far the radio's ear and the radio's voice replace the listener's own ear and voice will have to be asked. It is upon the answer to this question that much of the influence exercised by radio may be based. This offers a first glimpse of the theoretical possibilities of a physiognomic study. The very fact that the features we intend to study reach consciousness only rarely, either because they are regarded as self-understood or because they are not noticed at all, which amounts to practically the same thing, may even add to their importance. One of the guiding principles of the physiognomic approach is our conviction of the importance of these invariant, and hence unconscious elements of the radio phenomenon which the loudspeaker presents to the listener. And it is this principle to which we shall repeatedly have to refer. We feel ready now to state our problem more concisely. The subject matter of the physiognomics of radio is the radio voice. This can be compared to the live voice because of the illusion of closeness. The radio voice, like the human voice or the human face, is present. At the same time, it always suggests something behind it. We do not actually know what this something is, but it appears within the radio phenomenon and seems to be very intimately linked with its experience. This is parallel to facial physiognomics. Whenever we listen to a voice, or whenever we look at a face, we are dealing with something more or less vaguely behind it, not distinctly separated from it, but apparently intimately connected, although not identical with it. To put it in psychological terms, within our experience of live voices and faces, the phenomenon is not a merely superficial sign of whatever is behind it, replaceable by another as well. It is connected with the content by being its expression. This relation between the radio voice and the hidden forces behind it, whatever they may be, is emphasized by the illusion of closeness. If the radio voice expresses these unknown forces, we must study the categories of that expression as the radio phenomenon offers them without referring to our possible knowledge of what is presented and what is going on behind the phenomenon. Thus we may define radio physiognomics preliminarily as the study of the elements of expression of the radio voice. The emancipation of the term physiognomics from real, human individuals is not unprecedented in contemporary psychological research. We refer to the discussion between Sándor Ferenczi and Siegfried Bernfeld on the applicability of psychoanalytical terms to biology. Bernfeld explicitly discusses the physiognomics of organs in Chapter 4 of his study, i.e. the physiognomics of individual organs of the human body, as suggested by the great Hungarian psychoanalyst who personifies body organs such as the bladder and intestines. 9 Although Bernfeld raises objections to the anthropomorphism of Ferenczi's type of thinking, he agrees with the attempt to establish a physiognomics of sense organs, provided that it is possible to emancipate it from this anthropomorphism and from its inherent personifications, and to bring it finally to a more rational level than Ferenczi's intuitive method. In the case of the radio voice, we certainly endorse the last postulate, that is, the illusion of, and the radio voice must finally be traced back to the subjective conditions which necessitate this illusion. Yet we regard the radio voice as something given which cannot be resolved into subjective terms before being adequately described, and one of its inherent characteristics is just that personification which we may finally have to abandon. The more successful we are in formulating it in precise objective terms, the better will be the chances for subjective reduction. And further, since our aim is to unify the radio phenomenon here rather than to break it down into different sciences, the objective description may transcend the possibilities of subjective reduction insofar as the sociological and technical implications of the radio voice cannot be treated entirely in psychological terms. In studies of social relevance, it is never sufficient to separate appearance or illusion from the essential and real. In a society which has as gross a veneer of appearance as ours, it is just as important to study the mechanism which produces the illusion as it is to discount it. That is why our method takes the illusion of the radio voice so seriously and suggests research into it on a larger scale. In our study, the illusionary character of the radio voice plays as important a role as its reality. We shall endeavor to show the interconnection between these features and to find a meaning within this apparent contradiction which constantly recurs. Chapter 3: A Model for Radio Physiognomics. A. Becker's Theory of Symphony. Before beginning an outline of radio physiognomics, we should offer a concrete example, discuss it in terms of our concept of physiognomics, and show how it differs from pre-scientific physiognomics. We present an example which has the disadvantage of not being one of the basic phenomena of the radio voice, although it does contain certain complicated implications for music as an articulate art and for its social meaning. It has the advantage, however, of showing that radio physiognomics is not just a game concerned with superficial characteristics and illusions, but really is related to broader issues in the field of the sociology of art. Paul Becker, in his study, The History of the Symphony from Beethoven to Mahler, polemicizes against the idea fostered by formalistic musical analyses that a symphony is really what its formal structure makes it appear to be, just a sonata for the orchestra. 10 He points out that it differs from sonata or chamber music not so much because of the different instrumental setting, but rather because of its different social function. Becker holds that sonata or chamber music are directed primarily to the individual and are suitable for the intimacy of the private room. The symphony, however, is defined by him by its power to build a community. 11 It is meant to unite individuals, to melt their isolation and to combine them in one general feeling which can be defined by leading social ideas dependent upon the structure of the community instead of the isolated person. In the case of the Beethoven Symphony, for example, it is the idea of freedom and unity and the idea of joy derived from it. Now this theory of Becker's is certainly open to strong objections from a sociological point of view. He still seems to be bound by 19th-century aestheticism in his belief that music, or art in general, can create a community. It is rather that it reflects the actual being, or the unfulfilled desires of the community with all its innate antagonisms and difficulties. These it tries either to express or to smooth away and reconcile in its own sphere because under existing conditions they cannot be reconciled in reality. Becker overestimates the influence of art upon reality, and he thinks of the artist in terms of a creator, borrowed from a different sphere. In spite of the underlying romanticism of this viewpoint, his theory contains some keen observations which still hold good. Certainly the difference between a Beethoven symphony and a Beethoven sonata implies more than the fact that the one was written for orchestra and the other for piano. It may be asserted here that it is not necessary to resort to attributing a somewhat mystical social power to the symphony to trace back this difference. The difference could be established within the limits of an analysis of the structure of the symphony and the sonata. We may take it for granted that this difference also contains certain social implications. A symphony does not create a community, but its inherent technical qualities are certainly linked with the fact that it is supposed to be listened to by a community and in a large room. In a Beethoven symphony, which inspired Becker's theory, the inherent compositorial qualities of unity are more decisive than those of diversity within this unity. The interconnection of parts must be particularly intense because much more drastic means are necessary to hold the attention of a group instead of a few expert amateurs in a room. The material involved appears to represent the self-expression of individuals much less than it aims at objectivity within which individual differences could be sublated. Furthermore, in musical works directed to larger audiences, the extension in time must be handled completely differently from music which aims at intimacy because it is more difficult to sustain the concentration of masses than of expert listeners. A symphony must always make time appear much shorter than it really is by means of certain technical devices. Chamber music may use time relations in a different, epical sense. In fact, it is safe to say that just some of the classical Beethoven symphonies, the fifth and seventh particularly, but also the long first movement of the Eroica, when they are well performed, must seem to last only a very short time, to have virtually no time extension at all, but to take place within one moment. To speak metaphorically, symphonic works transform the time element of music into space, and it is this transformation which might explain the specific appeal of symphonic music in its stricter sense. It would be comparatively easy for a technical analysis of the symphonic form to make all these issues clear and to interpret them in social terms, how they are related to the postulate which confronted the composer, that of writing music suitable for a large audience in a vast hall. A good performance of a symphony ought to realize these specific characteristics, especially the symphonic contraction of time. And how they are brought out plastically might even be considered the criterion of a good performance. We do not intend to solve the physiognomic problem involved here because it would presuppose a broader range of radiophysiognomics than we can dispose of. We intend only to discuss it to show what we actually mean by radiophysiognomics. But it may be put this way: can the radio voice, even if radio broadcasts an ideal performance of a symphony, still realize these specific qualities? Do the innate characteristics of the radio voice possibly alter the whole outlook of a symphony? What qualities does a symphony lose, and what qualities does it possibly gain? What are the implications of this alteration for the listener? How do these alterations affect his attitude, specifically, the relation between a symphony and the listener? This may finally lead to the broader educational question: what is the significance if the listener knows a symphony only with the specific characteristics of the radio voice? b. How does a symphony appear in radio? In order to solve our problem, we may start from a few very simple considerations. The radio listener generally finds himself in a small room, whose acoustic conditions are incomparable with those of a real symphonic performance and even with a normal orchestra studio of a radio network. Notwithstanding the work of the studio sound engineer, the radio listener must still adapt his set to the conditions of his room. He has to steer the sound. Of course, it could be objected that he could try to receive the symphony in exactly the same acoustic proportions of its original transmission. The same would not be the same. A sound tolerable in a big room would be offensive in a small one. A normal forte, with all its roundness and quiet strength, would immediately sound like an assault, like the forebear of a catastrophe. Whoever has twirled the volume control of his radio can testify to the shock he experiences as soon as he tries loud sounds in his apartment. Further, the conditions of the private room affect the sound to such an extent that even if it does correspond to the strength of sound of the live performance, it does not sound at all natural. On the contrary, it sounds as if it were being heard through an amplifier, a phenomenon for which technical reasons could easily be provided. It is difficult to describe in exact terms acoustic phenomena so new and unusual as loud music heard in a small room. It may safely be said, however, that this sound possesses something of the vagueness and lack of clarity of bad photographic enlargements. At the same time, it also gains a specific sort of expression which can be described as aggressive, barking and bellowing. It resembles somewhat a political harangue, hostile and threatening to the listener. When heard in a private room, the disproportion between the power of the radio voice and the power of the individual endangers the latter. It sounds as if the sound could blow up the room. Even the most fundamental physiological experience of hearing, such as strong, overstrong, radio voice is so exceedingly unpleasant that the listener is forced to abandon his original idea of receiving the symphony in its original acoustic proportions. Finally, even under conditions of ideal reception, these proportions would be different from the original. Radio amplification lessens the range between fortissimo and pianissimo. When you get a true fortissimo through your loudspeaker, you lose at the same time a true pianissimo and obtain only a mezzo forte as a substitute, a fact which already has its basic implications for the plasticity of a symphony even if one listens to its full strength. At any rate, the listener is forced to tune down the reception until it becomes tolerable to him. So he must face an entirely new phenomenon, a symphony acoustically adapted to the conditions of a small room. This phenomenon is in question whenever we discuss how far a symphony is still a symphony. First of all, the softened sound can no longer carry the illusion of being directed to a vast community which, in our discussion of Becker's thesis, we regarded as so essential for the effect of a symphony. The idea that the soft sound of the work actually being heard is being directed to several hundred people is so ludicrous that it must be discounted. To the objection that certainly most listeners are not aware of these implications, the answer would be that they nevertheless make themselves felt within the phenomenon itself. It is not merely a matter of the quantity of sound or of the consciousness of how many people could listen to such a symphony or how many could be attracted or affected by it. As happens so often, the quantity tilts over into the quality. The following considerations may make this clear. One of the chief characteristics of the symphonic style of Beethoven is a preference for very short and very pregnant motifs impressed upon the mind of the listener by an unabating intensity of presentation. The best known example is the opening bars of the Fifth Symphony. This emphatic manner of presentation requires a strength of sound that gives the distinct effect of exposing the symphonic material affirmatively. As soon as this strength is tuned down, these motifs lose much of that meaning. The importance of the material is no longer underlined. Hence the stubborn repetition of the rhythm of the initial motif of the Fifth Symphony, for example, becomes utterly senseless. The intensity of musical statement, which is so important for the impressiveness of the symphonic movement, is lost as soon as it is lowered to the acoustic conditions of a private room. But it is only this intensity which makes allowance for the excessive simplicity of texture in some of Beethoven's symphonies, a simplicity which otherwise touches the borders of futility. When the radio voice in its full strength seems to exercise a sort of collective command over the individual listener that becomes unbearable, the symphony transmitted by a chamber voice loses any command and becomes virtually a piece of chamber music, even though its own imperative structure actually does not permit a chamber music-like presentation. In other words, a Beethoven symphony heard as a piece of chamber music would be bad chamber music, lacking all the more subtle elements of texture and richness of divergent thematic characters which we are accustomed to regard as the true content of chamber music. B. Further, these alterations of the sound quantity and intensity affect not only the general character of the piece presented by the radio voice, they affect also its formal articulation and the realization of the whole structure of the symphony. We should like to call attention to the following points. The lack of specifically symphonic intensity affects one feature mentioned before as characteristic of the Beethoven symphony. That is the transformation of time into space, the impression that the music lasts only a moment while it actually may take 20 minutes. This impression, of course, is dependent upon the utmost intensity of performance. As soon as this intensity is lacking, the symphony drops out of its suspension, it, so to speak, falls back into time. See, the concentration vanishes. The listener may concentrate upon certain details or parts, but it is most unlikely that he will be able to realize the relation between the part and the whole as well as he could with the intensity of presentation of every moment. Thus the symphonic work, in a way, will be atomized when presented by radio. That is, it will appear not as a totality in which each part derives its proper meaning only in relation to the other parts, but rather becomes a rapid succession of atom-like sections, each apperceived more or less in isolation. This damage to the whole is furthered by another tendency of the radio voice. We mentioned in our discussion of the full strength of the radio voice the waning and shrinking of the distance between the piano and the forte, while their contrast is such an outstanding means of musical articulation. It appears doubtful to us, however, whether these conditions are much better if the radio voice becomes a chamber voice. An investigation should be made to compare the range of strengths of a real performance with the range of strength in a normal private room reception. This could easily be done by measuring minima and maxima sound strength in both cases. Our immediate experience leads us to expect that the forte is muted considerably for chamber conditions while the piano is not especially affected. Notwithstanding the proportions within radio reception itself, it appears that the difference between the original forte and the radio forte would be much greater than the difference between the original piano and the radio piano. It may be assumed that the total of a radio voice adapted to chamber conditions may approach something like an average mezzo piano. The dynamic contrasts are among the foremost means of articulation of a piece of music and of establishing the interrelations of its parts. In many cases, especially Mozart, it may even be said that just this unity is established by means of subtle contrast of details. If this means has to be discounted, the articulation of the whole is considerably weakened. It would be fallacious to expect music to appear more unified as all the dynamic elements become more similar. Just this likeness makes the concentration falter, similar to the way it is made to falter by the lack of symphonic intensity. A movement played in uniform mezzo piano throughout is not only much more difficult to follow, but as a unity without any discernible and articulating parts, the unity, the whole itself, threatens to vanish. It must be added, too, that radio in its present form also considerably reduces the coloristic means of articulation. Further, it loses its plasticity for several reasons. One of these reasons has been called keyhole listening in the most recent American discussion of the subject. Point 12. All this leads to the conclusion that symphonic unity is seriously endangered by radio transmission. This danger is of immediate concern for the social significance of the transpersonal objectivity of a symphony, expressed in the preponderance of symphonic unity over the parts. The radio voice subjects symphony to a sort of decomposition, and whatever remains is basically different from the original. However, we must be careful not to simplify the issue. If you know a symphony and you hear it over the radio, you will, of course, recognize it for the same thing you have heard before. The better you know it, the less you will be disturbed by its alterations, and the more you will be able to realize even the structural elements which are fading away by the very process of radio transmission. This leads to a somewhat paradoxical inference. The objection will probably be raised that the radio voice is a problem only for listeners who already possess some musical knowledge, while it really makes no difference for the millions of people to whom radio brings music for the first time. We believe that just the opposite is true. People who already know symphonic music can still realize the symphonic unity when they listen to radio because, from their previous musical knowledge, they can spontaneously add interrelations which are not expressed through the radio voice itself. The new listener will not be able to do so. Compared with the idea of symphony, his picture of a symphony in radio will be more distorted than that of the expert listener, even though the latter may be aware of the alterations created by the radio voice while the former may know nothing about them. It would be worthwhile to undertake studies along this line. People who have a certain musical knowledge and people who have none at all should be interviewed about the same broadcast, for instance the Toscanini rendition of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Opponents of our theory would expect the naive listener to be happy to receive the symphony for the first time, and the expert listener to be critical of the performance. This is most likely to be the case. But if a capable interviewer goes into greater detail, he probably will find out that the expert listener will speak about the rendition of the symphony as a whole, how Toscanini connects the elements, upholds one tempo throughout a movement. The naive listener, however, will probably dwell on the beauty of the sound or the sublimity of expression, but he will probably not be aware of the unity which radio loses more completely for him than for the expert. Our fictitious opponent will answer with the objection that realizing a unity requires just that knowledge which only the expert has and which cannot be expected from the naive listener, so that our assertion, however true it might be in itself, would not hit anything specific to the radio voice. While we admit that this characteristic of listener types is sound, we should still maintain that radio performances as they are now just cannot give an adequate understanding of the symphony as a totality, while live performances still can do so. We should answer that as long as radio cannot bridge the gulf between these different types of apperception, and does not enable the so-called naive listener to become aware spontaneously of the structural elements of the symphony, it fails the very educational task it has in dealing with the masses of new listeners. The idea that structural listening could later be developed out of sensual listening appears dangerous to us. Sensual and atomistic listening seems to us not the first step of musical understanding, but an obstacle to it, and the specifically sensual listeners are always ready to denounce anything which they consider highbrow. The issue is that radio, at the outset, ought to offer presentations of music adequate to the specific meaning of the music, in our case to the specific meaning of symphonic unity. Radio symphony holds a double relation to live symphony. It is, at the same time, the same and something different from the original. This complexity gives rise to the thought that the radio symphony is a sort of reproduction of an original in the same sense that pictures are reproduced. The sound received over the radio in a private room is not only physically a reproduction of the live music played in the studio. Being built out of the elements of the symphony as such and the alteration it undergoes by broadcasting, the phenomenon in itself has the innate characteristics of reproduction, just as a print has certain innate qualities of reproduction beyond the fact that it actually reproduces the original. The print not only reproduces the original, but even phenomenally looks like a reproduction. The same holds good for the radio symphony. It is this phenomenon which attracts the attention of a physiognomic approach. It may later be found that its importance is much further reaching than a brief discussion of form, such as a symphony, can bring out. C. Consequences of the radio voice. This permits a first glimpse of the more far-reaching sociological consequences of our attempt at radio physiognomics. If the character of reproduction is a phenomenal feature of the radio voice, we shall have to ascertain how people apperceive music which has innate qualities of reproduction. Does this music still retain the same validity as live music? Do listeners take it as seriously? Does it have the same obligatory character which can be found in live music? Do listeners remember it as well as live music? Does it play the same role in their psychological household formerly played by live music? What significance is there for the listener's behavior toward music in the fact that radio reproduction minimizes certain structural elements and emphasizes others? Would such an increase of atomistic elements be affected by radio's alterations of the sensual sound quality of music? What influence does radio reproduction exercise upon the listener's previous knowledge of a work? Does it establish the work more firmly, or does it tend gradually to deteriorate it? Or can both tendencies be witnessed at the same time? That is, are they more firmly established as authoritarian museum pieces, but deteriorated insofar as people are no longer able to arrive at a genuine and live relation to their meaning when they have been placed upon a pedestal? And finally, perhaps the most important question of all for this country, how do people who know symphonic music only through radio reproduction react to it? We are still completely in the dark about the last question, and guessing is of no help. Methods of finding an answer can be developed much more easily, however, if we succeed in outlining radio physiognomics, if we can formulate our questions about radio reception in the light of the results of an analysis of radio production. One mistake must be avoided from the very first. Our approach might seem to imply a bias. It might seem that we are setting out to defend the sacrosanctity of musical cultural goods from the profanation of mechanical reproduction, that we see all the light on the side of live music and all the shadow on the side of radio reproduction. This interpretation would be entirely misleading. It would be utterly reactionary and irresponsible to defend a type of musical performance which is steadily degenerating into the privilege of the happy few while the vast majority must remain content with mechanically reproduced music. The stubborn condemnation of mechanically reproduced music would deprive it of possibilities which, no matter how it may be criticized, should be developed and improved with the help of criticism instead of being rejected for the sake of the sanctity of the work of art, for the idea of the sanctity has become as problematic in present-day concert and opera life as radio broadcasting may be at its worst. The l'art pour l'art attack on radio would be problematic for reasons more fundamental than just that we must make the best of a given situation. Such a resigned viewpoint would still remain within the spell of Romanticism. It would imply that the alterations we spoke of are due only to the mechanical tool, while beyond the field of radio, and perhaps recording, live music is still in good order. This, however, is not the case. We hinted at the social background and social function of the radio voice. However this may be, and however many intermediary stages lead from general social conditions of our day to radio organization and radio technique, this much we may take for granted, that radio and all its social implications are part of social life as a whole, and that its shortcomings are not so purely technical as they may seem in the first approach to the physiognomics of the radio voice. These shortcomings have a deeper social significance. They can be spotted in other realms of present-day life as well. Here we do not have to deal with the relation between radio technique and social background. We may assert that we do not see any sort of mystical connection and harmony here, but that we firmly believe in the possibility of establishing missing links between radio technique and more general trends in modern society. To show what we mean by the social implications of a technique, here is an example from the earlier history of wireless telegraphy. We consider it almost a model for the interpretation of this relation. Gleason Archer, in his book, The History of Radio to 1926, describes Edison's experiments in the field of wireless electricity. Mr. Archer's account reads as follows. Edison took out a patent in 1885 on a system of inductive telegraphy. By affixing a tinfoil-covered plate to the top of the locomotive or coach, the inventor found it possible to attract from telegraph lines bordering the roadbed what amounted to wireless messages. However rapidly a train might be moving at the time, the Edison device continued to function. One fact that militate against it as an answer to the problem of how to maintain telegraphic communication with a moving train was that the device was too democratic in its operation. Any nearby telegraph wire over which a message might be passing found equal favor with the Edison collector of signals. One wire might be carrying a message to the train, but any number of nearby wires might alike contribute to a jumbled collection of signals. The manifold difficulties of the problem and the fact that Edison was working on more universally important inventions, led him to suspend activities in this field of endeavor. Point 13. Here one can virtually seize the idea that a technique is not isolated. At a time when the merely technical productive powers are in a practical sense ready for an invention, social conditions may make it impossible not only to be generally accepted, but also to be carried through. When liberalism was still at its height and the concept of the privacy and freedom of the individual a taboo stronger than any other consideration, the concept of discretion prevented Edison from pursuing experiments which could easily have led to the invention of radio 50 years earlier. Only in a mass society governed by monopolistic institutions in which the taboos of the individual have faded away has radio technique been fully developed. It may be more than mere coincidence that at the time of radio's triumph in many countries the secrecy of private letters has been abolished, secrecy which, earlier, had prevented the transition from telegraph to wireless. Whether the present state of affairs can be called more democratic than Edison's time, referred to by Dr. Archer, is another question. Here is another example. The characteristics of reproduction which we suspect are profoundly bound to the radio voice are due to the fact that for one social reason or another radio has set for itself the task of reproducing and imitating live music instead of emancipating itself from the original and trying to produce something specifically its own. The shortcomings we mentioned are due not so much to the radio voice as such, but to the inadequacy of this voice for live music, even though it still insists upon upholding the impression of this adequacy. This implies first that if we could deduce, as Veblen, for instance, has attempted, the social reasons for the cult of the original being propagated by its radio reproduction 14, one of the most important links between radio technique and modern society would be discovered. Again, if theoretical knowledge could lead to an abandonment of the practice of imitation, these shortcomings might disappear and radio might become really adequate to its potentialities. This is not the point, however, which we have in mind here. Our principal consideration tends in a different direction. Let us assume for the moment that 15. If our assumption that the shortcomings of radio have a deeper social significance is true, we must expect them not to be related to the tool, and we must not expect them to be circumvented by changing technical practices. The man who would turn his back to radio and face live music, then, would be no better off. We do not pretend to have established the missing links, and we even consider it doubtful whether the musical phenomena we are discussing can be traced very far back to social conditions by individual motivation from one given cause to one given effect. They may be effects of the totality of our society. We may not be able to discover the individual social motivation for each individual musical phenomenon upon which we must focus our attention. All this admitted, however, we may still say that, even though we still lack these links, we actually can still identify features in modern live music and official music life which definitely prove that there is no escape from the field of the radio mechanism into a field of unspoiled musical culture. This concept that radio, and especially its shortcomings, are indicators of contradictions in our whole art life and ultimately in our whole social life, instead of being false because of the degeneration of art into a mechanical process, may dispense with the suspicion that we want to save an island of genuine and live music against the threatening sea of mechanization and reification. We want to face the danger of this sea, not for the sake of fleeing to cultural islands, but for better navigation. Any investigator who does not see the dangers of that sea and who simply allows himself to be drugged by its grandeur, and who sees its waves as waves of unbroken progress, is very likely to be drowned. The tendency to atomize music, to lose the musical entirety and replace it by detail, the vanquishing of the seriousness of music, all these are by no means confined to the radio voice. That seems to be only the precise technical executor of trends which cover a much larger field. We may assume that it is not only within the sphere of light popular music that this atomistic listening which we think is encouraged by the radio voice takes place. In the sphere of so-called serious live music as well we must note obtrusive symptoms of the same type. The constant repetition of a very few standard works by a very few composers, the increasing attention paid to sound quality compared to the constructive elements of the composition, the presentation of works merely as occasions for showing off some conductor who gives his fifth, all point in the same direction. But just the conservative elements of live concert music, those which most fiercely defend its magic qualities, its intensity, and its original form against deterioration, are now open to the gravest doubts. They all have a certain touch of quasi, they are overdone as if the conductors really do not believe in the possibility of this defense and were trying to persuade themselves that it is still possible, and those very magic qualities, the intensity and the pathos which some conductors show 16 are spoiled by a sort of overemphasis and theatrical performance which bears witness against the cult of the genuine which they pretend to serve. We may even question whether these magic qualities are becoming market articles today, similar to the catchwords of a hit song to which they allege to be so strictly opposed. The reactions of people to these elements are in any case by no means so very different from those which we are inclined to suspect the radio voice of imitating. The concertgoer who waits just for the very moment that the conductor begins to fascinate is very similar to the radio listener who, although he entirely misses the formal structure of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, nevertheless dwells upon the beauty of the tune of the slow movement. The insincerity and insufficiency of today's concert life has become such a commonplace that, under certain aspects, one often feels obliged to defend it against objections which would replace it by more primitive types of musical behavior. It is impossible, however, to escape the conviction that abandoning radio for the sake of live music would not help very much, and that progressive chances can be sought within the sphere of radio itself. Here again a study of the radio voice may prove helpful. In our comparison between an original and a radio symphony we have so far pointed out only the shortcomings of the reproduction. A physiognomic study of the radio voice will have to be equally careful about the opposite tendency. For the moment, we content ourselves with translating some remarks by Ernst Krenek 17, who tried to develop a theory of the positive possibilities of radio listening from a criticism which followed the same line as our remarks about the radio voice. The passage reads: Radio reproduction is well suited for the production of a new and hitherto unknown concentration on the work of art, while at the same time it postulates a higher degree of such concentration to bring about an effect suitable to the subject matter. Radio may become an especially valuable means of musical apperception for a listener who is willing and able to enter into a relation to music sincerely in keeping with the facts. He will not consider the concert hall as the room furthering concentration at its best. The concert room was predisposed for collective reception of music as long as it was community building, affirmative art. The more recent forms of music are different, and they again affect older music so that their new values are generated which are less to be thought of in terms of elevation, edification, entertainment, and similar characteristics. These values can be much more easily apperceived in an attitude of composure, intellectual preparedness, and conscious orientation. Listening to music in the seclusion of a private room is favorable for attaining this attitude because there one can utilize any means of concentration, such as reading the score, smoking, drinking, pacing up and down, and so on. It is obvious that this function of radio, a new type of concentration just opposite of the tendency of deconcentration which we outlined before, today takes place only in very few and exceptional cases and plays only an infinitesimal part in the organization of the broadcast. Surely here, however, the essential and most promising future values of the institution of radio should be sought. Point 18. We may add that the very fact which we mentioned in our discussion of symphony in radio, that the parts become preponderant over the whole, may lead to a sharpening of attention upon the parts. One may listen to individual musical sections in radio as if through a microscope, or, to choose a more appropriate comparison, just as in the movies one concentrates upon a close-up where the scene remains vague as long as one follows only the whole. Personal experience leads the author to think that just the breaking of the spell of the whole which we discussed earlier in terms of its negative manifestations, so to speak, releases the detail, and that the radio voice makes allowance for the study of details which previously could be obtained only by studying the abstract score of the music. It might well be that this study of details, free of the spell, will finally lead to a new apperception of the whole which, although totally different from the traditional, may ultimately make good its losses. Certainly such an attitude would be, as Krenek pointed out, less emotional than the traditional one. The slogan of intellectualism should not deter us, however, from seeing its prospective chances. What will be lost of the spell and its persuasive intensity may be regained by clarity and adequacy of the listener's relation to the work of art which is transmitted to him mechanically. But another and more subtle issue is involved which may come to the aid of the effect of radio. We discussed the lack of articulation of the radio performance which, at the same time, allows a closer study of the details. It would be fallacious, however, to regard this lack of articulation in itself purely as a loss. As a performance of classical music, especially chamber music, becomes more refined, it also becomes more inclined to thrust the rougher contrasts into the background. If the structure of a work is so well established that anyone, in a way, even the man who has never heard it before, is somehow aware of it, then a sophisticated interpreter will no longer try to articulate the work by means of heavy surface contrasts. He may even avoid such contrasts and try as much as possible to produce an unbroken unity, a sort of musical texture, so to speak, whose outward articulation is up to the listener. The constructive elements stressed by this performance are not immediately evident in the sound phenomena. This type of interpretation could be compared with the works of highly differentiated writers, such as Marcel Proust, who strongly resist any outward articulation of their texts, even avoiding paragraphs or italics in an attempt very densely to weight their texts, thus challenging the reader's intellectual activity. If the most modern type of musical interpretation draws the articulation away from the surface of sound into deeper layers of the connection between motifs and themes, then the way radio presents music by smoothing away outward articulations would unexpectedly again be up to date, an executor of musical tendencies of which it certainly is not aware. Chapter 4 Methodological Inferences. The settling of such questions overreaches by far our present purpose. We must confine ourselves to discussing the example of the symphony in radio from a methodological point of view to clarify our method sufficiently before sketching a more systematic outline of radio physiognomics. First of all, our study tries to keep as closely as possible to the phenomenon and not to any hypothesis or prejudgments about the phenomenon, roughly understood as the music pouring out of the loudspeaker. Of course, our inferences sometimes take the form of hypotheses, but we are trying to develop them from observation of the phenomenon itself and not to deduce them from above. The question of why we follow this descriptive or phenomenological method can easily be answered. We are dwelling on the phenomenon because it is actually the phenomenon which determines the reaction of the listeners, and it is our ultimate aim to study the listener. The man who sits in his armchair and listens to radio does not hear what is going on in the conference room or in the studio of the network. He does not hear wavelengths and frequencies. He hears only what goes on under his nose. The elements and events behind the radio phenomenon affect him only through the medium of the phenomenon and not by themselves. A scientific attempt to reconstruct the listener's reaction must follow the same line. To start from the causal conditions of radio instead of from the phenomenon would bring arbitrary elements into play. We cannot know to what extent these elements can actually be felt in the listener's conscious and unconscious life unless we can definitely trace them back to the phenomenon which he experiences. Just as the radio phenomenon provides the material for the listener's psychological relation to radio, it also provides the material for its scientific penetration. This, of course, does not mean that the consideration has to stop with the phenomenon. To penetrate it actually means to dissolve it and to reduce it to its conditioning factors. It makes all the difference, however, if we actually start from the phenomenon and then reduce it, or if we think in terms of objectivity before having determined whether that objectivity can actually be spotted within the living experience of the radio listener. Here we must face one inevitable objection. If we stress the subjective radio phenomenon as our starting point, how, then, can we talk about it in objective terms? How are we safeguarded against the danger of private arbitrariness and bad generalization? If, for instance, we attribute an aggressive character to the radio voice in its full strength or a lack of symphonic intensity to a symphony transmitted by radio, how do we know that this is not merely an individual statement? For instance, does the concept of symphonic intensity play any role within the experience of people who have no musical knowledge whatsoever? We must be very careful in answering these questions because we are fully aware of the fact that the phenomenological method has frequently been guilty of exactly the same arbitrariness of which we accuse ourselves. But it appears to us that the terms, subjective and objective, handled in the usual way, are much too indefinite to have any explicit meaning. First of all, the assertion of relativists that subjective reactions are arbitrary and accidental and that each individual may react differently is much too radical to be true. The relativist who challenges the absoluteness of his adversary's statements is much more absolute in some of his assumptions than the latter could ever be. The assumption that there are extreme differences among individuals could never be corroborated by experience and can be upheld less than ever in a period where individuals, thoroughly subjected to standardizing influences, seem virtually to become more and more similar to each other. In the second place, the statement, subjective phenomenon itself, ought to be much more clearly differentiated. However outdated the old Lockean distinction between primary and secondary qualities may be, from the viewpoint of the consistent abolition of the idea of things in themselves, which are still the basis of Locke's concept of primary qualities, his classification of qualities contributes something important to our knowledge of the phenomenon itself, without any regard for things behind it. In our own immediate, phenomenal experience we seem to be largely aware of the difference between we qualities and it qualities. The musician, for example, who rehearses a work and is busy controlling and possibly altering a sound phenomenon and not anything behind it, is fully aware of the difference between the quasi-objective qualities of this phenomenon and elements purely subjective in the somewhat different sense of being conditioned by his own individuality and the contingencies of his own individual listening. This sounds rather involved, but it is comparatively easy for an elementary example to make it clear, although the real issues are on a much more differentiated level. Let us take a musician in a string quartet who is studying a new work. By some accident he is placed next to the cellist. At one moment he may notice two things: that one of the parts sounds somewhat out of tune and the cello sounds loud, out of proportion to the whole. He probably will correct the playing out of tune because he is aware that his sound phenomenon of being too loud has a strong and objective validity. He may refrain, however, from asking the cellist to play more softly because he realizes that the cello's apparent loudness is due to the observer's closeness to it, whereas in the concert hall the music may appear in its proper proportions. The differentiation of subjective and objective within the phenomenon, which itself is subjective in a wider sense, is not related to such primitive sensual data as too strong and out of tune, but is most likely to reproduce itself whenever higher intellectual differentiations of the phrasing, the expression, the sense or the meaning of the music are at stake. Throughout our apperception of music we immediately differentiate between subjective and objective characteristics within the realm of our subjective phenomenon. In the long run, this phenomenal discrimination between subjective and objective within the phenomenal field, of course, damages the trite division into subjective and objective. Here, however, we are not concerned with these much farther reaching epistemological consequences, but simply state our method. Our description must stick to immediate radio phenomena as the material of the listener's reactions, but it must also try to elaborate the objective characteristics of these elements, as they present themselves as objective, and to drop those which again are characterized phenomenally as related to specific individual differences. Because we consider this objectivity a phenomenal character and not a result of discursive thinking, we cannot give any abstract criteria for what is objective and what is subjective in the radio phenomenon. Selecting the elements of phenomenal objectivity which we have in mind becomes a matter of exactitude of description. On the other hand, we must acknowledge that even if the exactitude of description can be achieved, it is not sufficient protection against the arbitrariness we hinted at. It will be necessary to find out if other people have arrived at the same objective characteristics of the phenomenon which we mentioned. The results of a physiognomic study are necessarily subject to quantitative verifications. This verification, however, must presuppose as careful a phenomenal description as possible. The description may uncover elements inherent in the phenomenon which an untrained respondent can notice only with difficulty, even though he experiences them. Only if our description can, so to speak, locate them and help to determine why people are not consciously aware of them even though they have these objective characteristics, shall we be able to develop control methods for ascertaining them. We consider the lack of symphonic intensity in the above discussed sense one of these objective characteristics of the phenomenal radio voice. Just here the objection will be raised that this lack of intensity will not be noticed by a listener who has never heard a symphony, or even who might have heard a few but still knows nothing about symphonic treatment and the specifically Beethovenian style. And we might even be sued for projecting some of our expert prejudices into the experience of the man on the street. But this is not the point. At the present moment we are not interested in what people know or do not know about music, nor are we interested in how much of the music and its implications they are able to grasp individually. Our assertion is only this: the phenomenon itself, a phenomenon which within sufficiently wide margins we can suppose to be objective and the same phenomenon to both the expert and the man on the street, cannot convey features which we characterized in our analysis of a Beethoven symphony as the components of symphonic intensity. We do not say that the radio listener loses something of which he was never even aware. We only say that the phenomenon does not even give him a chance to grasp this something. This discussion of the objectivity and subjectivity of our physiognomic attempt enables us to return to the question of what really constitutes its physiognomic character. The objective element within the subjective phenomenon of the subject matter of radio physiognomics is the expression of the radio voice. Its objectivity has a deeper meaning. In the example of the man playing with the string quartet, we may say that the objectivity of the phenomenal characteristics of playing out of tune can also be stated in truly objective terms, entirely independent of the individual observer. This could not be done, however, in the case of the cello appearing too loud. A cause for the out-of-tuneness could be given within the sphere of objective things. It can be traced back to the violinist's failure to put his finger on the right place on the sounding board. In a similar sense, the expression or meaning of the radio voice is objective insofar as within the strict limits of the phenomenon it points to the processes and forces which are going on behind the phenomenon. Here lies the justification for calling ours a physiognomic approach. A physiognomist tries to establish typical features and expressions of the face not for their own sake but in order to use them as hints for hidden processes behind them as well as for hints at future behavior to be expected on the basis of an analysis of the present expression. In just the same way radio physiognomics deals with the expression of the radio voice. This relation, at the same time, sets the limits to the physiognomic approach. In the last analysis, its scientific value entirely depends upon whether we shall be able to resolve the rebuses of the expression of the radio voice into the moving forces behind it and the consequences before it. Thus our study is preliminary in a radical sense. Radio physiognomics marks only a crossroad, the point at which, within the phenomenon, the past, namely the causes of the phenomenon, and the future, namely its prospective consequences, intersect. How must we understand the expression of the radio voice as an index? Let us return to our examples of adapting the radio sound to the private room and subjecting the symphony to the conditions of that adaptation. We mentioned the harshness of the unadapted strength of the voice heard through a loudspeaker. This harshness as a mere expression hints quite irrationally at a sort of authority behind the phenomenon. One imagines a person recklessly addressing the individual. This person appears to be very much concerned with the listener insofar as he derogatorily demands his attention. At the same time, though, he appears not to be at all concerned with the listener but to show him, by the disproportion between his huge radio voice and the listener's tiny voice, how unimportant the latter is compared with the power which addresses him. Now this expression, in a way, is certainly an illusion. The real owner of the terrific voice may be quite a humble person. In the studio he may even speak quite normally, while the overemphasis is caused only by amplification. But is the expression of harshness which we attribute to the phenomenon, therefore, just futile and disconnected from radio as a whole? Or does it actually express something fundamental about radio itself, namely that a private person in a private room is privately addressed by a public voice to which he is forced to subordinate himself? Even if we discount the presupposition of the cause, an authoritarian voice, and its effect, frightening the individual, as a reality behind radio, still the structure of the radio phenomenon works as if that relation existed, and makes it a sort of living force. When a private person in a private room is subjected to a public utility mediated by a loudspeaker, his response takes on aspects of a response to an authoritarian voice, even if the content of that voice or the speaker to whom the individual is listening has no authoritarian features whatsoever. Either the public voice gains an overwhelming strength over the individual, or just in order to bear the public voice the individual must alter it, as we sketched in the case of the radio symphony. In radio, the configuration of public tool and isolated individual promotes serious obstacles to the older type of individual art consumption, clearly witnessed in the case of the symphony heard in the private room. These obstacles and the illusion of such individual art consumption which radio maintains can be equally understood. When radio comes into these conflicts with the conditions of a private room, why, then, does it address individuals in a private room? Why do we not find new forms of listening to music in large rooms and under conditions better suited to the material? The answer is necessarily complex. First, as paradoxical as it sounds, the authority of radio becomes greater the more it addresses the listener in his privacy. An organized mass of listeners might feel their own strength and even rise to a sort of opposition. The isolated listener definitely feels overwhelmed by the might of the personal voice of an anonymous organization. Second, the deeper this voice is involved within his own privacy, the more it appears to pour out of the cells of his most intimate life, the more he gets the impression that his own cupboard, his own phonograph, his own bedroom speaks to him in a personal way, devoid of the intermediary stages of the printed word, the more perfectly he is ready to accept wholesale whatever he hears. It is just this privacy which fosters the authority of the radio voice and helps to hide it by making it no longer appear to come from outside. Here are the deeper social reasons for the difficulties we described in musical terms when we discussed our example of the symphony. Radio upholds the illusion of privacy and individual independence in a situation where such privacy and independence do not really exist, which contradicts it. It is evident, however, that this illusion of privacy, immediacy in facing public events, and individual liberty in choosing them, is by no means limited to radio and runs through our entire public life. As people are subjected more and more to public mechanisms of every kind, and as the pressure of these mechanisms upon the individual increases, it is evident that these mechanisms must try all the more to conceal themselves behind a facade of the individual's adaptability, privacy, and intimacy, just for the sake of not frightening him so badly that the effect tilts over to the contrary and the individual no longer attempts to escape the inescapable. Point 19 here, again, the physiognomics of the radio voice fits completely the experience of how modern mass society works in other fields. The cult of the original, which we have already mentioned, is closely bound to the artificial survival of individual categories in the monopolistic era. We refer here to Veblen's theory of art and the leisure class, where the desire to possess an individual, non-manufactured, non-standardized object as a motive of social prestige plays so vast a role. Point 20 This idea affects not only listening conditions, but also the idea of the object received under such conditions. Radio's tendency to imitate live performances, reinforced by practices such as broadcasting applause, describing the concert hall and the audience, or the auditorium where the work is played, could be described as an attempt at pseudo-democratization of aristocratic or, at any rate, ruling class aspects of art, thus changing each listener, no matter how economically and psychologically weak he may be, into a smart, pleasure-taking person sitting in a seat reserved for the happy few. This tendency to make believe that the majority is in the situation of the privileged minority can again be witnessed in much broader fields. The decisive point is that today the technical structure of the radio voice makes objects which fall under the category of mass products, appear, by the very nature of their distribution, to be original and owned by the individual who hears them. This again is in line with other phenomena which cannot escape the attention of the sociologist of art. We refer to the fashion of artsy-craftsy things which plays so vast a role in Germany. The basic trend in this type of production appears to be handling cheap and mass-produced material and, by means of individual taste, making it appear to mean something in itself, to have the value of something original. Even its cheapness becomes transfigured into a sort of noble and ascetic simplicity. This last tendency has not yet been developed by radio, but its aspect of offering the mass product as something homely, unadorned, and genuine is definitely artsy-craftsy. The personal attitude of some radio commentators, and especially radio advisors in private affairs like Martha Dean 21 may even be related to this tendency. Here again, however, the limits of the physiognomic approach are transcended and the material questions of program analysis are involved. But we reach the following methodological conclusion. Even if it is impossible for the characteristics of the radio voice which we discussed to be traced back to immediate social causes, and even if they appear to be due to radio's specific technical structure without regard for its social function, we may still say that this technical structure in itself contains social facts and fits into social aspects. We gave two examples, the ideal of imitating live music and the ideal of maintaining the privacy of a public experience. These two examples reflect inherent elements of present-day society, as we tried to point out, although a physiognomic study could not provide all the necessary links between these social tendencies and their results in radio. But a physiognomic attempt may negatively phrase the social implications of these examples in radio. If radio gives up these two ideals, some of the technical characteristics which we considered most problematic would be dropped. That this cannot be done as easily as it might be recommended as an improvement in a theoretical discussion is again a social fact, and now a very clear and drastic one. Every attempt now made to liquidate the live work in radio, or the comfortable privacy of reception, appears doomed to failure for the sake of what is called the wish of the majority which the tool must serve. A perusal of a publicity release of any major network will show that the greatest positive emphasis is placed upon those very features which we regarded as the strongest enemies to radio functioning suitably for its material and its bringing the listener into a living relation with the material. The man who believes that the commentator shouting through his loudspeaker is a virtual dictator is wrong, but the fact that he sounds like a dictator is certainly due to conditions which do not allow any voice to be broadcast so that it might fundamentally touch upon the public speaker's illusion of privacy. Thus, in a way, the naive listener who becomes afraid of the voice of the commentator is right. The social mechanism behind the technical one leading to these disproportions is necessarily one which he has every reason to fear, and it may easily be one which breeds dictators who really shout just as the voice of the humble commentator sounds in a private room. We pointed to the features which make our study of phenomenal expression an indicator for social forces behind it and social prospects ahead of it. The last discussion may have given an idea of the type of hidden forces and prospects we have in mind. At the same time, these considerations now allow us to clear up the question of how our physiognomics differs from the traditional physiognomics mentioned at the beginning of this study. This difference, of course, goes much further than the obvious fact that the physiognomics of the radio voice does not deal with live expressions and live individuals. From the methodological viewpoint it may be stated as follows: older physiognomics was undertaken and regarded as an intuitive science of its own. Our attempt is nothing of that sort. It is only a description of phenomena assembled at a crossing point with the aim of showing the unity of aspects scientifically so different from each other as are the psychological, technological, and sociological sciences. It is not the ambition of radio physiognomics to replace these scientific approaches by a vision of the totality. Physiognomics intends only to define more correctly the inherent features of radio phenomena and to elaborate within these features certain relations which deserve as much attention for further analysis as radio's isolated scientific problems. We spoke of the radio voice. We described it as a phenomenon whose realm is not to be transcended except by an interpretation of what is given within its proper limits. Here we met psychological features, for instance, the problem of the individual's concentration or deconcentration, the problem of the individual becoming afraid, the problem of sensual or constructive response to symphonic music. Then we discovered technological features, such as radio's alteration of live sound, the unsuitability of a strong radio voice for a private room, a weak radio voice for a symphony, etc. Finally we hinted at the social implications of these features, such as why the illusion of individual appearance is upheld throughout the field of radio, or why radio tries to imitate a live sound instead of producing a sound of its own. All these considerations can be, and have to be pursued for themselves. As far as we can see, however, it is only by means of radio physiognomics that we can ever become aware of the way they are concretely connected instead of reconstructing their unity in a totally abstract way after having sectioned it into the disciplines traditionally used for handling them. It is this intention to connect scientific processes of different levels with the phenomenon from which they are abstracted which finally guides our physiognomic endeavors. We may confess here that the axiom which governs all these attempts is our conviction that the unity of the radio phenomenon, in itself, as far as it really has the structure of a unity, is simply the unity of society which determines all the individual and apparently accidental features. In our approach we try to combine sociological, psychological, and technological aspects because we believe that they are only aspects of our society and, in the last analysis, that they may be reduced to fundamental categories of our society. Part 2: Categories of Radio Physiognomics. Chapter V: Time, Radio and Phonograph. The basic characteristic of the relation between radio and time is the time coincidence of the phenomenon to which we are listening and the broadcast performance. This time difference is so infinitesimal that it may safely be overlooked. This can lead to astonishing results which may influence the expression of the radio voice by giving it a touch of unreality and witchcraft. This will occupy our attention later as one of the essentials of that voice. The author knows of the following fact from his own German experience. In Kronberg, a country place not far from Frankfurt am Main where he often stayed with friends, he had the opportunity of listening to a nightingale which sang very beautifully in the garden. This nightingale was discovered by the Frankfurt radio station, and the author and his friends managed to listen to it over the radio when the windows were open. The result was that we were able to hear the radio nightingale a bit earlier than we could hear the real voice because sound takes longer to reach the ear ordinarily through space than by electrical waves. The real nightingale sounded like an echo of the broadcast one. Thus the radio voice creates a strong feeling of immediate presence. It may make the radio event appear even more present than the live event. This feeling of presence necessarily means a feeling of immediacy, too. There is no gap and no mediation between the time something is going on and the time at which you are listening to it. When we face a radio phenomenon, we are actually present in that our own presence in time is no different from that of witnesses to the broadcast event. Because of this immediacy, this experience of being present in time, radio always tends to make us forget that it gives us in other respects a mediated phenomenon. Therefore the element of time coincidence must be kept evident as one of the basic features of the radio voice from the very beginning. It is because of this identity in time that radio strongly resembles telephone and differs strongly from the phonograph. It may be pointed out here that one of the main temptations for radio to imitate live events can be found in this coincidence. Radio, as a means of dispersion, presents any real event without, so to speak, taking the event out of time. It does not then jiffy it, at any rate it does not appear to do so to a superficial observer. The illusion of immediacy and spontaneity we mentioned in Part IH is based upon the fact that this immediacy actually exists in time proportions. Further, the fact that radio is free of objectivated or canned material, in the crude sense of the phonograph record, gives a much greater mobility to the tool, and this mobility enforces the illusion of immediacy and presence. For instance, there are no narrow time limits as there are with phonograph records. One can listen to a whole Bruckner symphony without interruption. In listening to a recorded symphony, the interruptions always remind the listener of the separation between the record and the live performance and destroy the musical continuum, notwithstanding the fact that in a deeper sense the radio voice, too, breaks the music into bits. Again, the mobility of radio allows it to broadcast accidental elements of a performance such as noises of tuning, applause when the conductor appears, conversation of the audience and the sudden silence with the conductor's appearance, applause when the curtain goes down, etc. The elimination of these accidental features helps to make a phonograph objective and beyond time. The more faithfully they are reproduced and the more emphasis given them by the handling of the programs, the more does the listener feel as if he were within immediate, spontaneous life wherein the essential and accidental are separated without any attempt being made to raise them to an objective level above the listener's consciousness of the current of life. However, from the outset we must be conscious that live qualities of radio are due only to the factor of time coincidence and the absence of the necessity to fixate the sound, independent of time. The sound itself, however, will show characteristics more akin to the sound of the phonograph. In the categorical structure of the phenomenon we can already find the root of problems which later become decisively important for the radio phenomenon and its effect, namely that it appears to be a live phenomenon, whereas actually it is very much different from the live event to which it is connected by the abstract element of time coincidence. The time coincidence and the swiftness by which radio can chase events in time brings the listener into closest possible touch with what he listens to, in other respects, namely in terms of space and specific sound qualities. The radio voice keeps him far distant from the very same events. This element of time coincidence is basically important because it provokes the feeling of immediately being together with against all the tendencies of objectivation and reification which also characterize the phenomenon. We shall have to prove more exactly what we already hinted at in Part I, namely, that we regard the elements of reification as essential, and the feeling of being face to face with as only superficial. But when reflecting upon time coincidence, we shall have to admit anyhow that this feeling of being face to face with has its reasons within the fundamental structure of radio, even as do the opposite trends. If, finally, this immediacy, this feeling of being face to face finally must be discounted, it will have to be done for social reasons and not for technological ones. These reasons, of course, will have to be studied again in terms of the phenomenon. We may discover that the feeling of being face to face gains its illusionary character as soon as the radio phenomenon uses the time coincidence as a means of attempting to bridge the gulf in space, and of suggesting a presence in space as well, whereas as soon as suggestions for future handling of radio come into play, just this element of time coincidence may be useful. It then may help legitimately to break down some of the barriers of reification which we find so strongly developed in other spheres of radio. There are certain occasions, like the broadcast of political meetings, where the situation of the radio listener does not differ in function from the situation of those who listen to the live event. In such cases time coincidence suits the meaning of the occasion. Here people are really present, as long as radio does not want to have them make believe that they are present at the place where the event occurs. The virtual antagonism between radio's reification or alienation and its immediacy also affects the radio voice's mobility. This can easily be clarified by a comparison between radio and phonograph. The difference is evident. Although a phonograph record is recorded at a special time and a special place, it is no longer bound to this special time and place. Radio can chase live events with greater mobility than the phonograph, but its mobility is limited by the uniqueness of the live event. Phonograph recording takes place under different conditions, and you cannot chase the live events by phonograph in the sense of reportage. But the mobility of the results, that is, of the record, is greater than the mobility of the result of radio broadcasting, that is, of the phenomenon which comes out of the loudspeaker. You are rigidly bound to the very moment of the event or performance by the very closeness of the radio voice to the now of the broadcast performance. This leads to severe limitations which do not apply to the phonograph record. Although you can listen to the radio virtually everywhere in space, you can't do it in principle everywhere in time. You remain the slave of the very immediacy of radio, of the time coincidence of the performance. This, again, has certain implications for the structure of the phenomenon. You are bound to a specific time. You can listen to things that you are interested in only at the time that they are offered to you and not when you would choose to listen to them. When you have only your free time to listen to music, you cannot listen to whatever you like as you may do when you, yourself, play, or choose something out of a vast repertoire of records. You have to adapt yourself to the comparatively small range of the dial of your set at a specific hour. All these conditions a priori subject you much more to the will and the power behind the instrument than when you are listening to the phonograph. It may be expressed more generally, while radio is more mobile than the phonograph in its connection with immediate life, closeness to real events, musical or non-musical, you are less mobile in that you must keep pace with the tool itself. The new tool, by its closeness to life, may be more dynamic than the older form of technical reproduction. The radio listener becomes less mobile than the phonograph listener, though, because he must fit more strictly within the events which radio presents to him. Of course, we must mention here that both tools, radio and phonograph, cannot be totally opposed. Not only are both steps in the mechanization of musical production, they are often both combined not merely as far as the sets are concerned, but also as far as the actual performance is concerned. There are a good many recorded performances over the radio, and one of the stations most conspicuous for its discriminating musical programs relies almost entirely on broadcasting records. Point 23. This mixture, however, does not fundamentally alter the structure of the phenomenon. That is, the broadcasting of a record fundamentally remains a radio phenomenon and not a phonograph phenomenon as far as the time factor is concerned. If the record is broadcast, you can listen to it only at the moment it is broadcast. It has lost its mobility in time and, on the other hand, you will have much more of the impression of witnessing an immediate musical event than you have when listening to a phonograph, whereas when you hear a non-broadcast phonograph record, you will recognize the phonograph sound at once. For this, of course, not only the time factor is responsible, but mainly the fact that technical acoustic conditions of radio may make good some of the shortcomings of a phonograph record. In particular, you do not hear the scratching of the needle over the radio, although you do hear it when you play the phonograph in your room. The broadcasting of records appears to be a gain for the quality of the record. At the same time, it appears to be a gain for radio, too. The former director of the Berlin radio station, Dr. Hans Flesch 24 pursued the policy of broadcasting records only, records not brought out by the phonograph industry and not available to the public, but made especially by order of the broadcasting company and available to the company only. There followed a long discussion about this procedure, and Dr. Flesch was assailed especially for his mechanizing radio by broadcasting only records, and for breaking the spell of immediacy which we have mentioned as one of the inherent consequences of time coincidence. The new regime in Germany has abolished his practice partly in order to create work for the unemployed whose interests they considered damaged by a stock of fixed performances on which radio could live for a considerable time. It is not up to us to criticize the social implications of an action which conserves more primitive forms of labor at the expense of more highly developed ones, thus chaining productive powers. But we feel justified in discussing the problem of radio performances of records, in itself, and we feel strongly inclined to defend Dr. Flesch's procedure. The incomparably higher number of listeners and the higher degree of musical validity necessarily attributed to any radio performance because the listener emancipates himself from being bound to a special place and occasion and feels the right to listen to the music itself, appears to us to be sufficient reason for freeing radio performances as much as possible from the contingencies of live performances. This purpose is well served by broadcasting records, if these records are well planned and well controlled. The broadcaster, then, does not have to be content with what is given by the artist at the moment he plays. He does not have to take into consideration the disposition of the artist at that moment. And the artist himself is free of these contingencies as well. He may record his performance as long as he has achieved the most nearly perfect one, or he may just record it several times and then select the best from all the records. Or he may use the results of his previous records as a means of improvement till he reaches a definite version which he considers satisfactory. Finally, it would be possible in this procedure to define more rationally and more exactly the functions of the sound control engineer. At present the sound control is, to a great extent, independent of the performer. The sound engineer is a technician who controls the broadcast of the performance according to technical rather than purely musical categories. The conductor has no influence over the sound engineer while he conducts the performance. He is at his mercy. One need only imagine a conductor who, for some reason or other, pursues a policy of performing music with extreme and surprising sound effects, as much as possible, in order to make the texture of the work clearer, for instance. These effects would be tuned down by the sound engineer, probably, and this clearly illustrates the grave implications of his function at this point of radio production. The broadcasting of records could dispense with these complications very simply. The conductor of the original performance could rehearse the broadcasting of the record in the studio with the sound control engineer, and together they could determine how the sound must be steered. For all these reasons the quality could be considerably improved by broadcasting records. We think that this improvement would compensate for the so-called lack of immediacy, especially because a trained listener finds it very difficult to distinguish between a technically well-done broadcast of a technically well-done record and a broadcast of live music with all the contingencies of the occasion. But there is still a deeper reason for recommending this procedure. We spoke about the illusion of immediacy created by the element of radio's time coincidence. Evidently the sponsors of the phonograph radio method realized that this was an illusion, and they felt that somehow it is unsuitable to imitate the irrational factors of a performance, and even to foster them artificially with a rigid and entirely mechanical tool. They became aware of the fact that the immediacy of the phenomenon, upheld artificially, ceases to be immediate. Thus they tried to develop a method of replacing this immediacy by an objectivity suitable to the tool. This attempt, again, bears witness to the basic antagonism within the radio voice, that of immediacy versus objectivation. They decided in favor of objectivation by abolishing the pseudo-immediacy of using the time coincidence to suggest space coincidence and promoting the illusion of witnessing a live performance which, after all, is not really witnessed. Another way, the opposite, would be to replace the pseudo-immediacy by genuine immediacy. We shall have to discuss this possibility in the music study in its proper place. It is the problem of combining electrical musical instruments with radio. Both tendencies, as much as they appear to be opposed, the objectivation of radio phenomena by broadcast records and the breaking down of its reification by playing on the radio as electrical instruments suggest, coincide in one decisive element. They both want to liquidate the pseudo-immediacy, the mere appearance of being present with an original when faced with a reproduction, by a structure of the radio phenomenon which is no longer an illusionary one, but suitable for the event itself. From the opposite poles of progressive broadcasting we find tendencies which ultimately point in the same direction. Chapter 6 Space Ubiquity. In its relation to time, radio seems to have much of the same structure as live music. It even appears to come closer to ordinary time experience than does recorded music. This thesis, by the way, must be modified in the light of some of the later characteristics of the radio voice. Its relation to space is fundamentally different from that of live music as well as from that of the phonograph. This relation may be formulated as follows: live music takes place at one particular time, at one largely specific locus. Phonograph records can appear at different loci, in principle at different times. The phonograph phenomenon in principle appears at different times, the radio phenomenon in principle appears at one time, but at different loci. The one phenomenon of the performance, because of the element of time coincidence with the live musical performance making it still appear as the one and original performance, is scattered in space. The structural paradox involved here strongly resembles those discussed earlier in this study. Something which does not appear to be a reproduction, like a phonograph record, but an original, namely the performance, at the very moment of its being performed, nevertheless has the character of reproduction insofar as the uniqueness of the phenomenon ceases to exist and appears at the same time as images of it in innumerable places. This paradox again points to the core of radio phenomena. Something general and mechanically reproduced appears to be something individual and original. It is from this structure of the space of radio that its faculty of delivering the same material at the same time and to all places must start. As early as 1930 the German writer, Gunther Stern, published an article called Spooks in Radio in which he treats the phenomenon of radio ubiquity. He starts with the assumption that music is, in principle, neutral to space. Music is nowhere and everywhere it is heard, it transcends the here itself in spite of its here-ness, and never finds its unity in a limitation of space. He believes that as soon as music gains a more definite relation to space, its fundamental character is somewhat altered. He gives as the simplest example of the phenomenon that of a street organ which, in spite of the space neutrality of music, takes music for a walk, playing it now here in one locus, then there in another, thus leaving what it has already played like a trail of smoke behind it, and metaphorically, going to meet what still remains to be played, thus dragging the unity of the piece which should be neutral to space the whole length of the road M. Stern assumes that, when the locus of music is stable, the space is contingent and ungiven. This space becomes articulate when the music moves and changes its locus, and on the other hand, according to him, this precise localization of music is always inadequate because even under these conditions the real unity of music itself is by no means identical with the space unity of sounds constituted by a continuous movement. He considers this phenomenon a radical one in radio. According to him it completely destroys the space neutrality of music. When one leaves his house, the music of the loudspeaker still resounds in his ear. He is still in it, it is nowhere. One takes 10 steps and the same music sounds from a neighbor's house. Now, when there is music here as well, one finds music here and there, localized, rammed into place like two stakes. But, at the same time, here it is the same music which was heard there. Here Mr. X continues singing what he has started to sing there. One continues walking. At the third house X3 continues again, accompanied by X2, and very vaguely echoed by the cautious X of the first house O. Stern assumes that shock originates in this phenomenon. He sets as his task the explanation of this shock, and gives three reasons for it. The ubiquity of music, in that it accentuates its being here and there. This individualizes music, in spite of the fact that the piece heard in three different places is always the same. The possibility of a plurality and even numerability of musics. According to Mr. Stern, this is not due to music because each individual piece is a world in itself which does not suggest another musical world beyond itself and identical with it, but different because of its localization. The double or second self phenomenon. Each of these different here-s and there-s of the music pretends to be the piece itself which now, again, is nowhere to the second power because it could appear everywhere. P. Mr. Stern assumes that this shock in radio, founded upon its ubiquity, is closely related to a fear which always seizes men whenever technical tools become stronger than him and overpower him. We have already hinted at this in mentioning the radio voice creating the illusion of a voice of its own, independent of human activities which are actually behind it. Mr. Stern's sketch deserves careful discussion. On the one hand, it is open to criticism which may affect the ground of his interpretation. On the other hand, we think that some of his observations are well founded, and we shall have to try to bring them in line with our framework of radiophysiognomics. Objections must be directed primarily against the philosophy behind Stern's sketch. At the time this article was written, he was still a follower of the existential philosophy of Heidegger. He tries to explain a phenomenon like radio, with all its social and historical implications, in terms of reactions of the man being an invariant, instead of trying to find the historical and social determinants of the phenomenon itself in the sense in which we try to uncover them when we mention the social background of the disproportion between the public tool and its individual appearance. He undertook radiophysiognomics as an anthropology of radio. He tried to deduce radio characteristics from the essence of man. In considering radio, however, it is not enough simply to be content with radio's being human. He must also consider how it alienates itself from man. Of course, Mr. Stern, too, mentions this alienation in his sketch. But it makes all the difference if you subject radio to an anthropological approach with static categories within which the alienation appears as a mere variable, or if you speak of radio's essence, its dynamic relation to our society, which we baptized preliminarily as its contradiction between immediacy and reification. While Stern sticks to the idea of existential invariance, he hypostatizes very specific historical insights as general and, so to speak, a priori characteristics of the radio voice. This applies especially to his theory of the shock of the radio voice. This shock, we think, vanishes, or at least recedes into the background, as soon as one becomes acquainted with the phenomenon which Mr. Stern discusses. No one will experience the continuance of one piece from different houses as a sort of ghost-like apparition any longer. The same thing takes place which seems to have taken place with the phenomenon of the double, or second self. This, too, is handled by Mr. Stern as being fundamentally disquieting. The double, once a problem for Edgar Allan Poe and Heine, has long since become a trite, technical term in the film business. This warns us of one of the difficulties of radiophysiognomics which we have not yet mentioned, but which we cannot evade. We must be careful not to generalize our physiognomic observations in time. That is, we must fully realize that they all have their historic indices and that whatever appears as a fundamental characteristic of the radio voice may disappear sooner or later. On the other hand, we must try to elaborate as carefully as possible these historic elements of the radio voice because they may be precisely the deciding ones for the actual constitution of the phenomenon which we are dealing with. In spite of all this, however, it would be superficial to dismiss Mr. Stern's assertions about the haunting character of radio. We believe that they should be altered only insofar as they can no longer be treated as a priori factors, but as they constitute a sort of vague, unconscious fringe about the radio phenomenon which gives it a characteristic touch, but which is not evident in its immediate apperception. Still, it is possible that just by this unconsciousness of the haunting characteristics which Mr. Stern outlines, the power over the phenomenon in a certain dimension may be even greater than his article realizes. In part we gave the example of the child who believes that the loudspeaker speaks for itself. Something similar holds good for the present question. Now, certainly, all these imaginings have to be dropped as soon as there is a fuller understanding. This, however, Mr. Stern does not do. Just as the illusion of the radio voice disappears when we consider the radio machine, the shock described by Mr. Stern disappears as soon as one becomes fully conscious of the structure of radio, mentioned at the beginning of this sketch. It is this structure which allows it at a given moment to disperse the same piece of music over innumerable loci. But we may take it for granted that this consciousness exists only for comparatively few persons, and comparatively seldom. This problem, by the way, will bother us especially when we deal with suggestions for empirical research in radiophysiognomics. And we may uphold the hypothesis that whenever the listener assumes an attitude to radio which is not fully rational, and moreover whenever he does not keep all the technical implications of radio in evidence, when he listens to radio, some of the shock elements mentioned by Mr. Stern may still hold good. This, however, needs a further reservation which springs from another insufficiency of Mr. Stern's thesis. It is the thesis of the spacelessness of music. His theory is based upon a threefold assumption. First, that music is normally entirely spaceless in that we do not relate the sound which we hear to any specific locus. Second, it gains a sort of relation to space as soon as it is taken for a walk through space, and third, finally, this relation to space is again destroyed by the ubiquity of radio. We think that this assumption does not do justice to the phenomena which are to be described, and a criticism of it may help to clarify the concept of radio ubiquity. Mr. Stern is right about the neutrality of music to space insofar as the unity of music and its properly musical constitution is in question. It may be assumed that, in a way, music has its own space. One can speak of musical dimensions and even of musical perspective as something clearly noticeable by any keen listener. This is more than purely metaphorical but is by no means identical with empirical space, and certainly different from music's relation to the place where it is executed and heard. But this space cannot be entirely severed from our experience of external space. The following example may help to clarify this, although we know that these problems are so deeply involved that it will not be easy for a non-musician to understand what is meant, especially since these problems have not been dealt with even in music theory. Let us take an orchestral score of the mature Wagner, for instance, Die Meistersinger. In this score the horn plays an outstanding role for several different reasons. One of them is the sound quality of the horn in the piano. This makes it possible to give tones and even leading melodies to that instrument which do not sound quite present. They are not, so to speak, on the surface of the musical space, but somewhere deeper in this space. At the same time, the main voices have something not quite here. Of course, few listeners will be conscious of this effect and of the means of achieving it. Nevertheless, the music is most likely to impress them that way. Now, certainly, it would be fallacious to assume that an immediate relation between this effect and empirical space exists. The horn is no further distant in empirical space than, for example, the violins which seem to be more here. But this phenomenon, very characteristic of musical perspective and, by the way, one which is hardest for radio to realize, certainly would never occur unless the specific expression of the horn sound, its calling, would necessarily provoke the consciousness of a space which is penetrated by the horn call. And this space, which the horn sound recalls, is certainly the empirical space. When this calling expression sounds piano, it sounds as if it were coming from a distance, and in this indirect way, by the specific expression of an instrument, empirical space is introduced into musical space where it is contained in a sublimated form. Most probably, if all the phenomena of musical space were analyzed with proper thoroughness, it could be found that these phenomena are related to outside space by means of musical expression. This outside space is, so to speak, left as a sediment within the interiorized musical space, just as the most interiorized psychology is necessarily related to the external reality and can be expressed only in terms of this reality. It is this relation which is particularly neglected by Mr. Stern's approach. Even in a more primitive sense, musical space is not so independent of the normal and empirical space as Stern and also Kurth appear to believe. Even if the proper musical dimensions of a work are not related as such to empirical space, they still fall within it in that every musical phenomenon takes place within certain limits where it can be heard. As trivial as this objection is, it must be remembered in contrast to Mr. Stern's tendency to make music an island separate from our empirical life by stressing the autonomous elements of music. He loosens the ties between music and the concrete world and transfigures music into a sort of absoluteness which makes it sublime and fetishistic at the same time. Here, however, we are concerned not so much with this consequence of his theory about the space neutrality of music. We just want to maintain, as a result of our previous discussion, the fact that in principle the relation to empirical space, in the case of a moving street organ or a piece of music moving from one loudspeaker in one house to another loudspeaker in the next, is by no means more closely associated with space than any other music phenomenon in the sphere of live music. This can be ascertained also by a good many examples where the two loci of music, its own space and empirical space, collide, and where this collision even creates certain shocks. We refer to the odd, haunting expression of an opera heard by a latecomer in the lobby of an opera house, or to the feeling retailed to the listener who comes from the auditorium of the opera to the lobby that he is still in the music space. This leads to the inference that the shock which Mr. Stern describes is due not so much to the scattering of music in space and to complications of the relation of music space and empirical space which were certainly known in pre-radio days, but to other characteristics of radio which will have to be investigated. Mr. Stern's assumption that music is spaceless and noticed in terms of space only on exceptional occasions like the street organ case, or walking through the street where the same music pours out of the windows of different houses, would imply that radio in a private room, anyhow, is spaceless. We have already had to correct this thesis of spacelessness, entirely. Now we must go beyond that as far as the radio voice is concerned. Is it true that radio music in a room has the character of here-ness which, under certain given and normal conditions, live music has? Does the radio voice really sound as if it is here? A man with musically well-trained ears, who is walking along outside a restaurant and hearing music inside, will almost always be able to determine whether this music is really being played in the restaurant or if it is being transmitted by radio. Of course, this partly depends on the specific modifications of sound which any music undergoes by radio. And it would be impossible to sever our present observations from these modifications. But we believe that the so-called spacelessness of music is affected also by these modifications. Even if the transmission is very good, radio music always seems to be an echo of music coming from a distant place. The space distance between the room in which a person is listening and the room wherein the broadcast is taking place has not been altogether bridged by radio. It will be rather hard to give the exact technological reasons for this, and we cannot exclude the possibility that in a way it is illusionary, that is, the echo character of radio music which appears to be the resounding of distant music is actually not due to the space distance but to the specific conditions of the loudspeaker which are responsible for the echo-like hollowness and resounding of the radio voice. At any rate, this feeling is so strong that every radio phenomenon obtains a new and very specific space relation, namely that it is not actually here, that it comes from somewhere else. And this is not due to our knowledge of the technical tool, but to the immediate sound of the phenomenon. Thus Mr. Stern is quite right in seeing radio music related to space in a new sense. He is mistaken only in that he attributes this quality solely to the sequence of music at two different loci, whereas it actually affects the radio phenomenon in its most elementary form, within the private room. We have had to discount a great many of Mr. Stern's assertions, such as the anthropological character of the radio shock, the difference between a space-neutral live music and a non-space-neutral music that again, finally, becomes, by its ubiquity, again space-neutral radio music, etc. What is left of his theory may help us to establish a better understanding of ubiquity in radio. We believe that two of his reasons for the shock are to be dealt with here, namely first, his observations about the plurality or numerability of musics, closely associated with the structure of its mechanical reproduction, which he regards as unfit for music, and, second, his observation that this plurality comes into conflict with the claim of each reproduction to be the thing itself. To clarify further this discussion, we refer to a theory developed by Walter Benjamin. Benjamin treats the difference between the uniqueness and reproducibility of the work of art from the point of view of a fundamental historical change, terms which can enlighten Stern's last 2 points and which can help to understand the shock he mentions no longer in existential concepts, but in social and historical ones. We are giving some of the basic ideas of Benjamin's essay so that we can employ them in a discussion of the problem we tried to condense from Stern's essay. Benjamin holds that up to the era of mechanical reproduction one of the essentials of the work of art was its hic et nunc, its here and now, its existence unique to the locus at which it can be found. The authenticity of the work of art is based upon this here and now character, and the elements which make for its authenticity strictly deny any sort of reproduction, not only mechanical. Only the original sustains its authority, and the aura of the work of art is only the way this authenticity is expressed in the phenomenon of the artwork. 28 Benjamin traces the uniqueness of the artwork back to its ritual function in former ages. That is, he deduces it from the veneration of a special artwork at a special locus, supposed to represent superhuman powers only in its original form, as a symbol that is not interchangeable with other figures at different places without affecting the metaphysical substance attributed to it by its worshippers. The destruction of this ritual nature of the artwork, the vanishing of its aura and its becoming reproducible are, for Benjamin, equivalent terms. In moving pictures he finds elements of a radically new, non-auratic art which is determined even within the process of its very production by the basic idea of its reproducibility. Its cult value is being replaced by its exposition value. 29. Now it is obvious that this theory cannot be directly applied to music because there is no conceivable music, except perhaps improvisations, and they do not count, which is not based upon the idea of reproducibility. The reproducibility, itself, cannot be considered an element of basic change, which accounts for our observations about the ubiquity of the radio voice. Here, however, we must be careful. It is true that we cannot say that in music the original is more authentic than its reproduction because it actually exists only in being reproduced. Every score is, in a way, only a system of prescriptions for possible reproduction, and nothing in itself. We may add here that the epistemological justification for our speaking about changes within the artwork can be found here. If these prescriptions for possible reproduction fundamentally relate the work to its reproduction, basic changes within the reading of these prescriptions also affect the work itself because the work is not independent of them and their relation to a possible interpretation. However, we must acknowledge that in music something very closely akin to Benjamin's observation can be found. The authenticity which Benjamin attributes in the visual arts to the original must be attributed to live reproduction in music. This live reproduction has its here, either the concert room or the opera, and its now, the very moment it is executed. And what Benjamin calls the aura of the original certainly constitutes an essential part of the live reproduction. It is exactly this aura which leads people to be eager to attend a live performance even if they cannot follow the music as well from their cheap seats as they could have followed it in front of their radio sets. It is this aura which is reflected in all the talk about the fascinating conductor, the cult of the virtuoso, and all the well-known irrational features of people's reactions to live music. Even the characteristics of symphony, discussed in Part I, are largely due to the aura or authenticity of the live performance. Now, we believe that this authenticity, or aura, is vanishing in music because of mechanical reproduction. The phonograph record destroys the now of the live performance and, in a way, it's here as well. Although the ubiquity of radio observes the now, it certainly is more hostile to the here. It appears to us that these observations are implicit in Stern's thesis of the plurality and numerability of musics and the contradiction in the claim of the duplication of the piece to be the piece itself. In radio, the authentic original has ceased to exist and, as a category, it has fallen behind the actual state of technical development. The shock which Mr. Stern describes, however, is nothing but the collision between the innate tendency of mechanical reproduction to abolish the thing itself in its originality and authenticity, and the claim still surviving and artificially fostered, that one is facing that original. The claim to be the thing itself is not, as Mr. Stern appears to hold, the claim of radio. It is a claim which comes from the listener and which is nourished also by the way radio functions under present conditions. But the shock, that is, the basic conflict, will cease to exist as soon as radio has learned to emancipate itself from the idea of originality which it denounces at every step. This appears to us to be the real theoretical explanation for our preliminary remarks on originality in Part I. In radio, the authentic original has ceased to exist. The present standard of technical development has surpassed the category of the original. However, the illusion of the original is maintained by present-day radio. X. But we must briefly re-examine Mr. Stern's theory in the light of this explanation. He speaks of the plurality and even numerability of musics which are really not due to music. This not being due to music, then, refers only to the idea of the original in the sense of the live performance. Only relative to that concept is the plurality contradictory and shocking. If, however, the concept of uniqueness is abolished, not only will this shock no longer survive, but also the entire feeling of plurality will collapse. The disquieting factor lies only in a plurality of uniquenesses. Without uniqueness, the plurality will no longer be felt because divergent claims of different heres will not exist. Stern's thesis that plurality is not due to music is a hypostasis of the auratic character of music, incompatible with its mechanical reproduction. Radio music is haunting in the sense of a double only when it makes its fictitious claim to be unique, to be here and now, which, at the same time, is disclaimed by technical reproduction. In this historical context, and not as anthropological or existential insights, Mr. Stern's remarks become understandable. If the haunting character of radio really does still exist, it is nothing but the futility of the impression of uniqueness or individual expression still maintained by radio in its present form. The haunting factor in radio is not the newness of the mechanical tool, or the overpowering of man by the machine. It is only the remnants of the pre-technical concept of authenticity haunting an art technique basically opposed to it. When these remnants are driven out, the spook in radio will be finished. So far, we have discussed the destruction of the older character of uniqueness of the work of art by mechanical reproduction in terms of space alone. We must add, however, that in a more indirect sense this destructive tendency holds good beyond the concept of space. Here is an example which, although it does not belong to physiognomics, certainly influences radio's physiognomic expression. It is the repetition of standard works. By being repeated again and again, some of them, for instance the Beethoven symphonies which we mentioned in Part I, not only lose their here but also their now. Even if they used to be repeated at certain specific intervals, the quasi-ritual dignity attributed to them as long as they appeared at one particular hour vanishes. Now, when they are played again and again, they can no longer uphold the dignity of the occasion. They are losing their aura because they no longer keep their distance from the listeners. They show, instead, a tendency to mingle in his everyday life because they can appear at practically every moment, and because he can accompany brushing his teeth with the allegretto of the seventh. If this means the loss of authenticity in our sense of the term, this can also mean an increase of authenticity in another sense, just as the authority of an advertisement increases when it is repeated again and again. The more often you hear the Seventh Symphony, the less, probably, will you cease to discuss it. The exposition value which Benjamin sees increasing against the cult value of a particular work, and which is closely akin to the fatality of plugged music, appears to us to be even more authoritarian than the former. Here the theory of the aura becomes involved in difficulties which cannot be hidden for the very simple reason that they are not difficulties of an antagonistic theory, but are created by contradictions in reality. Although a symphony loses the authority of its uniqueness, it accumulates new authority by ubiquity and its faculty of appearing at any time. A further complication is created here by a tendency already mentioned. Under present conditions, radio produces resistance to abolishing the cult value and aura of music. By creating festival and exceptional situations, presenting the work in an exaggerated, solemn way, etc., many radio performances try to save the uniqueness at the same time that they are attacking it. The situation of the listener who is facing the radio phenomenon as a unique one, in that it appears within the four walls of his room, certainly helps to strengthen these tendencies. Our task will be to discuss these complications more systematically. We shall have to visualize radio's structure when mechanical means of reproduction are confronted with individualistic situations, individualistic claims, and surviving relics of authenticity in time and space in the older sense. In spite of the echo of the radio phenomenon, we can assume that its ubiquity is self-evident in the listener's concrete experience. The ubiquitous radio phenomenon has a subjective here for the listener, although the objective lack of that here probably deeply affects his experience. Chapter 7: Ubiquity, Standardization and Pseudo-Activity. A. Preliminary notes on terminology and method. We must be very distinct in our use of such terms as subjective and objective. Our present distinction has nothing to do with the primary and secondary qualities of the radio voice we mentioned in Part I. If we take up this terminology, we are within the field of primary qualities. That is, we are not dealing with individual differences. We are remaining strictly within the limits of what we called objective features of the radio phenomenon. Hence it appears to be confusing to introduce a new difference between objective and subjective elements. First, we formerly called these qualities objective. Second, everything related to a phenomenon and not to a thing is to be called subjective in a phenomenological sense. We can overcome this difficulty by forgetting for the moment our older distinctions and just trying to stick to the subject matter which now concerns us. In this part of our study we intend to give a draft of the categories of the radio voice, the framework within which the radio voice's phenomena take place, and not a description of the radio voice itself. This treatment of categories belongs, as we must always keep in mind, to the phenomenon, in that here we are not treating causal mechanisms which determine it. We do not speak of things, or the influence of the microphone upon the loudspeaker or the program maker on certain features like standardization of works. Thus the total analysis which we are undertaking at present may be called a subjective one. But within the broadest sense of subjectivity we must differentiate between phenomena which are suitable to their own structure, and phenomena which conceal this structure even though they are bound to it. In this context we call the former objective and the latter subjective. The following example may clarify this. The ubiquity of the radio phenomenon can be called a subjective characteristic in the older and broader sense. We do not deduce this ubiquity as a causal consideration. We ascertain it only in the phenomenal field, as walking along the street and listening to the same tune pouring out of 10 different windows. But in spite of this entirely phenomenal verification, we may justifiably call ubiquity an objective characteristic of the radio phenomenon in our new, present sense, insofar as every radio phenomenon takes place within this ubiquity. In principle, there is no radio phenomenon which cannot be spotted at any or every place. Although the here-ness of the radio voice is one of the inherent characteristics of present-day radio, and thus also a radio category according to our new division, it is still a subjective one because it necessarily hides the ubiquity within which it must always take place. We called it illusionary because it makes us forget the ubiquity within which the phenomenon we witness in our room also occurs, whereas ubiquity, in itself, is indifferent to our realizing that we have forgotten it. At this point we must face an objection. Within our sketch of radio categories we introduced some which are plainly contradictory. On the one hand, we speak of ubiquity as a category, On the other hand, we speak of the here-ness as very closely related to the way radio phenomena now present themselves, almost a category, too. Generally, however, one expects a set of categories to be consistent. To this we must reply that our ambition is not to give a radio philosophy. We do not want to hypostatize any of our characteristics of radio as logically inherent in the tool, or the way it expresses them. Our categories are physiognomic insofar as we try to describe and determine the expression of the radio voice within the historical and social situation in which it appears. We do not want to systematize what may be disorderly. We do not want to harmonize what may be discordant. Our set of categories may contain contradictions, but we hold that these contradictions are not logical shortcomings of a systematic approach which is subject to grave doubts in advance in a field like radio. We hold that these contradictions in the categories express contradictions in the subject matter itself and, in the last analysis, contradictions in our society. We hinted at the role played by concepts such as aura, authenticity, the original, the genuine, and so on, in radio. These concepts are still upheld by current cultural standards, but they are nevertheless basically opposed to technical reproduction. They are artificially maintained, for one reason or another. This may account for the contradictions reflected in our set of categories and speaking of objective characteristics of the radio voice and subjective illusions which still have a certain objectivity within the framework of modern radio experience. As long as the idea of the original survives, the antagonism between publicity and privacy in radio will survive as well. b. The standardization of the phenomenon. The basic ubiquity of radio is expressed in a sort of standardization of the radio phenomenon in that the material is offered to a vast number of people and, if they want to use their radios, they are more or less forced to listen to this material. This standardization must be understood as a phenomenal character of radio and not as any standardized content. It is due to the structure of the tool and not primarily to mass production, although it fits completely with more general conditions of monopolistic economy. Y. The standardization which we mean is the more or less authoritarian offer of identical material to a great number of people. It would hold good even if there were no standardization of programs. This standardization, in a way, is the essence of radio itself. The abstract fact that an identical content appears at innumerable places at the same time practically coincides with the concrete fact of standardization, namely, that the same material is impressed upon a great number of people. It ought to be absolutely clear at the outset that no matter what alterations may be recommended for program policies, this sort of standardization cannot be altered. It would be absurd under given technical conditions to attempt a type of broadcasting which would produce different material at the same time in different spots. One must reckon with iron laws of technical reproduction which cannot be altered and should not be hidden, and radio should try to make the best of them. This standardization is so self-evident that it would not be worthwhile to attach too much importance to it. It is necessary, however, to keep it in mind as a basic fact because only against its background can all its counter-tendencies be properly understood. Most of these counter-tendencies have already occurred to us. We mean the illusion of here-ness, of closeness, of authenticity in radio. We also mean the listener's attitude, his resistance to subjecting himself to any standardized material even though he is most likely to enjoy the very same subjection in another layer of his psychological reactions. We must say this first. All these trends which we must now deal with in greater detail attempt to alter something which in principle cannot and should not be altered so long as the basic principle of radio remains the offer of the same thing at the same time to a number of people, at least for an indefinitely long period. C. Counter-tendencies. 1. Selection. The first counter-tendency is the drive to select from a number of stations. We must say, however, that this freedom of selection is not an inherent quality of radio, like the standardization of phenomena. It depends upon an element which cannot be called a category of the structure of the phenomenon. It depends upon the fact that a number of stations operate independently of each other, presenting different programs at the same time. This fact certainly is not an invariant. It clearly depends upon social and economic trends outside the field of radio. A superficial observer who believes that the monopolistic tendency in our society is basic would expect the number of independent stations to become smaller because the increasing cost of producing different programs at the same time is unnecessary for programs planned by one big unity. In fact, during the boom of radio rationalization in Germany, a sort of program concentration took place which offered the same programs to every listener to the Frankfurt and Stuttgart radio stations. Still, it is doubtful if this tendency really was fundamental. In America, however, we find a highly complicated situation which cannot be stated in simple terms of monopolistic production leading to program standardization whose ideal would be hearing a certain program at a certain time at all places. Just the opposite appears to be true. Here, however, our study will later have to provide extensive verification. As the power of radio stations, and especially the large networks, increases, they try more and more to maintain a diversity of programs at the same time. The counter-tendency we mention may well increase in direct proportion to the basic tendency not of ubiquity standardization but of the power of monopolization. A study of how this individualization in a deeper sense expresses standardization, a study of how different stations manage to broadcast the same even though they present totally different programs, would no longer be physiognomic. Still, it appears to be part of the purely phenomenal experience of the listener that as long as he is not selecting one special program he is most likely, just by twirling the dial, to feel that he is getting the same stuff everywhere. Here we quote another passage from Krennic's article which expresses the conviction that in spite of the apparent diversity of programs the real differences are much smaller than we are led to believe, not only among stations, but even among entire nations with antagonistic philosophies. One would be mistaken in assuming that American, European, Italian and French radio have diametrically opposed contents. The so-called freedom of choosing different programs at the same time, however, is very limited. In totalitarian countries like Germany this choice is so limited that Volksempfänger are built to allow the listener to tune in only government-controlled German stations. But apart from these arbitrary limitations, there are arbitrary ones everywhere. Still, the ubiquity standardization remains unaltered in the variety of stations at the listener's disposal. First he must select a station from those available on his dial, and even at best these are very limited, even more so than, for instance, his choice of phonograph records to be played at a given time. To a great extent he still remains at the mercy of standardization. The very act of selection, however limited, sometimes makes the listener feel as if he were playing an instrument. Certain effects of turning the dial, as long as all the programs are musical ones, resemble musical colors. The role of this effect is still unknown for the listener, but it may be compared to the dragging sound of an accordion. The accordion is a very primitive instrument which is tremendously popular especially in Germany where there are not enough teachers to meet the demand for instruction. This instrument's appeal, celebrated in special hit songs, is worthy of sociological consideration. Its role may be roughly defined as a piano fit for camp life or collective life of any sort, involuntarily antagonistic to the private apartment. Significantly, the accordion is called in German, a sailor's piano. In America there is the name, gypsy piano. Its portability is closely connected with its primitiveness. There is no space for all the keys nor are the players expected to combine chords with their fingers. Instead, ready-made chords are already provided. It may well be guessed that the expression of the radio voice, which resembles the sound of the accordion when the dial is being twirled, often plays a somewhat similar role. Just as the accordion player strikes ready-made chords in a quasi-improvisatory manner, the radio listener can play on his dial. Thus his apparently free efforts can produce preformed effects. In a sense, radio introduces into the private room certain effects and functions of the accordion. If we could find out how often people willfully produce accordion-like effects by twirling their dials, we would have an indicator for studying this. In New York, in fact, a cabaret artist imitates the effect of twirling the radio set's dial. Certainly he would not have done so unless the phenomenon had a rather broad collective basis. We might use him and his experiments as a hunch for finding out more about the questions involved here. In any case, the man who plays on his radio as if it were an instrument, obtaining ready-made, accordion-like chords dragged into each other in a dilettantish way, is a sort of model for all behavior where individual initiative attempts to alter ubiquity standardization. 2. The good reception. In addition to the selection and playing on the dial, the listener can make further attempts to alter the standardized phenomenon. After he has selected the station, he may try to influence the phenomenon by regulating the volume and carefully adjusting the dial at the point which he believes the best for reception. He may also utilize additional makeshifts to influence the tone color, obtain clearer reception, and the like, if his set possesses them. When all this fails to satisfy him, he can try to influence the standardization by making program suggestions to the radio stations. This last attempt, again, necessarily remains within the framework of ubiquity standardization. Even if the station follows the suggestion of the listener and does alter its program, the new program will again be impressed upon a multitude of people at the same time and at different places. This, however, will be discussed later. An analysis of how people try to resist ubiquity standardization by influencing reception is a particularly good example of the difficulties in a physiognomic analysis as well as in any other deeper-reaching study of the listener's attitude to radio. For the listener's professed motive in regulating the dials of his set is contrary to an attempt to exercise that influence. What he is aiming at is generally not to modify the radio phenomenon to express his own taste. He tries to get good reception. That is, he tries to achieve as clear an idea of the thing itself, the actual performance, as he can with his set. Now, the idea of good reception in itself is not an invariant. There may be youngsters, drunks, or musically uncultured people who regard the radio set as a means of providing them with as much noise as possible, and who think that reception is good when it is as strong as possible. This tendency is fostered by the difficulty in receiving certain stations and the necessity to increase the volume to prevent interference from nearby stations. Then there is the other extreme, good reception as a background, that reception which disturbs the listener as little as possible. Between these extremes there is a wide range of shades, and finally there is the desire to get as clear and concentrated a picture of the music as possible. This is sometimes independent of volume and, although it appears on this scale, it cannot be expressed in mere terms of distance from the two poles. But there are even greater difficulties involved in the idea of getting good reception. This can easily be seen in the tone control dial. Getting the thing itself as accurately as possible by adjusting the volume control would presume that the recipient possesses sufficient knowledge of the work to adapt the volume of his reception to the volume necessary for a particular work. This certainly cannot be expected in many cases. On the other hand, we may assume that the average listener can determine whether reception in his own room is clear and articulate. He can control this clearness and articulation by means of the volume control. This may indicate that the concept of good reception is by no means so unequivocal as might be expected. It certainly contains strong individual elements on the part of the listener, but we may still say that in his consciousness it is the ideal of good reception and not self-expression which prevails in his regulation of the radio phenomenon. 4. Roughly speaking, any attempt to express himself as an additional factor in the performance will obviously only spoil the phenomenon and will sound childish. Although it is our conviction that if the automatic behavior of radio listeners could be checked, many more cases where this spoiling of the phenomenon actually occurs could be found. It would be hard to verify it because no respondent is likely to admit that he behaves so. He would be afraid of making a fool of himself. The reason for this is that no matter how far the activity of a regulating listener may go, he has no real power over the phenomenon. It always remains within the framework and within certain proportions of the given material. The ridiculous and spoiling effect of that sort of activity, which we shall simply call pseudo-activity, is based upon the fact that all of the listener's possible attempts to modify the phenomenon remain external to it, an arbitrary addition instead of a really constitutive element. Here we shall refer to a case which the author observed in Germany. He knew a child who liked to play the player piano. This piano was equipped with a crescendo and diminuendo mechanism, comparable to the volume control on a radio. The child's family had comparatively few rolls of music, so that, by repeatedly playing the scherzo of Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream and Lohengrin's Bride Chorus, he became fed up with them and tried to do something of his own. This effort was especially encouraged by the fact that when he played the piano the keys moved mechanically, as if they were being struck by invisible fingers. Thus the child made lavish use of the crescendo and diminuendo button with the effect of producing only a caricature of the music. These music characters were comparable to the distorted face which appears in certain mirrors. This distorted image, although it is fundamentally conditioned by the original, is comical because of its elongation or broadening, while its dependence upon the original is still apparent. This experience is so simple that we can expect a number of radio listeners to give up the idea of influencing the radio phenomenon. But here lies the difficulty. We spoke of resistance to ubiquity standardization. We discovered that there are good reasons to believe that the listeners do not consciously want to alter the phenomenon because it is too obvious that this alteration spoils it. How, then, can we speak of the resistance of the listener to ubiquity standardization in handling the radio? How can we justify an assumption which has so much to be said against it? It is obvious that we can only have indirect reasons for our assertion. The principle which guides the activity of the dialing and tone regulating listener is good reception. We can assume that behind this desire lies a hidden resistance to ubiquity standardization. But we can prove this only if we find that the listener's actual behavior in regulating his radio set is not so completely guided by that principle as it appears. If this could be found, this question, however, would still remain: what is the nature of the reasons which induce him to behave differently? It would be impossible to identify these reasons with those of resistance to standardization without further consideration. Now we have a hunch that, in general, people who are dealing with radio do not behave so rationally and are not so entirely guided by the desire to get good reception as they pretend to be and as they are expected to be. At this point we must call upon personal observation and experience. The author must admit that quantitative verification of these observations would not be easy. He has noticed that people do more with their radio sets than is necessary for good reception. It is, perhaps, more important to mention that the idea of good reception becomes largely independent of what the listener wants to hear, an idea in itself. There is, first, twirling the dial. Of course, the reason usually given is that the listener is trying to get samples of the offerings of different stations before making up his mind about what to listen to. It is pretty obvious that in a number of cases this is a rationalization. People twirl the dial for the sake of twirling. They turn the dial until they get a new station, and as soon as they get it, or as soon as they know they can get it, they change it again and try anew with a different station. Of course they may be captured by something which interests them particularly, but there seems to be a strong likelihood that the dial turner, the man or woman who does not switch on his radio to get a particular station or program but just to adventure on the air, gets his main pleasure from the very fact of turning the dial and from the possibilities of the machine, without caring very much about what he gets. This likelihood increases with the similarity of programs, particularly of light musical programs which are available almost all the time. We may assume that dial turning alone, devoid of any real selection, becomes important to the listener in direct proportion to his loss of interest and the degree of importance he attaches to the station he tunes in. There is a corollary to this. In their efforts to achieve good reception, many people skillfully adjust all the controls on their radios and actually manage to secure the best possible reception they can get with their sets. Still, as soon as this ideal reception is achieved, they either turn the dial to another station or switch off the set. Of course, we shall not allege that the majority of listeners behave like that, but certainly the number is large enough to allow them considerable symptomatic value for our radio listening masses. The objection could be raised that this behavior still remains within the range of the good reception ideal, and this we must certainly admit. but the significance of that ideal is completely changed when the program he receives is no longer considered important by the listener. When good reception is divorced from the desire to get a particular musical broadcast as clearly as possible, then the only explanation is that the listener cares only about good reception because he himself wants to have the privilege of doing something as well as possible. He knows that he cannot really influence the phenomenon, so he substitutes for this influence the ideal of doing as good a job as possible. Instead of being able to do something against the mechanism when such an attempt would be futile, he wants to do something with the mechanism and identify himself with that attempt at the expense of what he is allegedly pursuing. Good reception becomes a fetish. By fetish we mean that the means are considered the end. This completely reverses his resistance. Doing the best job for receiving a radio broadcast no longer opposes ubiquity standardization but obeys its laws so completely that the listener gets the illusionary self-satisfaction that the workings of the mechanism are his own. Still, there is good reason to believe that behind this transformation lies only his original desire to preserve his individuality and his phenomenon as his property. When conditions prevent people from fulfilling this desire against a central power, they make the case of the power their own case. The pattern is, private person resists ubiquity standardization of his radio set, knows this resistance is futile, finally transforms this wish for individual activity into preparedness to obey the laws of his apparatus, but just in this way loses his relation to the object and the content which he originally sought or pretended to seek. This pattern may well be considered an example of social attitudes covering a much broader field than the small living room where the dial twirler proves his competence. There will, of course, be violent objections to this interpretation. While the tendencies we mention might be admitted, it will probably be said that an interpretation in terms of resistance to standardization is much too far-fetched. Probably the desire for individual activity as we have discussed it will also be objected to on the basis that it does not appear to be too overbearing in other fields of modern life. Then, too, we shall probably have to meet the antipathy of research people aroused by so psychological a concept as identification with a central power, so difficult to express in quantitative terms. Further, we shall probably hear the explanation that the more common-sense interpretation of this fact we discuss would be the naive joy in dealing with any kind of technical tool, the child's naive joy in playing with his toy railroad, or the joy of the youngster who becomes an expert on automobiles even though he has never owned one and even though he may never be able to buy one of his own during his lifetime. But here we should like to make a general remark about any objection on the basis that an argument is too far-fetched. This concept holds good only in terms of the aims of this study. If the investigator wants to find out, for instance, what makes people buy a radio set with certain devices for extensive sound control, then it would be justified to call an explanation too far-fetched in terms of the individual's desire for self-expression or self-identification with the tool. This would certainly not add to the knowledge of an industrialist who wants to find out what commodity sells best in a special situation. Here the investigator should be content with a simpler and nearer statement. Our aim, however, is fundamentally different. We want to relate radio to the basic structure of our society. Nothing serving this purpose is too far-fetched. In a certain sense, the more far-fetched our statements are, and the more they transcend the limited and immediate situation and consistently relate it to basic social conditions, the more valuable they are. Of course they must be substantiated by as many indicators as possible. Now we are trying to elaborate an explanation of how this corroboration could be achieved. But we must discount the objection that a more simple explanation of a phenomenon could be given because in our study we consider it futile to interpret an isolated phenomenon in the isolated terms of what it creates. Our task is to get from it as many implications for broader social issues as we possibly can. We may be inclined to give far-fetched explanations, but we do so in order to create links between certain phenomena and underlying social processes. Thus an adequate explanation, an explanation with the minimum theoretical strain, does not interest us. Just the contrary, we want to glean from the phenomenon as much theoretical significance as possible. We would call an explanation too far-fetched only if it overstepped the limits of the phenomenon and contradicted its actual meaning. But we cannot possibly consider that the simpler explanation is a priori the better. Neither simplicity nor complexity is scientifically valuable in itself. The question, here, is the relation between the social and natural sciences, and we cannot discuss it any more extensively now, and we can fully discuss the more specific objections to our approach only after we have more quantitative material. Our present answer must necessarily remain somewhat sketchy. First, we admit that the facts which we have observed are not confined solely to radio. They can be observed in all fields of mechanization. Still, the author believes that these tendencies played a much smaller role in the phonograph era when people had the illusion that it played just for them. We can even admit that these reactions are not directly due to the listener's radio experience. He has transplanted his enjoyment of twirling the dial from the enjoyment of technical devices like the motor car. Or, speaking more precisely, while the listener still adheres to the idea of good reception, which really originates in the radio technique, he transfers attitudes borrowed from other technical fields to this idea. Even the direct motivation for phenomena such as those we are dealing with now cannot always be treated in isolation. We may not be able to describe the listener's obedience to his apparatus while he is attempting to get ideal reception in terms of radio. We may have to go back to more general behavior in modern life. Still, however, even if we do admit all this, we would only thrust the problem further back, but by no means would we solve it. The harmless joy in technical devices, and in being able to master the machine, are empty phrases. Pleasure in technical tools has several components and cannot be reduced without hesitation to the categories we have tried to develop. Certainly, to explain a child's attitude toward his toy railroad in terms of resistance to the tool, finally leading to identification with it, would be inadequate. Certainly his spontaneity has not been completely adulterated. He is not only the servant, but frequently the master of the material, even though resistance is not absent when he is so frequently ready to destroy his own toy. The desire to be the real master of machinery is a relic of this genuine spontaneity and certainly survives with the toys which our society provides for adults, of which radio is one of the most famous examples. The dial twirler, too, shows something of this desire. But the complexity of psychological structures is properly understood only in a given social situation. We cannot discuss the structure of drives in the abstract, but only in their relation to social conditions and the expression of these conditions in the technical standards of a period. There is every reason to believe that under present conditions people are becoming afraid of the alienated and anonymous power of monopolistic institutions. One of the only psychological refuges is identification with those very powers, just as a prisoner may grow to love the barred windows of his cell. We have good reason, too, to believe that the same mechanisms which inspire fear in the listener influence the psychology of the masses to such an extent that we can expect them to be all the more ready for this identification. It would be illusionary to dismiss this knowledge as pre-scientific and, instead, to stick to the facts, when these social insights may help us understand things better and relate facts which would otherwise appear unrelated, contradictory, and accidental. Our interpretation of the listener's attitude is a product of our observation of the listener and our knowledge of these more general social conditions and tendencies. The facts, themselves, do not absolutely demand one explanation when they are considered in isolation. But when they are considered in the light of these social tendencies, when our interpretation is based upon sufficient material and remains consistent with that material, when it explains actions which otherwise would be meaningless, and if, finally, when it links facts apparently so divergent as those we have so far discussed, when these four criteria are really fulfilled, we feel safe in preferring our far-fetched interpretation to a natural one based upon natural human behavior which no longer exists, at least in our society. For the present moment, though, our observations about the listener's reactions to ubiquity standardization go much further than we are justified in treating them now. In our present context we can consider only this fact satisfactorily settled, that the listener's attitude to the radio phenomenon goes beyond his professed desire to get a good reception of the material. However, in our attempt to describe how this attitude works, how the idea of good reception becomes an aim of its own, and how it is related to general conditions, we feel impelled to introduce the hypothesis that resistance becomes modified to self-identification. We are fully aware that our proof so far has been inadequate, but this is so not because of lack of experience alone. These attitudes are necessarily unconscious. If a listener should become aware of them, he would either cynically admit it, abandon his rationalization and stick to the attitude with the defiance of a craftsman proud of being non-intellectual, or he would cease to react that way. But this insight would be so unpleasant that we may safely expect much stronger resistance to an attempt to force the listener to admit his attitude than to ubiquity standardization. Considering the logical difficulties in any combination of psychological studies of many people, we shall probably have to discount individual analysis as a method of proof, and depend upon further hunches instead. 3. Fan mail. One of these hunches may be found within the second possibility of resistance to ubiquity standardization, namely the attempts to impress one's own will upon the stations. We have already said that this attempt does not strictly fall within the limitation of our physiognomic study because no possible result of these reactions could really affect the ubiquity standardization itself. If we discuss it here, we do it for the sake of finding indirectly a foothold for our interpretation of the dial twirler. The listener's attempt to impress his will upon broadcasters usually takes the form of letter writing. Of course, personal contacts are often attempted, but in the first place they are very difficult to check and are reflected only in vague references to the close contact between local station directors and their audiences. In the second place, it is hardly probable that any great number of people have established these contacts, and finally, those people who do contact radio officials are, in a sense, on the other side of the fence. Either they are personal friends, or else they have been personally consulted. There is not much reason to suppose that their reactions express trends of the ordinary listener's reactions. Usually they try to adopt a more or less objective attitude, identifying themselves not with good reception, but rather with what they would rationalize as the well-understood interest of the broadcaster. Thus we are forced to turn to radio correspondence. We are fully aware of the objections to the extensive use of mail analysis in radio research. We know that it is doubtful if letter writers can be considered representative of non-writers. We know that their psychological makeup, by the mere fact of their writing letters to an unknown, powerful institution, is probably somewhat different from the normal listener's makeup. This issue of radio correspondence shall be treated separately. In this study, however, we are only venturing a few observations from our rather extensive sampling of fan letters. These observations, no matter how questionable, certainly fit in the picture we have drawn. Of course, letters inspired by an offer of reward, as in certain commercial broadcasts, must be excluded. We must also exclude letters written by any sort of pressure groups, and finally, the extensive correspondence of radio amateurs should not be included, either. They certainly deserve a special study of their own. And so only those letters which could be called, somewhat broadly and vaguely, spontaneous remain. To call their spontaneity a sign of resistance or self-identification with the power resisted, of course, would be premature. But they contain positive clues allowing such an interpretation. These letters deal with more or less objective phenomena, like bad reception, inconvenient programs, the ratio between different types of music, timing of programs, etc. Therefore, one should expect them to be stated in objective terms, suitable for such issues. However, this is not the case. Instead, they are full of references to the writer's personality. Not only obviously neurotic persons, but also some who are apparently quite sensible talk about themselves, their age, their profession and their outlooks. They seem to justify their suggestions by considering their particular viewpoints as expressions of their particular personalities. Incidentally, These viewpoints are most frequently identical in those letters which most strongly emphasize the writer's unique personality. The problem, then, is, why does an individual who pretends to be making objective suggestions, write about himself to an institution with which he has no personal connection when he knows that he cannot expect any real personal interest? Apparently these letter writers feel somewhat lost and neglected in the face of ubiquity standardization. Thus, even while they are criticizing the phenomenon, they compensate for this lost feeling by attempting to re-establish personal participation in the phenomenon and by trying to attract the attention of the institution from which it originated. The discrepancy between the objective situation and the objective purpose of the letters on the one hand, and their obtrusively personal character on the other, indicates that this psychological motive is really stronger than the reasons given by the writers. Cc. There are grounds for suspecting that a number of letter writers are aware of these problems and are ashamed of writing these letters. The investigator continually comes across letters beginning with the assertion that this is the very first fan letter the writer has ever written to a radio station, that he is no fan of the usual type, and so on. These formulas can be interpreted somewhat as follows: even while he is aware of the futility of his attempt to pit his personality against the power of a radio network, the listener tries to compensate by emphasizing his uniqueness. This is the unconscious mechanism. I, a private person, am writing a letter to you, a huge institution. I know that it is really nonsensical. I have no power over your decisions. You are not interested in me as a person, to the slightest degree. I know that, in the last analysis, the private person does not matter at all. Still, there is something which drives me to write you. It is stronger than these considerations. I must justify it, and this I do by asserting that I am such an exceptional person. That is, I invoke the very category whose futility stands before me as I write. But there is still, in a latent and more rudimentary form, another element in the attitude expressed in these personal formulas. It is this: I am only an individual, but still I write to you. I know very well that an individual talking about his own personality to a concern like you, makes a fool of himself. But, and this is the deciding point, I am different. There are still some people who do not want to listen to crazy jazz or cheap entertainment. There are still some people of the true cultural and artistic discrimination. I am one of them, and that is why I have a right to write you. The fan mail writer constructs a gap between himself and the other listeners, or other ordinary letter writers. He tries to establish a bond between himself and the high radio officials he expects to read his letter. In other words, he overcompensates his feeling of being lost as an individual by making his cause common with the cause of the subjugating power. In spirit, he sits down at the same desk with the radio director and discusses what could be done. This, however, is exactly the same mechanism as the identification which we sketched in our discussion of the listener's attitude to ideal reception. This viewpoint corroborates the individual's weakness because here he deserts to the other side of the fence. Still, he maintains the original motive of individual resistance. He justifies his action by the quality of his own incomparable individuality, which does not flatly accept what is offered to him. He virtually believes that he is a potential radio director just because he is different, because, in his opinion, he is a particular sort of individual, one of the few surviving in our mass society. It is strongly ironic that the man who is actually on the other side of the fence, the broadcaster, tries not to be different, but to identify himself with the man on the street or the tired businessman, while the letter writer energetically tries not to be mixed up with them. It is just the man on the street who wants to be different. All these differences, finally, are probably much less important than they appear to be to the different groups. The very feeling of being different most likely belongs to the illusionary individuality which we built up as a characteristic of radio physiognomics. We do not pretend to have proved anything by these considerations. We have only sketched the approach which brings our assumptions of the pseudo-activity of the dial-twirling radio listener into a logical relation with observations of other possible reactions against ubiquity standardization. We admit that our observations of the irrational and fetishistic behavior toward good reception, and our conclusion about fan letters may be weak. But we hold that a combination of these and other similar observations may finally provide enough material to substantiate our theses. The advantage of this sort of extensive male analysis would be that it would contain quantitative psychological material in an objectified form. Thus the difficulty of ascertaining the irrationality of people's behavior toward radio phenomena would be excluded. Here we must be prepared for the most severe objection. Even if we should succeed in both fields, this would not be sufficient proof. Instead of trying to understand the facts without prejudice, we shall be accused of trying to corroborate them by the same underlying theory which we are trying to prove. To this objection we have very little to say. We do not wish to repudiate it. As a matter of fact, we admit the assertion it contains, but we dispute the validity of its presupposition. It starts from the belief that we must consider disconnected facts from different spheres, each of which demands its own explanation. If one result can be corroborated by another in a different field, it is usually considered sufficient proof. But basically the fields are not really disconnected, and it is our duty to point out their connection. This can be done only by means of an underlying theory. If we are reproached for using the same categories to explain divergent facts, we can only plead guilty of basing our assumptions upon one theory. Our attempt to justify our interpretation of the dial twirler by discussing the mechanisms behind fan mail does not aim to prove our theory by citing more facts which might be considered independent of it. We are only trying to show that these facts fit the same theory. Furthermore, by going back to this theory, facts apparently so far apart as dial twirling and fan mail writing begin to speak. To go back to the terminology of this study, they gain a common expression. As long as a concrete analysis is undertaken, applying these categories to different fields does not mechanically force stubborn facts to fit the theory. We apply these categories not because we think that they are a universal recipe for every problem, but because we believe that fundamental structures of society present themselves everywhere and that every network of concepts must be woven according to these structures. There is, too, this further objection which might be raised: we are biased because we make a theoretical approach. To this we reply that no approach devoid of theoretical elements is possible, not even a purely experimental one. Even the selection of subject matter for any research must, of necessity, contain theoretical elements. When the researcher makes up his mind to investigate one problem instead of another, he is presumably unaware of any of the facts which he will have to interpret. The abandonment of theory does not guarantee greater security. Quite the contrary, it holds the danger of allowing only a treatment of superficial data without identification of the moving forces behind it. Even the concept of the given facts is not an invariant. There may be situations where the given facts build a solid wall in front of what is actually taking place. And if this wall can be torn down only by referring to inconsistencies, these inconsistencies are only small chinks. The wall can be torn down only by speculative thinking, in spite of the danger that the person who dares to speculate may be struck by some of the stones he loosens. 4. Examples. In addition to these symptoms of the listener, there are certain devices used by broadcasters which also fit the picture we have drawn. Broadcasters certainly have had some experience, if not with the actual psychology of the listeners, at any rate with their behavior, which is an indicator of social psychology. Here only 2 examples are presented, both taken from one of the largest networks, the Home Symphony 30, which provides a chance for the man in his home, the school orchestra, or the amateur ensemble to play with an orchestra under the baton of a first-rate conductor, and the Music is My Hobby program. 31. The first device is obviously irrational. No amateur is likely to play as well as any of the highly trained musicians who participate in the performance. From the viewpoint of purely musical quality, certainly the amateur's participation only harms the resulting musical phenomenon. In addition, the activity of a listener who participates in the home symphony is very limited, much more so than the activity of the real orchestra member. Not only must the amateur obey the conductor's directions, he must also adapt himself to the picture of an existing, objectified, rigid performance, and he most frequently falls short. Thus the pleasure he takes in playing is only the pleasure in doing something which is already objectified, and doing it not so well. This, again, is clearly the attitude of finding subjective pleasure in identification with the central institution, and, apparently, this pleasure is so strong that the shortcomings of the home participants' real achievements do not count. We must add, however, that this statement pertains only to the relation between individual spontaneity and the objective result, which is doubtful. The home participant has no real influence over the standardized phenomenon, and any slight influence he may have is only negative, similar to the dial twirler's negative influence over the music which he spoils when he changes stations. However, there is a possible pedagogic value to such an attempt. It is possible that a player may increase his own musical skill by participating in the home symphony. He may develop a better understanding by doing something himself instead of only passively listening. Our criticism, however, would not minimize these possible benefits, although we believe that pseudo-activity will also affect their pedagogical value. We believe that true musical understanding is furthered more satisfactorily by studying the score of a Haydn symphony and playing it on the piano, however badly, than by playing tonic, dominant and subdominant of the double bass at home, even under Toscanini. From a pedagogical point of view, the spontaneity which is a priori condemned to domination by something given appears to us at least to be of doubtful value. Still, of course, we must admit that playing in an orchestra at home may develop certain qualities better than playing the piano or chamber music without any control. We must admit, though, the further possibility that when the amateur's own shortcomings are compared with the achievements of the orchestra, a criticism of these shortcomings may be obvious, and so a higher level may be achieved. This, however, has nothing to do with the player's first illusion that he is taking part in a performance when he really is not, and that he is doing something for his own sake when he is really only imitating what is being played to him. The relation between physiognomic and pedagogical considerations in radio is rather complicated. The second example, the Music is My Hobby program, combines the complex desires for resistance and identification. Individuals, especially those who are successful in other fields, are given a chance to appear on the other side of the fence, and actually identify themselves with the public power at their disposal for the time they appear before the microphone. They are, so to speak, representatives of millions of less successful listeners who will never have a chance to be heard over the radio. These people may find some consolation in the fact that if only they are successful enough in business, they may someday have the chance to replace Huberman 32 no matter how badly they play the fiddle. It is as if the institution were saying, "Don't resist me and my ubiquity." Everyone has the Marshall baton in his pocket. Someday this phenomenon, which appears so strange to you and seems to extinguish your own personality, may be your phenomenon in the radical sense that you may actually produce it. But just when this is achieved, the individual ceases being delivered over to the phenomenon on the reception side. He becomes a part of the large power, instead. It is unnecessary to discuss here how these programs sound. Even the most self-restrained scientific observer may be allowed to utter certain doubts about the pedagogical value of a successful banker's rendition of the Mendelssohn Concerto as a guiding example for his fellow citizens. He is a substitute for all the clerks whose voices can no longer be heard. Taken in isolation, the features described may again appear insignificant and harmless expressions of the necessity for broadcasters to take the human weaknesses of their listeners into consideration. But in light of our remarks about the relation between the individual and the institution, they appear less harmless and their weakness less human. They can be expected to be symptoms of a state of affairs where the individual is stripped of his own individuality and all his activation is only a cloak for this expropriation. 5. Switching off. There is one last chance left for the listener to escape ubiquity standardization. He can simply switch off his radio. This simple gesture makes the phenomenon cease to exist. We shall discuss it here because it hints at an irrationality beyond the concrete act of switching off. Rationally, the listener turns off his radio when he no longer wants to listen, when he has no more time to listen, when he is tired, or when he dislikes the program or the performance. It appears to us, however, that in a number of cases the listener derives a certain amount of pleasure just from this gesture. Krennic hinted at this psychological motive when he wrote that the radio listener can condemn even the most powerful dictator to silence. 33 Since it is absolutely impossible for the individual actually to impress his own will, he seeks refuge in one last loophole. He completely destroys the phenomenon. We consider the psychoanalytical assumption of a drive for destruction only the translation of a definite social tendency of this present period into the more abstract language of human nature. We believe that the drive for destruction can be described more accurately as a desire of those who are condemned to impoverishment or demolishment, who reflect their own annihilation by annihilating the whole, who console themselves by hoping for what they fear, and who even prefer a world catastrophe to a change of conditions. Totalitarian governments have not overlooked the loophole of turning off the radio. During the Czechoslovakian crisis, the German authorities unambiguously expressed their expectation that every inhabitant in Germany listen to Hitler's speech. In other words, anyone who might try to escape the voice of his Führer was virtually threatened. The particular significance is this: the individual who cannot possibly alter the ubiquity standardization of the radio phenomenon transforms it and every pleasure he might get from it into the pleasure of destruction. The author has observed that people switch off their radios with a sort of wild joy, just as if they were shouting, "I shut his mouth for him." This gesture of opposition is the most fruitless of all. It creates the illusion of might and power, but it really means only that the rebel is withdrawing from contact with the very public events he believes he is altering. Of course they really go on without taking any notice of him. It is a more modern form of the attitude of the Philistine, talking politics in his tavern, pounding the table with his fist, shouting "It can't go on like this any longer," and ordering another glass of beer. As soon as the listener, the man who says proudly, "I just can't stand this stuff any longer," triumphs over ubiquity standardization and changes the phenomenon, he loses his apparent power because the phenomenon ceases to exist and he is left alone. Radio correspondence, especially correspondence about modern music, shows clues of a similar attitude. The listener can really influence ubiquity standardization only when the phenomenon no longer exists and he is no longer a listener. Chapter 8: Image Character of Radio, Here Stripe. In our discussion of ubiquity as a basic category in radio, we mentioned that it seems to make the radio phenomenon appear to be coming from somewhere else. We spoke of radio's echo effect and mentioned that the feeling of closeness, developed by the time coincidence between the broadcast and the live music, is somewhat shattered by this feeling of listening only to an echo of the original. This observation is only a symptom of certain broader characteristics which we consider so important that we intend to devote a more detailed treatment to them, even though we know that this image character of the radio phenomenon is one of the most obscure and difficult issues of radio physiognomics. We must confine ourselves to a delineation of the problem and a description of the phenomena which lead to the problem. But we must make several reservations, especially when we discuss its effect upon broadcasting. We shall not conceal possible contradictions in our description, for these contradictions may be related to the very meaning of these phenomena. When you place the needle upon the revolving phonograph record, first a noise appears. As soon as the music begins, this noise recedes to the background. But it constantly accompanies the musical event. Non-musical people who are not able clearly to realize this main event, always complain about this noise. The slight, continual noise is a sort of acoustic stripe. This is similar in motion pictures when the sound stripe appears on an empty screen, and seems to be moving along with the picture even though it is really stationary. Something very similar exists in radio. Even if the set is functioning properly, the electric current can be heard when it is tuned in. This current makes a here stripe vaguely comparable to the noise caused by drawing a long strip through a narrow aperture, or rubbing something against a resisting object. This here stripe in radio disappears from the musical surface as soon as the performance takes shape. But it can still be heard underneath the music. It may not attract any attention, and it may not even enter the listener's consciousness, but as an objective characteristic of the phenomenon it certainly plays a role in the apperception of the whole, and will be effective unconsciously. Respondents often express that indirect experience by reporting that radio is not so vivid to them as live music because they do not actually see the instruments being played. This explanation is not sufficient. When he is faced by a large orchestra, the layman is only occasionally able to combine the sound reactions of the orchestra members whom he sees. In the modern post-Wagnerian orchestra, in fact, it is not even easy for him to identify a sound as belonging to a particular instrument or instrumental group. The feeling of unreality expressed by so many radio listeners is likely to have deeper reasons. In a way, not only the means by which it is produced, but the music itself is invisible. If our guess is right, the part of the phenomenon really responsible for this experience is the hear stripe. Freed of the listener's rationalization, the complaint that he cannot see the music being played is really a vague articulation of his feeling that he cannot see the thing itself. Here seeing is to be understood in an acoustic sense. He is not faced with the reality of music, but only its reflection or its projection upon the hear stripe. He hopes in vain to compensate by seeing how it is done, but this hope is futile. In the talkies the hear stripe effect is very emphatic and probably more so than in radio. Motion picture reviews often assist the musical event by showing the action of each instrument. But any keen observer will probably notice that this visual presentation of the instruments does not fundamentally alter the image character of the music. When music is heard along with the hear stripe, as is the case, unmetaphorically, in talking pictures, how is this significant for the effect of the phenomenon? Does the stripe move with the music or does it stand still? The question might appear absurd because the music always moves on in time. But the issue goes beyond that. First of all, the problem is that the music appears to be projected upon the stripe, like a picture upon it. This may play as large a part in the alteration and neutralization of radio music as the loss of more distant harmonics, so often discussed by radio technicians. This loss exists only in relation to the live music performed, and presupposes a more or less distinct imagination of the live music. The picture-like projection of music upon a stripe, however, appears in the phenomenon itself and is felt without any reference to an unknown original or the listener's musical erudition. He hears the phenomenon like a picture. This, and not something it has lost in comparison with the original, is the deciding consideration. The obscure implication of the hear stripe phenomenon is that it may appear to the concentrating listener that the real movement is that of the hear stripe while the music either stands still or is dragged away by the stripe. Similarly, in motion pictures, the screen drags the picture away. It is hard to predict how the description of this very complex phenomenon might finally evolve. Possibly, in radio, it is just the opposite. The film transfers a number of stationary pictures into a continuum of movement by using the very small difference between each picture as a means of dynamic transition. In radio, the constantly moving hear stripe makes music appear to stand still. Against the hear stripe it dissociates itself into pictures. This may account for the dissociation of the dynamic unity of a symphony into mere subsequent details which we discussed in Part I. It is very difficult to articulate this experience. It is at the same time very definite and very vague, something much easier to repeat in the face of an actual broadcast than to transform into conceptual language. Perhaps we may say that music, normally aloof from the noise of the real world, and because of this aloofness, appearing to be real, loses this reality when at each moment it is confronted by the hear stripe, hinting so definitely at the empirical world. Radio music, in a way, seems to remain suspended in time. It is deprived of its integrating force over time. In Part I we attempted to explain this force as the deciding factor of symphonic music, but it can be understood in a broader sense as a guiding principle of any musical form which is more than merely a pure symmetrical subsequence of singular and dissociated features. At this point, radio really touches upon the center of what has been understood as great music, at least from Haydn to our time. However, this is not the place to discuss whether in this respect radio is a destructive or creative force, nor whether new musical forms, corresponding to the radio phenomenon, are in view. Of course, it is a well-known fact that technical development is tending to abolish the here stripe. But it is doubtful that there has been any real success up to now. The author feels safe in assuming that the here stripe still exists in the majority of radio sets still in use. Technicians will have to decide if the here stripe is also due to the same fact which the study so often mentions as the root of the difficulties of the radio voice, that live music is reproduced by the microphone. It can be stated, however, that so far electrical instruments do not appear to present the here stripe. Perhaps if it were possible to play upon the electric current of radio, in the sense that one can play on a piano or violin, the here stripe would disappear. Under present conditions, however, we know that such a suggestion sounds utopian. We shall probably be accused of a tendency to attribute too much importance to the complex we have characterized by the term, here stripe. We shall probably be told that the here stripe can be noticed only by the trained musician or the expert technician, while the average listener is seldom, if ever, aware of it. We shall be told that it is foolish to dwell upon such fine shades, using radio physiognomics only as a pretext for dealing with artistic subtleties, when the really important problem for the listener to radio music is getting a good transmission of a good performance of all kinds of music. Now it is by no means our intention to dwell on nuances at the expense of basic events. The question is only, what are these basic events? Certainly, in a discussion of the listener's consciousness, the program matters more than its how. But we have every reason to believe that when radio's deeper effect upon the listener is in question, that is, its effect upon the deeper layers of his psychical life, his conscious reactions play only a comparatively minor role. For example, the conductor plays a great part in the listener's consciousness even though, in a number of cases, his personality influences the acoustic phenomenon much less than the here stripe. Comparative experiments would probably show that more people are able to discriminate between broadcasts with strong and weak here stripes than are able to discriminate between Toscanini and Barbaroli. 34 Still, these same people would probably prefer a Toscanini broadcast to one disturbed by only a slight here stripe. We certainly agree that the listener knows that this is a Beethoven symphony and those are the keynotes. 35 But his behavior toward them both may depend on his unconscious feeling of dealing with real music or only an echo of music. We are entitled to expect this preponderance of unconscious over conscious reactions as conditions for such behavior can be more distinctly traced back to the objective side of the phenomenon. The unconscious feeling may well outweigh the surface principles of the listener's taste, in determining his real attitude. Further, in describing the radio phenomenon, the problem of the basic event takes a different shape for the following reason: the how of the radio voice is unaffected by the program, but the program is by no means unaffected by the how of the radio voice. The here stripe plays its role when the keynotes make their musical jokes as well as when Toscanini conducts Beethoven's 7th Symphony. If, however, some of our assumptions concerning the here stripe are true, then the 7th Symphony over the air is, to say the least, very different from the live 7th Symphony, or from what the man on the street believes a symphonic broadcast to be. This whole study is based upon the assumption that, in the last analysis, the effect of radio upon the listener is dependent upon the radio phenomenon itself. If this is true, it is by no means beyond the realm of possibility that the here stripe question is more important than the program question just because it is unaffected by the program and still affects all programs. It is utterly possible that what theoretical reflection might hold to be a fine shade is really the stubborn fact in the phenomenon with which any theoretical interpretation must first deal. Radio's ubiquity is responsible for its echo effect, making music sound as if it were coming from somewhere else. This constitutes only a part of the broader tendency of the image effect of radio. The elements of acoustic neutralization, loss of distant harmonics and the lessening of differences between different timbres, account for the image-like lack of articulation in radio. In everyday experience the term canned, applied to radio and phonograph music, expresses this image character. The difference between the image sound and the real sound can very well be compared with the difference between fresh and canned food. The here stripe, finally, seems to act as the medium upon which the image appears. And in contrast to the naturalness of the here stripe, the image character of the music is kept vivid all the time. We regard this image character as the most decisive qualification of the radio voice, for it touches upon the fundamental relation between music and all the other arts. Before the invention of tools for mechanical reproduction, music was largely different from other arts because there was little fictitious about it. In general, music does not imitate anything, neither the external world, like painting, nor the psychical world. The autonomous logic of musical events continually rebelled against any attempt to chain it by an imposed necessity to express feelings and emotions. Music is the only art which consists largely in its own existence without giving a picture of anything. Counter-tendencies have been alive, however, since the beginning of the modern age, that is, since the invention of musica ficta in Florence during the late Middle Ages. These tendencies, however, were more like undulations than a constant trend. Although they were successful at certain times, at other times they were entirely in the background. Even in successful cases there existed a fundamental difference between the fictitiousness of music and the fictitiousness of the novel or painting. If we consider one of the first great examples of expressive music, the Lamento di Arianna by Monteverdi, this music might assume the expression of a fictitious character as an element of its texture. But, strictly speaking, even this expression cannot be understood as an imitation of the psychical behavior of the dramatic character who sings the expressive tune. It is related to this character more in the sense of the relation between our shouting or laughing or crying and our psychical life. Laughing, crying, and shouting also express something going on inside us. They do not give a picture of it. We should not be justified in speaking of any similarity in the psychical state of sorrow and the phenomenon of weeping in a sense comparable to the similarity of a picture to the original. Even the late Romanticism of Tristan, generally considered representative of highly developed psychical expression of music, in no sense imitates the feelings of the characters. It tries to force the listener to react in a certain way to the fate and behavior of the dramatis personae. Even music most full of feeling offers less of an image of this feeling than it expresses and impresses the listener by it. In the listener's behavior toward music, features strictly corresponding to this structure can be found. The emotions created by music are not emotions aroused by a fiction. The listener, touched by music, considers music as reality similar to the reality of his own feelings, his own memories and his own sorrows. The more emotional and irrational behavior toward music, in comparison to reactions to other arts, is probably not due to the irrationality of music. Music, even emotional music, is very rational in certain aspects. The vigorous and direct response which so often makes people forget that it is only art is probably due to this reality of music, the fact that there is so little picture-image imitation about it. In spite of all the elements of fiction scattered throughout music, its basic reality has been abolished for the first time by the image character of the radio voice, but in a most paradoxical sense. For the image presented by the radio voice, by the music pouring out of the loudspeaker, is not an image of the outside world. This music sounds like an image of music. It loses its own reality in the sense we have just discussed. It is our belief that this change closely corresponds to changes in the radio listener's attitude, regardless of whatever we assume to be cause or effect. What Benjamin called the loss of the aura 36 in music can probably be reduced to the loss of that reality. All the older magical effects of music that people believed in were bound to a concept of music as a real power. No matter how aloof from practical necessities it may have been, music was still something in itself and not an image of something. It was on the order of prayer and play, not of painting and writing. The loss of this reality necessarily means the loss of seriousness in the older and traditional sense. Music sounding like a picture of music instead of being a sort of spiritual reality can no longer be expected to mitigate and humanize. This loss of reality, not the music itself, breaks the spell. As the illusionary qualities increase, the irrational power, formerly considered the essence of music, threatens to vanish. The irrationality of today's emotional reactions to music is bound to this loss of reality. In this sense, this sort of irrationality is strictly opposed to older irrational effects of music, no matter how similar they may appear under other categories. Even terms like emotional, irrational, magic, can be understood only in an historical perspective and may have entirely different meanings at different periods. It is only when it is fully realized that the image character of the radio voice ruthlessly destroys the remnants of musical magic that the fallacies in all attempts to maintain magical features in radio, if only the sacred work of art, the creative personality and the artist, can be appreciated. The tool denounces as a cheat anything which radio presents in magical terms, for the tool liquidates the reality of music as a spiritual power, the basis of all its magical effects. Chapter 9 Atomistic Listening, Culinary Qualities of Music. The effects of radio's image character upon the listener's attitude are manifold. As a matter of fact, they may affect his entire attitude to radio and music. Extensive investigation would be needed to determine the extent of these consequences. Here, however, we shall discuss only one rather limited problem, closely akin to the model problem of the symphony, discussed in part I.Gg. This can be stated in terms of the phenomenon in our physiognomic sense. We refer to the image-like presentation of music, its atomization and especially atomistic listening. We must again note that, although the reactions we describe can be traced back to the structure of the phenomenon, they can by no means be dismissed in terms of cause and effect. Although it may be said that it is difficult to listen to radio in any but an atomistic way, this atomistic listening which we are going to characterize is by no means limited to radio. It is valid for much broader spheres of our musical life, at least for light popular music and, we believe, for the apperception of serious music as well. Tracing back this type of listening to the structure of the phenomenon, to the features of the presentation, will only be a pattern for more general conditions. It is comparatively easy to understand why the listener is forced to listen atomistically to a radio symphony. It is not so easy to understand why people probably listen to a symphony in a concert hall in much the same way. The problem still remains, what, in the last analysis, accounts for the similarity of these two reactions. We do not intend even to hint at its solution in this study, but we cannot overlook the fact that certain tendencies can partly be traced back to a period in the history of music when the possibility of mechanical reproduction in the modern sense was not even thought of. We have pointed out that against the here stripe, it dissociates itself into pictures. Point 2 But the other elements of the image character also participate in this dissociation. The artificiality of the radio voice diminishes the dynamic contrasts and differences of color. Sound color becomes more muffled, booming, and reverberating. It is this layer of reverberation in most of the sounds which makes the timbres approach each other. As a result, it is certainly more difficult for the listener to distinguish between timbres in a radio reproduction than in a live performance. This is again furthered by the fact that instruments whose color does not undergo this booming are not quite absorbed by the unity of sound. Over the air, the flute, for instance, sounds much more piercing and less blended than in a live orchestra. Its contrast does not help to articulate the rest. It is so far aloof from the 2D sound that the ear cannot properly relate it to the rest of the sound, and this relation is necessary for its function as an articulating contrast. This disproportion holds good for the percussions as well. It is hard to say if the fault lies in the overdistinctness of the flutes and percussions, or the relative indistinctness of the rest of the orchestra. And in radio many other sound elements of the rest of the 2D closely approximate each other and are still impossible to broadcast satisfactorily. We must remark that this approximation should by no means be regarded only as a disadvantage of radio. It can also make for better blending, and in later stages of radio technique, conscious handling of it may even prove very helpful. We mentioned before that radio sometimes executes musical tendencies which existed long before its invention. This blending of timbres is an especially significant example of the radio voice as an executor of older tendencies. The musical art of instrumentation and scoring, the use of musical colors as an autonomous means of expression, is of comparatively recent date. Even though its germs existed earlier, it can be said that it has been discovered in its full extent only since Berlioz and Richard Wagner, the inventors of the modern orchestra. Now, the very principle of that orchestra, beyond the mere increase of instruments, is to facilitate continual transitions from one instrumental group to another, and to overcome the conspicuous breaks so prevalent in the classical period of instrumentation. Wagner has defined music as the art of transition, and this definition certainly holds good for this type of scoring. The effect of radio upon the orchestral sound is very much the same. A closer analysis shows, however, that this similarity is less mystical than it might appear at first. Wagner's principle of orchestral blending, from the very beginning, was connected with the increasing mechanization of instruments, a mechanization which has achieved its acme in radio. One of the essentials of the Wagnerian technique of blending is the horn. The older horn, consisting only of natural harmonics to a given basic tone, was replaced by the ventile horn, which contained the full chromatic scale. Thus it could fulfill its new function. It is significant that this very innovation, which made the horn mobile enough to fit every possible musical combination, at the same time made it lose much of its character as a natural, much less mechanized instrument. In his preface to the orchestral score of Tristan, Wagner himself mentions this fact. He says that he hesitated long before introducing the new horn into his orchestra because of this very shortcoming. Finally, however, he decided that the advantages made good for the loss of timbre, and that, in his opinion, some of these losses may be balanced by a virtuoso execution of the horn part. This expectation has not been fulfilled. Everyone who is acquainted with the modern orchestra knows that the greater the skill of the ventile horn player, the more of the original and characteristic heaviness of the horn sound is lost. The tendency to neutralization of sound has, for a long time, been closely connected with the mechanization of musical instruments. This may be a satisfactory, if only provisional explanation for the fact that the radio voice actually executes older tendencies of the modern orchestra and music. No matter what these relations or their future chances may be, they nevertheless produce a lack of plasticity in the sound. They will continue to do so as long as the radio voice continues to affect music which has not been composed with that neutralization in mind. The lack of plasticity conflicts with the structure of the entire work because it prevents the clear articulation of its component parts. The lack of contour by the coloring in radio, and all the features connected with it, are felt as a lack of formal articulation. The question arises, how do these changes affect the appearance of music in the radio voice, and how does the listener apperceive music? At this point we are again up against a contradiction which a theory whose aim is consistency would try to smooth away. This contradiction may be briefly stated: radio lessens the sensual charm, richness, and colorfulness of each sound, but because the whole becomes less apparent due to this lack of articulation by neutralized sound colors, the listener is forced to devote his attention to the isolated details. Thus listening becomes more sensual in spite of the decrease of its sensual qualities. For the sake of simplicity, we suggest that the qualities in question be called culinary. The term is used because it designates what is appreciated by the listener in music, just as an individual appreciates the good taste of food. He likes these qualities only for the instantaneous, transitory sensual pleasure which they give him. They act as a sort of sensual stimulus, and not as an expression of any sense. Some of these culinary qualities are given here. The first is the softness and richness of sound, aimed at by practically every musician in this country, particularly in radio and motion pictures. It is a sound for which the element of tension, characteristic of Beethoven, for instance, is unimportant. The rich and soft sound, in the modern culinary sense, virtually abolishes everything beyond its presence. This, however, must be modified because in culinary music, especially that music affected by Impressionism, there are many discords and stimuli which seem to give a sort of tension. This tension, however, is totally different. It is comparable to the voluptuous tension of tickling, and its equivalence in the sexual sphere. It is a tension which is supposed to be pleasant in itself, regardless of what it leads to in time. This fits in with the use of stimulating chords as mere sound effects without relation to the proper development in time of the music in which they appear. They are connected with the second main characteristic of atomistic listening, the catchword stimulus. To be effective in a culinary sense, they must be something different against the background of well-known and ordinary effects. Still, they must not be too unusual and must never shock the listener to deprive him of his tasting pleasure. A closer analysis of these features will be given in the study of light popular music. 37. Although these sensual qualities always play a role in music, they change in highly developed music. Here they become elements of a whole in which they are sublated by being both preserved and abolished. In great music, though, they are no longer independent entities upon which any value judgment can be safely based. Our thesis of the effect of the radio voice is this: even while these culinary qualities are like canned food, as we have previously remarked, they are still becoming increasingly important. They attract the listener's attention away from the structural elements of the totality, and that totality is dissociated because of its lack of formal articulation through the radio voice. The historical development of music during the 19th century helped to accelerate this change. As early as Wagner, the specifically expressive elements of earlier Romanticism became bearers of this sensual appreciation which Wagner characterized by the word Wonnig, one of his favorite words. The German word Wonnig is very hard to translate into English. The dictionary gives the synonyms: delightful, delicious, precious, pleasurable. None of these fits exactly. Its meaning can be described only indirectly. It means, at the same time, ecstasy in a spiritual and symbolic sense, and it has a touch of the sensual intensity by which this symbolic expression of sublime joy is felt. While it still bears the idea of expression and symbolic meaning like a cloak, the luxurious culinary character already overpowers the older romantic nucleus. In a composer like Tchaikovsky, the change from specifically expressive to culinary means has already become totalitarian. This may even account for his popularity. It is still presented as great music with a deep meaning of passion behind it. Actually, however, it can be entirely apperceived culinarily. A composer like Puccini points in the same direction. The relation between today's light popular music and so-called serious composers like these could easily be shown. We must be especially careful not to oversimplify the issue by our terminology. For a highly trained musical brain, these culinary stimuli are found in certain sounds which sound abhorrent to the untrained majority, just as an undeveloped tongue is unable to appreciate certain delicacies. We are not emphasizing this differentiation here, although we shall discuss it later. We use the word in a ruder sense. Here culinary qualities are those which produce that immediate and unbroken sensual pleasantness of a full, soft sound, especially of harmony, in the musical apperception of the majority of today's listeners. It remains the task of the psychology of music listening to show what qualities are regarded as culinary by today's masses. As a matter of convenience, we shall place in that category those stimuli which combine simple tonal devices with certain rudiments of impressionist sophistication which can be spotted in light popular music. It might even be simpler to apply the term for our purposes to those elements of music expressed most clearly in the voice of a singer. Most people will call this voice beautiful without any regard to its musical function. The same sort of reference is frequently made to the beautiful tone of the violin. It is safe to say that, in general, this sensual quality of the sound is stressed much more than constructive elements of music, frequently denounced as abstract or intellectual no matter how concrete they may be from a musical point of view. It is interesting that the culinary qualities of music, or more simply the relation between music and cooking, is considered a basic and positive category, devoid of any relation to historical dynamics and even antagonistic to such dynamics, in a book written by one of the most representative music critics of our time. This problem is so important in general musical consciousness that we shall discuss his theory in greater detail, hoping to clarify our concept of the culinary qualities of music by this discussion. The point is made by Deems Taylor. 38 We believe that a relation between the apperception of food and the apperception of music really exists today, and that Mr. Taylor has the great merit of expressing it very frankly. We differ, however, with his attitude toward culinary listening. He considers it sound and healthy and suspects any reaction to music which pretends to dispense with its culinary qualities as insincere and highbrow. We, however, believe that no matter how sincere and well-meaning the culinary perception of music may be, it occurs only when a real relation to the musical work is lacking. Mr. Taylor starts with the assertion, "It is astonishing how much alike food and music are." They are so, of course, because music is decidedly a variety of food. So is all art. We feel the pangs of bodily hunger and put things into our mouths in order to stay them. Similarly, we feel certain emotional or spiritual cravings that can be satisfied only by religion or art, frequently both KK. We do not object to the materialism of that comparison because we believe that it is very suitable to describe how people react to music. After all, listeners who taste music are probably better equipped to appreciate it than sob sisters who are concerned with Beethoven's deafness or Wagner's love affairs with the wives of his sponsors. We dispute only the truth of the comparison as far as a strict description of musical phenomena and not present-day listener behavior is concerned. Mr. Taylor speaks about the striking likeness between music and food and calls the former a variety of food, but he, himself, revokes the specific meaning of his assertion by his sentence, "So is all art." That music must respond to desires and necessities of our psychical life, that it must have some use value instead of being merely a fetish, is self-understood and, as Mr. Taylor sees clearly, valid for other arts as well as cooking. Even the most radical new music must have some bearing upon fundamental human needs. But all this is so general that it applies to any product of human culture. The mistake in Mr. Taylor's argument is that first he describes cooking in these general terms which certainly hold good for music as well, but then he substitutes a much more concrete meaning of cooking which he applies to music. He still takes the similarity for granted even though it no longer applies to the specific structure of food and the specific structure of music. The evidence that music in the last analysis complies with human necessities and drives does not imply that it works the same as eating. The analogy between music and cooking lies in the fact that eating and listening are both reactions for which a sequence of certain elements in time is essential, and they both deal with stimuli and relations of the character of reality sketched in Chapter 8. Neither music nor cooking gives an image of something beyond itself, although a closer analysis of both would show that they are by no means so autarkic as they appear at first sight. But this analogy is about all. To stress it means to omit the constitutive difference, the difference by which music actually becomes an art. One may put it this way, in cooking, the momentary stimuli, the pleasure you get out of each bit you devour, really matters. Of course there are interrelations. There are tastes, a combination of which is not at all likely to give any pleasure to anyone. There are probably very few persons who would like to mix hot chocolate with pickled herring. Furthermore, the order in which a good meal is served also plays a role, although the laws of that order are much more variable than the plain man thinks. The more sophisticated one's taste, the more will one enjoy alterations and combinations which would be perverse or just repulsive to an untrained tongue. But this is not so important. Tasting has certain limits of consistency and order. But it is really only the individual event, the isolated stimulus within the rather wide margins of that order that counts. To put it negatively, it is hardly conceivable that a piece of spoiled fish would ever please any palate, no matter in what context it is presented. Even the famous Chinese eggs are harmless compared with the effect of stinking fish. The limits are clear-cut. With music it is totally different. It is the whole that matters, and the question of whether this whole makes sense, that is, a purely musical sense, which is not easy to verbalize and which, although it can be realized only in the actual musical phenomenon, can nevertheless be decided upon very distinctly. Compared with the time development of this whole, the individual stimuli are only of minor importance, although by no means lacking. There is great music, we gave Beethoven as an example in Chapter I, in which these stimuli are pretty much in the background, but which impresses us by its totality and by the strength by which this totality gives the essential musical sense. There are probably comparatively few bars in a Beethoven symphony which taste good in the sense in which caviar or snipe tastes good. If one reduces music to elements as primitive and indivisible as the stimuli which make for our appreciation of food, one will find that practically none ever tastes good. It would be hard to say that one single tune sounds beautiful if it is completely divorced from its context, whereas the child who is given just 1 teaspoonful of cold roast beef juice might like this 1 teaspoonful much more than a full meal. Furthermore, if a composer should construct a piece of music consisting only of good-tasting elements, the result would be simply repulsive. There were certain composers who tried this. The German composer, Franz Schreker, with his ideal of beautiful orchestral sound is perhaps the most characteristic, but there are also such elements in Scriabin, Debussy, and Ravel. It is evident that it would be absurd to consider Schreker, perhaps the best musical cook who ever lived, as the greatest composer for that reason, and certainly Mr. Taylor, when faced with his music, would be the first to call it unbearable, and quite rightly so. He might answer that this is parallel to what would happen to a child who waits for his mother in a pastry shop for over a half hour and then becomes sick and overpowered by the smell of all the good things. This sickness would certainly prove nothing against the culinary qualities of the cakes and chocolates displayed. But this comparison is not valid. The pastry shop is not meant for wholesale consumption. The customer is supposed to buy and eat what he likes and not swallow everything. If he is well-to-do, he may avoid entering the shop and just order his favorite chocolate truffles over the telephone. He could not behave the same toward Schreker. He would have to listen to the whole prelude to the Gesigneten. If he should make up his mind to leave the performance before the end, it would not mean that he could enjoy the isolated beautiful sounds, but that he could not stand them. They would sound too beautiful in the strict sense that they would preclude the building up of the very totality which he is expecting from the music. Finally, there is no such simple and indivisible beauty in music as there is in cooking. There are some writers who speak about the eternal and indelible quality of the triad. Hindemith, for instance, in his new treatise on composition, speaks of the grandeur which he compares with the rain and snow. 39 But if you are not sheltered by a well-articulated composition, you may only become soaked by this natural power, and it will get on your nerves without conveying anything of its eternity to you. Otherwise it would be very simple to compose. But a composer who uses only triads certainly falls far behind a cook who specializes in clear and simple roast beef. On the other hand, there is no possible musical sound which could not make sense in its own context, and not even a relation to unbroken and primitive culinary qualities is essential to obtain that sense. The composer is not in the position of the cook who must continually take refuge in joint of lamb in order not to overfeed his clients on oysters and foie gras. The versatility of the musical tongue is so great that it cannot be compared with the real tongue without reservations. This applies as well to many noises which can obtain a musical meaning, but which certainly have no culinary qualities whatsoever. In the light of this discussion, we consider the following statements by Mr. Taylor not quite convincing. We ask two simple questions regarding any food: does it taste good? Does it nourish me? Now many modernist composers and their advocates remind me of a cook who should suddenly tire of doing things with the same old flour and salt and pepper and beans and lamb chops, and should forthwith proceed to invent dishes composed of benzene, shavings, quinine, oyster shells and crankcase lubricants 40. After our discussion, this question, does it taste good, can be applied to music only as the vague analogy, does the work as a whole mean anything to me? The use of this analogy would gain nothing, it would only obscure the issue. The pleasure derived from any work of art can be so complex that a comparison with more elementary pleasures can no longer help. Possibly this pleasure consists only in enjoyment in mastering the most terrifying experiences of dread and fear by bringing them into some definite configuration. You may be able to stand it by achieving an artistic command over it. The purely metaphorical character of Mr. Taylor's second question, Does it nourish me, is obvious. Point 41. Unlike food, music does not build a material part of the body. Mr. Taylor would probably say that it does make a part of the spiritual body. Convincing as this might sound, more complex issues are involved here which are again obscured by the comparison. The analogy would mean that music must give you something positive which does you some immediate good within your own psychical household. This, however, presupposes a sort of pre-stabilized harmony between the individual psychical household and the value of the work of art, which actually does not exist. The nourishment offered by music may not lie in its immediately adding a new substance which helps you feel better and go on. It may be, for instance, simply a sort of shock which just makes you doubtful about that very psychical household which, according to Taylor's theory, it ought to satisfy. It can contribute to nutrition in the last analysis, but not in the sense of something which you just devour and digest. The consideration of a possible antagonism between the work of art and the psyche which it is supposed to nourish has been strikingly expressed by Rilke in his poem about the bust of an archaic Apollo. This poem ends with the words: Den da ist kein Stell. Die dich nicht sieht. Du musst dein Leben ändern. LL. It is doubtful if the B-flat major fugue for string quartet by Beethoven is any more nourishment than the bust. The modernist composers and their advocates whom Mr. Taylor attacks because of bad cooking would be very foolish to rely upon the argument that they use new ingredients because the old ones no longer taste good. They would submit themselves to the very theory of the culinary character of music in opposition to what they are advocating. It may be taken for granted that these very composers and their advocates are not very good. A modern musician who would reply, to the criticism, "This is nasty." "But you fool, it is supposed to be nasty, the old flavors are outmoded," would be on exactly that level of musical cooking which produces only bad music. Even with the admission that the purely sensual, culinary character cannot be entirely omitted from compositions, it certainly would be much too primitive for the composer to say that he chooses a certain sound because it is nasty. We pointed out that no possible isolated sound can be absolutely nasty or absolutely beautiful in itself. It may be asserted, however, that the very sounds which are today most vigorously assailed as discordant have had a certain sensual attraction for the composers. Their very complexity, the number of tones they contain, the richness of color which can sometimes be expressed more clearly by one chord than by a whole texture in older music, appeal to us sensually more strongly than more primitive chords which are less of a structure, a unity within a diversity. We consider it possible that this very quality of the new sounds, in fact their beauty, is one of the reasons that a number of young musicians pursued the lines of radical modern music. However, it is just this consideration of the new chords which no longer survives, and the more a composer develops, the more he will see that the charm of the richest 12-tone chord is only one operating force within a dynamic unity. A composer, however, who would denounce himself by calling the sensual elements nasty is probably insincere and, in the depths of his soul, probably dislikes his own works. In the case of great composers, however, it is totally different. Mr. Taylor holds the late Alban Berg in high esteem. But Berg, himself, was very enthusiastic about the very sensual quality of the new chords. It would be hard to show an increase in culinary qualities by analyzing listeners. But there is another possibility for checking our theory that the culinary quality of music is really the foremost characteristic of our period. We refer to the indirect approach of showing that for objective reasons music in the past could not be listened to in a culinary way. This indirect approach will be sketched now. A number of people will take it for granted that the majority of listeners listened culinarily in the past as well as the present. We shall probably be accused of romanticism in expressing this difference in attitudes. For example, the objection will probably be raised that the relation of parts to the whole and the sense expressed by the whole has always been confined to only small layers of cultural elite and experts, while the majority were concerned only with these sensual qualities. We shall probably be confronted by the example that Rossini was more popular than his contemporary, Beethoven, and we shall no doubt be reminded that the cult of the virtuoso has been a perennial feature of music life since the inauguration of the opera in the latter part of the 16th century. It will be emphasized that it is unjust to say that today the masses are on a lower music level than they were then, and the obvious fact that radio has acquainted so many people with musical features which never reached them before will be pointed out to us. To clear up these objections, we must first say that in our sense culinary qualities are totally different from the qualities stressed in former centuries. It is not accidental that in any discussion of the earlier cult of these qualities the term virtuoso automatically appears. Then, people admired the faculty of handling the natural material and overcoming the resistance. The heroes of older musical popularity were more like a toreador than a bartender. Possibly their voices played an important role, but it is unlikely that their voices were venerated in the abstract without considering their ability as a tightrope walker. The culinary qualities were obviously not the same as they are today for the very simple reason that they did not exist in this sense. They will be sought in vain in any older opera, even the tremendously popular Orpheus by Gluck, for example. It will again be objected that his music might have possessed sensual charm, but our spoiled and perverted palates can no longer taste them. This is to the point. The difference is not simply that the older stimuli fade away when they are experienced too often and must be replaced by fresh ones. There is a difference in the quality itself. To make this clear, the origin of the so-called culinary qualities as they are generally enjoyed today must be considered. These culinary qualities were not introduced as such. They were originally created by the desire for expression. All the culinary qualities, the chords which sound sweet, exciting, stimulating today, were formerly the bearers of an especially intense expression which has since been lost and of which only the culinary stimulus is left. Now these elements of expression are comparatively new. Roughly speaking, they are no older than the Romanticism starting around the time of Weber and Schubert. Of course, older music did not lack expressive elements. Beethoven, at least, was certainly received in terms of expression. But they were always interwoven in the complete texture, and integrated in this entirety whenever they were felt in isolation. Only since music has become a specifically individualist language has the element of momentary self-expression of the individual begun to supersede the texture of the whole. These elements of the individual's spontaneous self-expression are the ancestors of today's culinary qualities. Or, speaking more exactly, the culinary qualities are the empty shells of individualist expression in music. The tendency against the whole can be observed throughout Romanticism inasmuch as it was directed against any single structure which could not entirely be melted into the means of individual self-expression. As long as they were full of expression, they had a meaning. They were serious and, in their very shortness they were even wholes in themselves. Today romantic expression has been used so extensively that its old expressive power has been lost. Only its emancipation from the whole has remained along with its sensual conspicuousness which formerly carried the expression. The expression, however, has faded away and become conventionalized. The momentous and conspicuous romantic self-expression has been changed into qualities which are antagonistic to the whole. These qualities are now appreciated for their culinary value and sensual stimuli just because they can no longer be taken seriously as means of expression. Culinary qualities, thus, must be considered as an historic concept. We say, therefore, that culinary listening is specifically modern because the very qualities which are now culinary stimuli formerly did not exist as features. Of course, there are exceptions to this historical generalization which could be cited against us, for example, the case of Rossini whom we have already mentioned, and a few other cases. Even if we admit that Rossini is an exception, there can still be no doubt that 18th century music was almost entirely bound to the triad, comparatively poor in tasty chords and also devoid of melodic inspiration in the sense created by Romanticism. As a whole, it could not possibly have been listened to in this culinary fashion, as if the listener were tasting it, as people now listen to Guy Lombardo 43 as well as the rich and flavored sound of a modern symphony orchestra playing so that every bar melts in your mouth. Point 44. This issue has been discussed somewhat broadly and in historical terms, not unintentionally. We wanted to show by an example that questions apparently insoluble because of the difficulties of listener research, can be resolved by a feature analysis. We must add that the problem of sonata versus symphony should not be overstressed. Our construction aims only at such extremes as the first movement of the Fifth Symphony, for example, and the first movement of the B-flat major trio. We know that, empirically, Beethoven's works vary widely between these extremes, and part of their richness is even due to the way these extreme elements are interwoven. The formal structure of the sonata is upheld throughout Beethoven's symphonies, while certain of his sonatas plainly show characteristics of symphonic treatment. The most striking example of this is, possibly, the first movement of the Appassionata. This may explain the fact that, in a way, a Beethoven symphony still sounds more suitable when played on the piano by four hands than in a chamber music arrangement, as is often done, for instance, with the slow movement of the Fifth Symphony. The piano sound, although of course it is only a one-color reproduction of a multicolored original, still contains something of the original symphonic intensity, especially the symphonic tutti, by the very precision of sound, the attack produced by the precision of fingers striking keys. This value is entirely destroyed by any chamber music rendition. An experimental approach to this problem could be made even though there are certain obstacles to valid results. One is the fact that consciousness of musical time by no means coincides with the awareness of empirical time. Even if the first movement of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony appears to last only one moment in terms of musical time, in another realm of consciousness we may realize that it lasts empirically only about 8 minutes. In undertaking experiments it will be very difficult to find out whether the purely musical or the empirical time consciousness is involved. People could be placed in a broadcasting studio during the rehearsal of a Beethoven symphony, others, similarly, could be placed in front of a loudspeaker while the same symphony is played. Then both groups could be asked to guess how long the symphony took. It may be that those who listen to the broadcast will guess a longer time than those who heard the live performance. At any rate, we shall have to conduct additional interviews in an attempt to find out something about the type of musical time consciousness for the results to be valid. We may hint here at our suspicion that the atomization of music by radio has a much broader significance than for symphonic music alone. It is especially clear in a case where the whole is everything and the detail nothing. Here it must be remembered that for psychological reasons that still need further research, this impression may hold good even if actual physical measurement does not corroborate the assumption. Hence it would be advisable to present some subjects with the same radio music which is measured physically and to ask them to give, perhaps by means of the polygraph, their own impression of the sound minima and maxima and the distance covered. The results of these subjective experiments then should be compared with the results of physical measurement. Another group could be faced by the actual performance at the same time, and their reactions should be compared with the physical measurements of that performance. Thus 4 different tabulations would be obtained: a measurement of minima and maxima of the actual performance, polygraph sheets showing the respondents' reactions to what they regard as minima and maxima in the studio, measurements of actual minima and maxima of the room reception, and polygraph sheets showing the subjects' conjectures of these minima and maxima. This material might provide us with a basis for more scientific treatment of features which can be described here only in a somewhat preliminary form. This, of course, does not have to be taken literally. We know that newspapers, announcers, commentators, etc. always exercise certain influences which transcend the phenomenon and, still more important, no listener is completely left to the phenomenon because he always has a background of general knowledge which links the phenomenon with its causes, with the man and tools by which it is produced. In spite of that, however, we feel justified in upholding that the actually decisive element of radio listening is the phenomenon itself. We even venture to suggest that the listener's knowledge, beyond the limits of his immediate experience of radio, impresses itself upon this phenomenon so that, in a way, It constitutes one of the characteristics of the phenomenon itself. We hinted at this when we discussed the perspective differences between the radio phenomena of a symphony previously known and that of a symphony unknown to the listener. A known symphony sounds different to him, the knowledge and relations beyond the immediate present experience migrate, so to speak, into this present experience. Here we refer to our feature analysis of an NBC publicity release which is added as Appendix I of this study. Point 22. HCF. Part I, P15 and P48. ICF. Part I, P30. It would probably be easy to verify this experimentally. It would be necessary to form a group of people of about the same general background of musical education. They should then be presented with the same piece of music played in 4 different situations: 1. A live performance, 2. A phonograph record of the same piece, 3. A broadcast of a live performance, 4. A broadcast of a recording of the same piece of music. Possibly it would be a good idea to use more than one group of listeners in this experiment as a mutual check, and to compare their reactions. Something rather similar to this may be observed within the radio correspondence of certain stations. We find a great many people complaining about the broadcasting of applause. They realize that by being broadcast the applause loses its spontaneity and begins to become an advertisement for the performance for which the applause has been given. The reaction may even have a deeper implication. They may feel ashamed about the applause, just as a person is ashamed when he is forced to witness any action with the inherent character of intimacy exposed to publicity. Something of this feeling ashamed, of being exposed to the intimate event of the live musical performance, may have influenced the record broadcasters in their policy. It may not be accidental that the American advocates of record broadcasting can be found just among those with the highest musical taste, whereas those who defend the sanctity of the broadcasting of live music are much less discriminating. L. Spuck in Radio in Ambroge 12, p. 65.25. M-ibid. N-ibid. O-ibid. P-ibid. When Stern refers to music being nowhere to the second power, he means it in this sense. Music, normally, as live music, postulates spacelessness. Here it is nowhere to the first power. As soon as it is wheeled through space it takes on a spatial dimension. In radio, however, ubiquity again causes this spatial dimension to disintegrate. No longer, as in the first case of live music, does the listener postulate a spatial relation to the music. For him the music is nowhere to the second power. Q. Stern, OPCIT. This is especially urged in Ernst Kurth's Musikpsychology. He treats the antagonism between musical and external space in a special paragraph, p. 128 ff. The whole 4th and 5th chapters of Part 2 of his volume are concerned with the musical space phenomenon and the musical illusion of matter. Point 26. We must emphasize that the concept of the depth of sound, or, as some American writers call it, the auditory perspective, is something which refers only to the acoustic phenomenon of music and its inherent space, and has nothing to do with the aesthetic concept of depth which is used either with regard to feelings or to the intricacy of workmanship in a piece of music. However, it is not impossible that this aesthetic concept of depth is more closely related to the technical concept of depth we have in mind than one should expect. Busoni, in his musical aesthetic writings, hints at this direction when he speaks sarcastically about the way people attribute depth in the non-technical sense to Beethoven, and points out that part of the reason for this talk is the role played in Beethoven's music, especially in the Ninth Symphony, by deep, low and dark sounds. It is noteworthy that actually the aesthetic concept of depth is mainly attributed to music of a certain sound character, whereas, for instance, Mozart, whose metaphysical imagination cannot be disputed, is seldom called deep because he lacks those sound qualities. We must be careful, however, not to regard the relation between phenomenal characteristics and preceding knowledge as static. Musical phenomena are as little isolated as any others. Our previous knowledge may very well constitute an element of our present experience, migrate into the phenomenon. Just here the conditions of laboratory tests and concrete social experience are entirely different. And the phenomena with which we are concerned in this study are not the pure acoustic phenomena which, in a way, are only abstractions, but the concrete phenomena within the continuum of our experience. In the same sense that our palate is shaped by former instruction, early experience, education, and even knowledge of conventions in its discrimination between good and bad taste, our ear also reacts not purely physiologically, but within an historic dimension. Our knowledge that the live performance is taking place at a great distance from our room may actually form a sediment within our present experience. If we stress here the phenomenal character against the purely intellectual knowledge, we mean by that only that we believe that we are witnessing in the phenomenon something of that sort, and not only reflecting upon it. Ul over der Epoch des Reproduction Mechanische, in, Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, 5, p. 40 ff 27. Of course, in painting, all sorts of techniques for reproduction existed, too, long before the invention of the methods of mechanical reproduction. Benjamin holds, however, that the earlier means of reproduction did not fundamentally alter the authenticity of the original, whereas today the concept of an original contrasted with its reproduction, and at the same time, the aura of the original, begins to fade. We do not have to discuss here the truth of this statement. Here we must avoid a possible misunderstanding. In this context we mean by authenticity not, as is generally meant, the performance's adequacy to given prescriptions, not the faithfulness of preserving these prescriptions or the absence of arbitrariness from the performance. Authenticity, as we refer to it here, is the feeling that the listener is faced with the genuine, with the thing itself, and not with an imitation, and the atavistic authority impressed upon the listener by the here and now character of a live performance. Under this category the listener's presence at the performance of a Beethoven symphony conducted by Furtwängler, as arbitrary as it might be, compared with Beethoven's prescriptions, is on the same level of authenticity as the experience of a spectator who comes face to face with Botticelli's allegory of Spring in Florence. Here again we have to face a universal tendency. Something very similar has happened in art, where now the aim is to reproduce famous paintings, especially by Cézanne and Van Gogh, which are so faithful to the original that they look like something unique although they are reproduced, and which, framed like original pictures, often serve to deceive the observer. However admirably the technique of these reproductions is developed, it cannot be overlooked that the idea of fostering the unique and the original by its imitation in mass reproduction is something fundamentally problematical in itself. The new techniques of printing ought to emancipate themselves from the original and be made fruitful for themselves. The same ungenuineness which prevails whenever one faces a framed Van Gogh imitation which could be called, in Nietzsche's famous words, almost genuine makes itself felt in radio. Why it would be fallacious and a bad simplification, therefore, to say that radio is a product of monopoly capitalism. Only two things can safely be stated. First, it fits perfectly with conditions of monopolistic postulates, and second, it owes its existence to the very same processes of development of industrial productive powers which also act for the economic monopolization. But radio was not invented for the sake of monopolistic society. The tendencies which associate it with the present social conditions have nothing to do with the consciousness of the originators of radio. These tendencies are being realized over their heads. Z. Ernst Krenek, OPCIT, p. 157. Let us give this example. Until recently the sonority of the basses, which generally play an important role in many musical works, could seldom be clearly received over the radio. With a number of sets the listener could not even use his volume control to get the required weight of the notes because it would have completely disturbed the entire balance. This adaptation to conditions of clear reception in a room obviously affects the work itself. Good reception is by no means identical with reproduction suitable to the original work. It consists of elements of that suitability and also of elements of suitability for listening conditions. This complexity makes the regulation of reception much more difficult than most people would expect, in spite of the fact that technical means at the listener's disposal are so simple. It is most probably this complexity which induces radio manufacturers entirely to abandon these regulators, or at least to reduce them to a minimum in cheaper sets. On the other hand, certain expensive sets like the Philco display the same tendency. This particular model of the Philco, with the mystery control box, is equipped with a box containing a station selector, a volume control and tone control button. The station selector works very much like a telephone dial. The listener simply turns the dial to the station he wants to tune in, thus doing away with the necessity for carefully adjusting the dial in order to tune in the exact frequency of the selected station. This mystery control box may be placed anywhere in the room within 100 feet of the radio. General Electric manufactures a model with a station selector, too, but it is built directly into the radio cabinet and does not have the mystery control box. This station selector, of course, controls only the accuracy of tuning in frequency and does not affect the specific sound color of the reception. All this means, of course, a new limitation of the listener's influence upon his reception. It would be exceedingly interesting for this study to check the popularity of these sets, although a modifying factor in their popularity would be their cheapness. The result of this survey would be hard to predict. On the one hand, there is a certain tendency to buy commodities which demand as little effort as possible, relieving the owner of functions which the mechanism now performs. On the other hand, in the field of art, it is just this complete abolition of the customer's activities which will most likely develop a counter tendency. If our assumption of the listener's resistance has any degree of truth, we may expect that this new type of radio set will remain slightly less popular than others. Of course, there is another factor which may be responsible as well, and that is that people are not yet accustomed to this new type of set. Therefore, it is apparent that before any valid comparison can be made, the question will have to be studied more carefully. An observation made by the author in the poorest sections of North and East Berlin is appropriate here. In the backyards of the slums, always full of children, unoccupied women, and older people, the old street organ not only survives, but plays a considerable part in their social life, in spite of radio and phonograph. They frequently dance to its music. When they are asked why they still listen to these noises, they often reply that the music is played especially for them and directed immediately to them. It seems likely that under the pressure of poverty, psychological features come into play which are less readily admitted by people who are too content with what is offered them by large powers, and who still feel that they are on the same side of the fence. As far as we know, similar features can be found on New York's East Side too, for features of that type are less conditioned by nationality than folklorist interpreters believe them to be. We must, however, make an important reservation. Our theory does not ignore the material to which these letter writers respond. Certain programs are really understood by the listeners. Their own subjective interest coincides with the objective matters discussed in them. In these cases, the listener is in an adequate situation. Here, although we cannot entirely discount these psychological motives, still their preponderance over objective motives cannot be expected with any certainty. But, when a correspondent writes indignantly about the torturing discords of modern music, or the sadistic mutilation in jamming our precious old folk tunes, it is an entirely different matter. The fan letter as a psychological indicator becomes more valid the more the subject matter of the broadcast lies beyond the writer's understanding and his sphere of rational thinking. This must be considered an interpretation of fan mail. Even physical measurements, since they, too, are physical events, must obey the same laws which they are supposed to ascertain. Hence even the physicist can prove the exactness of an experiment only by regarding the laws in question as known. Cf. Edgar Wind, Das Experiment und die Metaphysik, p1ff. Of course, in review films the practice of showing instruments in action has other reasons which are probably more important. One of the most conspicuous is the problem of finding a use for the means of presenting a visual event when they do not demand the principal attention of the audience. Of course, this is the case when a musical event occupies the center of attention. So the director gets the idea of visualizing the music in some more or less childish way. The reason for this is probably the widespread curiosity to see how it is done as a substitute for understanding what is being done. Even though we are mentioning this here as a practice of the talkies, we should like to mention, too, that in radio as well as motion pictures trends based upon apparently different motives finally lead in the same direction, in this case, to vain compensation for the image character or neutralization of music in radio. The real social question is this: how can we account for the fact that tendencies of so vastly different origins as the loss of harmonics, unsuitability of home reception for the acoustic dimensions of a symphony, and the here stripes, all converge upon a single point, the radical change in music caused by the radio voice? Here we can only state the problem. We cannot, however, even attempt its solution. Sometimes Wagner himself appears to have been conscious of this nature of his expressive music. For instance, in the famous letter to Liszt, he speaks about the interruption of his work on Siegfried, and says that he has convoyed the hero under the linden tree. Convoying music is strictly different from imitating music. GGCF. Part I, Chapter 3. H. Ibid, p. 29. 2 CFP 131. JJ. This may, by the way, be the reason that jazz appears to be particularly appropriate for radio transmission. The art of changing one instrumental sound into another has been developed to a record level here. It is often very difficult even for the expert to distinguish the sound of certain types of muted trumpet from the clarinet or saxophone. Jazz, in a way, sounds like radio in the sense of the radio voice. Hence it has the least to lose in broadcasting. It is much more difficult to be sure that the jazz one hears in a restaurant is being played by a band or just over the radio than to make the same decision about a chamber music ensemble. This observation is not confined to the expert. Respondents have reported it in several interviews. K. Deems Taylor, Chapter I, The Scorned Ingredient of Men and Music, p. 86. LL, for there is no spot which cannot see you. You ought to change your life. 42. Taylor, OPCIT. A closer discussion of this relation would lead to the specifically romantic meaning of the fragment in literature. Although it is very short and definitely not a totality, it represents the totality in its subjective aspects by suggesting infinite possibilities for development. It appears to us, however, that its importance has never been fully realized in music. Romantic fragments do not exist in music as they do in poetry with Novalis and Schlegel or Keats and Shelley. But pieces like the 24 Preludes by Chopin, where each fragment is only one gesture of expression, unfinished in itself but with a horizon of infinite possibilities, come very close to this idea of the fragment. The same holds good for some of the most interesting pieces by Schumann in his early period. We quote here as a particularly significant example only the last of the famous Kindersinnen, Der Dichter spricht. The fact that Schubert's famous B minor symphony, by no means one of his last works, remains unfinished may also have something to do with the same tendency. Here, again, more detailed analysis would show an historical origin rather than an invariant musical trend toward these qualities. Rossini, in a way, can be considered one of the last representatives of the great, Neapolitan opera school beginning in the 17th century. Characteristic of this school were the strong expressive tendencies. The sensual charms of Rossini were shells of the expressive elements of the early Neapolitans, just as today the pseudo-impressionist ninth chord is the shell of the expression of certain Wagnerian chords. It is safe to say that sensual charm in music always has an historic dimension and can be understood only in relation to expressive tendencies which originally created the sensual material but have since disappeared. 2. A social critique of radio music. 1. Some would approach the problem of radio by formulating questions of this type: if we confront such and such a sector of the population with such and such a type of music, what reactions may we expect? How can these reactions be measured and expressed statistically? Or, how many sectors of the population have been brought into contact with music and how do they respond to it? What intention lies behind such questions? This approach falls into two major operations. A. We subject some groups to a number of different treatments and see how they react to each. B. We select and recommend the procedure which produces the effect we desire. The aim itself, the tool by which we achieve it, and the persons upon whom it works are generally taken for granted in this procedure. B** The guiding interest behind such investigations is basically one of administrative technique, how to manipulate the masses. C** The pattern is that of market analysis even if it appears to be completely remote from any selling purpose. D** It might be research of an exploitive character, i.e. guided by the desire to induce as large a section of the population as possible to buy a certain commodity. Or it may be what Paul F. Lazarsfeld calls benevolent administrative research, putting questions such as, how can we bring good music to as large a number of listeners as possible? 2. I would like to suggest an approach that is antagonistic to exploitive and at least supplementary to benevolent administrative research. It abandons the form of question indicated by a sentence like, how can we, under given conditions, best further certain aims? On the contrary, this approach in some cases questions the aims, and in all cases the successful accomplishment of these aims under the given conditions. Let us examine the question, how can good music be conveyed to the largest possible audience? What is good music? Is it just the music which is given out and accepted as good according to current standards, say the programs of the Toscanini concerts? We cannot pass it as good simply on the basis of the names of great composers or performers, that is, by social convention. Furthermore, is the goodness of music invariant, or is it something that may change in the course of history with the technique at our disposal? For instance, let us take it for granted, as I do, that Beethoven really is good music. Is it not possible that this music, by the very problems it sets for itself, is far away from our own situation? That by constant repetition it has deteriorated so much that it has ceased to be the living force it was and has become a museum piece which no longer possesses the power to speak to the millions to whom it is brought? Or, even if this is not so, and if Beethoven in a musically young country like America is still as fresh as on the first day, is radio actually an adequate means of communication? Does a symphony played on the air remain a symphony? Are the changes it undergoes by wireless transmission merely slight and negligible modifications, or do those changes affect the very essence of the music? Are not the stations in such a case bringing the masses in contact with something totally different from what it is supposed to be, thus also exercising an influence quite different from the one intended? And as to the large numbers of people who listen to good music, how do they listen to it? Do they listen to a Beethoven symphony in a concentrated mood? Can they do so even if they want to? Is there not a strong likelihood that they listen to it as they would to a Tchaikovsky symphony, that is to say, simply listen to some neat tunes or exciting harmonic stimuli? Or do they listen to it as they do to jazz, waiting in the introduction of the finale of Brahms' First Symphony for the solo of the French horn as they would for Benny Goodman's solo clarinet chorus? Would not such a type of listening make the high cultural ideal of bringing good music to large numbers of people altogether illusory? These questions have arisen out of the consideration of so simple a phrase as bringing good music to as large an audience as possible. None of these or similar questions can be wholly solved in terms of even the most benevolent research of the administrative type. One should not study the attitude of listeners, without considering how far these attitudes reflect broader social behavior patterns and, even more, how far they are conditioned by the structure of society as a whole. This leads directly to the problem of a social critique of radio music, that of discovering its social position and function. We first state certain axioms. A. We live in a society of commodities, that is, a society in which production of goods is taking place, not primarily to satisfy human wants and needs, but for profit. Human needs are satisfied only incidentally, as it were. This basic condition of production affects the form of the product as well as the human interrelationships. B. In our commodity society there exists a general trend toward a heavy concentration of capital which makes for a shrinking of the free market in favor of monopolized mass production of standardized goods. This holds true particularly of the communications industry. c. The more the difficulties of contemporary society increase as it seeks its own continuance, the stronger becomes the general tendency to maintain, by all means available, the existing conditions of power and property relations against the threats which they themselves breed. Whereas on the one hand standardization necessarily follows from the conditions of contemporary economy, it becomes, on the other hand, one of the means of preserving a commodity society at a stage in which, according to the level of the productive forces, it has already lost its justification. d. Since in our society the forces of production are highly developed, and, at the same time, the relations of production fetter those productive forces, it is full of antagonisms. These antagonisms are not limited to the economic sphere where they are universally recognized, but dominate also the cultural sphere where they are less easily recognized. L***. How did music become, as our first axiom asserts it to be, a commodity? After music lost its feudal protectors during the latter part of the 18th century, it had to go to the market. The market left its imprint on it either because it was manufactured with a view to its selling chances, or because it was produced in conscious and violent reaction against the market requirements. What seems significant, however, in the present situation, and what is certainly deeply connected with the trend to standardization and mass production, is that today the commodity character of music tends radically to alter it. Bach in his day was considered, and considered himself, an artisan, although his music functioned as art. Today music is considered ethereal and sublime, although it actually functions as a commodity. Today the terms ethereal and sublime have become trademarks. Music has become a means instead of an end, a Fetischmittel. That is to say, music has ceased to be a human force and is consumed like other consumer goods. This produces commodity listening, a listening whose ideal it is to dispense as far as possible with any effort on the part of the recipient, even if such an effort on the part of the recipient is the necessary condition of grasping the sense of the music. It is the ideal of Aunt Jemima's ready mix for pancakes 3 extended to the field of music. The listener suspends all intellectual activity when dealing with music and is content with consuming and evaluating its gustatory qualities, just as if the music which tasted best were also the best music possible. An * famous master violins may serve as a drastic illustration of musical fetishism. Whereas only the expert is able to distinguish a Strad from a good modern fiddle, and whereas he is often least preoccupied with the tone quality of the fiddles, the layman, induced to treat these instruments as commodities, gives them a disproportionate attention and even a sort of adoration. One radio company went so far as to arrange a cycle of broadcasts looking, not primarily to the music played, nor even to the performance, but to what might be called an acoustic exhibition of famous instruments such as Paganini's violin and Chopin's piano. This shows how far the commodity attitude in radio music goes, though under a cloak of culture and erudition. Our second axiom, increasing standardization, is bound up with the commodity character of music. There is, first of all, the haunting similarity between most musical programs, except for the few nonconformist stations which use recorded material of serious music, and also the standardization of orchestral performance, despite the musical trademark of an individual orchestra. And there is, above all, that whole sphere of music whose lifeblood is standardization, popular music, jazz, be it hot, sweet, or hybrid. The third point of our social critique of radio concerns its ideological effect. Radio music's ideological tendencies realize themselves regardless of the intent of radio functionaries. There need be nothing intentionally malicious in the maintenance of vested interests. Nonetheless, music under present radio auspices serves to keep listeners from criticizing social realities. In short, it has a soporific effect upon social consciousness. The illusion is furthered that the best is just good enough for the man in the street. The ruined farmer is consoled by the radio-instilled belief that Toscanini is playing for him and for him alone, and that an order of things that allows him to hear Toscanini compensates for low market prices for farm products. Even though he is plowing cotton under, radio is giving him culture. Radio music is calling back to its broad bosom all the prodigal sons and daughters whom the harsh father has expelled from the door. In this respect, radio music offers a new function not inherent in music as an art, the function of creating smugness and self-satisfaction. The last group of problems in a social critique of radio would be those pertaining to social antagonisms. While radio marks a tremendous technical advance, it has proved an impetus to progress neither in music itself nor in musical listening. Radio is an essentially new technique of musical reproduction. But it does not broadcast, to any considerable extent, serious modern music. It limits itself to music created under pre-radio conditions. Nor has it, itself, thus far evoked any music really adequate to its technical conditions. The most important antagonisms arise in the field of so-called musical mass culture. Does the mass distribution of music really mean a rise of musical culture? Are the masses actually brought into contact with the kind of music which, from broader social considerations, may be regarded as desirable? Are the masses really participating in music culture, or are they merely forced consumers of musical commodities? What is the role that music actually, not verbally, plays for them? Under the aegis of radio there has set in a retrogression of listening. In spite of and even because of the quantitative increase in musical delivery, the psychological effects of this listening are very much akin to those of the motion picture and sport spectatoritis, which promotes a retrogressive and sometimes even infantile type of person. Retrogressive is meant here in the psychological and not a purely musical sense. R**. An illustration, a symphony of the Beethoven type, so-called classical, is one of the most highly integrated musical forms. The whole is everything, the part, that is to say, what the layman calls the melody, is relatively unimportant. Retrogressive listening to a symphony is listening which, instead of grasping that whole, dwells upon those melodies, just as if the symphony were structurally the same as a ballad. There exists today the tendency to listen to Beethoven's Fifth as if it were a set of quotations from Beethoven's Fifth. We have developed a larger framework of concepts such as atomistic listening and quotation listening, which lead us to the hypothesis that something like a musical children's language is taking shape. As today a much larger number of people listen to music than in pre-radio days, it is difficult to compare today's mass listening with what could be called the elite listening of the past. Even if we restrict ourselves, however, to select groups of today's listeners, one suspects that the Philharmonic listener of today listens in radio terms. A clear indication is the relation to serious advanced modern music. In the Wagnerian period, the elite listener was eager to follow the most daring musical exploits. Today the corresponding group is the firmest bulwark against musical progress and feels happy only if it is fed Beethoven's Seventh Symphony again and again. One in analyzing the fan mail of an educational station in a rural section of the Middle West, which has been emphasizing serious music at regular hours with a highly skilled and resourceful announcer, one is struck by the apparent enthusiasm of the listener's reception, by the vast response, and by the belief in the highly progressive social function that this program was fulfilling. Point 4. I have read all those letters and cards very carefully. They are exuberant indeed. But they are enthusiastic in a manner that makes one feel uncomfortable. It is what might be called standardized enthusiasm. The communications are almost literally identical. Dear X, your music shop is swell. It widens my musical horizon and gives me an ever deeper feeling for the profound qualities of our great music. I can no longer bear the trashy jazz which we usually have to listen to. Continue with your grand work and let us have more of it. No musical item was mentioned, no specific reference to any particular feature was made, no criticism was offered, although the programs were amateurish and planless. It would do little good to explain the standard responses by reference to the difficulty in verbalizing musical experience, For anybody who has had profound musical experiences and finds it hard to verbalize them may stammer and use awkward expressions, but he would be reluctant, even if he knew no other, to cloak them in rubber stamp phrases. I am forced to another explanation. The listeners were strongly under the spell of the announcer as the personified voice of radio as a social institution, and they responded to his call to prove one's cultural level and education by appreciating this good music. But they actually failed to achieve that very appreciation which stamped them as cultured. They took refuge in repeating, often literally, the announcer's speeches on behalf of culture. Their behavior might be compared with that of the fanatical radio listener entering a bakery and asking for that delicious, golden crispy Bond bread. Another study led to a similar observation. A number of high school boys were subjected to an experiment concerning the role of plugging in achieving popularity for popular music. They identified, first, those songs played most frequently on the air during a given period, that is, those songs rating highest according to the variety figures, with those they regarded as the most popular ones according to general opinion. Further, they identified those songs which they regarded as most popular with those they happened to like themselves. Here it is particularly opportune to make clear the approach of a social critique. If we took such a case in isolation, it might appear that radio, by a kind of Darwinian process of selection, actually plays most frequently those songs that are best liked by the people and is, therefore, fulfilling their demands. We know, however, from another section of our study, that the plugging of songs does not follow the response they elicit but the vested interests of song publishers. Point 5 The identification of the successful with the most frequently played is thus an illusion, to be sure, that may become an operating social force and in turn really make the much played a success, because through such an identification the listeners follow what they believe to be the crowd and thus come to constitute 1. The standardization of production in this field, as in most others, goes so far that the listener virtually has no choice. Products are forced upon him. His freedom has ceased to exist. This process, however, if it were to work openly and undisguised, would promote a resistance which could easily endanger the whole system. The less the listener has to choose, the more is he made to believe that he has a choice, and the more the whole machine functions only for the sake of profit, the more must he be convinced that it is functioning for him and his sake only or, as it is put, as a public service. In radio we can witness today something very similar to those comic and paradoxical forms of competition between gasolines which do not differ in anything but their names. The consumer is unwilling to recognize that he is totally dependent and he likes to preserve the illusion of private initiative and free choice. Thus standardization in radio produces its veil of pseudo-individualism. It is this veil which enforces upon us skepticism with regard to any first-hand information from listeners. We must try to understand them better than they understand themselves. This brings us easily into conflict with common sense notions, such as giving the people what they want. 2. This raises the question of controls and safeguards against biased imagination. Music is not a realm of subjective tastes and relative values, except to those who do not want to undergo the discipline of the subject matter. As soon as one enters the field of musical technology and structure, the arbitrariness of evaluation vanishes, and we are faced with decisions about right and wrong and true and false. I should like to give some examples of what I call musico-technological control of sociological interpretation. I mentioned above the social tendency toward a pseudo-individualism to hide the increase of standardization. This tendency in today's mass-produced music can be expressed in precise technical terms. Musical analysis can furnish us with plenty of materials which manifest, so far as rhythmical patterns, sound combinations, melodic and harmonic structures are concerned, that even apparently divergent schools of popular music, such as suite and swing, are essentially the same. It can further be shown that their differences have no bearing on the musical essence itself. It can be shown that each band has assumed certain mannerisms with no musical function and no other purpose than to make it easier for the listener to recognize the particular band, such as, say, the musically nonsensical staccati with which Guy Lombardo likes to end certain legato phrases. X**. And now an example from the field of serious music. Y**. If we analyze a score of a Beethoven symphony in terms of all the thematic and dynamic interrelationships defined in the music, develop the necessary conditions of fulfilling its prescriptions by a performance, and then analyze the extent to which these prescriptions can be realized by radio, the proposition that symphonic music and the radio are incompatible becomes concretely defined and, so to speak, measurable. Here again the formulation of research problems is affected by our critical outlook. I suspect people listen to serious music largely in terms of entertainment. Z** Our technical analysis allows us to formulate this suspicion in exact terms. Studies on the radio voice have shown that with regard to such categories as the prevalence of sound colors, emphasis on detail, the isolation of the main tune, and similar features, the symphony on the air becomes a piece of entertainment. Consequently, it would be absurd to maintain that it could be received by the listeners as anything but entertainment. 3. Entertainment may have its uses, but a recognition of radio music as such would shatter the listener's artificially fostered belief that they are dealing with the world's greatest music. I am glad of the opportunity to discuss with you some of the basic issues of music study which, in a few more weeks, will come forward with its first major report. The music study pursues a methodological line somewhat different in emphasis from other work done at the project. The approach here taken may be called a social critique of radio music. Today, I hope to convey to you briefly an idea of what this approach is. Permit me to explain what is meant by a social critique of radio and how it applies to music. 2. I will demonstrate the relation of its method to empirical procedures. The alternate method would approach the problem of radio by studying its effects upon the population while regarding the structure of the tool, the structure of society and the function the tool performs in it as something given. It would formulate questions of this type: if you confront such and such a sector of the population with such and such a type of music, what reactions may we expect? B** The actual results, figures, and particularly proportions between figures would pertain mainly to the interrelationship between aim, technique and result*. C** How can a given, more or less central agency handle most successfully given groups or numbers of persons in such a way as to induce them to behave according to the aims of the central agency? The logical form of such investigations is molded according to the ideal of a skilled manipulation of masses*. D** For I am fully aware that this type of research applies to intentions so highly divergent that it seems arbitrary to speak about administrative research in general*. The danger involved in not questioning the aims and their accomplishment, is that the radio industry's conception of its mission may become transformed into the fundamental presupposition of the social researcher. This, however, applies to benevolent administrative research no less than to exploitive results. No doubt, a question as, example, how can more good music be made available to more people, is a question of benevolent administrative research. By taking such notions as good music or listening to good music as something given, and being concerned merely with the interrelationship of aim and effect instead of analyzing the aim, the tool, and the subjects more radically, the results may easily turn out to be directly opposite to the very aim which they are supposed to further*. What appears to be generally accepted, good music as a reality in itself, struck me as full of traps and fallacies*. G** This raises the question of how to establish criteria*. H** Though those millions may express enthusiasm about what is brought to them by their announcer*. They affect those notions which are taken for granted by the very setting of that type of social research*. J** These axioms, incidentally, do not lay claim to systematic completeness but are intended rather as characteristic instances*. K** What this means concretely for our present purpose, we will have to discuss later. For the time being, it may suffice to state that music is no exception to this axiom, that it is, by and large, a commodity, and that music itself, as well as so-called musical life, cannot escape the grasp of universal commodity production asterisk. L asterisk permit me to apply these principles directly to our field of research, in order to make clear the concrete meaning of the principles themselves and to convey a general idea of what the social critique of radio is and how our music study has approached the task of illustrating and exemplifying a social critique of radio through empirical research. In radio, and this is one of our leading theses, all music tends to become a commodity. It is all the more necessary to emphasize this statement, as huge numbers of people accept the commodity character of music as a matter of course and as something natural, and are therefore blind to the implications it has. The principal task of our approach is to question what everybody knows and accepts as given and inescapable, that is, to challenge the givenness of the given. Music today functions, by and large, not as an art form but as a commodity. And this preeminently in radio, despite the fact that nobody apparently has to buy a ticket of admission to radio music asterisk. M asterisk something adored without no immediate relation to its actual being asterisk. N asterisk I mention here an example, perhaps overdrastic for making myself understood, pertaining to the concept of commodity, namely the role played by actual fetishes, say by famous master violins asterisk. O asterisk we hope to develop a consistent presentation of musical standardization by linking up the essentials of all our studies on light popular music, of which I may mention in passing the study on plugging. For the moment, we leave this point undeveloped, since we will offer some pertinent examples in another context later asterisk. P asterisk an important group of problems connected with this concerns radio's promotion of the idea of universal participation in culture by the radio population through radio music asterisk. Q asterisk but it avoids a serious relation to advanced modern musical compositions asterisk. R asterisk the analysis of retrogressive listening, retrogressive is meant here in a psychological and not purely musical sense, appears to us to be one of the most important tasks a social critique of radio music has to fulfill asterisk. S asterisk 2. Let us consider now the methodological aspects of a social critique of radio music. I suggest the following procedure. I shall give an example which may show you how I came to follow the present line. I shall then try to describe where we see the safeguard of our approach against arbitrariness and uncontrolled imagination, and finally, I shall say something about the relation between critical theory and empirical investigation in our work asterisk. T asterisk this shows how problematic the notions of like and dislike in light music are, and shows further clearly the fruitful results which can be harvested from an approach based upon an understanding of standardization in radio and the commodity character of radio music asterisk. U asterisk the more standardization in radio proceeds, the more it must take into account the psychological trends of its listeners which consist in their unwillingness to know themselves to be totally dependent and their desire to see preserved private initiative and free choice asterisk. V asterisk Dr. Lazarsfeld once characterized my approach by a joke from the New Yorker. An old Negro cook who believes in metempsychosis shows to her mistress a dog playing in the street and hints at the probability that the dog might be the reincarnation of an old man. The mistress, well aware of her cook's crotchet, replies cautiously that this might easily be the case, but that the dog is playing with some children, which certainly would not be the thing for that old man to do. That's all right, replies the cook, but I am not so sure about them children either. I am afraid I have to take up the challenge and identify myself with the old Negro cook. In our situation we do not have on the one side the social mechanism like radio operating on human beings and on the other side human beings as a sort of tabula rasa. I not only suspect radio, but I'm not so sure about the listener's primary reactions even in cases where they appear to be non-standardized, spontaneous, and differentiated, for they may still depend on the standardizing agency. Only by means of a fundamental social critique are we able to arrive at such insights, and I do not regard it as scientifically odd in this field that in a good many cases results that are partly deduced from the theoretical viewpoints come closer to reality than facts which, as we penetrate them seriously, may show a meaning opposite to what they pretend to be asterisk.
W** if we regard listener reactions mainly as a function of the existing system and not as final data upon which interpretation should be based, the social processes working on the listeners are then susceptible to a socio-scientific analysis, as distinct from a natural scientific analysis which accepts the world as given, because it can find no other way to take it. And it is the exactitude of this analysis which I regard as our foremost bulwark against arbitrariness. The danger of arbitrariness cannot be easily dismissed, and it certainly prevails as long as we move in the field of sociological generalities. Fortunately, however, in musical research we have some means of overcoming this danger ***. Such statements bring notions like pseudo-individualization of standardized products into empirical relief ***. Why ***. If we make a sociological statement like the following: symphonic music is conceived in terms of uniqueness of performance and therefore is in contradiction to mass reproduction, this would be an abstract proposition whose relation to research problems would be open to great skepticism Such a suspicion is certainly justified in a situation where we know from other fields of cultural activity to what extent the idea of entertainment replaces today the conscious, responsible, and concentrated reception of art and our empirical procedure would now be to formulate research problems concerning those musical criteria by which it is made entertainment and to show the extent to which they impose themselves on the listeners and the extent to which they interfere with the listeners' artificially fostered belief that they are dealing with the world's greatest music *. 3. The Radio Symphony, an experiment in theory. The problem. To make a study of what radio transmission does musically to a musical structure or to different kinds of music would be a vast undertaking. It involves problems of a great many types and levels, concerning the material and the technicalities of transmission which can be solved only by the close collaboration of analytically minded musicians, social scientists, and experts on radio engineering. Here would appear the problem of the role played in traditional serious music by the original, that is, the live performance one actually experiences, as compared with mass reproduction on the radio. Or one would have to investigate to what extent the technical conditions of jazz in themselves establish a configuration of quasi-mechanized technique with quasi-subjective expression weirdly analogous to that of the actual mechanization of radio transmission with the quasi-expressive ballads with which our radio programs are jammed. Attention must be accorded to chamber music, which structurally is best suited to radio transmission but which, for socio-psychological reasons, is very rarely heard over the air. It is not our intention to do more than suggest the significance of such problems here. Instead of elaborating them systematically to their fullest extent, we restrict ourselves to one example analyzed in detail in order to demonstrate concretely the implications as well as the complexity of the field. We are primarily concerned with pointing out the fact that serious music as communicated over the ether may indeed offer optimum conditions for retrogressive tendencies in listening, for the avalanche of fetishism which is overtaking music and burying it under the moraine of entertainment. The statement of the problem and the model analysis which we offer here are in the nature of a challenge to musical and social research. We are undertaking an experiment in theory. The subject matter of this experiment in theory is the fate of the symphony and, more specifically, of the Beethoven symphony, when it is transmitted by radio. The reasons for this approach are sociological and musical. A typical statement exhibiting official optimism presents claims that today the farmers' wives in the prairie states listen to great music performed by great artists as they go about their morning housework. The Beethoven symphony is popularly identified with such great music. The truth or falsity of such complacent statements concerning the spreading of great music, however, can be gleaned only by an investigation into their presuppositions, namely, the naive identification of a broadcast with the presentation of a live symphony. The musical reasons for the choice of the symphony as instance become clear in the course of the analysis. Beethoven is selected not only because he is the standard classic of cultural sales talk in music, but also because his music exhibits most clearly some of the features we regard as particularly affected by radio transmission. Earlier symphonic music is less exposed to changes by radio because the problem of sound volume and the issue of dynamic development play a lesser role than in Beethoven. The later Romantic Symphony is less characteristic because it does not offer the central problem of the radio symphony, the problem of the fate of the integral form. Characteristics of the symphony. Even those who optimistically assume that radio brings great symphonic music to people who never heard it before, concede that symphonies brought to the overburdened hypothetical farmer in the Middle West are somewhat affected and deteriorated by radio transmission. But in principle they maintain that these differences matter only to the musical snobs who know so much about music in general and about symphonic music in particular. The finer shades and differences, so they say, are of no importance to the layman who must first become acquainted with the material. Better a symphony that is not quite as good as it is supposed to be in Carnegie Hall, than no symphony at all. Whoever dares to oppose such a view is likely to be regarded as an aesthete who has no true sympathy for the needs and desires of the people. Yet the social analyst must risk being castigated as a misanthrope if he is to pursue social essence, as distinct from the facade. Analysis of a radio symphony must rid itself of the common sense view that the alterations brought about by radio have no significant bearing on the symphonic purpose. To begin with, it must cast off the conventional definition of symphony which asserts that it is merely a sonata for orchestra. F for insight into the changes of Beethoven's symphony suffers in radio transmission depends upon the specific understanding of symphonic form as it crystallized and maintained itself in the comparatively short period of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. This specific understanding is not furthered by analyzing the symphony in stereotyped terms such as exposition, development, repetition, or even more subtle ones such as the antagonism of the two main subjects of the exposition, their bridge, their conclusion, the way they develop and undergo their modified recurrence. However easy it may be to identify all those typical constituents of form in every Beethoven symphony, they are essential not abstractly, but only within the interplay of the inexchangeable content of each work. Such schematic identification actually is too easy. Any approach starting from the mere recognition of those invariants, tends to deliver listening up to a mechanical process in which any symphony can be replaced by any other which has the same framework. If reference to those terms does not add much in the actual following of a specific work, it is even less helpful in achieving an understanding of the meaning and function of symphonic form per SEH*. What characterizes a symphony when experienced in immediate listening, as distinct not only from chamber music, but also from orchestral forms such as the suite or the tone poem, is a particular intensity and concentration. This intensity rests musically upon the incomparably greater density and concision of thematic relationships of the symphonic as against other forms. This density and concision are strictly technical and not merely a byproduct of expression. They imply first a complete economy of craft, that is to say, a truly symphonic movement contains nothing fortuitous, every bit is ultimately traceable to very small basic elements, and is deduced from them and not introduced, as it were, from outside, as in Romantic music. Secondly, this economy itself does not reside in a static identity, as in pre-classical music. It is not content with mere repetition, but is intrinsically bound up with variation. If everything in a Beethoven symphony is identical in its ultimate motivical content, nothing is literally identical in the sense of plain repetition, but everything is different according to the function it exercises within the development of the whole. A Beethoven symphonic movement is essentially the unity of a manifold as well as the manifoldness of a unity, namely, of the identical thematic material. This interrelationship of perpetual variation is unfolded as a process, never through mere statement of detail. It is the most completely organized piece of music that can be achieved. Every detail, however spontaneous in emphasis, is absorbed in the whole by its very spontaneity and gets its true weight only by its relation to the whole, as revealed finally by the symphonic process. Structurally, one hears the first bar of a Beethoven symphonic movement only at the very moment when one hears the last bar. Romanticism failed to produce symphonic works of this exacting character because the increase in importance of the expressive detail as against the whole, rendered impossible the determination of every moment by the totality. While listening to a typical romantic symphony, one remains fully conscious, sometimes all too conscious of the time it consumes, despite the immensely progressive novelty of the details. With Beethoven it is different. The density of thematic interwovenness, of antiphonic work, tends to produce what one might call a suspension of time consciousness. When a movement like the first of Beethoven's Fifth or Seventh Symphonies, or even a very long one such as the first of the Eroica is performed adequately, one has the feeling that the movement does not take 7 or 15 minutes or more, but virtually 1 moment. It is this very power of symphonic contraction of time which annihilates, for the duration of the adequate performance, the contingencies of the listener's private existence, thus constituting the actual basis of those experiences which, in commentator phraseology, are called the elatedness of an audience as a result of the sublimity of the symphony. The role of sound intensity. To what extent are the inherent constituents of the Beethoven symphonic form realized by radio? To start from the most primitive fact about symphonic music, it may be stated in terms of absolute dynamics, the meaning of which is well known from the visual sphere, particularly from architecture. A cathedral acquires an essential condition of its actual function, as well as its aesthetic meaning, only in proportion to the human body. A model of a cathedral in table size is something totally different from the actual cathedral, not only quantitatively but also qualitatively. On the Campo Santo in Genoa, there is a tomb in the form of a diminutive imitation of the Milan dome. The building itself, which is of highly questionable architectural value, becomes plainly ridiculous in miniature. The impression one has is much like the one received upon seeing the sugar-coated architecture of wedding cakes. The question of absolute dimensions in architecture has its counterpart in music in the question of absolute dynamics. The power of a symphony to absorb its parts into the organized whole depends, in part, upon the sound volume. Only if the sound is larger, as it were, than the individual so as to enable him to enter the door of the sound as he would enter through the door of a cathedral, may he really become aware of the possibility of merging with the totality which structurally does not leave any loophole. The element of being larger may be construed comparatively in terms of the intensity range, that is to say, the intensity range of symphonic sound must be larger, because of the exigencies of symphonic form, than any musical range the individual listener can conceive of producing himself either by singing or playing. Absolute symphonic dimensions, furthermore, carry with them the existence of an experience which it is difficult to render even in rough terms, but which is, nonetheless, fundamental in the apperception of symphony and is the true musical objective of technical discussion of auditory perspective, the experience of symphonic space. To enter a symphony means to listen to it not only as to something before one, but as something around one as well, as a medium in which one lives. It is this surrounding quality that comes closest to the idea of symphonic absorption. All these qualities are radically affected by radio. The sound is no longer larger than the individual. In the private room, that magnitude of sound causes disproportions which the listener mutes down. The surrounding function of music also disappears, partly because of the diminutions of absolute dimensions, partly because of the monaural conditions of radio broadcasting. What is left of the symphony, even in the ideal case of an adequate reproduction of sound colors, is a mere chamber symphony. If the symphony today reaches masses who have never before been in touch with it, it does so in a way in which their collective aspect and what might be called the collective aspect of the symphony itself, are practically eliminated from the musical pattern, which becomes, as it were, a piece of furniture of the private room. One must be careful not to derive therefrom a premature judgment on radio, or try to save music from it. The abolition of the surrounding quality of music on the radio has its progressive aspects. This surrounding quality of music is certainly part of music's function as a drug, the criticism of which, inaugurated by Nietzsche and revived by such contemporary writers as Jean Cocteau, is justified and has been considerably furthered by radio. The drug tendency is very clear in Wagner, where the mere magnitude of the sound, into whose waves the listener can dive, is one of the means of catching the listeners, quite apart from any specific musical content. In Beethoven, Where the musical content is highly articulate, the largeness of the sound does not have this irrational function, but is the more intrinsically connected with the structural devices of the work, and is therefore also the more deeply affected by broadcasting. Paradoxical as it may appear, a Beethoven symphony becomes more problematical as a broadcast than the music of a Wagner opera. Threat to the structure. This may be made clear by such a well-known piece of music as the first movement of the Fifth Symphony. It is characterized by its simplicity. A very short and precise motif, the one with which it opens, is conveyed by an unabating intensity of presentation. Throughout the movement it remains clearly recognizable as the same motif, its rhythm is vigorously maintained. Yet there is no mere repetition, but development, the melodic content of the basic rhythm, that is to say, the intervals which constitute it, change perpetually. It gains structural perspective by wandering from one instrument or instrumental group to another and appearing sometimes in the foreground as a main event, at other times as a mere background and accompaniment. Above all, it is presented in gradations, dynamic developments, the continuity of which is achieved through the identity of the basic material. At the same time, this identity is modified by the different dynamic grades in which the basic motif occurs. Thus the simplicity of the movement is inextricably bound up with an elaborate richness of texture. The richness prevents the simple from becoming primitive, while simplicity prevents richness from dissipation into mere details. It is this unity within the manifold as well as this manifoldness within that unity which constitute the antiphonic work finally terminating in the suspension of time consciousness. This interrelationship of unity and manifoldness, and not only the loudness of the sound, is itself affected by the dynamic reductions of radio. First of all, the whole building up of the movement upon the one simple motif, the creation ex nihilo, as it were, which is so highly significant in Beethoven asterisk, can be made understandable only if the motif, which is actually nothing in itself, is presented in such a way that from the very beginning it is underscored as the substance of everything that is to come. The first bars of the Fifth Symphony, if rightly performed, must possess the characteristic of a statement, of a positing. O asterisk. This positing characteristic, however, can be achieved only by the utmost dynamic intensity. Hence, the question of loudness ceases to be a purely external one and affects the very structure of symphony. Presented without the dynamic emphasis which makes out of the nothing of the first bars virtually the everything of the total movement, the idea of the work is missed before it has been actually started. The suspension of time consciousness is endangered from the very beginning. The simple, no longer emphasized in its paradoxical nature as nothing and everything, threatens to degenerate into the trite if the nothingness of the beginning fails to be absorbed into the whole by the impetus of the statement. The tension is broken and the whole movement is on the verge of relapsing into time. It is threatened, even more, by the compression of the dynamic range. Only if the motif can develop from the restrained pianissimo to the striking yet affirming fortissimo, is it actually revealed as the cell which represents the whole even when exposed as a mere monad. Only within the tension of such a gradation does its repetition become more than repetition. The more the gradation is compressed, which is necessarily the case in radio, the less this tension is felt. Dynamic repetition is replaced by a mere ornamental, tectonic one. The movement loses its character of process and the static repetition becomes purposeless. The material repeated is so simple that it requires no repetition to be understood. Though something of the tension is still preserved by radio, it does not suffice. The Beethoven tension obtains its true significance in the range from nothing to all. As soon as it is reduced to the medium range between piano and forte, the Beethoven symphony is deprived of the secret of origin as well as the might of unveiling. It could be argued that all these changes by radio turn the symphony into a work of chamber music which, although different from symphony, has merits of its own. A symphony, conceived in symphonic terms, however, would necessarily become a bad work of chamber music. Its symphonic simplicity would make itself felt as poverty in chamber music texture, as lack of polyphonous interwovenness of parts as well as want of extensive melodic lines developed simultaneously. Simplicity would cease to function in the symphonic way. Clearly, a Beethoven symphony played on the piano by four hands, although it is only a one-color reproduction, is to be preferred to a chamber music arrangement, because it still preserves something of the specifically symphonic attack by fingers striking the keys, whereas that value is destroyed by the softened chamber music arrangement, which, by virtue of its mere arrangedness, easily approaches the sound of the so-called salon orchestra. Radio symphony bears a stronger resemblance to the chamber music transcription than to the simple yet faithful translation into the mere piano sound. Its colorfulness is as questionable as it would be in a salon arrangement. For the sound colors, too, are affected on the air, and it is through their deterioration that the work becomes bad chamber music. Symphonic richness is distorted no less than symphonic simplicity. While trying to keep the symphonic texture as plain and transparent as possible, Beethoven articulates it by attaching the smallest units of motivical construction to as many different instruments and instrumental groups as possible. These smallest units together form the surface of an outspoken melody, while their coloristic differentiation realizes at the same time the construction and all its interrelationships underneath the surface. The finer the shades of motivical interrelationships within the construction, the finer necessarily the shades of changing sound colors. These essential subtleties more than anything else tend to be effaced by radio. While exaggerating conspicuous contrast, radio's neutralization of sound colors practically blots out precisely those minute differences upon which the classical orchestra is built as against the Wagnerian, which has much larger coloristic means at its disposal. Richard Strauss, in his edition of Berlioz's treatise on instrumentation, observes that the second violins, never quite so brilliant and intense as the first violins, are different instruments, so to speak, from the first. Such differences play a decisive part in the Beethovenian articulation of symphonic texture. A single melody, subdivided between first violins, second violins, and violas, becomes plastic according to the instrumental disposition, that is to say, the elements of the melody, which are meant to be decisive, are played by the first violins, while those intended rather as incidental are played by the second violins or violas. At the same time, their unity is maintained by the fact that they are all strings playing in the same tonal region. Radio achieves only unity, whereas differences such as those between first and second violins are automatically eliminated. Moreover, certain sound colors, like that of the oboe, are changed to such an extent that the instrumental equilibrium is thrown out of joint. All these colors are more than mere means of instrumental make-up, that is, are integral parts of the composition which they as well as the dynamics articulate. Their alteration consummates the damage wreaked by radio upon symphonic structure. The less articulate symphony becomes, the more does it lose its character of unity and deteriorates into a conventional and simultaneously slack sequence, consisting of the recurrence of neat tunes whose interrelation is of no import whatever. Thus it becomes ever more apparent why it is Beethoven who falls victim to radio rather than Wagner and late Romanticism. For it is in Beethoven that the idea of articulate unity constitutes the essence of the symphonic scheme. This unity is achieved by a severe economy of means forbidding their reduction, which is inevitable by radio. Trivialization. In the light of the preceding analysis, the hackneyed argument that radio, by bringing symphony to those formerly unfamiliar with it, compensates for its slight alterations tilts over into its opposite. The less the listeners know the works in their original form, the more is their total impression necessarily erroneously based on the specific radio phenomena delivered to them. And these phenomena are, in addition, far from being structurally consistent. One is tempted to call them contradictory in themselves. A process of polarization sets in through radio transmission of the symphony. It becomes trivialized and romanticized at the same time. The trivialization of symphony, first of all, is bound up with its relapse into time. The compression of symphonic time is relaxed because the technical prerequisites have been made blunt. The time the radio symphony consumes is empirical time. It is in ironic keeping with the technical limitations imposed by radio on the live symphony that they are accompanied by the listener's capacity to turn off the music whenever he pleases. he can arbitrarily supersede it in contrast to the concert hall performance where he is forced, as it were, to obey its laws. It may be questioned whether symphonic elation is really possible or desirable. At any rate, radio expedites its liquidation. Its very sound tends to undermine the idea of spell, of uniqueness, and of great music, which are ballyhooed by radio sales talk. But not only the spell and the high-flown notion of symphonic totality falls victim to mechanization. The decline of the unity, which is the essence of symphony, is concomitant with the decay of the manifold comprehended by it. The symphonic particulars become atoms. The tendency toward atomistic listening obtains its exact and objective technical foundation through radio transmission. The meaning of the music automatically shifts from the totality to the individual moments because their interrelation and articulation by dynamics and colors is no longer fully affected. These moments become semi-independent episodes, organized mainly by their chronological succession. The symphony has often been compared with the drama. Though this comparison tends to overemphasize the dualistic character, the dialogue aspect of symphony, it must still be admitted that it is justified insofar as the symphony aims at an intensive totality, an instantaneous focusing of an idea rather than an extensive totality of life unfolding itself within empirical time. It is in the sense that the radio symphony ceases to be a drama and becomes an epical form, or, to make the comparison in less archaic terms, a narrative. And narrative it becomes in an even more literal sense too. The particular, when chipped off from the unity of the symphony, still retains a trace of the unity in which it functioned. A genuine symphonic theme, even if it takes the whole musical stage, and seems to be temporarily hypostatized and to desert the rest of the music, is nonetheless of such a kind as to impress upon one that it is actually nothing in itself but basically something made out of something else. Even in its isolation it bears the mark of the whole. As this whole, however, is not adequately realized in the phenomenon that appears over the air, the theme, or an individual symphonic moment, is presented like something from a context itself blurred or even absent. In other words, through radio, the individual elements of symphony acquire the character of quotation. Radio symphony appears as a medley or potpourri insofar as the musical atoms it offers up acquire the touch of having been picked up somewhere else and put together in a kind of montage. What is heard is not Beethoven's Fifth but merely musical information from and about Beethoven's Fifth. The commentator, in expropriating the listener's own spontaneity of judgment by prating about the marvels of the world's immortal music, is merely the human executor of the trend inherent in music on the air, which, by reassembling fragments from a context not itself in evidence, seems to be continually offering the reassurance, this is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. The image character of radio cannot be altogether explained by abstract reference to physical conditions alone, but these conditions must be shown at work on the symphonic structure, wreaking havoc on musical sense. Quotation listening. The issue of quotation is inseparably bound up with the structure and significance of symphonic themes themselves. Sententious precision, which summarizes the meaning of preceding dramatic development or situation, is an age-old ingredient of dramatic structure. The sententious passages, by reflecting upon the action, detach themselves from the immediacy of the action itself. Through this detachment they become reified, emphasized, and facilely quotable. The abstract generality of maxims for practical life into which they translate the concrete idea of the drama, brings them close to the banal. At times the sententious moments supersede concrete dramatic sense altogether. There is the revealing joke about elderly ladies who express delight in Hamlet with the single reservation that it consists of quotations. In the realm of music, radio has realized a similar tendency and has transformed Beethoven's Fifth Symphony into a set of quotations from theme songs. The symphonic theme of the Beethoven period may structurally very well be compared with the sententious element of the drama. It consists in most cases of the triad. It is based on the triad harmonically and it circumscribes the triad melodically. As the triad is the general principle of major-minor tonality, the triadic theme has a touch of generality itself. It is, to a great extent, interchangeable with other triadic themes. The striking similarity between the material of movements as totally different as the finale of Mozart's G minor symphony from the scherzo of Beethoven's Fifth, bears witness to this generality. This generality of symphonic theme is balanced by its precision, which is in the main achieved by one short and distinct rhythmical formula apt to be remembered as well as to be repeated. Musical commentators have often compared symphonic themes with mottos in literature, and German musicology frequently alludes to head motives as opening a symphonic movement. All this points up the sententious character of the symphonic theme. It is this character that offers the theme up to the process of trivialization by radio. The triviality characteristic of live symphonic themes serves a double purpose, that of generality transcending the specific case in which they appear, and their existence as a mere material for self-development. Radio interferes with both these purposes. Being atomized, the symphonic theme fails to show its generality. It calls for significance just as it is. From the viewpoint of consistent symphonic construction, it would be possible to imagine a substitute for the famous second theme of the first movement of Schubert's B minor symphony, the so-called unfinished. The radio listener who does not care much for the movement and waits for the theme would get the shock of his life if it were replaced by another. Moreover, the theme that sticks out because it has lost its dynamic function, can no longer fulfill its truly musical role, which is to serve as a mere material of what follows, as soon as everything that follows is visualized only from the viewpoint of the undeveloped material of the theme. Hence, in the isolation of the symphonic theme, only the trivial remains. And in turn it is the triviality of the symphonic detail which makes it so easy to remember and own it as a commodity under the more general trademark of culture. For by sounding like a quotation, the quintessence of the whole, the trivialized theme assumes a peculiar air of authority, which gives it cultural tone. Only what is established and accepted as a standard social value is quoted, and the anxiety of the listeners to recognize the so-called great symphonies by their quotable themes is mainly due to their desire to identify themselves with the standards of the accepted and to prove themselves to be small cultural owners within big ownership culture. This tendency again springs from the electrocution of symphony by radio, without taking into account radio's social authoritarianism. It has already been mentioned that radio tends to present symphony as a series of results rather than a process. The more a particular result is set off against the process in which it gains creation, the more it ceases to be the problem of its own treatment. Within the symphonic process the theme has its fate. It is disputed, by radio the theme becomes definite. In the process of symphonic development it is not conceived as something rigid but fluent, even in its seemingly dogmatic first presentation. By radio even its musically remote transformations sound like themes of their own. If one could say, exaggeratedly, that in symphonic music nothing is theme and everything is development, which holds good literally for some modern symphonic music, particularly for Mahler, one could say as well that by radio everything becomes theme. The emphasis which every symphonic moment acquires through the radio voice is unlike the emphasis which the symphonic theme possesses in its live positing. As positing, it owes its emphasis to the potentiality for process which it contains within itself. By radio it becomes emphasized because that process has been broken through and the theme absolutizes itself in its mere present subsistence, in its being as it is. It is this literal-minded and pharisaical self-righteousness of the theme which transforms it into quotation. It must be emphasized that the substitution of quotation for reproduction does not mean a greater faithfulness to the original but just the opposite. Quotation is reproduction in its decline. While genuine reproduction would stand in a tension-like relation to its object and realizes it by again producing it, quotation reproduction sheds all spontaneity, dissolves all tension toward the object and seizes upon all particulars of the object as fixed and reified items. It is essential to the object, that is, the symphonic original, that it be reproduced in the sense of being produced again rather than of being photographed in degenerated colors and modified proportions. A Beethoven symphony is essentially a process. If that process is replaced by a presentation of frozen items, the performance is faithless even if executed under the battle cry of the utmost fidelity to the letter. Romanticization.
Radio symphony promotes the romanticization of music no less than its trivialization. The authoritarian theme, the result replacing the process and thus destroying symphonic spell, acquires a spell of its own. The history of symphonic musical production after Beethoven itself reveals a shift from the totality aspect to the detail, which bears a strong resemblance to the shift which the Beethoven symphony suffers through radio. The shift after Beethoven took place in the name of subjective expression. Lyrical expression tends to emphasize the atom and separate it from any comprehensive objective order. Radio disintegrates classical music in much the same way as Romanticism reacted to it. If radio atomizes and trivializes Beethoven, it simultaneously renders the atoms more expressive, as it were, than they had been before. The weight which falls upon the isolated detail conveys to it an importance that it never has in its context. And it is this air of importance that makes it seem to signify or express something all the time, whereas in the original the expression is mediated by the whole. Consonantly, radio publicity proclaims the inspiration of symphonic themes, although precisely in Beethoven the movement, if anything, is inspired and not the theme. It is the romantic notion of melodic inventiveness which radio projects upon classical music, strictly so called. Details are deified as well as reified. This has paradoxical consequences. One might expect that radio, since it affects the freshness of sound colors, makes them less conspicuous than in live music. Precisely the opposite is true. Together with the structural totality, there vanishes in radio the process of musical spontaneity, of musical thinking of the whole by the listener. The less the radio phenomenon evokes such thinking, the greater is the emphasis on the sensual side as compared with live music, where the sensual qualities are in themselves better. The structural element of music, the element that is defamed by many listeners as intellectual though it constitutes the concreteness of the musical phenomenon even more than the sound, is skipped over, and they content themselves with the stimuli remaining, however shop-worn these stimuli may be. In romantic music and even in the romantic interpretation of Beethoven, those stimuli actually were the bearers of musical expression. Deteriorated as they are now, they still maintain something of their romantic glamour. Certain of them today, through the radio, assume such a glamour even though they never had it before, because their institutionalization casts about them a social validity which listeners credit to the music. That is why the atoms, sentimentalized by radio through the combination of triviality and expressiveness, reflect something of the spell which the totality has lost. To be sure, it is not the same spell. It is rather the spell of the commodity whose values are adored by its customers. In the symphonic field those works surrender themselves to radio most readily which are conglomerates of tunes of both sensual richness and structural poverty, tunes making unnecessary the process of thinking which is anyhow restrained by the way the phenomenon comes out of the radio set. The preference for Tchaikovsky among radio listeners is as significant a commentary on the inherent nature of the radio voice as on the broader social issues of contemporary listening habits. Moreover, it is very likely that Beethoven is listened to in terms of Tchaikovsky. The thesis that music by radio is no longer quite serious implies that radio music already prejudices the capacity to listen in a spontaneous and conscious way. The radio voice does not present the listeners with material adequate to such desiderata. They are forced to passive sensual and emotional acceptance of predigested yet disconnected qualities, whereas those qualities at the same time become mummified and magicized. Is symphonic music spread? This shows the necessity for starting from the sphere of the reproduction of musical works by radio instead of from an analysis of listeners' reactions. The latter presupposes a kind of naive realism with respect to such notions as symphony or great music on the air. If that music is fundamentally different from what it is supposed to be, listeners' statements about their reactions to it must be evaluated accordingly. There is no justification for unqualifiedly accepting the listener's word about his sudden delight in a Beethoven symphony, if that symphony is changed the very moment it is broadcast into something closely akin to entertainment. Further, the analysis invalidates the optimistic idea that the knowledge of the deteriorated or even dissolved radio symphony may be a first step toward a true, conscious, and adequate musical experience. For the way a symphony appears by radio is not neutral with regard to the original. It does not convey a hollow one-colored effigy which can be filled and made more concrete by later live listening. The radio symphony's relation to the live symphony is not that of the shadow to the robust. Even if it were, the shadow cannot be given flesh by the transfusion of red blood corpuscles. The changes brought about by radio are more than coloristic. That they are changes of the symphony's own essential structure means not only that this structure is not adequately conveyed but that what does come out opposes that structure and constitutes a serious obstacle against its realization. Beethoven's musical sense does not match with the postulates it evokes itself when transmitted on the air. Reference may again be made to the coloristic element. The radio phenomenon produces an attitude in the listener which leads him to seek color and stimulating sounds. Music, however, composed in structural rather than coloristic terms does not satisfy these mechanized claims. The color of a Beethoven symphony in live performance as well as by radio is incomparably less radiant, more subdued not only than those of Wagner, Richard Strauss, or Debussy, but poorer even than the supply of current entertainment. Moreover, the coloristic effects which Beethoven achieves are valid only against the ascetic background of the whole. The cadenza of the oboe in the beginning of the repetition of the first moment of the Fifth Symphony is striking only as a contrast to the bulk of the strings. As a coloristic effect in itself it would be poorer, and it is the misinterpretation of such relations which leads some of today's happy-go-lucky routine musicians who are nothing but competent, to such ingenious statements as that Beethoven was not able to score well. If radio, however, brings into the limelight just such particles as the oboe cadenza, may it not actually provoke those opinion statements and even a resistance within the listeners, a resistance which is only superficially compensated by the official respect for established values, because the symphony fails to satisfy the very same demands which it seems to raise. But the resistance goes beyond unfavorable comparisons between the full seven-course dinner in color of Whitman's rendition of the Rhapsody in Blue and the frugal meal of the symphony in black and white consumed, as it were, as a meal merely. The transformation of the symphonic process into a series of results means that the listeners receive the symphony as a ready-made piecemeal product which can be enjoyed with a minimum of effort on his part. Like other ready-made articles, radio symphony tends to make him passive. He wants to get something out of it, perhaps to give himself up to it, but, if possible, to have nothing to do with it, and least of all to think it. If it is true that the experience of the actual meaning of symphonic structure implies something like an activity of concrete musical thinking, this thinking is antagonized by radio presentation. It is significant that the same listeners who are allegedly overwhelmed by symphonic music are also ever ready to dwell upon what they call their emotions as against what they call intellectual in music. For it is as certain that actual musical understanding, by transcending the isolated, sensual moments of music and categorizing them by the interconnection of the past and the coming within the work, is bound to definite intellectual functions, as it is certain that the stubborn and spiteful adherence to one's private emotional sphere tends to build a wall against these experiences, the very experiences by which alone a Beethoven symphony can be properly understood. Great music is not music that sounds the best, and the belief in that sound is apt to tilt over into frank hostility against what, though mediated by the sound, is more than sound. It is highly doubtful if the boy in the subway whistling the main theme of the finale of Brahms' First Symphony actually has been gripped by that music. By the way he picks out that tune he translates it into the language of only forever. Too, it may well be that this translation falls into an historical process, the perspectives of which go far beyond the limits of traditional aesthetics. If this be true, one should not speak about spreading music while that spreading implies the abnegation of the same concepts of musical classicism, in the name of which serious music is handled by radio. At least no responsible educational attempt can be built directly upon the radio symphony without taking into consideration that the radio symphony is not the live symphony and cannot therefore have the same cultural effect as the live symphony. No such educational attempt is worth undertaking that does not give the fullest account of the antagonistic tendencies promulgated by serious music in radio. The author wishes to express his indebtedness for editorial assistance to Joseph Mayer and George Simpson. 1. b. Of the related problems, which may very well basically affect the structure and the meaning of broadcast music, we refer only to one, the problem of the here stripe. Even if the set functions properly, the current, namely, the thermal noises, can be heard. These continuous noises constitute a here stripe. The here stripe, which of course varies with the quality of the set, tends to disappear from the musical surface as soon as the performance takes shape. But it still can be heard underneath the music. It may not attract any attention and it may not even enter the listener's consciousness, but as an objective characteristic of the phenomenon it plays a part in the apperception of the whole. One might venture to suggest that the psychological effect of the here stripe is somewhat similar to the awareness of the screen in the movies. Music appearing upon such a here stripe may bear a certain image-like character of its own. Since at the present stage in technical development, particularly by means of FM, this undercurrent of noise is supposed to be abolished, the present study does not take into broader consideration this particular aspect of the field. See, the fact that a majority of listeners prefer symphonic music to chamber music can be accounted for as follows. A. The factor of primitive and spectacular strength of sound, its publicity character. B. A multicolored structure is more attractive to the untrained ear than a unicolored one. C. The specific symphonic intensity and emphasis, a feature, in which chamber music is more or less lacking. D. The structure of symphonic music of the classical period is often simpler than that of chamber music of the same period. This holds good particularly for the question of polyphony. The texture of classical chamber music is generally more polyphonous than that of symphonies. Polyphony, however, to most listeners is the main obstacle to understanding. D. Dixon Skinner, Music Goes into Mass Production, Harper's Magazine, April, 1939, p. 487. ECF. Robert West, S.O.O.O. You're Going on the Air, p. 56. F. Becker, Die Sinfonie von Beethoven bis Mahler, Berlin 1918, p. 8. G. The dualism of themes, which is, by most commentators, urged as the main characteristic of the sonata form in general and the symphonic form in particular, actually plays only a minor role in Beethoven. Generally the second theme is by no means in marked contrast to the first theme but is carefully mediated with the first theme to avoid any sharp contrast which might endanger the unity of the whole movement. Further, in Beethoven the so-called second theme is very seldom one theme but, in most cases, a unity of manifold thematic ingredients so that it is often difficult to identify one particular thematic gestalt as the second theme. This is especially apparent in one of Beethoven's most famous symphonic pieces, the first movement of the Ninth Symphony. The replacement of the actual Beethoven symphony by patterns of late Romanticism is reflected even in the way in which musical commentators talk about it. They mistake it for Tchaikovsky. The late German musicologist, Paul Becker, in a paper on the symphony from Beethoven to Mahler, has stated the problem very clearly. A sonata for orchestra, that does not say anything, for it does not explain why Beethoven did write that sonata especially for orchestra. The notion of sonata does not convey what is essential for symphony, that the idea of the sound volume determined the choice of the orchestra as a medium. The reason that Becker advances for this, is that Beethoven, while executing a symphonic device, was at the same time composing an ideal picture of space and audience. From here he proceeds to what he regards as the essence of symphony, its power to create a community. No doubt, Becker's theory is open to a great deal of criticism. He still remains within the sphere of German 19th century aesthetics, particularly of Wagnerian wish fantasies, when attributing to symphony the power of creating a community within a world where the individuals are so radically alienated from one another that the attempt to bridge the gulf between them cannot possibly be restricted to the realm of art, but must touch upon the very structure of society itself. If, on the other hand, he conceives of the power of symphony merely in terms of the ephemeral feeling of elation and togetherness of the audience during the performance, he is thinking of that power in terms of a means to produce psychological drunkenness. This drunkenness, however,
The notion was first critically developed by Nietzsche against Wagner, tends less to unite men than to make them forget that they are disunited. Such ambiguities are caused by too great an aloofness from the technical musical processes within symphony. His vagueness in matters of composition forces him to have recourse to such problematic psychological notions as Beethoven's picture of an audience. Yet, apart from its obvious shortcomings, Becker's theory expresses something deeper than the usual formalistic reference to the symphonic schedule. One must only transfer it from the sphere of sociological generalities to the inherent technicalities of symphony, in order to arrive at a more precise social identification of symphony*. I** as against Becker, the medium in which the individuality of the listener is sublated and integrated is no community, either real or fictitious, but the organizing principle of the work of art itself, which is pointing, in a mediated manner only, to the possibility of a real community. In other words, the process of integrating and sublating the individual into a whole, is represented by a proper musical process. While the purely musical moments correspond to the individuals, the totality of the work of art corresponds to the production and reproduction of social life*. Extreme examples of this characteristic are evident in some few works of Beethoven in which the first and second themes are actually identical and only presented in a different mode, as in the first movement of the Appassionata. Such cases are exceptions, but only in the sense that they bring to the fore a tendency which operates to one degree or another latently throughout Beethoven's mature works. The identity of the basic motivical content of apparently widely divergent themes of a Beethoven movement can be demonstrated in a less obvious yet striking example, the Waldstein Sonata. Here the character of the second theme, in E major, its cantability, is actually very different from the character of the first theme in C major, its quick pulsation. Yet the second theme is based upon an inversion of the intervals of the first theme, within the space of a fifth. One may characterize this technique in Beethoven as that of universal variation. In later composers this technique has been employed only by Brahms and by the Schönberg school to any large extent. The famous slogan about Schubert's heavenly lengths applies to this fact. This largeness of sound has nothing to do with noisiness, but simply with the necessity for enclosing the listener. It is not a matter of loudness but of a wide range between minimum and maximum sound. Here, as in innumerable other cases, radio is an executor of musical and social tendencies which have developed extraneous to it. In musical production itself, independent of radio, the form of chamber symphony and other hybrids between orchestra and chamber music, have gained an ever-increasing importance, since Schönberg's Kammersymphony. Whatever the merits of this development for composition itself, the transformation of a Beethoven symphony into a Kammersymphony by radio, certainly undermines what is conventionally regarded as a main asset of radio transmission, namely, its seemingly collective message. It is hard to reconcile the experience of collectivity with that of chamber. The German musicologist, Paul Becker, went so far as to define symphony by its collective message, by its community-building power. Obviously, this theory loses its point when the situation of symphony listeners becomes one of complete atomization, such as symbolized by millions of individuals scattered among their various chambers, at the same time as the symphony they get is a chamber symphony. As well as for the German philosophy of his time *. A statement, or, as those German idealist philosophers would have put it, of a positing, a Setzung *. P. Hector Berlioz, Instrumentation*, edited by Richard Strauss, p. 64. This tendency is perhaps the most universal of present-day listening on the sheerly musical level. It is furthered by features as divergent as musical recognition contests that put chief emphasis on the isolated detail, the theme, just as books that tell the reader how to memorize the main tunes of famous symphonies by subjecting them to certain words, and the standardization of popular music where the whole is so stereotyped that only the detail fetches the listener's attention. RCF. George Lukács, Die Theorie des Romans, p. 31. For analytical study of the NBC Music Appreciation Hour. Contents. Introduction.
Pedagogical and musical analysis. 1. The procedure from outside to inside. 2. The pedagogical procedure. 3. Explanation and example in the music appreciation hour. 4. The question of characteristic examples and specific explanations. 5. Misstatements in the music appreciation hour. 6. The background of the music appreciation hour's explanations. 2. The music appreciation hour as promoter of musical pseudo-culture. 1. Appreciation and fun. 2. Recognition and the musical spelling bee. 3. Categories of musical babbitry. 4. The tests 211. Introduction. The purpose of the present study is to point out that radio, at its benevolent best, in a nationwide, sustaining program of purely educational character, fails to achieve its aim, namely, to bring people into an actual living relation with music. This will be demonstrated by an investigation into the printed material for 1939-40, issued by the Broadcasting Network itself. That material bears the title NBC Music Appreciation Hour, conducted by Walter Damrosch, and includes the Teacher's Guide and 4 students' worksheets, be published by the Columbia University Press, New York, 1939. Although the broadcasts do not follow the printed text in every little detail, the texts still provide a definite and authoritative statement of the viewpoint and method of the hour, and a judgment of the hour may be based upon them as representative of the broadcasts. It will be shown that not only is the purely musical part of this program insufficient musically and pedagogically, but that it also leads to a fictitious musical world ruled by names of personalities, stylistic labels, and predigested values which cannot possibly be experienced by the audience of the Music Appreciation Hour, since the program presents the material in a way designed, wittingly or unwittingly, to foster conventional, stereotyped attitudes, instead of leading to concrete understanding of musical sense. We are aware that this analysis may be taken as petulant annoyance of musical expertise and as hypercritical. We are not, however, impervious to certain excellent ideas which the Music Appreciation Hour contains. We may mention here the following passage in Charles H. Farnsworth's Introduction to Series C. The basis of all music is the feeling of movement that the rapid passing from one tone, or chord, to another produces in us, called ideal motion. The way this ideal motion is put together produces what we call form in music. In other words, it gives sense to music. The mind must tie up, as it were, what we have heard with what we are hearing. The 4 series of the hour manifests some sound experience, if not always of actual musical understanding, at any rate of the behavior of young people toward music in general, and it is beyond doubt that much energy and thinking have been expended in its preparation. But its failure is due to deeper causes. We regard as the most important of these causes the ideological trend mentioned in the paper on a social critique of radio music. Radio, as an economic enterprise in an ownership culture, is forced to promote, within the listener, a naively enthusiastic attitude toward any material it offers, and thus, indirectly, toward itself. See, this promotional bias of radio is a permanent obstacle to achieving an adequate relation with the material, and, preeminently, with serious musical material. How this operates will be shown more concretely in the following study, and is not always mentioned explicitly. It will be easy for the receptive reader to construct the links between the general social critique and the findings of this special analysis. It should be reiterated, however, that we do not blame particular individuals for the failure of an undertaking such as the Music Appreciation Hour, but rather the system within which it works, a system, which, in this particular sense, exercises a devastating influence by using its own putative unselfishness and altruism as an advertising medium for selfish purposes and vested interests. If, in addition, we cannot conceal that in certain matters of actual musical competence serious deficiencies here turn up, we do not wish, even in this circumstance, to score the persons involved. They fall victim to an institution which, for reasons of representation, must first think in terms of famous names or men in executive positions,
instead of estimating their quality distinct from any social considerations of institutional aggrandizement, and which is particularly hampered by the necessity, actual or presumed, of placing in the radio limelight the well-known name of a musician who, whatever his merits in the past, cannot today be expected to be sufficiently equipped to deal with the totally new questions arising in the field of radio musical education. The nature of the material itself prescribes the following main divisions: an investigation of the purely musical and pedagogical qualities of the Damrosch Music Appreciation Hour. 2. A study of its cultural implications from the standpoint of what may be called the promotion of musical Babbitry. 1. Naturally, these divisions overlap in many cases. In general, one may regard the cultural deficiencies as being closely linked with the musical and pedagogical wants, and conversely. Pedagogical and musical analysis. The general pedagogical aim of the 4 courses is to lead the students from the outside of music to the inside. To sum up the music study in the 4 courses, we can call the A series, dealing with the orchestral family, the physical aspect; the B series, the imaginative aspect, because of its accompanying ideas and activities; the C series, the intellectual aspect, as in it we observe the structure and forms of pure music, while in the D series a spiritual aspect appears and our attention is focused on the meaning of music as expressing the life and times of the composer. D. Although much can be said against such a procedure, and although a mental approximation of art experience is not ultimately a firm foundation for music education, but rather the understanding of an artwork is a sudden, spontaneous, and fundamentally new attitude, nevertheless it is not essential for our criticism to call this procedure into question. It may suffice to mention that a person who is in a real living relation with music does not like music because as a child he liked to see a flute, then later because music imitated a thunderstorm, and finally because he learned to listen to music as music, but that the deciding childhood experiences of music are much more like a shock. More prototypical as stimulus is the experience of a child who lies awake in his bed while a string quartet plays in an adjoining room and who is suddenly so overwhelmed by the excitement of the music that he forgets to sleep and listens breathlessly. Without entering upon the discussion of the psychology of the genesis of response to music, the pragmatic validity of the outside-inside process of musical education emphasized by the Music Appreciation Hour is here granted. Even accepting it as a learning tool, it is still necessary to set up a number of postulates with which a pedagogical enterprise of this kind must comply in order to avoid defeating its own purpose. These postulates would, no doubt, be accepted by the sponsors of the hour, too. They may be summed up as follows. 1. If one accepts pedagogically the way from outside to inside, the principle must be qualified so as to provide safeguards against the means becoming substituted for the end. The means, in the case of the hour, largely coincide with the outside of music, for instance the musical instruments which, according to the teacher's guide, are to be shown on cards for eye preparation. The external features of music must not become obstacles to real understanding. 2. If the pedagogical purpose is avowedly serious, that is to say, if actual musical understanding is meant to be developed, as opposed to mere dissemination of information about music, an education from the simple to the complex, step by step and well planned, must be achieved. Any planless juxtaposition of divergent or non-cohering materials is strictly to be avoided. 3. The theoretical explanations must bear a direct, clear-cut relation to the concrete musical examples. In particular, the examples must not contradict the explanations in their very essence. Otherwise confusion is promoted. 4. The explanations must be characteristic as well as specific. That is, each item of material must be chosen in such a way as to allow for full articulation of particular musical characteristics specifically distinguished from such characteristics of other material. This requires, on the one hand, distinguishable musical examples and, on the other hand, musical concepts that are definitively and not accidentally correlative. 5. If, for pedagogical reasons, the whole truth cannot be told, at least nothing but the truth should be told. In other words, erroneous information, Faulty or partial explanations, and inadequate or forced examples are, under no circumstances, justifiable. 6. The course must not employ notions or associations contradicting the essence of the musical material or the background of the material. How does the Music Appreciation Hour comply with these postulates? 1. The procedure from outside to inside. The procedure from outside, that is to say, from things of the external world, from any given descriptive content of music, to the inside of music, namely, to its structure and its meaning, recommends itself as in keeping with what is known of child psychology. But since, in music, the visible tools are of no value in themselves, and since music has content of sense imagination only incidentally, which content, even in many obvious examples of program music, remains somewhat ambiguous and arbitrary, the essential structure of music offers stiff resistance to the psychologically recommendable procedure. Only the utmost tact can combine at one and the same time the psychological desideratum of programmatics and the structural requirements of musical language. The Music Appreciation Hour, in spite of some compensating remarks, has failed utterly, by its almost exclusive emphasis on external objects, to achieve a well-proportioned combination. This may be partly accounted for by the fact that Dr. Damrosch's musicianship stems from the Neue Deutsche tradition and suffers from that school's unbridled exaggeration of the descriptive side of music. The dangerous implications of this procedure are evident from 4 examples selected from totally different fields. A. The preface to the Teacher's Guide contains the following statement. Irrespective of the order followed, however, the attractiveness of Series A depends to a large extent on the degree to which the children can become familiar with the various orchestral instruments as personalities, and not merely disembodied sounds. Hence the importance of using large colored cards of instruments or even partly bringing actual instruments into the classroom whenever possible. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of orchestral music actually uses the instruments as disembodied sounds and not as personalities. Cases where instruments figure as personalities, either imitating something, or as a symbol for an individual, are rare, random phenomena. Beyond that, the discovery of the personality of the instruments, of each instrument having its own voice and speaking for itself, is a late development. Although instrumental characterization occurred occasionally already in Gluck's time, it has gained headway only since the days of Berlioz, Liszt, and Wagner. In serious music, the instrumental sound is a mere function of the structure of the whole with no intrinsic value as an individual sound. To shift attention from the outset of a music education program to the personality of the instruments, means to distract pedagogy from the important to the subsidiary. The contradiction between the anticipation and the material presented makes itself felt very soon. In a Haydn symphony, the instruments do not talk as personalities, but function within the coherence of parts. A child waiting for the individual voice of the flute and its message will necessarily be disappointed or strive to hear it by eliminating all musical sound extraneous to what can appropriately be termed the fetishistic attitude toward music. The prevalence of technique-mindedness is a problem which has been posed by Thorstein Veblen and John Dewey in this country, namely that the extravagant development of technical productive powers has outstripped present institutional capacity to control and master them socially. This is reflected psychologically by men becoming emotionally more closely bound to the tools themselves than to their human function, which latter, in a great many cases, is obscured and gains no overt expression. There is a grave danger to the psychological development of young people involved here, and music education should face this threat and consciously grapple with it. It cannot make inexpedient concessions to technique-mindedness without impairing its social value. Education must attempt to counterbalance the hegemony of the tool. B. Section 2 of the Teacher's Guide quotes from a bulletin issued in October, 1931 by Miss Susie L. Williams, Supervisor of Music in the Dallas Public Schools, which contains the following statements. Occasionally test class out on the themes. Themes should be frequently played and followed. Let children point to notes and hum as the theme is played. F. We may point here to the analysis contained in the study of the radio symphony concerning the overemphasis placed upon the theme by radio and the general habit of quotation and atomistic listening. The theme being the outside of music and the structure its inside, the tendency toward atomistic listening is here expressly furthered by the music appreciation hour. The idea that the theme is the easiest in music, leads again to a shifting of the attention from the whole to the part. It might be argued here that this is a procedure which commends itself to common sense, and that it would be a highbrow postulate to expect elementary musical education to lead to an understanding of a complex form from its totality and not from its themes. To this objection the reply is that the difficulty can very easily be overcome. The following method is suggested: play or sing some well-known nursery rhyme such as London Bridge is falling down. The children are able to follow the tune as a whole and to memorize it very easily. It probably would never occur to them that it has a theme as distinguished from the development. The next step is to analyze the tune and show that it is developed out of one fundamental motif which is repeated, varied, and so on, and show concretely how this is done. Then explain that a symphonic movement follows fundamentally the same line, and that a symphonic theme basically plays no other role than the motif does in the nursery rhyme. Of course the concept of theme from the very beginning would appear here too, but only as mere material of the movement and not as its aim or essence. What must be strictly avoided is the idea that serious music fundamentally consists of important themes with something more or less unimportant between them, and this idea is expressly furthered by the music appreciation hour by testing students on themes. The notion of theme should not disappear, but ought to be given its rightful place and thereby gain its true significance. The pupils should be made to feel, although in different terms, that a theme is a sort of statement which obtains its meaning only within a functional unity and not as a thing in itself. If this character of the theme were demonstrated by analysis of a folk tune, and if the similarity between the musical structure of the folk tune and the developed musical form were made clear, one could easily show the difference between them as well. That is, one could demonstrate that the unity of the folk tune is an immediate unity, a unity in which the parts do not dissociate themselves from one another, whereas the unity of serious music is an articulated unity consisting in the function of parts marked by contrast or, at least, by difference. This would explain the fact that while the theme in the symphony plays fundamentally the same role as that played by the motif in the folk song, the symphonic theme becomes conspicuous as such, while this is not true in the case of the motif of the folk tune. In other words, the analysis should lead to a dual postulate, that in listening to articulated music one ought to be able to distinguish the parts, and to build out of them a unity by becoming aware of their functional interrelationship. All this sounds fairly involved when explained in words only, but could be made clear to any child by the use of concrete examples. The music appreciation hour, however, as soon as higher art forms are involved, insists only upon the articulation and overlooks the functional unity. In this way the articulation ceases to be articulation at all and becomes a disintegration of the work. The elements of articulation actually degenerate into mere atoms. It should be noted that behind this urging of the atom or theme, there lies again a fetishistic concept of music, the cultural implications of which will be considered later. There is a strong suspicion that children are drilled on themes in order to recognize music by some outside sign, so that they may win music appreciation contests, victory in which is considered the acme of success in schools throughout the land. Although the instigators of the music appreciation hour do not mention this idea as a leading force in their approach, it cannot escape attention that, in spite of many and enthusiastic words about music, the drill and contest idea plays a large part in the hour's activities. In any case, it is disastrous to promote responses to symphonic music whenever the theme occurs. The theme is one element of the composition and an important one, but when this element is hypostatized as the composition's content, the stream of music is destroyed and replaced by the automatic recognition of what is, after all, one of the composition's tools among others. This example, by the way, appears to us to illustrate most concretely what is meant by the reification of music. See, the second concert of Series B, called Animals in Music,
includes Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, about which it has to say. The Ride of the Valkyries describes the flight of the horses through the clouds. We hear their galloping hoofbeats, their neighing, the battle song of the maidens, and their weird battle cry. Here again the psychological approach clashes with the structure of the music. The Ride of the Valkyries, like all the corresponding parts of the Ring, is a piece of nature symbolism, an attempt to translate, as it were, phenomena of nature such as the rainbow, fire, the thunderstorm, into the language of the myth. The Ride of the Valkyries is what may be called a musical mythologizing of the thunderstorm. The Valkyries and horses are the mythical entities in which music tries to transfigure clouds, storm, and lightning. Only on this level, and not as a primitive naturalistic description, does the Ride of the Valkyries have meaning. The naturalistic features hinted at in the hour appear continually in the composition, but only in the sense in which elements of waking life appear in dreams, not as straightforward elements of a narrative. Therefore it is very difficult to identify them, and a child who would try to notice the neighing of the horses in any naturalistic sense would at once be at a loss. Of course, it might be too difficult to explain to children the actual implications of a piece like the Valkyries' Ride, but by giving them the primitive, descriptive explanation, they are misled in a way not only jeopardizing the meaning of the music, but also raising a conflict between what they were told and what they are actually hearing. It would suffice to tell them something about the Valkyries in general and the ride rhythm. In attempting to make this more concrete and to interpret it in terms of outside, only the opposite is achieved. Moreover, it should be noted that the idea that Wagner's aim approximates that of a musical circus director creates an atmosphere of workaday matter-of-factness which necessarily affects, most unfavorably, the whole complex of the child's experience of the music, the nature of which is entirely incompatible with a matter-of-fact anticipation. Now come the horses, and now the Valkyries cry. There is a fettering of the child's imagination which is forced, at any cost, to associate certain prescribed pictures with the music. The artificial naivete of such an approach is likely to annoy children rather than please them, and it would not be surprising if the more alert and less conforming children were to call any such attempt to interpret music in circus terms stupid. D. The second concert of Series D presents a Bach program preceded by a short biographical sketch of the composer. While characterizing him very aptly as both at the end of one era and the beginning of another, for he was the last great composer of the polyphonic school and, at the same time, he laid the foundations of all modern music, it goes on, Bach was born in the little town of Eisenach, Germany, in the very shadow of the Wartburg Castle, which is also known to us as the setting for one of the great scenes of Wagner's Tannhäuser. Here again the attempt is to make the approach more concrete by some outside reference, and the attempt is perilous. The link, Bach, Eisenach, Wartburg, Tannhäuser, Wagner, is purely fortuitous and has no basis within the music of either composer, therefore it does not help the student to understand anything, but has the contrary effect. If we assume, as evidently the authors of the hour do, that the pupil knows something about Tannhäuser and the Wartburg, then we must also assume that he has certain associations linked with the Wartburg, such as knights, medieval glamour and might, shining armor, and beautiful maidens. If the reference is to be of any assistance in understanding Bach's music, the pupil will approach the music with these associations. He will, of course, be bitterly disappointed as there is absolutely nothing in Bach's music to suggest any of these features. There again the expectation of something which is not forthcoming may easily lead to disillusionment and to distrust of the whole approach. Incidentally, it betrays an astonishing lack of taste to introduce Bach, of all people, in terms, so to speak, of an operatic hero. The hero worship fostered by the Music Appreciation Hour, appears to confuse the boundaries between the composer and his creatures. They all sleep in the same pantheon of greatness, indiscriminately adored from outside. 2. The pedagogical procedure. A. Each series has an introduction by Charles H. Farnsworth stating the fundamental concepts of the section. These introductions contain, as suggested before,
the most valuable ideas of the hour. But they contain them in the form of statements which are, for anyone not thoroughly familiar with musical structures, absolutely incomprehensible. Instance the following from the introduction to Series B. We often say we do or we do not remember how a melody goes. This go of music is called ideal motion. It is the real stuff out of which music is made, much as forms and colors are the real stuff out of which the beauty in the arts of painting, architecture, and sculpture are made. The study of how this ideal motion of music is turned into artistic musical forms is reserved for Series C. This is an attempt to describe music as a structural unity, but it fails for two reasons. First, though it is very effective to start with how a melody goes, the transition from this obvious notion to the go of music in general remains totally obscure. It is very difficult for a child, or even an adolescent, to grasp that, in a definite sense, the most complex symphonic form goes in the same way in which one says that a melody goes. The practical issue for pedagogy is to show precisely in what way this occurs, as we tried to sketch above, instead of merely asserting that it does. Second, the term ideal motion, as it stands, does not convey any clear meaning even to an adult reader and cannot possibly be understood by a youngster. Probably what is meant here is that musical motions are motions taking place not indiscriminately in the external world but within their peculiar sphere of structured sound. This, however, ought to be explained. The term ideal carries with it totally different associations, such as the perfect, the Platonic pattern, which confuse the issue. The obscurity of this fundamental, and basically sound statement, proves doubly disastrous because the thesis about ideal motion is made the leading hypothesis of Series C, on which all the explanations of musical forms depend. Although the introductions may be sufficiently clear to the functionaries of the music appreciation hour, the task of conveying fundamental notions by lucid terms has not even begun. B. The lack of pedagogical consistency is evident, not only in the conceptual foundation, but also in the actual explanation of music. A procedure which uses technical terms without even roughly explaining them, is pedagogically unsound. Specific examples of this are the use of the terms motet and madrigal, introduced in the first concert of Series D. It is also pedagogically unsound to make reference, when something is to be explained, to an explanation that is to follow later, particularly when the later explanation does not refer to the preceding case and remains vague in itself. This applies to the discussion of the relation between the overture and the sonata form. The worksheet for the 9th concert of Series C reads, "The sonata form will be treated fully in the worksheet for the next concert of the series, which deals with the symphony." In other words, in the overture concert young people are confronted with a musical form which is not explained to them as such, and the explanation is postponed to a later date without the relation between symphony and overture being shown. This is the more astonishing, as it is precisely the relation between the overture and the first movement of the symphony of the Beethoven type that offers one of the rare opportunities for making good use of the outside-inside approach. It is comparatively easy to explain, in terms of the plot, the dramatic character of the overture. Then one can point to the dramatic contrast between the two main subjects in an overture such as the well-known and structurally simple Beethoven overture to Coriolanus which, in form, coincides perfectly with the structure of a symphonic movement. After this has been achieved, one may go on to the symphony and seek to explain it as a drama without any external plot such as in an overture as a purely musical drama in itself. Insufficient as such an explanation would necessarily be in the light of a full and mature understanding too, it does lead along the right track in the early musical education of children and adolescents. It would underscore the dynamic character of the symphony. The approach from the overture to the symphony falls into three distinct pedagogical steps. First, description of an overture in terms of its dramatic plots, then, translation of these terms into the specifically musical terms of the structure of the composition, and finally, explanation of a symphonic movement in the structural terms gained from this musical analysis of the overture. This opportunity is completely fumbled by the music appreciation hour. C. even more sorely trying to sound musical education is a sequel on musical forms as presented in Series C. It is evidently based upon the assumption that, by and large, this historical development of music coincides with the development from the simple to the complex, and that, therefore, historical review of musical forms leads step by step to actual understanding. This idea, however, is palpably absurd. From the standpoint of pedagogical inculcation, the comparatively old form of the fugue is one of the most difficult, and the layman finds it a hard task to understand a fugue. In Series C, the fugue as a lesson topic appears as early as the third concert, preceded only by folk melodies in great music and round and canon. None of the elements necessary for an understanding of the fugue is provided by such antecedents. This deficiency becomes aggravated in that the whole fugue concert itself is a distortion. The correct procedure is to discuss the form of the fugue in contrast to its counterpart, the sonata form, then to elaborate the similarities and particularly the contrast between the two most elaborate and, as they may be called, integral musical forms. Thus, light could be thrown upon both the fugue and the sonata forms. It could be made clear, for instance, that the fugue is a fundamentally static, and the sonata a fundamentally dynamic form, a point which is totally missed in the section about the sonata form, and which could be shown very easily by comparing the simple Bach fugue, or one of the short fugues by his immediate predecessors such as J.K.F. Fischer, with a simple Beethoven sonata. The pedagogical insufficiency of the fugue concert becomes the more striking because this concert does not present the fugue in its elementary and characteristic form, but presents rather involved or uncharacteristic fugues. It is scarcely going too far to assert that no pupil who wants to learn something about the fugue is capable of getting any clear-cut idea about the form from a concert at such an early stage of the whole course. At that point it can lead only to academic talk and not to any true understanding. D. The same type of pedagogical inaptitude is in evidence in the hour's discussion of composers in Series D. It presumes an artificial, unilateral, evolutionary development of music serially in time, as the guideline for pedagogical development of the young. The second concert of Series D is a Bach program, incidentally a very uncharacteristic one, consisting only of arrangements. The third concert is devoted to Handel. At such an early stage Bach is too difficult, and a concert devoted solely to Handel will bore the pupils. It is far more fruitful to start from what is known to be the actual standard of musical consciousness within the pupil, from what he, himself, considers as his normal musical language. So far as serious music is concerned, this normal musical consciousness of the mass of pupils is centered in a certain type of emotional, late romantic music, such as is represented by the works of Tchaikovsky and Rachmaninoff. If one does not want to take this approach, and we are cognizant of the grave objections that can be offered from an aesthetic point of view to such a procedure, then of the great composers, the one closest to the normal consciousness of the youngster undoubtedly is Schubert. He should, therefore, be given a Schubert concert at the beginning, one which would include certain symphonic Schubert pieces, such as the first movement of the B minor symphony or of the Big C major symphony. The pupils will have comparatively little difficulty in following the stream of this music. It is also very easy in these pieces, with their marked contrasts of themes, to illustrate their skeletal structure. From this point it is easy to approach Haydn. One has to show how these forms work within Haydn, and at the same time that Haydn, while harmonically more primitive than Schubert, attains a higher degree of thematic density than we find in, say, the first movement of Schubert's C major symphony. On the other hand, Haydn's more complex structure is not difficult to grasp because of the simplicity of the harmonic and melodic elements involved. The discussion of Haydn leads smoothly into Mozart, and the differences in their respective methods of composition can now be shown and understood. Mozart's consists mainly of minimal contrasts, of very small elements, as against the straightforward type of development exemplified in Haydn. 3 concerts such as these are sufficient preparation for a Beethoven concert. Beethoven should be treated as the center of musical history with good conscience. His looking backward can be demonstrated by some of the more polyphonic devices of his late period, which constitute a good pedagogical transition to a discussion of Bach. A none too difficult example of this is the last movement of the Piano Sonata, Opus 110. His tendency to simplicity should be noted and related to Handel, as in the famous religious song, Die Himmelruhmende Wiggen, whereas his expressive elements can be interpreted as being related to Romanticism, and ought to be demonstrated by references first to Weber and Schumann, and then to Wagner. Some mention should be made, at this point, of the presentation of a pedagogically suitable Bach program. One ought to play an instrumental piece such as the famous air from Bach's Third Suite for the orchestra in D major, which, from the outset, refutes the idea that Bach has no melody. Then Bach's power of expression should be demonstrated. This could be done by some examples which are as striking as they are simple. They could be taken from Bach's Passion after St. Matthew, where he treats one choral tune in different ways, according to the expression of the poetry in each verse. Particular emphasis should be placed upon the strophe, Wenn ich einmal soll scheiden. These chorals are entirely non-contrapuntal and cannot fail to impress anybody sensitive to music. The use of a choir in a Bach concert would be a good means of varying the presentation. Finally, one ought to offer one of Bach's larger instrumental pieces, not in an inadequate orchestral setting through arrangement, but in its original clarity and economy of means. Here we suggest as particularly appropriate the first movement of the B minor sonata for flute and piano, which combines the utmost melodic intensity with rich polyphonic work. It should be noted that in none of these suggestions here is the fugue mentioned. 3. Explanation and example in the music appreciation hour. As to the adequacy of explanation and example, we need offer but one typical case, selected again from the fugue concert. It is particularly striking and shows the confusion which necessarily must be created if the relationship between text and example is not stringently controlled. The introduction to the fugue concert places its main emphasis upon the difference between the fugue and the canon. The soundness of this procedure is moot. In any case, the first thesis of the introduction reads, the subject is given out in full before the second voice enters. The first example is the fugue number 1 from Bach's Well-Tempered Clavichord, arranged for string orchestra by Dr. Damrosch. This fugue, however, is a canonic fugue, that is, a fugue where, throughout the whole movement, except for the very beginning, each part begins with the subject before it has been played in the preceding part. In other words, it precisely contradicts the first thesis of the explanation of the concert. Whereas the explanation tries, with much ceremony, to make clear the difference between the canon and fugue and sacrifices every other consideration to this distinction, the very first example it presents destroys it, since it is a hybrid form between fugue and canon, being canonic in its details and fugal in its total setting. Naturally, the pupil becomes confused and unable to distinguish which is which. 4. The question of characteristic examples and specific explanations. As to the necessity of using characteristic examples and specific explanations. A. The material itself is very often uncharacteristic and, therefore, does not permit any specific explanation. Thus, the 11th concert of Series B, Dances of America, only incidentally presents a syncopated piece and therefore fails to bring out what every American boy and girl certainly would like to know, that is, the principle of syncopation in American dance music. Moreover, in the 5th concert of Series C, the main example of the variation form is the prelude to l'Arlésienne by Bizet, which is only partly variations and is very unspecific for the purpose of making clear the variation principle. A clear and simple example would be the variation movement of the Surprise Symphony by Haydn. Further, the modern suite has no specific form idea at all and is, therefore, not at all suited for contrast, as a form type, with the classic suite, which is a more or less regular sequence of certain types of stylized dance forms. B. The explanations are unspecific, also, in the case of historical features such as the development of a composer. We offer the following example, taken from the Verdi program, the sixth concert of Series D. The next 20 years accounted for 8 more operas, ending with Aida, which is musically the far more imposing and is marked by a more elaborate and subtle use of the orchestra. Then after a gap of 16 years, came his last 2 masterpieces, Othello and Falstaff, which reveal a still more mature and complex idiom. About the terms more elaborate and more mature nothing is said. Any attentive pupil must wonder what the changes in Verdi's style actually consisted of, namely the shrinking of the flowing tunes to their very nucleus by elimination of any cheap repetition or continuation. The explanation of the Music Appreciation Hour strongly reminds one of the famous pamphlet issued by an imperial Austrian government about hydrophobia among dogs. The first day the dog is ill, it is sad and draws its tail between its legs. The second day, the dog becomes still sadder and its tail droops between its legs even more. See, highly significant in all these several failures is that not only are the examples uncharacteristic, but the explanations of the most important individual musical forms employ a conceptual framework so unspecific and undifferentiated as to make it impossible to understand the differences between forms which are actually divergent. Thus the main point of musical education insofar as musical forms are concerned is missed. The fourth concert of the Series C deals with the 3-part and rondo forms. The explanation starts with the concept of structural symmetry and develops, as its most elementary form, the 3-part song form or ternary form. The rondo form is explained as a logical extension of 3-part form. If we should think of 2-part form as being similar in pattern to the cross-section of a piece of bread with jam and 3-part form as being like a sandwich, then rondo form may be likened to double-decker and triple-decker sandwiches in which slices of bread are separated by various kinds of filling. There are several types of rondo, but in each type there is a principal musical idea which reappears again and again in example, A, B, A, C, A, D, A, B, A, C, A, B, A. This is a typical example of what we mean by unspecific explanation. It is not, in itself, wrong, that is, one can break down schematically the form of the rondo into the repetitions of one main section, A, interrupted by alternative sections, B, C, D, and so on, but one can explain, in this way, practically every form, not only the sonata form, but even a form which has nothing to do with the rondo, such as the fugue, which consists of sections where the same theme appears in different parts, and of interludes between these sections. It is obvious that a scheme that can be applied to such divergent forms does not help to explain anything. The specific characteristic of the rondo, which has been missed, is that the different sections of the rondo are essentially different in themselves and are, so to speak, on different levels. The literal meaning of the term rondo is round dance, and the idea behind the form is that of a refrain or chorus interrupted by couplets, ganj, or alternative passing themes. Whenever the theme reappears in a rondo, it has the effect of a distinct refrain against which the other musical events are more or less incidental. Insofar as structural unity in the rondo form is not the main essential, and interconnection between the main events, namely, the recurrence of the refrain, is quite slack in order to emphasize the reentrance of the refrain, the rondo form may be called an open form. It is this looseness which accounts for the comparative ease with which the structure of rondos can be taught, as compared with closed, integral forms such as the fugue and the sonata. In this way one fosters real insight into the essential structure of the main musical forms. It is astonishing that the Music Appreciation Hour has failed to perceive this, since the rondo recommends itself as easy to convey to young Americans, particularly of high school age. The formal structure of all American jazz hits, which are well known to youngsters, is primarily based upon the difference between the verse and refrain, particularly in the sheet versions for piano. The music educator can play any hit on the piano and point to the difference of weight, articulation, and of what may be called definitiveness, which exists between the chorus and the verse. Then he could proceed to the rondo and point out that between the rondo theme and alternate themes, there exists, fundamentally, the same relationship as between the chorus and verse in the jazz tune. He could go on to explain that in a hit the relationship between chorus and verse is mechanical and rigid, whereas in the rondo form it is highly flexible and yields to the necessities of the concrete composition. Thus the instructor can reach a point where it is possible for him to demonstrate the pupils, step by step, in what sense present-day market music is primitive and undeveloped as against serious music, while, at the same time, there is nothing learned or scholarly in serious music which cannot be developed by a keen understanding of even the most trivial musical events of everyday life. It would be astonishing from the viewpoint of educational psychology, as well as of musical education, in which field Dr. Damrosch and his collaborators are held to be pathfinders, that no such attempt has been made by the Music Appreciation Hour, were there not the apparatus of the social critique to explain the fundamental causes for this and other shortcomings. The devastating effect of the unspecific explanation of the rondo becomes even more obvious when the hour has to deal with the most important type of musical form, the sonata. As the sonata is again explained in terms of the three-part song form, no specific contrast with any other musical form, and particularly with the rondo, is made evident. On the other hand, the sponsors of the hour feel that the sonata is something essentially different. Their lack of specific concepts, however, impels them to talk about the sonata form in a general way which explains little and is apt only to frighten pupils. Pedagogically, nothing is more perilous than to employ in explanation the warning that the subject matter in question is difficult. This is what is done in the case of the sonata, the intellectual movement J requiring the greatest amount of thinking on the listener's part, and the greatest amount of ingenuity and skill on the composer's part. The danger in the use of the term the intellectual movement must be particularly noted. It is underscored later when it is contrasted with the second movement of the symphonic form which gives our heads a rest and appeals to our hearts. There is no such thing as a head part and a heart part. The intellectual is nothing but the necessity to tie up, as Mr. Farnsworth has it, what we have heard with what we are hearing, and, it may be added, what we are to hear, in immediate musical perception and by no means in any intellectual conceptual reflection upon the music. To understand the sonata means to listen in the right way, nothing more and nothing less. How does the Music Appreciation Hour help to foster such listening? The sonata form is explained by the hour in totally schematic terms such as exposition, development, and recapitulation. One can only expect that when the high school boy who first hears that the sonata form is so very intellectual, is told that its form is simply A, B, A, he will judge music to be much ado about nothing. The instructor simply ought to take some easy, yet characteristic example of the sonata form, such as Beethoven's Little Sonata for Piano in G major, Opus 49, No. 2. One can show that whereas in the rondo the refrain is marked and distinct from the other parts, here in the sonata all the parts are closely linked, no theme has a definite preponderance over any other theme, the slightest bits of motivical material are used, and nothing appears throughout the piece that has not been developed out of these small motivical units. This would lead to a coherent understanding of the principle of development which governs the whole sonata form and not only the middle section officially called development. The recapitulation should not be explained in mechanical terms by the alteration of the exposition scheme of modulation. One should clearly show the function of the appearance of the second theme in the recapitulation, in the main key and not in the dominant key. It should be demonstrated that it serves to counterbalance the harmonic forces of the development and to establish an harmonic equilibrium which has been destroyed by the modulatory elements from the very beginning. After such an analysis, which sounds much more complicated in theory than it actually is in practice, one could introduce without any difficulty the notion of dynamic forms as against static forms, and thus achieve a real understanding of the sonata. At least 3 points ought to be made perfectly clear in order to give the pupil a real understanding of this form, without which Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven must remain closed books to him. 1. The principle of general development, or the dynamic principle, as underlining the sonata form. 2. The closeness and complete motivical economy of the sonata form. 3. The sonata as the attempt to achieve musically complete unity within the manifoldness. Instead of such insights, the pupil is bored by the formalistic scheme and, at the same time, fed empty phrases about intellectual effort and skill, which must either repel him or spur him on to erudite babbling. K. 5. Misstatements in the music appreciation hour. A. So far we have dealt with uncharacteristic and unspecific explanations within the material of the music appreciation hour. The instruction given by the hour, however, is not merely unspecific, it contains gross errors and misstatements which jeopardize any value that it might otherwise have had. It has been postulated here that if, for pedagogical reasons, the whole truth cannot be told, then at least nothing but the truth should be told. The following example shows how the idea that there are certain things one should not tell children, leads the hour into misstatements which necessarily promote an effect opposite to what it is intended to achieve. The 9th concert of Series D is devoted to Wagner. The third item on the program is the Love Duet, from Act 2 of Tristan and Isolde. The term love duet, stemming from the older opera form, is a symbol of an operatic world against which Wagner struggled all his life and is a travesty of Wagner's conception of the music drama. The part in question is, of course, O Cinque Herniater, nach der Liebe. The pedagogues of the hour cannot resist giving a brief account of the plot of Tristan. The principal passage about the second act reads as follows. There the unhappy pair meet to seek brief moments of joy in each other's presence, while Isolde's maid, Brain Jane, stands guard in the watchtower above. But even such momentary happiness is marred by the knowledge that night conveys only fleeting oblivion, that the stark reality of the day will soon return, and that death alone can bring them liberation from those now hateful bonds which they cannot honorably break, his as loyal liege of King Mark, and hers as Mark's queen. This is Tristan adiosum Delphini, a purged Tristan. The lovers neither seek brief moments of joy in each other's presence, nor have they any twinges of conscience about breaking those now hateful bonds. The music appreciation hour evokes the idea that they simply suffer, because for reasons of conventional morality they cannot get together. As a matter of fact, they do get together, and adultery is the presupposition of the whole Tristan plot. If one is afraid to speak about adultery, one should not speak about Tristan. One had better not even play it. The assumption, however, that an adolescent would not suspect the true story when faced with the plot of Tristan is absurd. But talking about Tristan in a coy, old maidish manner, necessarily creates an atmosphere of giggling and dark staircases. The idea that young people would be corrupted by Tristan when they can get Film Fun 3 at any newsstand, is preposterous as well as hypocritical. But this is only one consequence of the gerontocratic attitude which does not recognize children and adolescents as people. B. One can ascribe misstatements such as those about Tristan to a misconception of pedagogical function, but there are a great many points within the hour which can be attributed only to inadequate knowledge in the field of music. Misinformation begins in the elementary series A. The introduction to the fourth concert there states, the piano is not often used as a part of the orchestra, since its tone is quite different from that of the other instruments. Neither statement nor the reason given is valid. The sound of the piano is no more alien to the regular orchestral sound than the sound of certain other orchestral instruments such as the kettle drums, and certainly the big drum, which cannot give any definite tone. Every musical scholar knows that the function of the piano as an actual part of the orchestra rather than a solo instrument was discovered by Berlioz, who treated it extensively in this category in his book on instrumentation. The authors of this introduction apparently do not know that the piano plays a vast role in the modern orchestra. Mention here may be made of three famous contemporary operatic works in which it fulfills this function: Richard Strauss' Ariadne, Franz Schreker's Die Gezeichneten, and Alban Berg's Lulu. The fifth concert of Series A contains the statement that, in listening to orchestral music, it would be dull if all the planning were done by instruments of the violin family, since the voices sound so nearly alike. After this, any work for string orchestra, such as Mozart's Kleine Nachtmusik, must be regarded as exceedingly dull, and string quartets as the most contemptible form of music, because they offer even less coloristic contrasts than the string orchestra. In the sixth concert of Series A, it is said that the double bassoon is used only for special effects. This held good more than 100 years ago, for instance, in Fidelio. Since then the double bassoon is to be found in every orchestral score, functioning within the woodwind family, which otherwise has no deep bass instrument at its disposal. The eighth concert of Series A deals with the trombone and the tuba. The introduction states, the trombone is the tenor instrument, and the tuba is the bass of the brass section. As a matter of fact, the trombones themselves are what Dr. Damrosch calls a family, with a bass of its own having a very definite character quite distinct from the tuba. The tuba's function as the bass of the brass section cannot be accounted for by the trombones being a tenor instrument, but by the fact that the sound of the bass trombone does not merge with that of the other orchestral instruments and has therefore been replaced, from the viewpoint of orchestral mixture, by the less obtrusive sound of the tuba. A glimpse into the score of Wagner's Ring would provide Dr. Damrosch and his assistants with sufficient information about the existence and function of the bass trombone. In this context it should be mentioned that in the Beethoven Concert of Series D, the theme of the last movement of the E-flat major piano concerto is incorrectly quoted by the hour. The theme has an upbeat which is noted by Beethoven before the double bar that separates the slow movement from the last movement which immediately follows it. This fact has been overlooked by the music appreciation hour. By the omission of the upbeat, B-flat, which determines the rhythmical structure of the whole theme, the theme becomes totally meaningless. See, all these items might be called minor points, although the sum total of errors of this sort means a considerable distortion of the material presented. But gross faults are to be found even where basic concepts are concerned, as in the following examples. 1. The introduction of Series C attempts to develop the basic notions of polyphony and homophony. The principal passage reads as follows. This method of combining melodies is more often used where, instead of repeating exactly what has been heard before, as in the round, modifications are introduced. The principle, however, is the same. It is well described as continuous repetition and is called polyphonic music. In contrast to this, there is a second way in which music is combined to form a complete composition. In this we complete what we started with and then introduce entirely new or contrasting music, after which we repeat what we first heard. This is described as alternating repetition and is called homophonic music, because one voice has the essential melody while the other voices, or parts, supply the accompaniment. These definitions are untenable. Continuous repetition, or, as it is called in musical terminology, imitation, is one of the means employed in homophonic as well as in polyphonic music. The classical Viennese school is certainly more homophonic than polyphonic and still largely employs the technique of imitation, as is obvious in the simplest examples such as the beginning of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. On the other hand, there is no necessity for using imitation in polyphonic style. Every course in counterpoint, on the contrary, teaches one to treat several simultaneous parts melodically developed and independent of one another, first without reference to imitation, and later introduces the principle of imitation, in what is called in German, Choralbearbeitung. Again, in advanced modern music, where the principle of imitation is largely excluded as being too mechanical, we find vast structures that are purely polyphonic and entirely devoid of imitation. On the other hand, the principle of contrast by no means coincides with the principle of homophony. It is characteristic of certain homophonic composers such as Mozart, whereas in Beethoven we find compositions with practically no considerable contrast, as well as works full of contrasts. Above all, Wagner, who certainly was a homophonic composer, defined music as the art of transition, and his whole technique is based upon the principle of mediation, using contrast only upon rare occasions for decisive dramatic effects. These few references suffice to make clear that the pair of concepts arising from continuous repetition and alternating repetition can by no means be considered as respectively descriptive of the pair, polyphony and homophony. In the introduction to the second concert of Series C, a much better explanation of polyphony and homophony is given. Polyphonic, which means many-voiced and denotes music which is formed by two or more different melodies going on at the same time. The art of combining melodies in this manner is called counterpoint. Polyphonic music is also called contrapuntal music. Homophonic, which means one-voiced and denotes music in which the different parts are blended into a single mass, called harmony, above which one melody alone stands out. Homophonic music is also spoken of as harmonic music. It is doubtful, however, that it helps much after the confusion created by the general introduction. 2. The worst misstatements occur in the program about the fugue, which, from any point of view, is most inadequate of all. The introduction contains the following passage, an extremely simple illustration of the opening measures of a fugue, showing how subject, answer, and counter-subject are related, is as follows. These bars could not be, as it is asserted, the opening bars of a fugue. They are merely examples of free imitation. It is the most elementary requirement of the subject of a fugue, which a student of composition learns in his first lesson on the fugue, that a fugue theme as stated in the opening measures must end with a complete cadence, employing as its harmonic basis, the fourth, fifth and first steps of the key, or their substitutes. The example given by the Music Appreciation Hour, however, contains only the first and the fifth, instead of a full cadence, and is therefore grossly in error. The beginning of a fugue based upon the material offered by the Music Appreciation Hour, would read correctly as follows. It must be emphasized that these are not subtleties which are fundamental facts about the fugue only for the expert. It is all the more necessary to handle them correctly, as the hour itself introduces the difference between a literally faithful and free answer to the subject of a fugue. These two ways of answering a theme of a fugue, however, obtain their meaning only from the harmonic implications of the fugue theme. The alternations fulfill the function of avoiding in certain cases the overlapping of the cadence of fugue themes upon melodic events which do not fit, namely in cases where the fugue theme begins with the fifth step. As the answer begins in the dominant key, the fifth step could not be brought together with the first step of the old key with which the theme must end. This, however, is not the case in the example given by the Music Appreciation Hour. If it were answered correctly, it could be answered literally and not in the arbitrary way given there. Our counter-example shows that the literal answer would be entirely adequate. In other words, the example is not only wrong but it is also musically senseless with regard to what it is supposed to show. There is a final gross error in the fugue concert that leads to false expectation and therefore to confusion. The last example presented in the fugue concert is the riot scene of Wagner's Die Meistersinger. The Music Appreciation Hour says, into the music of this famous scene, Wagner has woven a fugue which admirably suggests the complexity of the action on the stage. The fugue referred to is no fugue. We content ourselves here with quoting the greatest living authority on Wagnerian forms, Alfred Lorentz, who writes, "One word more about the riot scene. It is often incorrectly called a fugue, whereas, actually, it only opens with a fugato. If one insists upon a comparison of its form with polyphonous forms, it ought to be subsumed under the form of a choral fantasy, for the lines of the melody of this serenade make a cantus firmus counterpointed by the other parts, as in a Bach choral. N. After the explanation of the fugue that the hour gives at the beginning, the pupils when listening will look for a fugue-like recurrence of the theme. As this does not occur in the choral fantasy, they will be at a loss, and the riotous confusion portrayed by the music will become their own. There is much talk about the fugue, but nothing is done which actually helps them to understand a fugue in its concrete musical logic. 6. The background of the Music Appreciation Hour's explanations. The last postulate concerning pedagogical tactics was that the course must not employ notions or associations contradicting the essence of the material and its background. Failures in this field are not quite so simple to spot as those already dealt with, but as far as the general educational effect is concerned they are more decisive than any examined so far. These failures are mainly a matter of formulation. 3 extreme examples of a trend of thinking which virtually undermines the whole course suffice for illustration. A. The sixth concert of Series B is concerned with motion in music. One of the examples presented is Schubert's Cradle Song. The commentator says, Schubert was incredibly gifted as a writer of songs. When he was 18 he had composed almost 150 of them, and for the rest of his life, he averaged 40 songs a year. Although these statements are not incorrect, their tone is such as to promote an attitude toward music which can only be called barbaric. He speaks of Schubert's songs in terms of the output of a factory, stressing the quantitative element. The fact that the young Schubert had already written 150 songs means nothing. Some Tin Pan Alley composers could outnumber him very easily at an age as comparatively youthful for this day as Schubert's was for his, whereas Mahler, a great song composer, wrote, in his entire lifetime, no more than 60 songs. Particularly provocative is the term averaged, which necessarily carries the implication that it is a composer's duty to write as much as possible and that his achievement can be measured by the average he reaches. The notion of average is completely antagonistic to art. One passage like the one about Schubert's average, is liable to annihilate every notion of musical giants, musical sublimity, and so on, discussed in the course. As a matter of fact, both means of appraisal, the quantitative way and the empty enthusiasm, are all too compatible. B. The fourth concert of Series D is a Haydn program. The introduction commits the following atrocity among others. Haydn is often referred to as the father of the symphony. He is that, and more. He developed and standardized the form which has been in constant use ever since, as the accepted form for symphonies, concertos, quartets, trios, and sonatas. The allegation that Haydn standardized the sonata form, is a fatal blow to the life of musical forms. Standardization is a term applied to industrial mass production and not to works of art, but apparently the commentator is under the spell of the industrial age to such an extent that he does not even notice its inadequacy. Haydn crystallized the sonata form, not as a rigid standard, but as a highly dynamic framework responding to any impulse of the composer in the specific work he is writing. The standardized sonata form would cease to be a living form and would become nothing more than a schoolmaster's set of prescriptions. The real danger in such statements is that they promote the idea that it is the task of a composer to make things easier, as if it were Haydn's merit that after him it was easier to compose. Actually and fortunately, it became more difficult after Haydn to write symphonies. Musical development is not like gadgeteering. As long as the idea of making things easier prevails in musical education, no actual musical understanding can be expected to develop. Such understanding consists in the very spontaneity of the listener's response that is jeopardized by the feeling that everything has been settled for him by other people who have standardized the forms. C. The sixth concert of Series D presents a performance of the entire second act of Verdi's Aida by the Metropolitan Opera Company, certainly a good selection for presentation. In the introduction's treatment of the text, however, one finds the suggestion that Radames places his love for Aida above his social position as a national hero. The term social position carries with it associations of the social register. Radames, in the opera, has no more social position than does Lohengrin or Tristan. He is a mythical figure symbolizing a general human conflict. The conventionality and stuffiness of the term kills the very imagination which the course so often attempts to summon. In the first place, what good it would be for a youngster to dream about the pyramids and mysteries in Egypt only to learn that even there it is social position that matters. Further, a mythical notion such as that of a national hero is distorted when it is treated as a profession leading to social position which could be occupied by another person as well. There is much talk about background of musical education. An involuntary slip such as that about Radames, shows the shallowness of the background of imagination and fantasy out of which the educators of the Music Appreciation Hour draw their categories. The world of Aida remains two-dimensional, as it were, when it is linked up with the notion of social position. But this is no longer a matter of purely musicological information and education. It leads to the broadest cultural criticism of the entire enterprise. To the Music Appreciation Hour as promoter of musical pseudo-culture. We have shown in section I the failure of the music appreciation hour, pedagogically as well as musically, to establish any living relationship of actual, spontaneous understanding between the music it offers and its pupils. It even fails to convey any reliable information on musical matters. Even the basic concepts around which the instruction of the hour is grouped, such as homophony and polyphony, the rondo, fugue, and sonata, remain obscure, and the pseudo-expert explanations provided by the hour do not help to achieve clear understanding. What do they do instead? A. The notion of appreciation, as employed by the music appreciation hour, is based upon the idea of music's effect upon the listener, interpreted in terms of pleasure or even fun. These principles, borrowed from the sphere of commercialized entertainment and shallow in themselves, lead, even if excusable as pedagogically expedient in inducing people to listen, to distortions of musical sense and cultural absurdities, at least if they are handled in the way the hour handles them. B. The music appreciation hour conceives of the fun one gets out of music as being practically identical with recognition. Although recognition may contribute to musical understanding, it is by no means identical with such understanding. Otherwise anything profoundly new would be excluded a priori. Actually, what occurs in the hour is a shifting of the fun from a living relationship with music to a fetishism of ownership of musical knowledge by rote. The idea is that of the musical spelling bee, the contest winner looms large behind appreciation. By influencing the pupils to recognize the established, the principle of fun, supposedly a principle based upon the listener's own needs and own spontaneity, is implicitly superseded by the desire for prestige attaching to recognition of the socially recognized. C. The authoritarian structure of this type of musical education promotes a cult of persons instead of an understanding of facts. In the first place there is the name of Dr. Damrosch himself, whose authority, at the same time, is a means of enhancing the prestige of NBC with the listeners of the hour. The actual measuring rod for musical personalities in the hour is success. The conformist attitude of veneration for the successful is closely allied, in musical matters, with a profoundly reactionary attitude. These features of the hour virtually produce musical pseudo-culture. The ideal music appreciator, from the viewpoint of the hour, would be a musical Babbitt. D. The tendency toward musical pseudo-culture becomes most striking at the very point where the music appreciation hour apparently tries to activate its listeners, in the tests that are appended to each worksheet. These employ a mechanical technique, are not applicable to concrete listening phenomena but only to the instruction given by the teacher, and are as a whole fit to promote only highly questionable information about music and not actual musical understanding. 1. Appreciation and fun. The course defines itself as instruction in the appreciation of music. The notion of appreciation is commented upon by Dr. Will Earhart in the Teacher's Guide, to respond to rhythms and enjoy them as varied modes of motion. The leading category of music appreciation is, in other words, the effect of music. Indeed, the Teacher's Guide, particularly in Dr. Earhart's comment on Series C, places an overwhelming emphasis upon the notion of musical effects, while totally omitting the notion of musical sense. Appreciation would be the sum total of musical effects achieved within the listeners. It is a notion current in aesthetics since Aristotle's definition of tragedy as an art form aimed to produce the responses of pity and fear in the spectator. Goethe was fully aware of its danger when he wrote, "The perfection of the artwork in itself is the eternal and indispensable postulate." What a pity that Aristotle, who always had the perfect before him, should have thought of the effect. It is not necessary here to go into any detailed refutation of effect aesthetics, which is bound up at least today with a market society, where every productive power is fettered by the necessity of being pecuniarily marketable and of exercising some desired effect upon a potential customer. Instead, we content ourselves with an analysis of the inherent inconsistencies to which this aesthetics leads the music appreciation hour with regard to its conceptual framework as well as to the relationship which its theoretical aspects bear to the material presented by the concerts. A. The psychological effect of a work of art on a subject may serve to bring him into relation with the work of art.
but it is never the underlying principle according to which the work is structurally organized. It is a basic misunderstanding of appreciation to postulate that the effect of the work of art is identical with its sense and that a work is understood as soon as it exercises a certain effect, or that it is the intention of the work to create such an effect. The confusion between the pedagogical use of the effect as a point of departure and the interpretation of the work of art itself in terms of effect leads in a vicious circle. The effect of an artwork upon the potential spectator or listener is something given. Pedagogy tries to start from this givenness of the effect in order to lead up to an understanding of the matter itself, but how is this possible if the matter itself is defined only in terms of the effect? If one were to start from the effect, the process of understanding urged by the hour would be spurious for understanding, that is, the end would be nothing more than the beginning, namely, the effect. In the case of fully adequate art experience, something of this sort may occur. Given an ideal listener, his immediate apperception and the full meaning of the work would coincide. But this coincidence cannot be presumed to exist at that point from which music education has to start. In other words, the music appreciation hour must not treat its pupils as if they were ideal listeners for whom the meaning of the work of art coincides with the effect it has upon them. It is precisely this, however, which is the attitude. We have mentioned the anomaly of starting from the effect in order to lead up to the meaning of the work of art which, in turn, is defined in terms of the effect. b. If starting from the effect and, at the same time, aiming toward the effect leads in a pedagogical circle, the idea of effect, even if taken in its utter abstractness, produces a further insurmountable difficulty with regard to the subject upon whom the effect is supposed to take place. The Teacher's Guide says, the discussion may embrace whether the piece hangs together almost to the point of monotony, or whether it moves on and on as fancy leads, to nowhere in particular, or whether it has just enough of same and different to please us. P. Who are the we? Certainly to a youngster with no musical experience, a piece of advanced modern music will appear to move on and on as fancy leads, to nowhere in particular, just because he is unable to understand the subtle relationships which constitute the structure of such a piece or the complicated pattern of its form. Should the composer, therefore, be forbidden to write such a work? This would mean the inauguration of the line of least resistance as the ultimate quality of music, and Philistine self-satisfaction and ignorance would be the judge of its aesthetic value. It goes without saying that not only understanding but even pleasure, in the primitive sense urged by the hour, vary with the subject, and that something which pleases us as it is conceived by the hour might repel a more highly developed musical consciousness and vice versa. Behind the talk of the we who should be pleased is an untenable idea of natural musical feeling. This natural musical feeling does not exist, it is merely the veneer of historically changing attitudes, and one may safely say that what is today called musically natural is mainly the residue of past convention. c. One does not know upon whom the effect is supposed to be exercised. Does the hour regard effect itself as the desired effect as well as the actual one, between which it does not draw any articulate distinction? The hour's educators do not hesitate to identify this effect with enjoyment, pleasure, or fun. Here lies the connection between the categories of consumer goods, particularly commercial entertainment, and the sort of practical aesthetic advocated by the hour. Something must be pleasing and worth its money to be admitted to the market. On the contrary, the work of art really raises postulates of its own, and it is more essential for the listener to please the Beethoven Symphony than for the Beethoven Symphony to please him. None of these questions appears within the categorical framework of the music appreciation hour. Instead, the term fun appears at different instances. Q. The introduction to Series A asks, what can we do to get the most fun from what the radio ferry brings? This is a compounded absurdity. The term fun, borrowed from the tritest spheres of everyday life, carries a touch of humor which, whatever its proper merits may be, is totally at variance with the serious music presented by the hour. Moreover, a fairy is supposed to be a being from a higher, spiritual world, who may bring elation, happiness, anguish, everything but fun. Finally, the phrase links the fairy with radio,
a technical tool which is essentially scientific and by its very historical essence opposed to any aura such as that suggested by the use of the fairy, thus achieving association through anachronism. Later the word fun is interpreted as follows: those who use their minds most actively are the ones who get the most fun. Certainly it is sound to urge mental activity in music listening. But here again the term fun, while apparently simplifying the issue, actually makes it more obscure. For it is the listener's very mental activity which dispenses with fun as envisioned by the music appreciation hour. Any music which one listens to spontaneously, that is, with active comprehension of its context, ceases to be relaxing and no longer brings amusement. Beyond that, one thing is certain, that serious music, be it listened to actively or passively, is of such a nature as not to promote fun. To get fun out of the slow movement of Beethoven's Hammerklavier Sonata or the C-sharp minor quartet, would be more difficult than simply to understand them. Even if one should take the term fun as a pedagogic exaggeration and substitute the more restrained term pleasure, it would not work more satisfactorily. It is interpreted by the music appreciation hour in terms of gustatory listening. The material of musical art is tone. It must be pleasing to us. Besides purity and beauty, tone has color, and the tone color affects us. This type of attitude towards music is also found in Carl C. Shor's Psychology of Music and in Deems Taylor's Of Men and Music. Musical hedonism, if handled in the atomistic and primitive way suggested by the hour, leads to the idea of a café concert gypsy violinist playing a Beethoven concerto. It appears doubtful to us that this necessary consequence is actually the aim of the educators connected with the music appreciation hour. Every musician is familiar with the phenomenon of the too beautiful tone which carries with it wrong associations. It is comparable to paintings in which a sunset or a girl as natural objects can be too beautiful, in naturalistic terms actually to fulfill the artistic intention of being structurally beautiful. The full consequence of the hour's teaching in terms of effect and pleasure, in its inconsistency with the material offered in the programs, may be illustrated by the following quotation from the introduction to the 11th concert of Series C, concerned with the symphony in general. The first movement makes us work in order to keep track of its complicated patterns, the second movement sets us dreaming, the third allows us to relax and play, and the fourth raises our spirits so that we are in a cheerful or exalted frame of mind at the conclusion of the work. According to this view, it is the idea of a symphony as a whole to make life more comfortable for its listeners. But why, then, go to the symphony at all? This aesthetics is certainly better served by Tin Pan Alley. Why, specifically, must the first movement make us work in order to keep track of its complicated patterns? Only to make the following dreams more pleasant to us. This is reminiscent of the famous recipe for happiness given to the poor. If one sleeps in a cold room, one has only to put one's foot outside the blankets until it is chilled, the more to enjoy its getting warm again when it is put back. As to the second movement, the description in terms of effect, namely of setting us dreaming, is decidedly inadequate. In a great many cases, for instance the slow movement of Brahms' Fourth Symphony, the pattern of the second movement is no less complicated than that of the first and is by no means relaxing. Is this movement, then, only another attempt to prepare us, by its very contrast, for the relaxation to follow? But this relaxation does not eventuate, the rollicking scherzo is very short and the final Passacaglia imposes a new burden upon the tired businessman. Is Brahms' Fourth Symphony therefore a bad work? It should be added that the final reference to our cheerful or exalted frame of mind at the conclusion of the work is not only contradicted by a great many works such as the Brahms Symphony mentioned but also presupposes an identity between the aesthetic mood of a work of art and the naturalistic mood of its listener, which by no means exists. One may listen to a highly excited piece of music very attentively and fully understand it without becoming excited oneself. One of the main presuppositions for an understanding of art is the consciousness of the difference between art insofar as it is a world in itself, and the empirical reality of one's own existence. This fundamental fact about art has escaped the attention of the music appreciation hour. This question is too difficult to be discussed with the hour's listeners, but the hour itself ought to follow a procedure which would not lead to confusion of the aesthetic character of the work of art and the empirical reality of the pupil's life. This very confusion is furthered by the hour's comments concerning effect and pleasure. It might be objected that the elimination of terms such as great work of art, and their replacement by terms supposedly denoting the actual role of music for human beings, such as fun and pleasure, is progressive in itself. But this progress is spurious. The illusion of the sanctity of music is shattered by the music appreciation hour, but it is replaced by the enchantment of the composers, conductors, and institutions that produce it. Good musical education postulates respect for the work, evinced by the listener's preoccupation with its musical sense per se. It is not loaded with inculcating maudlin respect for the composer, whose merits it judges in terms of the concrete meaning and concrete achievement of his work. The music appreciation hour destroys respect for the work, its meaning, and its achievement, by transposing it into the effect it has upon the listener and inculcating in him composer fetishes which become virtually identical with the fun he derives from viewing a World Series baseball game. The music appreciation hour first cheapens music and then teaches its pupils to adore musicians as spiritual leaders. This contradiction, basic to the whole approach, makes any destruction of fetishism impossible. 2. Recognition and the musical spelling bee. A. To the music appreciation hour, the pleasure of music appreciation coincides with the pleasure of recognition. Music is not ours to enjoy until it is out of the air and in our heads. Or, as formulated even more recklessly, music that is known and remembered until it can be whistled or sung or can be reviewed silently in the mind, becomes loved and is heard with appreciation. The reification mentioned in section I becomes even more evident when the function of recognition of music is overemphasized. A theme isolated solely for purposes of recognition and identification, is no longer part of the living musical process but is a thing owned. Or, as the teacher's guide states it characteristically in our last reference, it is ours or in our heads. A piece of music, which has just at the moment come into our sensorium, is compared by the music appreciation hour to a picture, a person, a building, a machine X. Of course, as in all mental processes, recognition plays an important part also in musical experience. What is being called into question here is the emphasis. While apparently urging recognition in order to help people to enjoy music, the music appreciation hour actually encourages enjoyment, not of the music itself, but of the awareness that one knows music. It becomes a deflected pleasure, not a spontaneous and immediate one. The pleasure involved consists of a fetishistic hoarding of information about music, which one enjoys as a miser enjoys the gold he has accumulated. This is closely related to the idea given passing mention in section I, of the musical contest where the hoarded musical treasures of various individuals are, as it were, measured quantitatively against each other. They speak about pleasure, but they aim at identification. In a passage which we regard as the most significant of all, the teacher's guide lets the cat out of the bag. Familiarity with the principal themes and observation of their use in a composition should lead to a better understanding of the music. It should also assist in the identification and naming of the composition. Why? Identification and naming of compositions should be only a supplementary means of helping the listener understand music. Though seemingly underemphasized here, the very categorizing of identification and naming as on a par with understanding shows to what extent the pedagogics of a musical spelling bee pervade the thinking of the educators of the hour. Miss Williams, the author of the statement, has, so to speak, a double standard of musical morality. She has to speak about understanding, but she knows that it is merely a matter of ideology and that what actually matters for the purpose of the hour is identification and naming. This ambiguity is reminiscent of that in general education, where children are taught the ideals they ought to follow in life but are led to understand that they are to become good businessmen, adjusted to conditions of practical living. The fact that musical knowledge is fostered as a byproduct by this method is more than outweighed by the deterioration of music in functioning as a realm of facts about which one should be informed. Z. One consequence of this shifting of emphasis is that music, instead of being lived by the listener, is actually transformed into property, such as is suggested by the terms of ours and in our heads. We offer two more examples of this shifting of emphasis. They present themselves metaphorically, but the frequency of the recurrence of this very metaphor throughout shows that it touches upon something fundamental, the property relation of men and music, which is the main feature of commodity listening. Point 6. The introduction to Series A states that the Music Appreciation Hour's intention is to make people musically richer for life. Sir George Grove, quoted in the student's worksheet of the 7th concert, on Beethoven, goes so far as to present Beethoven's revolutionary achievement, the discovery of subjectivity as a constitutive category within the structure of music itself, in the smug terms of property which is enjoyed generation after generation, although by this very transformation the essence of Beethoven's dynamics is distorted into its opposite. He called the larghetto of Beethoven's Second Symphony the culminating point of the old pre-revolutionary world, the world of Haydn and Mozart, and adds that it was the farthest point to which Beethoven could go before he burst into that wonderful new region into which no man had before penetrated, of which no man had even dreamed, but which is now one of our dearest possessions. Thus does Beethoven become transformed into a musical daughter of the French Revolution. b. This shift from spontaneous perception to recognition, identification, and possession, makes illusory the preoccupation with the listener's response and the apparent adjustment of music to the listener's wants, as is urged by the hour's conception of music as pleasure or enjoyment. Behind the fun is drill. Again Miss Williams makes a revealing confession: frequent drills on pronunciation of names should be given. Children should look at the pictures of instruments, composers, while doing this. This is no longer progressive education. While children are supposed to get the fun they want, they are actually being subjected to authority. Drill plays a larger role in the hour than its humanitarian phrases would have one believe. The teacher's guide knows from the outset the disciplinarian function of music, and there is reason to suspect that the teachers aim to stress this function even more than the hedonistic one. Marches, which appear in generous measure throughout the programs, may be used for school marching. If the school has eurythmics, some of the music can be used for that purpose. A. It is not clear how this use of music can be reconciled with the purpose of making us musically richer for life, for it certainly enhances the appreciation, not of music, but of mechanical order. Music itself is cast in the terms of such order, a feeling of social conformity is conveyed by the physical regularity of musical sound vibrations. 3. Categories of musical babbitry. The authoritarian tendencies are accentuated in the cult of personalities fostered by the Music Appreciation Hour. As previously mentioned, the Music Appreciation Hour shows scant respect for the works themselves but exhibits continuous obeisance to composers and particularly to the conductor. The cult of personalities is, to be sure, nothing new in music. The history of music is studded with complaints against this cult. Formerly, however, the cult of personalities, particularly of singers and virtuosi, was concomitant with an unplanned musical life not governed by an agency which held itself morally responsible for musical welfare. In the Music Appreciation Hour the personality cult is not a mere concomitant auxiliary effect but is strictly congruous with the entire approach. The agency which prides itself as being responsible for the musical welfare of the growing generation pursues a line long considered adverse to true musical experience, and unfortunately in keeping with incorrect fundamental postulates of music education. The function of the personality cult in music, which in certain previous eras had a progressive aspect, is today manipulated so as to fit in with the retrogressive cultural setting. A. The Music Appreciation Hour strives to cast a spell around the conductor. The elements of this spell, which are of vastly divergent origins, stem partly from a witchcraft notion of the mysterious powers of personality as such, partly from the seeming supernaturalness of a technical tool which weaves sounds from the ether. All this produces a false halo. The following statement from the introduction to Series A is characteristic of an attitude which, by its very nature, must encourage a sort of advertising poetry in terms of hero worship. Mr. Damrosch turns to the orchestra, waves his baton like a magic wand, and instantly beautiful music is heard in thousands of schoolrooms from Maine to California. No fairy story is more wonderful than this. This magic of radio, which is no magic at all, is credited to the conductor. The composers also have their rounds. They are called giants. Our interest in the music of Bach and Handel, the two contemporary giants in music, is increased when we realize the contrasting differences in their lives. BB. The same note is struck in the introduction to the 12th concert of the same series. While America has developed, so far as we can yet discern, no musical giant, no Beethoven or Brahms who stands head and shoulders above his fellow musicians. It is highly dubious that concepts such as that of the musical giant, which presupposes a dogmatic conception of genius based on analogies to wrestling and other sports, which in turn are based on an analogy to fairy stories, there were giants in the earth in those days, have any pedagogical value. But if they are to be used, one postulate is indispensable: it is up to the educator to show why these rather than others are the giants, instead of taking their position for granted. The entire last series, which is aimed at the most mature pupils, focuses on great composers. But none of the concerts attempt to show why any of these composers is great. It would be a good idea to open a program in this course by telling the pupils, you hear that Beethoven is a great composer, and this talk probably gets on your nerves. At least you must wonder just why he is great as compared with other composers. Is it merely because he put a final chorus in his Ninth Symphony, or because the opera Fidelio is based upon humanitarian ideas? Is it because he introduced subjective expression as a basic element of music? This last is certainly his most conspicuous achievement, but if we want to understand Beethoven's music, we must get to know how it is realized within the structure of Beethoven's work and how, in its specific elements, this music is superior to other music. Then one could compare Beethoven's music with that of his contemporaries. One should point out the specific elements of his technique, such as the strict economy of his compositions, which utilize every bit of thematic material and present nothing which does not have a function within the whole. One should show, further, how this music is inherently an attack upon the musical conventions of his time, and finally, by some characteristic examples, show what can be called Beethoven's tone. In this way, people can be made to understand why Beethoven really is great and that his greatness is not an empty historical convention. When they have learned this, they will stop calling him a giant and will, instead, see his uniqueness in its due proportions, not only historically but also absolutely. It should be emphasized that his specific qualities are by no means impervious to analysis in plain and concrete terms, as against the qualities of other composers. If Section D were devoted to such questions, one could also arrive at an exposition of the differences between composers whose principal value lies in the fact that they adequately represent their time, and such a composer as Beethoven, whose achievements are fundamentally individual achievements. The term greatness, in the case of these two types, has a completely different meaning and requires very different interpretation. If this idea were developed, it could lead to a real understanding of the decisive trend in musical history, the rise of subjectivity, that is, that casting off by music of the chains of convention, which involved obliviousness to the public. Insight into this process can be employed in inculcating an understanding of advanced, serious modern music, which can then be interpreted in terms of the inheritance from Beethoven as regards music's immanent consistency. Nothing of this sort is attempted by the Music Appreciation Hour. There is not even any discussion of the question why is this good music and this not, a question which can, within wide limits, be answered precisely and objectively. Instead, rubber stamp values are accepted throughout the course. A German philosopher named Rudolf Eucken once wrote a book called The Philosophies of the Great Thinkers. 7 George Simmel said of this book, yes, they are great thinkers, but in raspberry syrup. The Music Appreciation Hour presents great composers in raspberry syrup. To quote the introduction to Series D. What a glorious panorama of mountain peaks the series of concerts presents to us, heights of genius and aspiration,
brilliant in undying forms of beauty, giving us of the musical plains those moments of quiet inspiration so needed in the hurry of everyday life. B. Above the mountain peaks, in the clouds, so to speak, dwells Dr. Damrosch himself. It is in particularly bad taste and closer to the circus tradition of showmanship than to cultural education for the hour to indulge in high-pressure publicity for its own conductor. By shifting the listener's interest to Dr. Damrosch, NBC credits itself with disinterestedness in bringing musical culture to America's children. Throughout the discussion in the worksheets, a shrewd, propagandistic purpose prevails over the cultural veneer. The sponsors of the hour are more interested in convincing the public of the brilliant job they are doing than they are in the job itself. An important element in the Music Appreciation Hour revealed here by the social critique of radio is that while it functions as one of the few sustaining programs and, at the same time, as one of the few devoted to serious music, it is devised to show that NBC serves the public interest. In the setup of radio, not only the commercial programs but, indirectly, the sustaining programs as well, exercise an advertising function. CC Dr. Damrosch is probably entirely unaware of this process. The teacher's guide contains two photographs of him, one a large frontispiece, the other with the orchestra. The emphasis this placed upon him is out of proportion to his actual achievement in the hour. His musical performance is not of outstanding value. Moreover, as neither the teacher's guide nor the student's worksheet is his handiwork, his actual function in the preparation and execution of the hour cannot be as substantial as the publicity makes out. Each series of worksheets contains another photograph of Dr. Damrosch, accompanied by a biographical sketch. In all four series it bears the significant headline, "Your Conductor, Walter Damrosch." The implications of this heading are virtually inexhaustible. We know two of them. First, the attitude which may be called, in terms of a current song hit, the especially for you attitude that Dr. Damrosch, this splendid, great old man, this Wotan of classical music, descends from his otherworldly height to the classroom, perhaps even to the cradle, and gives all his loving energy to the little children whom he suffers to come unto him. Further, by being called your conductor, he is, at the same time, made your leader, the man whose authority you must follow and in whom you must believe. It is an attitude which, again, can best be expressed in the Tin Pan Alley jargon, as found on the back cover of the hit, "Two sleepy people, follow your leader, Artie Shaw. Dd." It is noteworthy that even in the worksheets for the smaller children, NBC does not forego the opportunity of advertising itself and Dr. Damrosch. Then came radio. Mr. Damrosch saw that through this wonderful invention he could play to practically all the young people of the nation. With the aid of the National Broadcasting Company, he founded the NBC Music Appreciation Hour, and for 11 years he has been conducting these Friday broadcasts. The same sort of statement is reiterated in a somewhat modified and less patronizing tone in the introduction to the series C and D for older children. Realizing that through this wonderful new medium he might reach millions of listeners, whereas he had formerly played to mere thousands, he organized, with the cooperation of the National Broadcasting Company, the series of broadcast concerts known as the Music Appreciation Hour. In this introduction, value judgments about Dr. Damrosch are foisted upon the pupils. In music education, evidently, no one is shocked by statements such as, "Walter Damrosch has been, for many years, one of the truly great figures in the musical life of America." Finally, there is the comment concerning Dr. Damrosch as a composer. Because of his continuous activities as a conductor, Mr. Damrosch has had only limited opportunities to compose music. If he hadn't given up everything for his little pupils, Dr. Damrosch probably would have averaged even more songs a year than Schubert. C. The criterion for according significance to personalities whose merits are reiterated but not analyzed, is evidently nothing more than success. The idea of business competition, that the best man is the one who beats his competitors, economically or occupationally, is unashamedly borrowed as a standard in music. There is no composer in Series D who escapes judgment in terms of the degree of his success.
This leads to false statements or to ludicrous contradictions between terminology and actuality. The introduction to the Beethoven program, Series D, number 7, reads: Beethoven's genius did not have to wait for posthumous recognition. He rapidly rose to fame and became well-to-do. Long before his death, he had the satisfaction of knowing that he was considered the greatest composer of his time. This satisfaction would have made Beethoven substitute for his criterion for estimating himself musically, the criterion of public approval and remuneration. Moreover, the eagerness to demonstrate Beethoven's business success is not borne out by the facts. Although Beethoven never actually had to starve, he never became well-to-do. He lived on a small pension granted him by a group of Austrian aristocrats. Some of them died, part of the grant was cancelled, and Beethoven had to struggle through long and disagreeable litigation proceedings in order to get his money. Later he fell into great financial difficulties because of the escapades of his ne'er-do-well nephew. In 1821 or 1822 Beethoven was arrested by the police because of his ragged appearance, which would seem to belie his being well-to-do. Of course, any romanticizing about his poverty would be as reprehensible as the glorification of his wealth. It may not be the task of music education to make eleemosynary studies in composer biography, but it is certainly even less its task to spread false information. The notion of success appears again in the case of Wagner. Here, however, another bit of patter is applied, that of per aspera ad astra, of the man who must struggle in his youth and is remunerated in his mature years. This is patterned after the newsboy-to-millionaire success story. And again the patter distorts reality. Wagner's genius was slow in developing. His first two operas were total failures, and of little musical worth. At the age of 29, his Rienzi won him some recognition, but the Flying Dutchman, which followed, fared badly. Even his next two, Tannhauser and Lohengrin, which today enjoy immense popularity, were unsuccessful. Rienzi did not win him some recognition, but actually was a roaring success which immediately gained him the influential and well-paid job of conductor at the Dresden Opera House. The story about the failure of Tannhauser and Lohengrin is a legend which has been destroyed with overwhelming evidence by Ernest Newman in the second volume of his biography of Wagner. While Wagner lived under refugee conditions after 1849, Tannhauser, in particular, became tremendously popular in the very Germany from which he was exiled, and Liszt's first performance of Lohengrin in Weimar laid the foundation for the later recognition of Wagner as a reformer of the opera. Wagner, who was a genius at borrowing money, never knew any real want throughout his life. These distortions are not important in themselves. They are important, however, as an index of habits of thought which are ever ready to alter the facts of history in order to establish present material values as past actualities, values which reaffirm only the ideology of contemporary ownership culture. D. The belief in career and success, since it is essentially belief in the justice of this world in rewarding merit, has its roots in a reactionary attitude. This attitude makes itself evident in the case of the Music Appreciation Hour in its standard of material values. The hour fosters a bias against advanced modern music and adjusts its listeners to the musical just milieu. We cite three examples. First, the second concert of Series G, Canon and Round, gives as an example of the canon, an excerpt from the slow movement of Gustav Mahler's First Symphony. Of all the music presented by the Music Appreciation Hour, this movement is, as far as we can determine, the only thing commented upon somewhat malevolently. This, without regard for the fact that this movement cannot be understood fragmentarily through an excerpt but only as a whole. It is a first and, so to speak, awkward attempt of an exceedingly original composer to mobilize the trivial as an expressive element within a highly articulate musical language. The comment of the hour is: even today his music is a subject for dispute. Some musicians consider him a great genius, others merely a gifted eccentric. If it is bad taste to publicize Dr. Damrosch as one of the truly great musical figures of our time, it is in no better taste to publicize the illiterate conception of Mahler as a musical eccentric while maintaining the mock neutrality of the observer who merely quotes some musician's comments. In contrast with the eccentric Mahler stands the real genius, Sibelius. According to the introduction to the 11th concert of Series D, he is acknowledged to be not only Finland's greatest composer but one of the greatest composers of modern times. This acknowledgement is highly disputable, at least the assertion about Sibelius' greatness ought to be substantiated. Gg But when the commentator of the hour calls Sibelius masterful in craftsmanship, he must be pulled up short. If he were asked to show, in clear-cut musical terms, where the technical merits of Sibelius can be found, he would be unable to produce a satisfactory answer in musical terms. Even advocates of Sibelius among serious musicologists such as Ernest Newman concede that from the viewpoint of compositional technique Sibelius' work is of highly dubious quality, and they try to justify him by reference to other characteristics. Anyone who lauds Sibelius' craftsmanship shows that he either does not know what musical craftsmanship is or that he does not know Sibelius. The third example, the last concert of Series D, is devoted to modern American composers and selects, as an example, the Symphony in One Movement, by Samuel Barber. The most significant sentence concerning this work reads, "His music is marked by appealing melodies, well-conceived formal design, moderation in the use of dissonance, and a sincerity and eloquence." To cite a composer because he employs moderation in the use of dissonance, introduces a bias against advanced modern composition and even fosters the barbaric belief often found among non-musical persons that a musician who uses discords is one who is incapable of dealing with consonants or one who simply wants to make himself appear interesting. It is the latter belief, in particular, which is prompted by the linking up of sincerity with moderation in the use of discords. According to this point of view, a musician is sincere only if he speaks so-called musical common sense, whereas one who does not bow to this requirement is virtually called dishonest. The hour apparently gives no consideration to the structural necessity for discord in modern music. It makes no mention of the historical process that led to the prevalence of the discord in modern composition nor of the expressive function of the discord. To the music appreciation hour, music must be as harmonious as they want people to pretend the world is. While the hour's proponents profess a desire to educate people musically, they actually reproduce the very prejudices which responsible musical education should seek to eradicate. The totality of these features of the music appreciation hour is what we call the tendency to produce musical babbits, the promotion of a musical pseudo-culture that actually consists of some vague and largely erroneous information about music and the recognition of stiffly conventional musical values, instead of the promotion of a living relationship with music. Indeed, all the elements of this critical analysis fit within this musical pseudo-culture. Symptomatic of this are even elements nominally extraneous, such as the drill on symbols for pronunciation. The pseudo-cultural element here lies in the emphasis given to the pronunciation of names and, indeed, to their incorrect pronunciation, sans, ba and bize. This instruction, of course, is intended to make the student capable of discussing music in drawing rooms. It has nothing whatsoever to do with music itself. One need not even pronounce Bach's name correctly in order to understand his music. Musical babbitry celebrates its greatest triumphs when it enters the emotional sphere. No one is more sentimental than the tired businessman, and there's no one more willing to endorse such statements as all of us are happy at times and sad at other times too. The musical babbit has little forthright feeling for historical distance and for the inappropriateness of judging artworks produced at a different historical level in terms of contemporary values. To him everything can be measured and expressed in quantitative terms, the notion that everything can be expressed in terms of the money he spends for it. This attitude is evoked in the music appreciation hour by benevolently patronizing statements such as, "Yet, in early times, much music was produced whose artistic perfection compares favorably with that of the great works of recent years. Though there were no skyscrapers in Bach's time, his music was, after all, not so bad." The complement of this idea is, of course, that any contemporary composer who actually dares to write skyscraper music, as it were, is an intellectual ultramodernist. These gaucheries are characteristic of the thinking of the musical Babbitt. We cannot here discuss the results of this sort of instruction upon the hour's actual listeners. We can only say that if such philistinism crops up in the thinking of the musically educated, then how can we hope that the musically unaware will become better educated than their teachers? Of course, the music appreciation hour may evoke a diametrically opposite response to what it purports to. But that is unlikely in a world where conformity is at a premium. One last word about the problem of pseudo-culture as far as the material of the hour is concerned. A disproportionately large amount of the programs is played in arrangements. Most of these are the work of either Dr. Damrosch's late father Nine or of Dr. Damrosch himself. Probably the reason for this is that the hour insists upon presenting only orchestral material, whereas its desire to teach music which is as simple as possible excludes the bulk of actual orchestral works and necessitates the scoring of music which is so simple that it was not conceived in orchestral terms. This means, therefore, that these works are presented largely in a form alien to their very essence. It is not inconsequential or a quirk of a composer that a composition has been written for the piano instead of for the orchestra. The presentation of such material in orchestral form means an artificial expansion of the music which, in many cases, is disastrous to its structure and its musical sense. Behind this practice there lurks the danger promoting the idea that nothing is too expensive for our children, and that therefore they must not content themselves with a piano piece but should have it rendered by the full orchestra. This nouveau riche attitude is an integral part of musical pseudo-culture. The difficulties in the case of the sonata and the fugue would not have occurred if the hour, instead of playing orchestral works, had been content with most elementary representations of these forms, which cannot possibly be orchestrated. We have cited the examples of Bach's E minor fugue from the first volume of the Well-Tempered Clavichord, and the Beethoven Piano Sonata, Opus 49, No. 2. Frequently musical structures are more obvious to the layman when they are played monochromatically, by only a few instruments, than when they are beclouded by the orchestral apparatus. Any constructive positive change in the music appreciation hour must take this into consideration. 4. The tests. It is difficult to say anything definite about the music appreciation hour's effects without a large-scale program of student-listener research. Such an investigation would be of value only if it were carried through on a comparative scale, that is to say, if one were to compare the effects of music education of the type of the hour with the behavior of non-educated youth, with the behavior of youth educated through private music lessons in the old style, and finally with the behavior of youth who are given structural music education. This research should be carried on by subjecting these different groups to actual musical tests instead of to more questions concerning their frozen knowledge about music. A corresponding research procedure was used in England some years ago in the field of painting and proved the great superiority of the structurally educated even against those with general Oxford and Cambridge education. Educational research of this type would be prerequisite to any valid plan fundamentally to improve the system of music education as followed in the Music Appreciation Hour. The hour does try to overcome radio's one-way structure and to activate its pupils. Each worksheet contains a set of tests whereby the achievements of the students are supposed to be appraised. But in no point is the danger of promoting musical pseudo-culture make itself felt more strongly than in these test sheets. A. There are insuperable objections to be raised against their very structure. Most of the tests apply the standard form of multiple choice, check the correct phrase, then cross out the incorrect phrase. This technique is a typical example of the transplanting of an administrative procedure to a field of human spontaneity to which it is essentially unsuited. It makes sense on a questionnaire for a survey of, let us say, the marital status of the population of the city of New York, to juxtapose the words married, single, divorced, with the instructions to check the correct word and cross out the incorrect ones. In music, where spontaneous behavior is everything and reflex action nothing, any such procedure is absurd. Instead of providing space for the child's spontaneous reaction, he is forced into pre-arranged patterns and is made to follow clichés from above in order to be marked correct, which is the counterpart of being stamped as a social conformist. Our second main objection has to do with the mere spreading of information about music instead of bringing people into a living relationship with it. Pupils are tested only on what they have been taught about music, not about their actual musical comprehension. The questions on the questionnaires are related exclusively to the introductions and comments. This is the more dangerous since the tests apply not only to knowledge about certain facts mentioned by the commentators, but also to value judgments fostered by them, thus virtually forcing the children to repeat pat value judgments and to adapt themselves to given norms instead of judging autonomously. B. Examples from the tests. Does Grieg's morning suggest dawn in Egypt only, or the break of day anywhere? Music that describes fairies is usually. Music adds to the beauty and meaning of words by making them. Folk melodies are employed by composers of concert music. Bach is famous today chiefly because he laid the foundations for J.J. Haydn is called the father of the symphony because he perfected the of the modern symphony. Mozart's talent at an unusually early age. His association with Haydn, the art of both composers. Mozart's G minor symphony appeals to the listener chiefly through the of the music. Verdi's career was notable for its. Throughout his career he experiences the development of his personality. The Rosamund ballet music is in moods. The first movement of the unfinished symphony is notable for its. C. It is doubtful that any standardized test method is applicable to music, but if there must be tests at any price, they should at least be made intelligent. Everything should be done to make up for the one-way structure of radio, which in itself tends to promote the rubber stamp effect, which is underscored by the rubber stamped questions and the method of the music appreciation hour. We offer 3 examples of what we would regard as more sensible tests. 1. One ought to play selections which one may safely suppose are not known to the majority of the pupils, without giving any information about these pieces. Then one should encourage the students to send written statements to the station concerning the formal structure of the works as well as the interrelationship between the structure and the concrete musical content of this very piece. In this procedure, especially when discussing characteristic answers of the students in the following session, particular care must be taken of one point which is totally missed by the hour. That is that any given piece of music may be regarded as the resultant of 2 forces, namely, some pre-given form, however sublimated its pre-givenness may be, as in the case of modern music, and the concrete, subjective intention of the specific composition. The students should be taught to follow up both these sides of any composition and particularly to understand how closely they are interconnected and how they exercise an influence upon each other. This procedure should be applied, so far as most elementary types such as cradle songs, etc. are concerned, to the most elementary courses. 2. Play less widely known compositions and have the students guess, in written answers, the composer, the period, or the style of the work, though this, of course, only in more advanced courses. 3. Play various instruments over the air without announcing them, and have the pupils identify them. Play ensemble pieces and have them name the instruments employed. Such tests could provide a certain control for the effect of Series A, provided, of course, that the whole disposition of this basic series is not fundamentally altered, as appears necessary to us. After the students' answers have come in, the directors of the hour should select characteristic ones, that is to say, answers which contain errors which recur particularly often, discuss them in the program following, point out why they are errors and explain what induced the student to make these specific ones. In this way the listener actually could be activated, to a certain degree. It should be noted, however, that these suggestions still remain within the framework of the hour as it is and are therefore not sufficient to overcome its shortcomings in principle. A fundamental reform of the musical appreciation hour would be faced with totally new problems in activating its pupils. The teacher's guide is meant to be used by classroom teachers in schools where the music appreciation hour is a lesson on Friday afternoons. B. The students' worksheets are the textbooks used by the young students in the given schools. C. Hadley Cantrell and Gordon Allport, The Psychology of Radio, p. 66. D. NBC Music Appreciation Hour conducted by Walter Damrosch, New York, Columbia University Press, 1939. Student's Worksheet, Introduction to Series D. EIBID, Teacher's Guide, p. 13. FIBID, p. 13. G. Ever concomitant with the musical knowledge thus inculcated is the more general framework in American education which accords the accolade of brightness to those who imbibe knowledge with an attitude of deference and obeisance. A revulsion by a youngster against the Music Appreciation Hour would inevitably be accompanied by a revulsion against the educational process which is its universal setting. The Music Appreciation Hour fits into the backward, corrupting influence of reactionary, non-spontaneous education just as a poor theme fits into a poor symphony. The comparison with painting, architecture, and sculpture where no time element enters makes it even more difficult to grasp. IIBID, Student's Worksheet, Introduction to Third Concert, Series C, The Fugue. J. Italics added. K. What the educators of the Music Appreciation Hour think of musical form in general may be illustrated by the following redundant definition. Form should be analyzed as nicely controlled imaginative thinking, leading to certain crystallized forms. That the piano, during the 19th century, was seldom used as an orchestral instrument, can be accounted for by the fact that the piano, like the organ, can play whole harmonies and not only single tones. Therefore it was regarded as a microcosm, a second orchestra in itself, which replaces the whole orchestra rather than functioning as a member of it. This, however, has nothing to do with tone, as the Music Appreciation Hour claims. In the age of the general bass, that of Bach and Handel, the ancestors of the modern piano were used without hesitation as reinforcement of the orchestral harmony. The disappearance of the piano from the orchestra may partly be accounted for as a counter-reaction against this older habit, associated with a different musical style. MCF, Iwan Noor, Lehrbuch der Fugenkomposition, p. 1, Dem Schluss muss sich die üblichen Kadenzakkorde unterlegen lassen vor. N. Lorenz, Alfred, Der musikalische Aufbau von Richard Wagner's Die Meistersinger von Nürnberg, p. 108. O Teacher's Guide, p. 6. P. IIBID, p. 8 ff. Q. An analysis of the specific role played by the notion of fun in popular aesthetics in the United States and, to a certain extent, also in England, shows it to be connected with notions such as humor, play, relaxation, in short, relief from boredom. This idea presupposes that art must not be serious, not even serious within the aesthetic sphere. It postulates, further, that it must be a matter of play, as against the exacting reality of actual living and, finally, it implies that the individual is not required to make much effort and can relax. These notions are by no means inherent in art, or, to say the least, do not completely define art even if one regards the element of play as one of its constituents. The notion of fun reflects a social process which mechanizes and oppresses the individual to such a degree that in his spare time he must have relief from his responsibilities. For our epoch this relief assumes, under the name of fun, the form of a retrogression to childhood. The adult who professes to have fun is molded after the pattern of the laughing, carefree, wanton boy who certainly does not exist as a musical listener. In our present society, with its line of demarcation between work and leisure, the individual is oppressed not only while working but the effect of the oppression during the work process makes itself felt in his leisure as well. Even here, he cannot be a truly free and conscious human being, but must retrogress to childhood stages of his individual development in order to renew his adult working capacity. This mutilating effect of contemporary society upon the very spheres of life which appear, on the surface, to be exempt from the capitalistic process, accounts for the fact that the notion of fun becomes sacrosanct especially in the most highly industrialized countries. The importance of this trend in the Music Appreciation Hour may appear to be overemphasized. It can be grasped in its full implications only as part of a general trend in contemporary American musical life and musical education. One of the most popular American books on music currently, Sigmund Spieth's Great Symphonies, How to Recognize and Remember Them, is devoted entirely and frankly to the purpose, which serves as one of the guidelines for the more cautious music appreciation hour as well. Mr. Spieth assumes that one of the chief reasons why people in general are not familiar with the great symphonies may be found in the fact that they cannot remember the tunes. Therefore, he tries to drill his readers in the recognition of themes by supporting them upon a foundation of words which are to be sung to the music, which are, at the same time, supposed to be comments on the music, and which are a process of simultaneously pigeonholing and listening which, in itself, is corrupting. He advances the idea that these words must be simple and direct enough to appeal to children, but not so silly as to offend intelligent adults. How far he succeeds with this idea may be shown by the following examples. To the beginning of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, one is told to sing the words, "I am your fate. Come let me in." To the famous second theme of the first movement of Tchaikovsky's Pathetic Symphony, this music has a less pathetic strain, sounds more sane and not so full of pain. Sorrow is ended, grief may be mended, it seems Tchaikovsky will be calm again. This shows what the final result of theme drill and recognition training may be. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that any person who applies the tactics recommended by Mr. Spieth when listening to music, is, to say the least, completely lost to any musical understanding. See the promotion booklets sent out by broadcasting companies to potential advertisers frankly regard radio as the solution to a sales problem. This solution, they say, comes from creating valuable goodwill, associating this goodwill definitely with the product, performing unique missionary work, increasing distribution, widening the market, appealing to a desired and specific consumer group in a selective territory, at a receptive time. Psychologically phrased, by broadcasting attractive programs, the industry creates in millions of individuals not only habits of listening but attitudes of favor toward the entire institution of radio. Listeners who are receptive and well-disposed, sometimes even aglow with pleasure from the program, are likely to transfer this friendly attitude to the product advertised. If a specific product is mentioned in association with a particular attractive program, the transfer is more intense and more certain, but any product lucky enough to be mentioned over the air derives some advantage from the benign psychological attitude of the listeners. Such is the argument. Here again the full implications can be understood in the light of the total setting of certain publicity tendencies in contemporary American music life, which do not shrink from attributing qualities to the crack conductor which are, in other countries, reserved for dictators. The issue of the magazine Life for November 27, 1939, bears a huge photograph on its front cover showing Toscanini and his little granddaughter, Sonia, at the piano as if he were giving her a piano lesson. The issue also contains pictures and commentary devoted exclusively to domestic scenes of Toscanini and little Sonia. While he is shown playing hide and seek with her or while she jokingly takes a lesson in conducting from him, the text does not miss the opportunity to emphasize the authoritarian features of the great musician. The world knows Toscanini as a great conductor with a fearful temper, an unfailing memory and the power to lash orchestras into frenzies of fine playing. Or, when he stands, small and silver-haired, in front of a symphony orchestra, he is a furious perfectionist who makes men play music as they can play it for no other man. It is a good guess that as many Americans know that Toscanini conducts an orchestra as know that Joe DiMaggio plays center field. His tenderness to his grandchild has as contrasting background the terror, and both are neutralized in a revolting jelly of humor such as, one of the few people who are not awed by Toscanini, she gives hilarious imitations of his conducting, is probably the only person alive who dares argue with him about the technique of conducting. Finally, the magazine gives a full-page photograph of the conductor alone at his trademark grand piano with a grimace of artistic creation from which at any moment Beethoven will spring full-blown. Introduction to the Ninth Concert, Series D. We cannot discuss here, in any detail, the fate of Mahler's music in this country.
but it should be noted that Mahler is not represented in the most favorable way by his early symphonies, in which he had definitely not yet developed full command of his technique. The first mature work is the Fourth Symphony. Instead of representing these latter compositions, even supposedly pro-Mahler stations such as WQXR dwell upon his first three symphonies, from the first of which Dr. Damrosch quotes, although it is by far the weakest. The notion of the natural lies behind formulations of the hour, such as that concerning the moderate use of dissonance. This notion is a residue of past social convention and not a feature inherent in musical material itself. The emphasis laid upon the sincere, and on its concealed pseudo-normative correlate, the natural, is extra-musical but plays a vast role in general listening attitudes toward music. A sociological interpretation of this cult of sincerity shows it to be founded upon attitudes such as the following. 1. It implies the postulate that one should not do things differently from other people, that one not regard oneself as better than others. It implies a mechanical leveling tendency, a mistaken ideal of democracy. Whoever does not bow to convention makes himself conspicuous as either highbrow or addicted to village atheism. Behind this pseudo-democratic ideal is actually the pervasive desiderate of following the manipulated patterns of ownership culture. 2. The element of the from man to man, of cordiality, of human interest. One ought to talk to a stranger musically, as well as verbally, as if one were close to him, in order to make him forget the fundamental alienation of men. It is the very insincerity which produces a fawning cordiality between atomized, competing individuals, that is eulogistically acknowledged under the name of naturalness or sincerity. Musically, this results in the desiderate that music adapt itself to the emotional conventions of listeners and be regarded as sincere only to the extent that it succeeds in this adaptation, even though the aesthetic expression of those emotions and indeed the emotional patterns themselves are little more than standardized verbalizations and actions. But this cult of sincerity is not restricted to music. Cf. Cantrell and Allport, OPCIT, p. 72, and pages 208-9, especially the statements, whether to sound sincere must correspond to inner conviction or whether it may be opposed is another question. Curiously enough, an insincere actor is often able to create more of an impression of honest conviction than an earnest but untrained speaker. In other words, the fiction of sincerity is postulated as an adjustment to the conventional standards of the listeners. This general tendency is a model for understanding a much broader social trend, the labeling as insincere and affected of whatever speaks its own language. 2 Series B, 7th Concert. JJ. This is an example of a question that is so difficult that it is impossible to answer, particularly since its basic notions have not been explained. The answer could not be the sonata form, which did not exist in Bach's time, nor the orchestra, which he did not found. As for modern music, it is arbitrary to trace it back to any individual composer. In the text of the MAH on which the question is based, it is actually correctly qualified. The remarks of some current commentators are of doubtful value, too sophisticated for the masses and too trite for the initiated. To say that Bach brushed aside the narrow ideas of his predecessors and boldly strode out on new and unbroken paths means little to the listener who knows neither the nature of the narrow ideas of his predecessors nor the characteristics of the unbroken paths. If he should know them already, then the comment is useless. The naive listener can best be aided by an elementary analysis of the composition to be played without too much effusion concerning the moods for himself. 5. What a music appreciation hour should be, expose, radio programs on WNYC and draft. Contents. 1. Expose for the music education radio course. 2. Radio programs and essays on WNYCM. A. Inaugural program on WNYC, February 22, 1940. B. First program, on or after April 25, 1940. Alpha, English version. Beta, German version. C. Second program. D. Third program. E. Fourth broadcast, May 19, 1940. F. Fifth broadcast, June 11,
1940. G. Draft. 1. Exposé for the Music Education Radio Course 1. The course is an attempt to guide participants towards a true understanding of music, a living experience of music. One could define its aim most accurately as providing instructions for correct listening. Correct listening is not, however, the same as acoustically correct listening. It is not a matter of honing the ear, for example, so that it can better distinguish between correct and incorrect intonation or between a more pleasant and a more ugly tone in a voice etc. than before. On the contrary, these distinctions play such a disproportionately important part in the conventional mode of listening, from which the course is intended to emancipate listeners, that as little emphasis as possible will be placed on them. Correct listening rather means, grasping a given piece as a semantic context through the act of direct, spontaneous perception, as a semantic unity in which every aspect has its function within the whole. The listener should be able to follow musical logic of any piece, meaning the specific logic of any specific piece, spontaneously. Musical expression forms only one part of that meaning, and the music's expressive or representational side will only be underlined insofar as it is connected to the purely musical meaning of the piece. The nature of that purely musical meaning cannot be stated abstractly or in advance, but can only be ascertained through the concrete experience of certain music. But it cannot do any harm to observe beforehand that, in the vast majority of existing pieces, this meaning largely corresponds to the fate of the fundamental themes and motifs presented in the course of any piece. It is this fate that counts, the inner history of every piece in itself, not the themes as such. In so far as the intention of the course is, to a certain extent, to enable the listener himself to compose the piece virtually in the act of listening by revealing the elements and relationships within a piece that constitute its musical sense, it stands in vehement opposition to any musical appreciation or mere information about music, whether of a biographical or a historical nature. Everything must relate to the ideal of correct, spontaneous listening, and informational elements should only be introduced when they are necessary to assist correct listening, but never for the sake of knowledge as such. The ideal of musical half-education normally served by music appreciation is called into question. It makes no difference whether a listener knows how many symphonies Brahms wrote or whether Beethoven went deaf, as long as he understands a movement by Beethoven or Brahms in the true sense, not through the application of schematic ideas. Naturally, one cannot do entirely without musical terms or explanations, and that is certainly not our aim. But they should not be communicated dogmatically and learned, but rather gained through achieving a concrete understanding and subsequently retained. The course itself will not contain any references to typical appreciation, but it would perhaps assist an understanding of the plan to mention a few other characteristic differences. No final value judgments will be communicated. One should abstain in particular from attempting to convince listeners and advertising music, or praising masterpieces and great composers. One should rather help a group of people whom one can suppose to have a certain interest in music to listen with ever more precision, awareness, and sensitivity. Instead of passing on critics' clichés and a dusty pantheon from Handel to Sibelius, one should guide listeners towards true discernment and serious, critical independence. This independence does not spare the great masters, rather helping listeners to realize that all of reality's unresolved and contradictory elements flow into the music, that it does not constitute a realm of untouched perfection. By not supplying any information about superficial musical values, one can enable listeners to judge music sensibly for themselves. This judgment should extend beyond mere enjoyment or displeasure. It will transpire that these are no more than the residue of past conventions. It will also be shown that the notion of having fun with music is not suited to genuine musical experience. The notion of having fun is modeled on commercial entertainment, and is thus transferred from that realm and applied to aesthetic objects to which it is not suited. It is not simply that the musical sense of a Beethoven sonata does not lie in the sort of fun one has by fleeing from one's everyday routine to that of the sports field. It is actually impossible with serious music to have the kind of fun that is derived from commodities. That does not, however, mean that one should resort to typical German didacticism and become boring. On the contrary, the erosion of those clichés that include the notion of fun can itself be a sufficient source of amusement. One must in fact presuppose the fun attitude as a reality, as the natural point of departure. Not, however, by pandering to it, for example with the foolish claim that Beethoven is also fun, but rather by removing the fun base through a refinement of musical understanding. This will become clearer in the draft of the course. Correct listening primarily presupposes overcoming false and cursory listening. The latter could, broadly speaking, be described as atomistic or culinary listening, as listening to the individual tunes three constituting a piece, savoring individual harmonic and instrumental tidbits. A central task will be to reveal these atomistic aspects as functions of the musical sense. This means an education from the inside, not the outside, i.e. there is no harm in beginning with a melody in the guise familiar to atomistic listening, but it must be examined in sufficient detail for it to point beyond itself, i.e. reveal itself as something containing elements of continuation, contrast etc. At the same time, those abilities already present in atomistic listening should be turned towards correct listening, insofar as the accurate perception of individual aspects and their differences constitutes a precondition for the discerning listening we are aiming for. It can be said that, in music, there is only an awareness of unity to the extent that distinctions are made between the manifold elements that combine to form this unity. See asterisk. Equally, culinary listening should be used as a means to grasp the musical expression of certain passages more precisely and discerningly. While cursory listening is atomistic at the microcosmic level, it is schematic at the macrocosmic level, i.e. it recognizes only the most generalized character of large-scale forms. Here too we are aiming for the opposite. For one thing, we are striving to let the formal types themselves speak, i.e. to state the sense and necessity, the function of forms such as sonata, rondo, or fugue, and to develop these forms by pursuing their musical logic rather than postulating the finished scheme. But we also aim to use great works of music, especially by Beethoven, to show that traditional forms do not provide sufficient explanations in themselves, and that every work has its own concrete inner form which lies beneath the husk of the official form, so to speak, and is more important for our understanding. This, however, can only be shown once listeners have a certain knowledge of musical form at their disposal. One aim of correct listening is to listen to modern music in the proper way and to understand it, and to destroy the taboos that seal it off. Whoever listens to Beethoven correctly will also listen to Schoenberg correctly, and the questions raised by listening correctly to classical music circumscribe the problems of its contemporary manifestation, for we inevitably listen to all music from our own situation. General approach. The course is neither historically oriented, which would lead to boredom, nor structured according to genres that are already finished, so to speak, and then presented to listeners from the outside and learned. As we are concerned with a living understanding of music, it is important to avoid conveying educational material, instead following on from the living musical experience that one can assume among the audience, from the musical language they speak themselves. This language must then be refined in such a way that it leads to new experiences of musical language. This language is probably not that of classicism, however, and not of Haydn, for example. That is why one cannot begin with him, despite his apparent simplicity. It is rather a combination of the melodic harmonic vocabulary of Romanticism, which has become a form of colloquial speech to a certain extent. It would hardly be a misrepresentation to define the average musical awareness of most young American listeners according to the musical material of a composer such as Schubert. Perhaps Chopin and Tchaikovsky would be even closer, but for critical reasons it is preferable to begin with Schubert, moving on from there to problems in both classicism and later Romanticism. The second element is opera, for example as found in the works of Bizet, Verdi, and perhaps Wagner. For a number of reasons, however, this material should not be foregrounded in the first course, primarily because here the educational aim would be an understanding of opera as a unity, which can only be achieved in conjunction with real performances. For the moment we shall put the problem of opera on hold, but in certain cases fall back on operatic works that are characteristic in some other sense that is relevant to the course. Finally, one can expect a certain familiarity with jazz. One should also take advantage of this. Musical forms such as rondo and variation can be illustrated first using jazz, then serious music. Subsequently the differences would be determined, leading to an objective assessment of the two spheres, as opposed to a schematic separation in the manner of classical or popular. 4 issues of rhythm should also be addressed with reference to jazz, showing both their relationship to certain concerns in classical music and the fundamental contrast between them. The aim is to remove jazz from its position of dominance and objectively convince the listener of the meaning of true music. This aim, however, can only be reached in a process that would not hesitate to voice criticisms, such as the amusing fact that jazz is always the same, as well as demonstrating jazz recipes and inconsistencies. We are expecting listeners of high school and college age, and will appeal to their experience without pandering to it. Avuncular undertones, personality cult 5 and authoritarian elements should be avoided to the same extent as any appeal to superficial test or contest tastes. On the contrary, these should in fact be eroded through the course, also in a broader pedagogical sense extending beyond the music itself, as far as possible. The half-hour must be integrated into the station's overall schedule. The material should, if possible, be selected from the repertoire of the months in which the course will be broadcast. It is conceivable that one could devote an entire session to preparing for a special event in the station's schedule. But the station's material should also be used for critical purposes. It is particularly important for us to avoid restricting ourselves to orchestral material, which already involves a certain risk of fetishism based on sheer volume and timbral opulence. The piano should be employed, followed by a gradual move towards understanding chamber music in particular, which is ignored in typical appreciation hours 6 and poses the most fundamental problems of understanding. The piano should be used as link between the demands of culinary virtuosity and structural listening. Listeners should be encouraged to respond. Questions or objections voiced in letters should be addressed for a few minutes in each session. Possibly one could also arrange discussions with listeners, but only about the subject, not the method. We want to go straight to the heart of the matter without any programmatic introductions, but perhaps after a few sessions one could offer a programmatic lecture about that episode at a different point in the schedule. Exposé for the course. We shall first of all present an exposé for an introductory course conceived as a series of 12 lectures, which we aim to follow with a course for advanced listeners. The course is to begin on the first Sunday in April. The following merely offers the general plan. The preparation of each individual lecture should take into account reactions to previous ones. Before the start of the course one should test the first, maybe also the second lecture on a group of pupils. This group could possibly be retained as a panel for a continuing assessment of the method. A few lines on the tempo of the course 7G*. First lecture. We will begin with the concept of melody. A very well-known and beautiful melody will be played. We will then ask what is beautiful about this melody, and attempt to determine the individual elements of its beauty in purely musical terms. Here one should place particular emphasis on 2 aspects, multiplicity and relationships, and also grasp their expression in its musical elements. The question will be posed whether the melody comes from a song. It will be shown what is song-like about it, but also what makes it unlike a song. Here one should already show how the idea of uninterrupted melody in the principal voice is only one compositional possibility, and thus destroy the preconception that normally defines melody. We will also show how this theme points beyond itself, how it is incomplete. This will enable a development of the concept of theme as a melodic element that is not complete in itself. It will then be stated that the theme appears within a context and has a function within it, that of contrast. At the same time, it will be shown how it is connected to the previous one. Then the listener's attention will be directed towards the whole and the fate of those themes,
and finally the movement will be played. At the end against unfinished 8th. Second lecture. The results of the first will be summarized and the movement characterized as a whole. This will include a renewed underlining of the song-like nature of the themes and the great distances between them. The reason for this lies in the song, expression in individual aspects. It will be stated that this precisely what made Schubert's music something new, and that something was given up for it, the strict unity of the whole. This latter is always more difficult to grasp than the individual melodies. That is why we have begun with Schubert, because people today are used to listening to all music as a series of separate melodies, which is what this movement appears to be. We have seen that even this is more than a loose sequence of that kind. Now we will examine a piece that was conceived as a unity from the start, and whose individual elements are entirely subordinated to the whole. It is simpler than Schubert in harmonic and melodic terms, but more difficult as a construction. The simplicity of the details, however, is helpful for an understanding of the whole. Add C major. No 7.9. We will select a movement from a Haydn symphony as an example. The themes will be played at the piano, and we will show that they are 1, less characteristic and 2, much closer together than those in the Schubert. Reference will be made to the function of triadic melodies in classicism. It will be shown what is important to the composer. 1. The dynamic, developmental character. Nothing is complete in itself. One can already mention Beethoven here. 2. The significance of mediation. The intermediate section will be played and compared to the 2 transitional bars in the Schubert. 3. Economy, everything is developed from basic source material. This is evident in the development section, the concept of which is introduced in passing as the developmental part of the basic material. The entire movement will be played, perhaps once before and once after the analysis. Third lecture. In the first 2 sessions, the musical context, the unity of a musical work, has transpired as the sense of a composition, and correct listening has been revealed as a mode of listening that realizes this context. The way in which this context is organized is what is known as musical form. Form must here be defined in relation to the material covered in the previous lectures. We will now speak of different musical forms. The first 2 pieces analyzed were both written in sonata form. We shall now examine song form, rondo form, fugue form, variations etc. These forms are generally presented as something ready-made, and their scheme, or recipe, simply given as a fact. This is rejected here. We wish to attempt an elucidation of certain musical forms on the basis of the immediate listening experience. For this purpose we will draw on a medium familiar to listeners, jazz. We intend to examine jazz pieces that they all understand, that pose no problems, in order to see what insights into musical forms they can offer us. 1. We will use a sheet version to show the problem of couplet and refrain, their different respective weight, the opposition of solo and round dance. But that is the essence of the rondo. Introduce rondo. 2. Use a different record to develop the principle of variation. The solo choruses in particular are variations of a basic material. 3. Use any pop song to illustrate song form, showing the idea of the bridge as that of mediation. Russian Lullaby 10. In all these cases the formal principle should be derived from an immediate experience of the music. Fourth lecture. The simplest of jazz pieces had been used to demonstrate song form, variation form, and rondo. Now we will introduce examples of these from art music, pointing out how their meaning differs from that in light music. H**. 1. Song form. Example, Schumann's Traumerei. Discuss in connection with the Schubert song, but sufficiently rich in relationships itself. Relate Berg's fight against Pfitzner. Analysis of Traumerei, showing its richness compared to the schematic character of song form in jazz. 2. Variation form. The lack of punctuation in Ellington, the feeling of treating water. Essentially it is always the same.
rather as if each instrumentalist were placed in the same situation in order to take a test. There are a great many variations in serious music, more or less everything until Beethoven, that are also mere circumscriptions. E.g. the movement from Haydn's Surprise Symphony 11. Variation form becomes independent as soon as it is itself subjected to development. It then becomes a process in which a theme drifts from one fate to another. First, a number of developmental aspects will be highlighted, with an analysis of the coda in particular, and then the whole piece will be played. Fifth lecture. 3. Rondo. It will be shown how the idea of imbalance between parts is used for articulation, how each return of the theme is made into an aha movement, and how mechanical repetition is transformed into development through variation. Here one must show the connection between rondo and variation, and conclude by describing variation as the core principle of all, in the broadest sense, modern composition. At the same time, one must bring out the developmental aspect of process. Characterization of the rondo as an open form. Difference between open and closed forms, the opposite of openness and closure of the themes. Example of Mozart, perhaps rondo of the E-flat piano concerto or the E-flat symphony. Return to the relationship between jazz and art music. Not a question of taste or of two spheres such as popular and classical. Rather a more objective one, standardized composition versus concrete composition. Point to the inconsistency of jazz. Discussion of rhythm in jazz. Definition in the sense of my theory of jazz. The aspect of rhythmic subordination. Point to two musical types. Foreignness of jazz. Against parrying and against rubato. The problem of classical music is that of sublating the two aspects within one. Rhythm is not simply rhythmic uniformity, but also rhythmic modification. Sixth lecture. We had spoken of the rondo as an open form. Its opposite is closed form as the more highly organized kind, i.e. as the form in which the unity of manifold elements is asserted more completely, and economy realized more strictly, in which nothing could be any different. The more rigorously constructed music is, the more difficult it is to listen to, i.e. the more the listener has to participate in the composition instead of merely sitting back and surrendering himself to it. Explained through the comparison between light and difficult prose. The characteristic closed form is the sonata. Again, it should not be demonstrated in its finished state, but rather developed through listening. Example, Mozart G Major Sonata First Movement. J** Play and analyze properly, especially the openings of the development and the recapitulation. Then derive the sonata scheme in its idea from that, pinpoint similarity and different to the rondo and variation aspects. Then play the movement again. Seventh lecture. Despite being a closed form, sonata form contains both a certain freedom and the aspect of multiplicity. There are, however, even stricter, more closed forms that are historically older. The most important of them is the fugue. As an example, analyze the E minor fugue form, the first volume of the Well-Tempered Clavier, and point out its simplicity, the peculiarity of the two-part counterpoint, etc. First the principle of fugue must be stated, then the necessary modifications and the form. Finally it should be shown that, in spite of its strictness, the fugue can become a bearer of musical expression. To conclude, play the prelude and fugue in F-sharp minor from the first volume WTC, placing particular emphasis on the new theme in the episode and its preponderance, and showing how the dynamic aspect comes to the fore and breaks through the rigidity and stasis of fugal form. Eighth lecture. Static and dynamic form. Beethoven and the principle of closed dynamic form. Point out that all music can be understood from the perspective of Beethoven, and that his music is, so to speak, the sum of all possible music. At the same time, however, that B is in fact a difficult composer to understand. The music is obscured by clichés that one must first clear aside, but then, in relation to present-day listening habits, it is difficult in itself. These difficulties are connected to the conventional notion of melody. In order to prepare listeners for an understanding of B, we will refer back to the start of the course and the discussion of melody. 1. It has transpired, using examples from Schubert and Schumann, that there are criteria for melodic quality. The criteria are not the typical ones, however. Normally one has the following expectations of a melody: that it should run continuously in the upper voice, that it should be syngible, i.e. contain many steps of a second, that it should be symmetrical, i.e. constructed mostly in 8-bar periods, and that it should contain sequences that make it easier to remember. For a melody to be considered beautiful, it should be pre-chewed for the listener's convenience, so to speak. Give examples to illustrate all these expectations. Then criticize them as primitive and schematic, and show how there are wonderful melodies that do not fulfill them. Asymmetrical melodies, sequence-less and assembled melodies, melodies with wide intervals. These melodies do, at least, accommodate the listener in their upper voice character. And what about Beethoven? He normally works with 8-bar periods, and also makes frequent use of simple sequences, simpler in that respect than Mozart or Schumann. But he compensates by flying in the face of two other conventional expectations, that of singability and that of upper voice melody. Examples: the main themes of the Third, Fourth, and Ninth Symphonies, which follow triads and are hence heard more harmonically than melodically, resisting song, the thematic fragmentation with the quartet example. Why does Beethoven do this? Why does he make things so difficult, and why is he often so indifferent to beautiful melodies? Answer: because every theme is conceived as a part of the dynamic whole. It can never be complete in itself, as it would in a song, but is rather of a processual character. The generality of the themes makes them almost unimportant in comparison to the whole. They are like nothingness, or the raw natural material that is used to produce something. Thematic fragmentation is the process, however. The dynamic totality itself is music as something in a state of becoming rather than being, as objectively binding, not individually coincidental. This, not his expression etc., is what truly makes Beethoven great. Here we must then restrict the concept of melody and replace it with that of meaningful form. Listening to music does not mean hearing melodies, but rather hearing entire forms and hearing melody in its function. This, namely listening beyond limited melodic details, which are of little consequence, is the real task posed by B's music. But that is not simply an opposition to melody. Every true melody is a form, is articulated in itself. Refer to the first lecture. Use a very simple melody to develop the aspect of thematic transformation, then postulate that a large-scale piece should be listened to with the same wealth of relationships as this melody, except that these then no longer apply to one voice, but many. One must learn to listen the first movement of the Ninth Symphony as if it were only 16 bars long. The slow movement of the Second Symphony should be taken as the example for this lecture. We will say that it is easy because it is so replete with upper voice melodies, then give a brief characterization of early Beethoven, but emphasize that they must be listened to in terms of their relationships, not as a potpourri. The individual themes will be played and characterized and the connections between them explained. Then the entire movement will be played. 10th lecture. It will be mentioned that Beethoven is considered the greatest of all composers. Many will have wondered if that is true or simply a cliché. Here one must point out the deprivation 12 of Beethoven's most popular piece **, the idle talk about him etc. It is then our task to answer the question as to Beethoven's greatness and significance with objective arguments, not propaganda. To achieve this, we will carry out a comparison between a Beethoven piece and another piece, also by a famous composer. I would recommend either one piano sonata each by Beethoven and Weber, for example BOP 110 and Weber a flat major, or 111 and a Weber sonata, or a symphony by Beethoven and one by Tchaikovsky. Here one will show Beethoven's superiority in concrete musical terms, then conclude by pointing out the Beethovenian tone, that aspect of his music that can no longer be directly expressed in positive technical categories. The lecture should end with a few observations on musical taste, likes and dislikes. 13 The binding nature of musical judgments,
and their limits. 11th lecture. Now we shall follow the concrete musical life of an entire Beethoven piece through a combination of analytical observations, simultaneous commentary and finally performance. Here one should choose a work from Beethoven's classical period and say a few things about the concept of musical style, and what makes it valid or invalid. As an example, one should take either the first movement of Op. 59 No. 2 or the first movement of the Appassionata. The quartet movement could perhaps be played by a live string quartet, which could stop and start as required. The Appassionata has the advantage of familiarity. In a certain sense, the analysis will draw on that of sonata form in the 6th lecture, which it will be refreshing. Its aim, however, is, in contrast to the schematic, external form, to reveal the specific inner form, the formal sense of a specific movement. In the Appassionata, the great dialogue between the two manifestations of what is essentially exactly the same theme, in the quartet the uncovering of the relationship between the first and third bars. A few observations on the function of the formal schemes will conclude the lecture. It must become evident that every composition is the result of a confrontation between predefined material, predefined forms, as the historical dimension of the material, and the specific perspective of the actual piece, a confrontation in which each of these components gives rise to the others. The true measure of a composition's value is the depth and seriousness of this confrontation. 12th lecture. The aspects of Beethoven's music so far defined should be summarized to form a picture of his style. Here one should also say a few things about his development, the three periods and the relationship between them. Continue by saying that, on the basis of specific technicalities, the metatechnical can now be formulated. The question in this lecture is, what is the sense of B's compositional technique? Thus making the concept of musical sense become fully concrete. The technical aspects covered, dynamic theme, developmental character, economy, totality must be identified according to their human, their social, sense. The results of this identification lead to the philosophical sense of B, to the critical and humanist motifs. This will be followed by saying that B's tone or expression is nothing other than the reflection of the sense lying in Beethoven's approach in the individual aspects, which are charged with this force of the whole. After that, the experiment with the start of the Appassionata's recapitulation. Perhaps also the Adagio from Op. 31, 2, second subject point 14 *. Here there should be an example from Fidelio to illustrate Beethoven's specific expression. Then a few words about Fidelio and the Third Leonore Overture. Play that at the end. March 10, 1940. New York. 2 radio programs and essays on WNYC. A. Inaugural program on WNYC, February 22, 1940. Today, as part of a festival devoted to modern American music, we will be presenting an hour's worth of music by Austrian composers currently living in America, not for the sake of honoring those exile composers, or even to give a quantitative impression of the musical production that has now sought refuge in America. The duration of 1 hour and the names of 4 composers would not be sufficient for that. Our aim is both more and less than that, less because we are inevitably passing over many of those producing works today, but more because we will attempt to present, as if in a burning glass, aspects of the movement with the greatest musical depth. It is our conviction that this music, amid the multiplicity of styles found today, constitutes what is truly most compelling and necessary. We see this substance embodied by the music of Arnold Schoenberg, whom we cannot do justice even by describing him as the true master among today's composers. For, as a composer, he is more than a composer, he has given music a new language, whose logic manifests itself with inexorable necessity through the union of music's previous elements. Schoenberg's new formulation of musical language is the unifying element among the highly varied selection of works you will be hearing. The representative and responsible character of such an undertaking is underlined by the performers involved, with the pianist Eduard Steuermann 15 and the Cellist Quartet as the chamber music ensemble. We will be listening to the musicians who have developed the authentic style for the performance of the music of which we hope to give you an impression today,
All of Schoenberg's piano and chamber works of recent decades have been premiered by these artists, who have themselves come from Schoenberg's school of composition. As far as Schoenberg himself is concerned, you will hear the first two movements of his string quartet in F-sharp minor op. 10. It is more than 30 years old, so a relatively early piece, but we have chosen it for quite specific reasons. I said earlier that Schoenberg developed a new musical language from that of tradition. Nowhere is this process more evident than in the F-sharp minor quartet, whose very fabric describes the path from tonality to complete harmonic liberty. The first of these two movements is still genuinely in F-sharp minor, but notice how the radical employment of all relationships within this key stretches the framework to the point where one feels as if, at any moment, a world of new sounds were about to force out all the familiar ones, which are merely being tolerated for now. Let me direct your attention towards something else. What one finds in this quartet is a reduction of musical language to its bare necessities in a way that is perhaps comparable to the struggle against the ornament in which modern architecture has been caught for the last 30 years. The themes are kept concise, there are no decorative additions, one finds no unclear continuations, rather, everything is presented with the utmost precision and then expanded equally precisely, without a single coincidental note. The movement follows sonata form, but is extremely compressed and eschews anything superfluous. The second movement is a scherzo, not a humoristic, however, but rather, if I may say so, an expressionist one, a sequence of the most foreign and lonely musical visions recorded in shorthand, so to speak, with a total lack of surface harmony. A central factor is the constant changing of musical shapes, they are bound together by contrast, and anyone who wishes to listen to this piece properly must above all be able to follow this constant exchange of contrasting ideas and sense the inner bond between those contrasts, a bond that is loose and yet compelling, like a dream. In this changing of sounds, which seem to have come from a place of pure inwardness, there is no longer any regard for traditional material, only the compulsive force of expression and a musical logic that acts on every event without paying attention to any external laws. This expressionist piece is, at the same time, a virtuoso piece of the highest order. It explores the most unusual and extreme resources of the string quartet. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the path leading from the first movement of this quartet to the second constitutes the decisive transition, the one that takes it from conventional music to new music. 16. Alexander Zemlinsky, from whom we shall be hearing 5 songs on texts by Maeterlinck, is very closely connected to Schoenberg. Though only a little older, he was his teacher. You could indeed regard these songs, whose melodic warmth speaks directly to any unprejudiced listener, as a manner of connection extending backwards from Schoenberg to the generation before him. You can already find many new sounds here, especially the use of fourths, and the richest explorations of all harmonic relationships within a given key, but also something of the tone of Mahler's marches, even Brahmsian romanticism. Every one of Zemlinsky's notes bears witness to the great tradition of Viennese composition, and in this context we are placing particular emphasis on his work, as it is precisely the depth and force of this tradition and its secure craftsmanship that permit Schoenberg's innovation. In fact, I would go so far as to say, though I cannot expand upon it here, that this tradition of great Viennese music and Schoenberg's radical innovations are identical to each other in the most profound fashion. Perhaps you will sense a little of this while listening to Zemlinsky's songs. 18. Hans Eisler, on the other hand, is a student of Schoenberg from the younger generation. Critics often speak of music, for example that of Richard Strauss or Ravel, as witty. This does not generally have a specific meaning. One normally thinks of some extra musical association or other supposedly connected to such works. If one calls Eisler's music witty, on the other hand, this is justified in a precise musical sense. It is a music of constant punchlines, its nature is that of surprise and sudden shifts, but of a kind that, on closer inspection, reveals itself not simply as a whim, but rather as a very carefully placed element of the piece's technical framework. It is a music whose expressive language is that of the staccato, it has a certain impish suddenness, fluctuating between deceptive sweetness and intense aggression. This peculiarity, combined with a great compositional lucidity, has always made the music especially effective, as well as facilitating the inclusion of certain expressive elements that are more difficult to convey in much other modern music. The sonata you will hear today is the piece that made Eisler well known. It dispenses with all extra musical references and is a textbook example of incisive yet nonetheless absolute music. One of its foremost characteristics is the drastic nature of its musical ideas. 20 Ernst Krenek is not a member of the Schoenberg school. I spoke earlier about the objective necessity of a reform in our musical language, however, and Krenek could be considered the living proof of this. He is not only one of the most multifaceted musical artists of our time, ever exploring new stylistic approaches, but also one of the most successful European composers, known to the larger audience for his opera Johnny spielt auf and in smaller circles of music lovers for instrumental works of such extraordinary originality as his Second Symphony. As a mature man, long since established and recognized for his originality, he then joined Schoenberg's school insofar as he adopted the technique of the latter's mature years, known as the 12-tone technique, applying it practically and championing it theoretically. Krenek, who cannot remotely be accused of adherence to any school or party, thus acknowledged, with absolute freedom of choice, the necessity that led to Schoenberg's results. The work you will hear today shows him on the way to these conclusions, and is particularly important as a document of that process. Unfortunately, we are entirely unable to reproduce the words of these songs in English in order to offer you some insight into the artistic sphere that gave rise to them. They were written by the great Austrian poet Karl Kraus, a poet who was perhaps the first to act truly seriously on the call for productive critique in German literature 200 years ago. In Kraus's work the poetic word is irrevocably allied, in all its depth and intensity, with the critical word. The path through the night described in the songs is that of productive critique, the reverse of the terrible accusation "what has the world made of us," is the motto. I deny not God, but rather everything that denies him. It is this symbolic interweaving of the critical and the productive, however, that I see as the true purpose of our new music. In this sense Krenek's song cycle is a program for the music itself, a program that music may not be able to fulfill on its own, but which it can formulate better and more purely than any other art. B. First program, on or after April 25, 1940. Alpha, English version 21. Introduction. Announcer. This afternoon we're starting something new in a series of programs on understanding music. We know our listeners have had their fill of music appreciation broadcasts. This isn't another one. Here at the station, at least, we think there is too much talk on the air these days about musical mountain peaks and starving yet immortal masters, with too little assistance in understanding the music itself. We don't want to go to the other extreme and present a series of dry lectures on a subject already in danger of becoming hackneyed. We have with us for the series Dr. Theodore Adorno, of the International Institute for Social Research and the Office of Radio Research, at Columbia University, who brings to the microphone his rich and varied musical background, and a new type of program arranged to give you music and the analysis of music side by side. Dr. Adorno believes that mere enjoyment of music is not enough. To him it is more than entertainment, it goes beyond it. The fullest experience comes only from a true understanding of the structure and not from blurred, half-hearted listening, or quasi-analysis. This, of course, demands a certain amount of effort from the listener. We're going to play for you now a recording of the first movement in a symphony you all know well. If you haven't listened to it in a concert hall, or through broadcast recordings, you probably couldn't have avoided hearing it anyway, in a movie, an operetta, or on your neighbor's phonograph. It's Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, the one in B minor. But listen to that first movement once again and keep your ears especially open for that famous melody you always associate with it, for it is this melody that Dr. Adorno has on his mind today. Announcer. Each of you has just heard the first movement of Franz Schubert's B minor symphony. If you can stop humming that melody long enough, Dr. Adorno has some fascinating things to tell you about it. We present Dr. Theodore Adorno. Dr. Adorno. What is most important to you in music? I can almost hear you answering, the melody. But why, you say, I remember it, and keep in mind while listening. I can hum it, and I do not have to strain my ears to hear it. It is natural enough for you to say this, even for you to say that all other elements, rhythm, harmony, instrumentation, and so forth, are only incidental to your enjoyment. And if music lacks melodic power, maybe you consider it worthless. Here I certainly would agree with you. But you still haven't told me why. If you say, I don't know of a reason. I just like some things, I dislike others, you are leaving your musical taste to mere chance. If you say, the melody pleases me, if I know it, you are gambling again, this time allowing your opinion to be the victim of your own peculiar, subjective associations. After all, if you switched on the melody in your car, with your sweetheart, or put it on the phonograph during your last hangover, or a bout of the blues, your opinion can't be very just. If you say soulfully, this melody appeals to me on account of its expression, you are talking in a vacuum. But I have heard answers such as I like this melody because it is beautiful for reasons of purely musical quality, its well-built proportions appeal to me, or, I like a melody when it is original and rich in ideas. If you reply in this vein, assuming you know what you're talking about, you are on the track, but have only gone part of the way. Of course, you may enjoy music and yet remain at one of these points, but why stop? Isn't it reasonable to suppose that if you go on and explore music more deeply, you will get more out of it than you do now? So let's start our exploration where you began it, melody. Taking the movement you heard, let's go on and see how it's built, and what makes this melody appeal to us. Suppose then, that we examine our melody as a close-up. Playing the entire thing and its parts frequently is the only way we're going to get this close-up effect, so let's listen to the second theme of the movement we heard before. Remember, you're not going to hear a complete work now, like a song. You're going to hear a melodic fragment out of its context, like a sentence without the rest of the paragraph. Only when we hear it as part of the whole movement, when and where it belongs, can it make complete sense to us. But for our purpose we have to examine this melody, or sentence, by itself. Here it is as the orchestra brings it in for the first time. Do you notice anything singular about this familiar melody? For my part I should say that it has a strange rocking quality, a kind of swaying, backward and forward. It seems fluid to me, it moves ahead like a ribbon unwinding. And yet, it remains where it began. Is this a circle? This is the sort of feeling we know from falling asleep. At that instant, between waking and sleeping, time and thought slip away. But this is only an illusion. Actually, the outer world goes on where consciousness left it, and the inner world goes on, too. In fact, nothing stops, but my own awareness of all this. And then I am asleep. But in that uncertain instant between awareness and oblivion of the world, in this partly awake, half-sleeping moment, I retreat to the mood of an older pre-existence. I find consolation in drowning away from the entanglements with familiar things, at the edge of consciousness, almost, we might say, at the fringe between life and death. I don't know whether this is the way you feel, but I hope it is, because if this is the way you feel, you will be making it so much easier for me to explain the faint sadness of Schubert's melody. After all, I have the feeling that all of us fall asleep in much the same way. Q**. But what has this to do with the music? Let's listen. If we follow this melody we find that after a while it begins to fade, retreating, slipping away, until it is scarcely audible. We have lost it, it has stepped somewhere over the threshold of sleep. We come closer and closer to death. But abruptly comes a sudden, tragic outburst. And so we are reminded, by the music, how closely it comes to death. But let's not content ourselves with psychological comparisons. I want you to be able to translate what I've been saying in non-musical language, into terms of music itself. Let's try it. I talked about the rocking quality of this melody. Maybe you got the idea of that rocking as the main element of the melody. But when you stop to think about it, isn't rocking rhythmic, rather than melodic? Listen. A steady, quiet motion, a running back and forth. And this is what we mean first when we say that this melody has rocking quality. And it's kept up as long as the theme is played. It never comes in on the strong steps of the melody. It always comes a moment after these steps. In case you're interested, this is called an offbeat rhythm. This offbeat is certainly a quality of the rhythm, not a melodic characteristic. Played in this way, always a moment after each of the strong steps of the melody, the accompaniment slurs over rather than augments the melodic steps. In fact, it weakens the steps, and this is what partly accounts for the rocking effect in the music. Now don't go away saying Dr. Adorno claims that one of the melodies in Schubert's unfinished symphony has recently been heard rocking to and fro, or that now we are in possession of a rhythmic formula for writing rocking music. The accompaniment alone hasn't any such quality, as I'll show you, for here is another, totally different melody, with exactly the same accompaniment. Does this melody rock? No. You'll agree that there's no sign of a rocking quality or of anything like rocking in it. But let's hold on here. I started out to discuss the melody, and, logically enough, wound up talking about the accompaniment. Let's come back to the melody. Perhaps it rocks within itself, even without the accompaniment. Take the melody as it appeared for the first time in the cello section and see how it is built. There's a big melody, and part of it is a little, or model melody. Everything that happens in the big melody stems from the little melody. R**. The composer wants everything in his big melody to be welded together as tightly as possible, and therefore he relates all its changes to some pattern that remains unimpaired. The first two bars make up the model. Now listen to the whole melody and notice how these two bars reappear again and again, though modified. Now look more closely at the two model bars themselves. There's an interval down, then an interval back up. They make together a sort of gentle summons. This gentle summons is definitely of an instrumental nature. In contrast, a series of even steps follows. This part of the model is more vocal, easily sung. We have heard the contrast. Now notice how unified the model is. This unity is even more important than the contrast. What causes it? First of all, the model is held together by one single note, call it the critical note, but make sure you understand what it is. The critical note. The single note G. The melody starts with it, the first bar ends with it, the second bar goes through and returns to it. Remember, I told you before that the melody seems to go on, and yet, at the same time stands still. Here is my explanation of that effect. Here not only the model but the whole melody is held together by the single note G. And what a conscientious little note this G is, this critical note. It stops at nothing. It takes on more and more important jobs. It starts off underlying the model melody and ends up as the foundation of the big melody, too, absorbing the entire movement of the melody. Nice going for one little note. Yet, notice how unobtrusively this note works. We hear it bustling in and around the melody, but it never gets in the way. And it is the motion of this retiring but insidious little note which accounts, also, for the rocking quality. Are we there again? Let's not lose the little model, on the way, while we're going, like the music, in fascinating circles. Just what happened to the model? Take 4 bars, the first 2 bars are the model, the last 2 are the continuation. If we letter each bar we find that bar C equals bar B in the model, and bar D is the same as bar A in the model. Are you confused by the algebraic equations? I only want to make this point as clear as I can, because this small change is important. To repeat, bar C equals bar B, and bar D is the same as bar A. When Schubert placed the two bars in this way, he determined the structure and character of the whole melody, for he maintains the alteration of the sequel of the model bars throughout the melody. Two bars, more or less equivalent, always follow each other. By the similarity of the last bar of each group and the first bar of the following one, he links them up as if they were a chain. We could also express it in this way: one never knows exactly which bar is the first one of a group and which is the second. I play the melody first as it is, and then as it could be and as one might expect it. Notice the ambiguous effect. It is this that decisively gives the melody its rocking quality. The same idea is expressed by a little German anecdote. Two people meet in the street. "Where are you going?" asks the first one. "To the movies," the other replies. "What are they showing?" "Quo vadis?" What does this mean? Where are you going? To the movies. What are they showing? Quo vadis? What does this mean? And so on and on. In order to find out what a stroke of genius this little device was, imagine his doing what a quack composer would have considered logical, continuing the melody without bothering to reverse the bars and so missing the entire point of the melody. This is how the quack would do it. How trivial and obvious this sounds, compared with Schubert's own continuation. This is drivel. Or, more politely, mechanical symmetry. It's meaningless. If Schubert had failed to reverse the bars the way he did, he might just as well have scuttled the whole melody. Let's venture further into the music. Our theme as a whole falls into two major parts: its first appearance in the cello, and then its repetition by the fiddles. Now, these parts are linked up again in a chain link way. That was the cello theme and its repetition by the violins. Now get this, the last bar of the cello melody coincides with, and in fact becomes the first bar of the violin melody. Think of it as a link between the two melodic sections. Listen again now, and when we come to this juncture in the music, I'll say, now. I can almost hear an exclamation from you of "look here." Was the composer actually conscious of all this as he wrote his B minor symphony? No wonder he never finished it. In fact, I can hear remarks like, "What's all this to me? This melody appeals to me on account of its expression. That's all I know and that's all I ever want to know." Schubert wasn't conscious of all this, he composed intuitively. Therefore let me listen intuitively, too, and do not bother me with your reversed bars and don't try to strangle me with the chain you tie around Schubert's neck. Well, all I can say is, this train of thought doesn't convince me. Artists are really less naive in these matters than they are supposed to be. Maybe Schubert analyzed his themes, maybe he didn't. That's beside the point. The psychology of the composer does not concern us. We want to find out what he has achieved in his music, and he has achieved everything he tried to make clear to you, no matter whether he was conscious of it or not. Even if he grasped all of it merely intuitively, this would be no guarantee that we could realize it intuitively, too. I, at least, would be too modest to pretend that I can become aware of all the richness of relationships, all the implications and unity within such a melody, at one stroke.